and welcome to day 2 of the 2025 Goodwood Revival. Yesterday we saw the track come alive with incredible racing action, and we can expect more of the same today as we celebrate one of the greatest racers of a generation, and he was a sheep farmer too, the inimitable Jim Clark.
Yes, 60 years ago, Clark had that legendary season, winning his second Formula One world title, the Indy 500 and more, all with Team Lotus. His life was tragically cut short just 3 years later, but that 1965 season and his legacy remain unforgettable.
And of course, all eyes were on the start of the year, Jim Clark. First across the line is Jim Clark. No trouble at all. Clark was the winner. Hill and Clark still leading. And Jim Clark's the winner. First Briton ever to win the Indianapolis 500. That's Clark's Lotus going like a bomb. It's odds on for the World Championship. It was number 6 all the way. Nobody could possibly catch Clark.
Brilliant footage there from the incredible Jim Clark. Well, let's take a look at what's on Saturday's schedule for Goodwood Revival 2025. We will once again kick off at 9 AM with a track parade from those colourful camper vans. This will be followed by the second race of the weekend, the Goodwood Trophy at 9:35. The motorbikes will be taken to the track at 11:05. Just before the children take to their Setrington Cup, that will be at 11:45.
Yeah, great fun there in the Setrington Cup, and then afternoon takes us to that Jim Clark Trophy. We saw a bit of hint of that, 150. Ford Water Trophy at 3:25, followed by the Alfa Romeo Parade, and then the Whitson Trophy at 4:40, and then the big one, the Sterling Moss Memorial Trophy at 5:35.
Well, David and I are currently taking cover from the Revival rain in the iconic Goodwood Motor Circuit pit lane. It seems to be the place to be right now. A few umbrellas are dotted around, causing a bit of colour across the sites. But unfortunately, it's not just the racing that's been affected by the weather this year. The traditional Goodwood Revival cricket match was also called off this year due to this wet weather. It did keep us guessing all Friday, but the Revival traditional opening cricket match on Thursday also succumbed to the wet weather. I think the tea certainly helped to ease everyone's frustrations, but play was ultimately stopped. Now, David, I guess a bit unlike cricket, a wet weather adds a bit of intrigue to the racing. How was yesterday for you?
Well, I think intrigue's one way of putting it, but no, it was wet. It was difficult yesterday. I think we had 4 seasons in the day for that first day of Revival, but it'll be good for some drivers, you know. I mean, obviously we couldn't get the cricket game in there. We could still enjoy all the things around the circuit, but actually on track, it was tricky. I mean, some of the guys would have really liked it because even in one practice session, they had all 4 seasons, so they could try their car out in the dry, they could try the car in the wet, so they'll know what the car's doing over the weekend. And some of those smaller cars with less power will be actually hoping that it rains today. Maybe not this much, but certainly wet conditions.
Yeah, intrigue and excitement for sure is... We're awaiting it for the races. It's going to be exciting. Now, as we said, we're taking cover under here. Our Ed Foster is just above us. I think he's getting a bit wetter than us. Ed, how is it up there up top?
Well, good morning on day 2, and you can see from the umbrella and the slight rain, it is a bit wet here on the pit roof. However, it's a different morning for me today. Not only do I get to chat to all the drivers before and after they get in the cars and race, I'm going to get to drive a Type 2 camper van. I've never driven it before. I found one gear this morning. I can go forward. I don't know whether it's second, first, fourth or third. But I'm going to go get myself down onto the grid and get stuck into a Type 2 camper van.
Oh, I'm a little bit envious that Ed gets to go in one of the camper vans. That looks like it's going to be so much fun. Well, enjoy it, Ed, and we'll catch up with you in a bit to see how that experience was. I'm sure it will be great. Now, we are also joined again by Rosie Turner, who has been over the road exploring all the Revive and Thrive area. You are looking a ray of sunshine in this wet weather. Well, it's definitely paid off. How are you, Rosie, and how was yesterday for you too?
Yeah, it was brilliant yesterday. So much colour, so much effort put into all of the outfits. There's so many immersive experiences over the road as well, which is wonderful to see. We've got lots of shopping and it was so busy, which is wonderful. I'm trying to stay summery today, guys, because it's going... It doesn't look like it's going to cheer up, but I think it might, okay? It's not going to dampen our spirits over the road. We're still going to have a lot of fun, and I'm really looking forward to exploring a bit more of the rethink, repair, rewear, a little bit more of the vintage today. We're going to head to the workshop as well, probably into Betty's salon just to touch up, just in case we get caught in this rain. But listen, it is what it is. We carry on. We're going to have fun whatever it happens.
Yeah, I might join you later on for a bit of a touch-up as well. But yesterday, David, we were around the paddock and the assembly area enjoying all the racing over here. What was a highlight for you?
I'd have to say it was probably the Ford Water Trophy, the first race of the Revival weekend. And, you know, true to the conditions this weekend, it gave us a bit of everything. You had Jenson Button go off in that gorgeous C-Type Jaguar, establish a good lead for his partner Alex Buncombe, and then the heavens came down, and my goodness, it was exciting. And what you're going to remember about Revival, it's not like modern day F1 where, you know, there's almost like a constant conversation going on between the driver and his car. Here, the driver doesn't really know what he's doing. We saw Alex after the race saying, I didn't know if I was faster than slower than my opposition. Was I gaining time, losing time? In fact, he was over a minute ahead, but charging like an absolute man possessed, driving on the lock stops, left, right, sliding through tiny gaps. You can see Jenson really worried there because he really wanted this.
Yeah.
They came close to winning this race a couple of years ago, but they finally got there. So a big highlight. There's lots of smiles at the end. Fantastic racing.
Yeah, it
and I'm hoping we
was.
get more of that this weekend.
I think so. A great way to finish the first day. And as we go into the second day of Goodwood Revival 2025, we're about to see another face get into a different vehicle. Our Ed Foster is hopping in one of those camper vans, so let's head over to him now.
Well, thanks very much, Grace. I've been given the keys. It is a very wet track. I must admit I had a quick seat in this earlier today, and it is quite neat. So thankfully I have many staff, so we'll do that. It's very steamed up, and I also have to remove the battery pack. Hang on, let's get in there. You would have thought for a commercial vehicle it would be a bit bigger. We've got many keys. I think one of these will work. And I don't know where the demister is. I don't know where the headlights are. Is it running? I can't even tell. Let's hang on. It fires. It fires. I'm not in gear. No. Oh, I'm in gear. At least I can go forward. So I think we'll be leaving in about 2 minutes. This is my first time in a camper van. Lots of space in the back. So hopefully we can get a camera in there and you can see what this is like a little bit later in the day.
Well, it's lovely to see that Ed Foster is going to be driving that as we see the first of the parades coming out. Ben Edwards with you and Bruce Jones. We're starting off with a bit of commentary on this parade, and this is always part of the Goodwood Revival that we get an early morning parade before we get into the qualifying and the racing that we will be looking forward to throughout the rest of Saturday. We've got the Goodwood Trophy coming up soon, but this is an amazing collection of VW camper vans, basically. So what we're doing here is celebrating the 75 years since they were first created in 1950, and just looking at them, Bruce, we have this amazing collection.
Well, it's astonishing, and in fact I was amused last night to discover the last camper vans from this series. Effectively the latest models were built in 2013. Until 2013, get that, from 1950 all the way through. They were produced in Brazil, but this gives us a sight I've never seen before, a 5x5x5 grid counting backwards, between 120 and 130 of these amazing vehicles. And it was an idea created by the Dutch VW importer Bernardus Ben Pon, whose son competed in sports cars and a little bit of Formula 1 too, and he took it, he was over in Germany and had a look at Volkswagen. They were building the Type 1 one, which is the one we know as the Beetle. And he suddenly thought this could have commercial purposes. And of course, we had them made as pickup versions, minibus versions, so the fabled combi, and many shapes in between. And yesterday, a lot of the ones, the top of the range models, had the peel back roof. But today, in the downpour, we're not having people standing out of the top and waving.
That's not surprising.
But there's so many derivations. There's the one with Ed, with the yellow front and the Goodwood livery. That doesn't have opening windscreens. A lot of them, they can jack those the split windscreens up from the bottom, but his is a rather smarter model, beautifully wrapped in Goodwood livery. Oh, well done. We do have some brave souls.
That's
so
amazing.
Clearly,
oh, that's impressive. I didn't think we'd see anybody standing up in the back of any of these vans today, but yeah, that is brave when we've got these rather damp conditions. We are expecting it to dry up a bit more later on, but yeah, this is lovely to see. Remember, and as you could see as Ed Foster was getting in, as a driver for this, you're right at the very front. Your engine is right at the very back, of course. It's a VW Beetle, basically. It's a VW Beetle engine at the back. And so even hearing the engine could be a bit of a challenge. If you've got one of these open the windows and stuff, then you will get a bit of the sound. But as we know for the pickups, and there aren't many pickups, because over the years, of course, the pickups have been worked hard, and many of them have retired, been thrown away. But it's interesting, you can't actually hear the engine if you're in the pickup.
which is very unsettling. People driving electric cars will obviously now be semi-accustomed to that. But also, when you look at the pickup, because the engine's at the back and you've got that ladder chassis, the load area is quite high, so it wasn't always the most convenient a vehicle if you're putting anything heavy at the back. But some fantastic liveries the whole way down. This Radio Hallam car, clearly was used as a radio van back in period in the 50s.
Actually, I had a little look at this earlier on today. This is one of the very earliest. So this is, as you say, 1950, 1951, and it's incredibly original. And I was chatting to a guy who was telling me a little bit about it, because he actually owns a different one himself. He's always been a fan of these, and they go to various different events. It was a chap called Phil who was in a different machine, but this Samba is such an early one. As he said, notice at the front there's no perk over the front windows. The door sizes are slightly different. They were bigger doors then, but it is very original. It's rather lovely. It's been kept in its original form too.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that. Clearly, Radio Hallam, I presume that was in Denmark. Was it? Is a Danish livery? Looks like that. But, a lot of these things...
And they took the VW off the front. The VW sign.
Saves weight.
But it is very, very original, that goes back. We're celebrating the 75 years of these. And yes, some of these, of course, have been modified, adapted, and incredibly modern looking.
Yeah, and certainly some of the camper van versions, they've got the raisable roof, so you could actually stand up when on board. Lovely sight of this pickup with a bit of a lid on the back, but again, talking to people who drove those in period, they said, yeah, it's a spooky experience when you can't hear. Our commentary teammate Barry Nutley was talking about he used to put his scrambler bike up on the back, but he said the trouble was pushing it up.
Yes.
It's very high, and if you weren't tall, you couldn't still be holding the handlebars if you were pushing from ground level. But anyhow, that's a mere aside. But for most people, it was the open road in these VW camper vans, particularly in the west coast of the States. A lot of the States you could travel around, and it was freedom, and it ties in beautifully with the very hippie-ish theme around Gate 2 here. And look at some of the liveries, absolutely fantastic. The Carsham livery, there's Ed on board. I noticed he even had enough headspace to get on board with his hat, and bearing in mind Ed is 6'7", that's quite a feat. But now I noticed he's had his handkerchief out of his top pocket, and he's cleaned the windscreen in front of him. Actually, you know what? Starting to brighten up a little bit, or maybe it's just the glow of the colour of that particular camper. But aren't they fantastic in all these? And also, when you have the two-tone livery, it just gives you so much scope for being a bit more original than everybody else, doesn't it?
Absolutely, and there is such great history, and they mean so much to families as well. There are so many families who are here this weekend with these VW campers and enjoying it. This was the one that, as we've seen before, has done an amazing distance in the past, and again, that's in very original form. And as you can see, families are enjoying them. Lovely connections. The split screen club as well also organises lots of events for them, and they have big collections as well, no doubt about it. The ambulance versions, they were created pretty early on in the early 1950s, actually, the ambulance versions. So very soon the development of these vans, but the fact, as you said, that they were so useful for travelling, for going camping in the early days as well. Nowadays there are a few more restrictions on where you can go camping. In those days you could go anywhere, and people would take one of these and go anywhere.
Yeah, and we were mentioning yesterday, of course, the price of airline tickets back in the 1950s and 60s was proportionally considerably higher than now. So if you could pop your family on board, buy yourself a ferry ticket from the UK and just start driving across Europe, what a great fun thing to do. When you look at some of the... OK, look at this aquamarine one. The door, not the driver's door, in behind it's clap hands. The two doors open. And you know what, they're both hinged from the outside, so you've got a double door. So when people are sitting on a lovely day in their camper van, they've got the double doors open at side, probably the boot open as well to get airflow. And do take a look at them. They're built, they're all around the circuit. And any chance, go and have a look, because everyone's had a little bit of modification inside, a better table, comfier cushions.
Yeah. No, some of look at that. That's great. They're in there, still standing up in the rain, but taking advantage of this opportunity to be there. That is really lovely to see. Just a quick reminder there that when they were first produced, they had the VW Beetle engine, of course, 1100cc. It was built up a little bit more. It's an air-cooled engine, for a flat four-cylinder boxer engine mounted in the rear. It was upgraded to 1200cc in 1953, and then they went up a little bit more, up to about 1500cc, just under 1500cc versions of them, but always air-cooled. And then some have actually been modified, especially in America. Sometimes they took out the Beetle engines and they would put in a Porsche engine, or even some American big engines would be fitted in the back. So there will be a few out there that are powered by slightly different machines.
Yeah, certainly the early ones were a little asthmatic when it came to hill. But you know what, here it's fantastic. We've got the pickup version with just a single cab. We've got some twin cab pickups, which are particularly rare. You've got the regular van in the background with that wonderful hinged windscreen at the front. And that very much was something that is, everyone wants one of those. And the club association, a lot of people bringing these here to Goodwood do attend, as you say, as club members, all sorts of events, but this is really rather special. And the fact that so many race teams, particularly in Germany, use them as their sort of transport for their tools and bits of equipment, you know, it does have a very strong connection. And certainly if you go to places like the Nürburgring, you will still see a couple brought out for the historic event. So yeah, wonderful to see them.
It is wonderful to see them. And the fact that the track is a bit wet today, that's not causing a problem. They're just taking it nice and steady. They can go pretty much anywhere. If you go off-road, of course, they are just two-wheel drive. They're rear-wheel drive, so they're reasonable traction, but they're not four-wheel drive like the modern world. And they can be quite low. You can notice that sometimes the suspension is adapted a little bit to drop them down. Then you've got to be a bit cautious when you go off the road, because they will hit bits and pieces quite easily.
Yeah, the lowered ones, I mean, it very much, you can imagine them getting into the sort of Von Dutch adaptation, customization, particularly in California, where the scene was always about changing your cars. But I love the fact that the happy ones out of the roofs, even wearing rose-tinted spectacles to make sure the world looks a better place, which very much is, in the essence, being celebrated here this weekend at Goodwood, of the spirit of San Francisco in 1966.
Yeah, really lovely to see these going out and playing and dealing with a rather damp circuit as it is right now, and waving away. And look at all the lovely windows in these early ones. Some of these, you know, and lots of seats. Some of them, of course, are very much for staying in, but some are more just for travelling. And some are really in very original form in that respect.
Yeah, and I love what's on the roof racks. Bella the bus driving around there with the mini-me up on the rooftop. And so let's take a look at Ed again. He's doing quite well. He's got windscreen wipers working. I think he's got the headlights on as well. He's conquered it, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. I think he's enjoying himself now. Of course, we know that Ed is he's a great driver, actually, as well. He's a great racer. He's won here at Goodwood in the past. Not in a VW camper van, though, because it's the first time he's ever driven one. But it was lovely to see him get in there. And we will hear more from him later, I'm sure, all about the stories of driving one of these.
You certainly think so, but clearly keeping the windscreen clear today has been a major issue. People in wet clothing jumping into a fairly small cockpit, as you particularly have on that single cab pickup version. But they're getting to know. But the sheer fun they bring and the appreciation everyone has for the entertainment, it really is the essence of this event. Every year we have different parades, and this one's been really something different. In fact, Ed's really picking up the pace. He's catching the E-Type Jaguar that's leading them round.
It's probably because he's got to get back to get ready for the next event. So he knows that's always the way it is for Ed. He'll be interviewing all sorts of drivers as we go through the course of the day, finding out what's working for them. But yes, I think he's actually enjoying himself out there. The steering on these VW campers, that takes a little bit of getting used to as well. It's no power steering originally, although I have learnt that some of these have been adapted to power steering. It's a very horizontal steering wheel. You have to turn in a long way to actually make much of a turn. but that is part and parcel. And the great thing about these VW machines, that as they were created in the 1950s, not powerful at all, they would only do sort of 50, 60 miles an hour, but they were reliable. They've always been reliable. Okay, now they're older and they need a bit of restoration, but that was part of the success for VW, wasn't it?
You know, absolutely, and also the fact that a lot of the people in the club would have been notified this was going to be displayed a few years ago, so they would have improved their vehicles to be here, and that will guarantee their longevity. But full marks, the crew who are having their face wash in the morning going around the circuit. These Type 2s are a very warm spot in a lot of people's hearts. You don't think about it in the racing world, but actually step back 1 pace, 2 paces, and you relate it back to my childhood. I remember these intensely well. We're very envious that other families had them.
Me too, yes.
But great to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And yes, I did once, family did rent one for a weekend to go for a little holiday, or for a week actually it was. And I think it might have been the following one from the early 70s, because these went up to 1967, this version, with these split screens, and you can see how the screens open up sometimes when it's like today. That's a way of actually viewing a little more easily. But 1.7, 1.8 million of these were made between 1950 and 1967. Even as you said, there were some later versions still being built, but that was the main period when they were built as the Type 2.
Yeah, and they were, you know, as we've seen a fire truck, we've seen the ambulance, other rescue vehicles, and I love the one in the Works Porsche livery there with the sign writing on the door. Whether that is an accurate copy of one that the Porsche team would have had, because of course, don't forget, Ferry Porsche designed the Type 1, the VW Beetle, so Porsche and VW were hand in hand.
Yes, they were absolutely hand in hand, because the Beetle, as you say, the VW Beetle was designed by the great Ferdinand Porsche. He didn't actually design this, but nonetheless, what he had come up with was the originals to create this VW, what we call camper van nowadays. It wasn't called camper van back then, of course, but it developed hugely over the years. And just the manufacturing of these, it took off. I mean, I think the Beetle, of course, was doing very, very well. Even by the mid-1950s, there were a remarkable number. The millionth Beetle was built by 1955. But then the number of Beetles that were being built was then increased by the number of these that were being built.
Well, think about the name of the company, Volkswagen, car of the people. And I mean, both Type 1 and Type 2 proved to do that by the shovel load. Yeah,
it was incredible, and really gave so many people the opportunity, because pre-World War II, before the Beetle, and Ferdinand Porsche designed it during the 1930s, but it didn't really come on scene until post-World War II. But so many people, you know, would have loved the idea of getting a car, but it was not for everybody. But certainly Volkswagen, as you say, supplied machinery that then everybody could perhaps aim to get.
I think that, Ben, that's a very good point. Obviously, before the Second World War, cars were still only in the hands of the few in so many ways, gradually filtering down through society. But after the Second World War, then there was all the rationing and everything. However, from the ashes rode this, and then the transformation into the 60s, and then by the 70s, having a car was pretty much an expectation.
Absolutely. And it's rather lovely that Ferdinand Porsche, who was an expert and brilliant designer, that was part of his thinking. He wanted cars to be more available to more people, and that, you know, that was part of the original design of the VW Beetle. That was the basis of this. They changed the chassis, so the VW Beetle engine in the back of these, and there's the pickup again that we were talking about, the engine in the back, the VW Beetle engine in the back. The chassis was changed to give that stability for these VW camper vans, but otherwise the power very much the same as the Beetles. And they did do some aerodynamic work, because initially they had a lot of drag, but those split windows, they couldn't do curved windows in those days. They couldn't create curved windows. That came along a little bit afterwards. So that's why they've got these split windows, and the way it was designed was just to reduce the drag, and it worked very, very effectively, actually.
Yes, it's ironic that something where you lack the technology to do something actually worked in their favour, in terms of, because they had to angle them back. So here comes Mini Me on top. I did joke yesterday, maybe that could go in the Setchington Cup pedal car race, but I think it might be identified.
Don't forget, yes, we've got the Setchington Cup to look forward to later on today, when the kids will be pedalling. Not in one of those, but that's going to be really good to look forward to. That's taking place 1:45 today, and I do hope it's a little drier for the kids when they're out there pedalling away, but we shall see.
Well, you certainly would. So the field splitting sort of 60 to the left, 60 to the right, so they peel off the track. Some onto the infield, and some will be going out towards gate 2, which is where we have the real hippie central, the spirit of Haight and Asbury in San Francisco, and the whole culture that certainly an awful lot of people back then would have then, going through the 70s, have these split windows, and they became cult vehicles.
This group, I think it's fabulous the way they've been able to just stand out there and enjoy it and wave at the fans who are here at Goodwood as we build up to one of the remarkable revival days here. Day 2, we're going to be into lots more qualifying and racing coming up fairly soon. There's another beautiful machine, as you can see, absolutely superbly restored and in great condition. But as I say, we've got plenty to look forward to. We've got the Goodwood Trophy coming up soon. There's a look at that as well. That's a pretty original machine. And yeah, the way that these vans were used for so many different work processes for the working world is so important.
Well, there's more. You have to also understand back in the 50s going into the 60s that there were not so many vehicles you could use and adapt. So what was there was the VW basis with its ladder frame. It had its helps and its hindrances, but yeah, at that point you needed a vehicle was for a specific purpose. This was one of the starting points. Then gradually the manufacturers built more and more smaller commercial vehicles. Ford obviously getting in big time with the Transit and so on and so forth. Yeah. But yes, I mean it was a vehicle that inevitably, because of the period it was being produced in, had to have many purposes.
And don't forget also that actually a lot of these have come from all over this country, but also from other countries. We've had people coming in from all over Europe to come and do this display this weekend, which is lovely. And as I say, from various parts of the UK, some quite long distances have been done, and they're thoroughly enjoying this opportunity. And they will be back out again tomorrow morning for the final parade for the camper vans. As you say, they're bringing them back in. And I'm really impressed with the way they've just been able to find so many places to park them around Goodwood. So if you're here, do take a wander around and see how many you can find.
Yeah, when you're adding 120 to 130 of these vehicles and you want them on display, the places are limited, but clearly an awful lot of planning goes in. No, you're not there. And there's some over by the refueling area, behind the pad. Everywhere you go, you'll find them. Almost need a little I Spy book. You can tick them off. So find your favourites, and the people with them, the owners, are so passionate about them.
They are.
So, well, like the people with the racing cars, but almost more so, because this they can use it 52 weeks a year.
Absolutely. It's part of family life. There's no doubt. These, as you say, racing is a passionate thing too and can be part of family life, but these definitely are, because they can all go travelling together and go to events, go to special places, and yeah, it's very, very important. So lovely to enjoy. As I say, they will be out again tomorrow in the morning as we go into the final day. But just to quickly run through what else we've got the practice session for the TT, RAC TT, coming up after the Goodwood Trophy. That's coming up next, the Goodwood Trophy. Then the practice for the TT. We then got the racing for the motorbikes, the Barry Sheen race. That's coming up just after 11 o'clock this morning. And then the Setrington Cup, as I mentioned, with the pedalling going on from the youngsters, from the kids. The Madgwick Cup. We've got the Jim Clark Parade around lunchtime. That is going to be a very interesting one. We're celebrating one of the great heroes of Formula One history, a double world champion, and we're seeing so many of the cars that he raced, and it certainly wasn't just Formula One cars. His career at that time was involved in so many different forms of motorsport, and that's what we're going to be enjoying. And we're also going to be enjoying the aspect that he was a farmer. I'm not going to explain that fully just yet, but Jim Clark was a farmer, and it mattered to him hugely.
Well, it did. It was a constant pull. Even when he was winning, he kept feeling, should I go back to the family farm up in the Scottish borders? We were the beneficiaries of the fact that he largely kept with racing. I mean, but what a superstar. We'll come to that. But again, a day where I come here looking for the racing, but some of the sideshows draw my eye. I've now decided I really want a combi.
Yeah,
help me, Ben.
I can understand, mate. I can understand. But, you know, we were talking about it yesterday. You have to pay a bit of money now. Some of the cheapest ones are probably around £25,000, £30,000. But some of the most expensive ones are approaching up to £100,000. So,
right, take me in a different direction. But, I mean, the level of preparation and the fact, again, just echo the fact that these have been produced since 1950 to 1967, so a lot of age on the clock, but some of the presentation absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, man, it's lovely. It does take a little bit of time to get them back out because they've got to find all the areas to park. And actually, Guy was telling us earlier that some people are trying to take photographs all the time and things like that.
Yeah, they are, and that's just the owners.
Yeah, exactly.
Hopping in and out. So great fun way, and they will all be corralled and moved off. Yeah, peace. We do with a bit of that at the moment around the planet, so let's hope that flag has its message. But we are going to be going racing very soon indeed. The Goodwood Trophy, which is the ERAs and the Maseratis, the sort of pre-war cars, if you will, that were still competing when this circuit opened in 1948. But let's take a look at the highlights, the Type 2 VW camper vans, and it started with the Blessing on the track.
Yes, which is always an important part, the blessing to start the day here at Goodwood. And then we got our own Ed Foster trying to see where he was going in the VW camper van.
Well, it's a good thing he knows the circuit from having raced here, but
Yes,
the screen was eventually cleaned, and then these incredible array of between 120 and 130 Type 2s, a vehicle that mattered enormously to people in period. It gave them a chance to get on the road, to transport their goods around, but just so much fun as well, right up to the hippie element.
And these different liveries, these different designs worked in so many different ways. The camper vans, of course, in many ways have been the ones looked after the most throughout their backgrounds, but there are some others there that were just pure working machines in period. There are fewer of those because so many of them have not lasted. But it's so great to see families having a real celebration with this VW camper van collection, and we will see them on track again tomorrow morning. Some are adapted, some are lowered, some are increased in size, but whatever you like, there's plenty to enjoy here in terms of the VW camper van track parade at the Goodwood Revival.
Everyone's in vintage clothes, there's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
The whole atmosphere is amazing, and people really do throw their heart and soul into dressing the part.
Whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
You found it then?
Of course I did. Good boy.
For a small donation, you too can help young people like Amaka.
I don't need donations. I need your investments. I'm part of Generation Potential, not Gen Z, Gen Alpha, whatever random name you decide. I have so much to offer the world. I could solve the climate crisis. I could cure disease. I could write a blockbuster movie. Because I'm going places. I want to make it so big. Oh, okay. I'll be at some fancy fundraising events, deciding on who gets my investment. Today, I am here looking for your investment into our future. We want to learn skills, to gain confidence, to find opportunities, to change the world for the better.
Invest in us. Invest in generation potential.
It shouldn't matter how we start, it's what we do next that counts. Hey! Guys!
Those colourful campers looked like a rainbow going around the Goodwood Motor Circuit. It was so cheerful to see. And I think someone else that was quite cheerful was our Ed Foster, who looked like he really enjoyed that. Considering, David, he's won in a race car round here, I quite like that that's another story for him to tell. The first time he's been in a camper van was round Goodwood Motor Circuit. Not many people can say that.
Well, I still think he'll probably tell us about winning the most, but I did notice he was at the front row there as well for this one, but he'll have had fun. And as you say, they've brightened up the gloom, and as if by magic, I'm starting to see some blue sky there. So those camper vans
getting there,
did the
isn't
trick.
it? Yeah, they did. Well, it's not just the camper vans that will be taking on the Goodwood Motor Circuit. We have a full schedule of races coming up. So let's take a look in a bit more detail at the track that they'll be taking on.
Let's take a look at the Goodwood circuit, largely unchanged since its heyday back in the 1960s. 2.36 miles of an unforgiving circuit. The grass banks are close, the grass verges are even closer. Heading off the start, you head first towards Madgwick, an off-camber, tricky right-hander with a bump at the apex. It is so important to get the line right and get a good exit as you charge up towards Fordwater. A daunting right-hander, again off camber, slightly dropping downhill at the exit as well. It is incredibly high speed. Up towards St. Mary's, it first goes right, then go left. Don't be too greedy with a curb on the left-hand side, and that'll put you offline. The track drops slightly downhill and then back up again towards a double right-hander of Lavin. Getting a good exit and traction out of here is hugely important because that leads you onto the fastest part of the track, through the little kink, heading towards Woodcote. A long right-hander with the apex seems to take an age to get to. The back of the car always edgy, and then you get hard on the brakes for the chicane. We've seen many an incident there with drivers getting just a bit too greedy with the curbs and the walls on the inside line. Get all of this right, and you will be the winner across the line.
Well, if that wasn't tricky enough, they've also got the wet conditions to contend with. The rain is slowing up, but it's very wet on the ground, so that's going to add another element of excitement. We have got the Goodwood Trophy race coming up next, and this brings together some of the oldest machines at the event. What can we expect to see in this one, David?
Well, I think the first thing you'll expect is it's stopped raining, so they won't be driving in a small paddling pool. But yeah, these cars were pre-war cars, really, Grand Prix cars that you would have seen, though, driving on this track just after it opened in the 40s. Fantastic cars, still very fast, lightweight. You see the guys are almost like sitting on the cars right at the back, and we're going to see some of the fantastic makes there. Julian Majoub, he's always good to watch in this race, but he's a bit at the back in his Alfa Romeo. Lots of ERA cars, because it's going to be Ian Baxter in the Alta on pole position, and Richard Bradley in the Maserati on the front row. So exciting race, not quite the sunshine they had yesterday. So different conditions that they may not used to, but those thin tyres will really help them in the rain, cut through that standing water and maybe create a dry line.
Well, still a bit of slipping and sliding in the dry, so I don't know what we're going to see in this one. We're looking forward to it. We saw some clips there from the practice yesterday. We are about to line up on the grid, but the Goodwood Trophy actually opened the very first Goodwood Revival in 1998. So it's made its appearance on the schedule at every event since then. So I guess that history that's attached to it makes the drivers want a good result even more in this one.
Yeah, it's a fantastic way to open up the weekend and the Saturday morning, because it's exactly how it would have been at this track when it opened up just after the war. These sort of cars would have been racing around, you know, so as I say, the sun's creeping through there, and they'll be hoping for a good race to start the weekend.
And I guess for this, like we say, the rain is slowing up, but the water on the ground is going to cause a lot of spray, aquaplaning, all of those things they've got to contend with, let alone those incredible machines.
Brave drivers out there, especially first out on the track, because you really don't know what you're going to get, especially if you're at the front. You know, the standing water could be the real issue around the track here, because you just don't know where it's going to pool up. And as I say, it's going to be a while before a dry line emerges, even if the rain stops.
Well, we can hear those loud engines getting started. So let's take a look at our race explainer to tell us more about the Goodwood Trophy.
Befitting its name, the Goodwood Trophy was the headline Formula One race at early Goodwood meetings, blending pre-war Grand Prix and voiturette regulations for cars with engines of 1.5 litres supercharged or 4.5 litres unsupercharged. Grids were a mix of 1930s Maseratis and ERAs, brought back into service after the war, and then new models like the Maserati 4 CLT, and from 1950, the great hope of British motor racing, the V16 BRM. The modern-day Goodwood Trophy rekindles memories of those earliest days of motorsport in West Sussex, with a field that covers a wide spread of cars from the 1930s, 40s and early 50s. In recognition of its period significance, the Goodwood Trophy was the opening race at the first revival in 1998, and it has been a permanent fixture ever since.
Well, the rain may have slightly eased off. There is actually a bit of sunshine peeking through the clouds this morning here at Goodwood for the revival, and we're nearly set for our first bit of racing action for the day. Up in the commentary box is myself, Harry Benjamin. Alongside me is Alice Powell, and we are indeed gearing up to see Grand Prix and voiturette cars from between 1930 and 1951 race it out over the course of 20 minutes. We'll have 2 green flag laps before we kickstart the race. We'll have 3 cars on the front row. Ian Baxter's Alta. We'll have David Morris in the ERA B-type and Mark Gillies in an ERA A-type on the front row. So 3 abreast. Unfortunately, Alice, Richard Bradley was supposed to be lining up in second in that Maserati, but has had to be withdrawn.
Yes, and he was looking super fast yesterday, just under 0.3 off Ian Baxter in the Alta. But yeah, a cracked block was pressurising the water system, causing it to overheat. So unfortunately for him, they've had to withdraw the car from this race. But we've got sunny, well, we've got blue skies, but it's still raining.
I got my hopes up. Got my hopes up. That is very much still raining. And yeah, it's still raining. So for these cars, they're making their way to the start-finish line around this Goodwood motor circuit, just over 3.8 kilometres in length. We've got a really nice selection of grid here. 26 cars will line up on the grid, 11 rows making them. There are a few Maseratis in this race, including the original 4CL prototype. That was supposed to be Richard Bradley, but that was unfortunately, as we said, withdrawn. But we've got British Mark ERA very well represented. Looking out for that B-type as well, particularly in the hands of David Morris. Could be quick off the line, and one of the ex-Prince Bira cars as well, and looking at those pre-war Grand Prix cars.
Mark Gillies is certainly one to watch out on that front row. 7-time winner of this race. So he wants to make that an 8th, 100%, and not ideal conditions, as we've already touched on for this car, but I think we will get some rain, less rain falling from the sky, should I say. But great qualifying, exciting qualifying that took place yesterday. Of course, lap times will be a lot slower today, but I am looking forward to getting racing underway here for the first time on this Saturday morning.
Just saw glimpses of the pale blue number 10 ERA B-type of Paddens Dowling, most famous ERA, most raced car of all time. That 112 victories, 1.5 litre supercharged straight 6 engine as well, running on methanol. with a pre-selected gearbox as well. That is one of the ex-Prince Bira race cars, and that car starting in for the number 10, Paddings Downing, a little further back on the grid, right at the back in 26th position. So a very full view in the rundown to Madgwick, the first right-hander. We'll see those 3 cars line up on the front row. On the far left, the dark green Alta 61 of Ian Baxter. In the middle, there in the grey, the ERA D-type, B-type, and then Mark Gillies in the slightly paler pea-green ERA A-type on the far right, heading down there. So bit of spray to contend with as well. This is going to be proper old school racing, isn't it, Alice? No cover. We've got no sports cars in this case, so no shielding, no windscreen wipers. You are one with the elements in here.
You are right out there with the elements, as Marshall's still sorting out pushing these cars. They're not easy to drive forward and maneuver these cars, so that's why it looks a little bit more complicated down on the grid. But just checking out on the commentary box window, still cars moving into position. A couple of cars that seem to maybe have got a couple of issues, a few team members around, and the marshals are giving the signal now to spectators and mechanics to start leaving the grid, so we should get racing underway very shortly.
One to watch out for as well, if you are here trackside and indeed watching from wherever you are in the world, in 6th position on the 3rd row on the far left, as we have the view at the moment. We Pat Blakeney Edwards in the Fraser Nash, the Monoposto, named after that famous driver in War Hero 1.5 litre engine. Maserati roots as well. Lightweight, high power to weight ratio. Might have a bit of grunt to have the start line, off the start line to begin with. As we get a bit closer look up at some of these magnificent Grand Prix and Voiturette cars. Historic racing specials in there too. All between 1930 and 1951. This is that Fraser Nash from 1935, Pat Blakeney Edwards. A regular here at the Goodwood Revival.
I was just having a look out of my commentary box window, and we're just getting a great shot of it there. There seems to be quite a few cars missing, quite a few gaps. So just in front of the number 26, we have the Retimer number 3 missing, I think. So and a whole host of cars. So maybe they're just deciding that it's not worth taking the risk in these classics out there, because it is particularly wet at certain areas of the circuit. But wow, they have come prepared. Look at that. I wonder if we can voice down. You can hear us. We'd love a bacon sarnie in the commentary box. Harry's already had 2 today, so
no, 2?
No more for him.
I've had 1 and a bit of porridge, but I'm ready for my 3rd breakfast of the day. So I quite like my bacon extra crispy personally, so we'll have that ready in about 20 minutes. Would be perfect. As we're going to hear the roar of some engines as they head on off for the first of 2 green flag laps. So it does look like we've lost a few cars in the field in that mid-pack. So we'll try and work that out as we get going. But certainly a few deciding, perhaps due to the conditions, not to risk things as we get going behind the course car for the first of these 2 green flag laps before we get up to racing speed. And the best view in the house will go to Ian Baxter, fresh off the back of his win last year and the year before. Can he make it 3 on the bounce in that Alta?
He's going to try his best. So the reason we are getting 2 green flag laps, of course, their qualifying took place yesterday in bone dry conditions, and it just gives the drivers just to have a little look out on circuit. As you can see, there's quite a few puddles out there, Harry, particularly heading through Ford Water, and then up the hill they'll go right and then left through St Mary's, and we saw particularly actually quite a big puddle on the exit of Woodcote, and I'm just trying to see if I can see that. It doesn't look like it's too bad, however there is a huge puddle on the exit of the chicane, so this just gives these drivers in these cars just a good sighter to have a look round for the next sort of couple of laps behind the safety car, and just make sure everything's up to temperature as well.
Get a nice display here of the different approaches to design of these Grand Prix cars as well, all quite low slung, of course, all with those tall, thin wheels that seem impossible to imagine in the current day, but of course making their way, cutting through the bits of standing water. Of course, it does drain fairly well here, but at times, particularly through Ford water, in the name, really, you can come a cropper so easy as well. One twitch on the rear and you can dip a wheel onto the grass and then find yourself sliding into the runoff area. So just getting a sense of the conditions as we head round in these green flag laps.
We are, and I think we're going to be in for a great battle, I hope, at least between those three that are starting on the front row. Of course, don't rule out the ERAs that are behind, but Mark Gillies and Ian Baxter, they'll certainly be wanting to have a fantastic battle. We've seen great battles in this Goodwood Trophy in the past. As
tell you what, there is the huge puddle on the exit of the final chicane.
We'll get a shot of it in a second. But even with these cars, they are kicking up, and they're moving fairly slowly. Enough spray, and lots of the drivers deciding to stick with the old school goggles and open face helmet. I think I would probably be a wimp and do what the first several of our drivers are doing with the full face helmets. So there's that puddle that we were talking about on the exit of the chicane. You've even got one sort of in the middle as well. A lovely flower display. Had one incident yesterday. I really hope it's going to survive the entire day. So going on now for their second green flag lap before they will line up on the grid. And then, of course, there's no lights here to get underway. We use the traditional flag start, but we're going to go through the grid now, Harry.
We will indeed, and on that front row, 3 line astern, it's Ian Baxter who set pole position in that outer. Back-to-back winner here, trying to make it 3. Promoted now up into second due to Richard Bradley having to pull out in that Maserati is the ERA B-type of David Morris, and Mark Gillies in the A-type alongside him. Then we head to Nick Topless in the A-type in 4th, just ahead of Ben Fiddler. And then row 3, the Fraser Nash of Pat Blakeney Edwards, followed by Michael Gans's ERA. And the first now, the Maseratis, Andy Willis in the ACTF. Row 4 will have James Baxter in the Riley TT Sprite, and the Alfa Romeo 158 Alfretta, Peter Greenfield, starting in 10th position. Behind them then, and as we get into this mid-pack, we'll try and work out who has pulled out, but we'll have the Talbot in 11th ahead of Brad Baker's ERA and Heinz Backman's, both B-types there, followed by one of the Maserati 4CLs of Fritz Burkhardt in 16th alongside the ERA. That's the 8JM1 of Tom Hardman and Dennis Bigioni's Talbot going from 18th. Then it's 2 side-by-side on row 8 making up the top 20, a Maserati 6CM of Marcus Nisian and the Alfa Romeo P3 Tipo B of Stefan Rettenmeier. And then as we get into the final 3 rows then, we've got the MG, the Bellevue Special, Steve McAvoy ahead of Julien Majou, watch out for him, the Alfa Romeo 308C, and Luke Brandt in the Talbot. Then in the penultimate row, the Delage of Mark Brett alongside the Vanguard of Gareth Burnett, and right at the back is Pannings Dowling in the ERA B-type, who will bring up the rear in that pale blue number 10 car. So initially scheduled to have 26 cars in the grid. We have lost a few, certainly in that mid-pack. I think we might have lost a couple of the ERAs, possibly the Parnell Challenger of Duncan Ricketts. We'll get a closer look at it as they line up on the grid now that they've done their 2 green flag laps, and we'll get to that standing start.
We will. I do want to say, keep an eye out for the 15 Fraser Nash of Pat Bakeley Edwards, because he did say yesterday when they're waiting to go out for their official qualifying, official practice, that the Fraser Nash, his certain type, prefers the rain, and his wish has been granted for the race. It wasn't granted yesterday for qualifying, but it is for the race. So he's lining up on row 3, starting off in 6th, and he's got to navigate his way through, get that start nailed. As you can see, the car's coming up to line up now, constantly revving those engines
as they have their final thoughts ahead of starting on the grid. The first race then of the day here on the Saturday at the Goodwood Revival. The Goodwood Trophy just moments away, a 20-minute race. We've got Grand Prix and Voiturette cars, historic racing specials that race between 1930 and 1951. On that front row will be on the far left as we look at the Alta, then the ERA in the middle with an A-Type on the far right. Ian Baxter, David Morris and Mark Gillies as we get underway for the first race of Saturday, and it's a poor start from Mark Gillies. A good start though from David Morris for the ERA in the middle, which has taken the lead. As a little bit of wheel spin from the Alta. Look out though for the Fraser Nash on the inside. Pat Blakeney Edwards having to take a little bit of grass but manages to hold it together, and you can just see how hard they're having to work the steering wheel in these tricky conditions. But a good start then from David Morris in the ERA B-Type.
No seatbelts in these machines. You're going to see them leaning left to right as the 15 of the Fraser Nash goes alongside the 44, trying to work their way through. That's one of our ERA D-Types, Ben Fiddler there, but yeah, he was trying to sneak up the inside, was Pat Blakeney Edwards. He's trying to make his moves forward, and already he's up to P4, so he's tucked in behind the number 61. That's Ian Baxter, who'll be disappointed with his start. That's our pole sitter, and around the outside goes Pat through the first part of St Mary's. Impressive stuff.
And just seemed really having to work the gear lever as well. He wants to get a move on, because actually after an initially poor getaway, Mark Gillies, the second car in shot here in the pea green, that's the ERA A-Type, starting to gather it up now and chase down our leader off the line. Look at the slide on that as well. These brilliant Grand Prix cars from the pre-war era, putting on a great show. We're not even finished the first lap of the race.
We haven't. You can see, it's a workout itself trying to stay in the machine, particularly in these tricky wet conditions. Everyone's nice and safely through. We will keep you up to date with which cars have not taken part. Have a look on the timing screen. I think there is a few gaps, so we'll try and keep you up to date with that. But the battle continues. Up at the front, Mark Gillies trying to make his way through, and he has done, into the lead past David Morris.
Yeah, nice move. And now it looks like Pat Blakeney Edwards will be next to line up a move. Is he going to try and sling it down the inside? That's a brave move. Not going to happen on this occasion. But you are seeing here just having to take slightly different racing lines, because he's got the momentum, but also they're trying to avoid some of the spray, which you can see being absolutely chucked out on the final chicane. I think that might have been Andy Willis's Maserati. Yes, in the blue Maserati, just absolutely making a splash as we complete lap 1. But it's a timed race, so 20 minutes and counting already. And into the lead now, having started third, is Mark Gillies, but now on a mission. Here comes Pat Blakeney Edwards in the Fraser Nash alongside the ERA of David Morris, and he is through. Pat Blakeney Edwards up into second. Next target will be Mark Gillies' ERA.
We did say to watch out for Pat in the Fraser Nash, and certainly already he's up to where he wanted to be on these first opening laps, but he's gone slightly wide going into the first part of St Mary's, and we've kind of got a gap now, haven't we, for the top 6 at least. The Maserati, that beautiful blue, the Maserati that was probably Italy's response to German dominance in the 1930s in Grand Prix racing. We do have a spinner, Harry.
Oh, we've got a couple of spinners, then off as well goes the number 11 and has a little hit on the wall as well. That's Brad Baker's B-Type ERA, and off as well is David Morris, finding the grass and looking down, perhaps with a mechanical as well, finding the conditions tricky out there too, but that is disaster.
Yeah, that ERA B-Type has got some damaged bodywork on the right-hand side. He's definitely made some contact, and that number 11, it looks like Brad is going to be out of the race. It's probably going to bring out a safety car, I would expect, because I'm trying to work out whereabouts on circuit the B-Type ERA is. But racing continues at the moment.
Yeah, good to see him out of the car, though, and to a safe space. Just caught a glimpse of the Vanguard there making its way through. Right, let's take a look here then. There is a tangle. A little bit of wheels colliding, and then just runs loose onto the grass, nudge into the wall. And that was all she wrote there. So actually a fairly soft landing, but enough to stop the ERA B-Type of Brad Baker falling by the wayside.
Safety car. Safety cars being called as expected, and the front two had escaped between Baxter and Willett. Baxter in third. The gap was 5 seconds between himself and P2, with Willis in the Maserati sticking up behind. But time-wise, between Gillies and Blakeney Edwards was 0.2 was the difference on lap time on that lap, with Pat being the slightly faster driver. And there is our damaged number 9. You can see on the right-hand side, going to be coming into the pits.
The man who started second and was leading this race, but then being slowly reeled in now. Splashes his way into the pits. So he lost it on his own.
Oh, you can see he's going to have a sore neck in the morning. To have a check, and everything was all right. Actually, I think that's the best angle he could have hit that that tyre barrier there, because he's been able to drag it back. And there is the safety car out that will pick the cars up. The safety car peels out from the exit of the chicane. So Mark Gillies is leading this race so far, and he's going to have a tricky restart, because he's going to have a fast charging Blakeney Edwards, who's desperate to try and get past, desperate to get the win. And is he saying, can you go slightly faster, maybe? Was he encouraging him on?
And I think we're going to see the start once more. So a really good start then from David Morris in the middle. Slow start from Mark Gillies and Ian Baxter in comparison. And it was Pat Blakeney Edwards. Look at the far left of 15 as well. Kicking up a bit of smoke and nearly run onto the grass. On the far left of picture, you can see here Pat Blakeney Edwards having to almost cut the corner, almost 4 wheels onto the grass, just tucked in behind Ben Fiddler's ERA. But it was that ERA B-type of David Morris that managed to get the jump and have a clear view going through Madgwick before it all came undone a lap or so later. The Maserati as well, just further back in the all blue, managing to get a decent start too. Andy Willis's HCTF currently now in 4th, but under safety car then, after a couple of cars off. And it is Mark Gillies who leads the way in that ERA A-type. And we might well still see Brad Baker get back in this race, as he's getting a little bit of a helping hand from the marshals.
Let's have a little look.
Can he get it started again?
He did have quite a hard hit on the front, so I'll be amazed if he is going to take the risk of out-racing. It did look like contact with
might just want to get it back to the pits.
No. There we go. Yeah. Visor down. Good idea. And maybe, I would expect, he's probably going to come into the pits. But we couldn't see what contact with which car. We were unable to see which car was involved. And it's hard. They've got very small mirrors on these race cars, and certainly in these conditions, hard to see your surroundings. But I'm sure there'll be no hard feelings at all. And the 11 will come back to the pits.
Now, this was the car that started right at the very back. Paddins Dowling in his ERA B-type, and I think courtesy of having a good start, staying clean, and of course a few cars that seem to fall by the wayside and not even make it to the grid, has had a great start and made his way all the way up into 9th spot. As you can see him coming through there in that number 10. 112 victories with that B-type R5B. De Remus, ex-Prince Bira car, won the first Goodwood Revival race back in 1998. This, and currently in 9th position as we head under this safety car. It is Mark Gillies who leads the way in the ERA 8-type, the R3A. As, oh, look at that! Isn't that a lovely sight? The dark grey clouds seem to have cleared, and we are enjoying a beautiful rainbow, blue skies. I think the rain has stopped on the whole by the looks of it. Bit of sunshine peeking through the clouds. We're getting there, Alice.
We are getting there. And actually, I'm just looking through the list, and one driver I've noticed that is not there is Julian Majoub, who's an expert when it comes to historic racing. He didn't have a great qualifying. I think he had a car issue in his Alfa Romeo 308C, and he doesn't seem to be taking part, along with quite a few others. I'm just trying to go through the list to see who else is missing. But I was expecting him to have a storming drive through, because he's usually racing up the sharp end with the likes of Mark Gillies and Ian Baxter, but not today. So maybe the car wasn't repaired in time, or like maybe you and me, Harry, we might have decided that it's probably a bit too wet as green flag is out, safety car has peeled in, and a good restart by Mark Gillies.
Yeah, but Pat Blakeney-Edwards in the Fraser Nash is looking strong, has a little glance down at his gear lever, comes into Madrick, line astern as they were. Mark Gillies leading the way there to the ERA type, followed by the Fraser Nash. Then it's Ian Baxter, who started on pole yesterday, now being left adrift in that outer because Fraser Nash of Pat Blakeney-Edwards is really coming for him. But then the Maserati, just a little bit of a slide. That's the blue Maserati sitting in fourth. Andy Willis with the 49 written alongside. Looks like he's hunting down that outer in front of him. There is that Maserati striking in its looks. It's tubular frame, hunting down. There are your top four as they head up and over the hill.
Pat is going to pounce, I'm pretty sure of it, very soon. They are literally identical times through that first sector. He'll be pushing on. Everyone nice and cleanly through. Willie's in the Maserati is actually set a personal best in the first sector. We saw the track dry pretty quickly. It's quite breezy out there today, so, and it was like that yesterday, so maybe we will start to see the track dry ever so slightly. Green flags waving. We've kind of got several separate groups out there, and here's the 44.
Yeah, Ben Fiddler's got a whole heap of traffic behind him. This for 6th position at the moment. Ben Fiddler in that 44 car. It's the ERA D-Type R4D being hunted down by the number 24. That's the Riley TT Sprite of James Baxter. So that's having a nice little battle in the midfield. Further up front, though, for the lead, Mark Gillies actually able to extend his gap to a second from Pat Blakeney-Edwards, and looks like Baxter in the TT Sprite just got through on Ben Fiddler's 44 for 6th place. But this battle as they make their way through the chicane now, the Maserati all over the back of the outer, closing in through the puddle. I think the overalls might be a bit damp once they get to the end of this next 8 minutes or so, and just see how hard they're having to work the steering wheel, even as you're going in a straight line, constantly making adjustments, still visibly damp and tricky conditions out on track. That is the battle at the moment for 3rd place.
It is, you can see that puddle starting to disappear slightly, and a great slow-mo shot of the Maserati, and that is the classic battles you would have seen back in the day. And straight through that puddle once more goes the Maserati. But they would have had great battles between the Maserati and ERA. And ERA, they did launch particularly their B-Type to be Britain's answer to the Maseratis and the Alfa Romeos in its time. But the gap out front has stretched a little bit. So Mark Gillies had a real good middle and last sector, but that Maserati is hunting down. He's hungry to make his way further up, and he's all over the back of Ian Baxter.
Good momentum, slightly different racing lines taken. The Maserati still trying to find a way through to the right, to the left, takes the outside line, gets so close to the grassy verge where the water will drain to, almost with a wheel alongside as the Alta has a bit of a moment and a bit of a snap, and is that all the Maserati needs to find a way through with the grunt and forces the Matter. The Maserati takes the Alta, and that is now the Maserati of Andy Willis, the HCTF, up into 3rd place with Ian Baxter's Alta, which started on pole position, falling outside the podium places.
Checkmate, and onto the podium though goes Andy Willis up front. Still fairly even steamers. Actually looks like Gillies is doing the better of the sectors, so that lead out front might stretch slightly as the Maserati gets its tail out. And actually, I'll tell you what, Andy Willis could potentially close down onto Pat Blakeney-Edwards. And Pat was looking so fast on these opening laps before the safety car, but it seems to have tailed off time-wise, so could have a race on for 2nd here.
This one of the 3-litre twin supercharged cars in the field is also then making gains on the outer, and through goes the number 1. That is Michael Gans, makes his way through in his ERA B-Type, just runs a little bit out wide. that manages to force the matter. So, unfortunately, day goes from bad to worse. Rhea Baxter's out, falls down. One more position again, now into 5th. But that Maserati, as you say, Alice, certainly could now start to set its sights with just over 5.5 minutes remaining, now less than that, on our top 2. Mark Gillies, who leads in the ERA A-type, extending his lead though, feeling comfortable, over 2 seconds clear from Pat Blakeney-Edwards' Fraser Nash, which looks strong in the opening stages. And we know Pat really enjoys the Fraser Nash, especially when it's raining and it's damp and wet conditions. And he closed that up now with the Maserati, perhaps putting a bit of pressure on him in 3rd, coming through your screen now.
That looks like that gap is coming down. I don't know whether my eyes are deceiving me, but Mike Gillies is all in control out front, looking to make it 8 wins here in the Goodwood Trophy. Fitted, of course, that ERA A-type with a 2-litre engine, which was really made for hill climbing. This specific car did plenty of record breaking back in the time, and the Shelsley was becoming the first car to break the 40-second barrier. Still very original, as plenty of cars still getting their tails out, tails wagging on the exit of Lavant Corner, coming up the long straight into the difficult braking zone. And it does look like to me, when I'm looking at the commentary box window to our left-hand side, that gap has come down at the front. So maybe there's been some kind of a mistake, possibly, for Mark Gillies. Well, have a look, there we go, and it certainly has come down. Or it's just the Fraser Nash of Pat just waiting for the perfect opportunity. He's only got 4 minutes left to do it.
He is absolutely wringing the neck of that Fraser Nash, barely able to keep it in a straight line as he makes his way through Madrick. That gap is closing. It's back down now to 1.2 seconds. So the fight is not yet done here for the win of the first race of the day, the Goodwood Trophy. We're reimagining and the kind of competition that you would have seen headlining the early race meetings here at the motor circuit back in 1948. We're looking at Grand Prix and Voiturette cars from 1930 through to 1951, and a really intriguing battle up front. Mark Gillies, who started this race in 3rd in his ERA A-type, has just though managed to find a bit more pace and pull over 2 seconds on Pat Blakeney-Edwards' Fraser Nash. Now 3rd comes the Maserati of Andy Willis, then comes Michael Gans's ERA. This battle we're looking at now is a little further down. It's for 7th at the moment. It's Nicholas Topless in the ERA A-type ahead of, I think that was the car that started last. Padding Dowling making his way up to 8th at the moment, and that could well become 7th imminently.
Remus is storming through, and I think it will, Harry. He's going to do a good job to get past Topless, who's going to make his ERA as wide as possible, heading up the hill to Lavant. But no opportunity for Dowling to go down the inside. What a storming drive through. I know we've had several cars that have pulled out, but still, there was a lot of cars for him to overtake. So, fantastic bit of racing. As you can see, constant corrections for these drivers. We're going to see plenty of that throughout the day, particularly in these tricky conditions. As I look out and await that gap, I think potentially at the front has opened up again.
It keeps ebbing and flowing. It was over 2 seconds a lap ago, and now it's back down to 1.6 seconds. Now 1.2. So is this Mark Gillies just managing his pace slightly? And we're going to see, though, some back markers come into play here. How quickly can you make your way through the traffic? Out in front, though, Gillies is being hunted down. 1.8 seconds now, the gap to the Fraser Nash. The Maserati sitting stable in 3rd. Andy Willis. Michael Gans in the ERA B-type in 4th. Ian Baxter's Alpha, which started on pole, fallen down to 5th, and he's got a bit of a gap there as Mark Gillies makes his way through on a bit of traffic, gets nicely out of the way. So that shouldn't have balked him too much, with just over a minute remaining of this race. This could be the final lap. It will be tight.
I think it will be, potentially. But back markers will get Mark Gillies, and I'm sure Pat Blakeney-Edwards as well. The heart rate's rising. You can see that Fraser Nash still squirming as it comes up the hill into Lavant Corner. And I think there was some mistake for Willis somewhere along the lap in the middle sector last time round. He did lose a couple of seconds, so that's why he's really dropped back off this pack and actually struggling for pace as well in the first sector now. So 37 seconds remaining. The middle sector at the moment is around about 52 seconds. So they'll be breaking the beam now. They'll come into the final sector, which is over 30 seconds. So yeah, this is likely going to be the last lap, Harry.
Little bit of traffic as well, should be able to navigate that fairly easily. Gets out of the way, does the number 17 a little further back in the pattern as the MG Bellevue Special. 10 seconds on the clock and approaching the final chicane now. This looks like it is going to be the final lap through the chicane for one last time. For the Goodwood Trophy comes Mark Gillies in that beautiful pea green ERA A-type. The checkered flag will be waiting, and it is the ERA of Mark Gillies that takes the win of the Goodwood Trophy. Pat Blakeney-Edwards with a storming drive that couldn't quite close down those last couple of seconds in the Fraser-Nash, has to settle for second, and a great race for the Maserati of Andy Willis coming home in third. Michael Gans in the ERA B-type holds off the pulse into Ian Baxter. The Alta started in first and fell down to fifth in the end, as we've still got battling though all the way to the checkered flag. This is going to be that battle over 7th and 8th as well, actually. The only a couple of seconds between them, Paddings Dowlings, and this is even further back. We've got a car going straight into the wall though. Couldn't get it stopped in time through the right-hander and waits for the tyre barrier to bring it to a halt right at the close of play. And this though, the battle, this is the 41 car ahead, it's the Alfa Romeo, the 158 Alfretta, Peter Greenfield. This trying to hold off to the line from the Vanguard, which will get alongside. It's gonna be a photo finish. Oh, and just the Alfa Romeo gets a slide on right at the line and just loses out, and that's something you never want to see either. That's the Parnell Challenger looking a little worse for wear. Duncan Ricketts, though, good to see him out of the car.
Yeah, that's gone in hard, but a great race across the line there for the Alfetta, and a lot of damage. But well, Mark Gillies, he controlled this race pretty much from the very start. Now, let's have a little look. The Parnell's just going to yeah, you can see locked up the front left. Oh, and that. He's going to feel that in the morning. That is some impact. So glad to see he's already up and out of the car. But that Alfetta was squirming all the way down the straight. So well done to Mr. Greenfield. But great racing from all cars here in the Goodwood Trophy, and congratulations to our podium finish. It's Gillies in the ERA from Pat Blakeney-Edwards in the Fraser-Nash, and Willis in that beautiful Maserati 8CTF.
Just saw Duncan Ricketts there out of that Parnell Challenger, so that is good to see despite a bit of a heavy hit there. What a race that was to the line though, and it was only for 11th and 12th, but that didn't matter in the end. Burnett's Vanguard managing to pip Peter Greenfield's Alfa Romeo, that Alfetta, to the line. And there is the stricken Parnell Challenger. But, well, what a race to kick off proceedings here for the Saturday at the Goodwood Revival. We've just watched Grand Prix and Voiturette cars from between 1930 and 1951 racing it out in really quite tricky conditions over the course of 20 minutes. Started third, did this car, the pea green ERA 8-type R3A of Mark Gillies. Didn't get the best of starts, but then bided a bit of time and came through to take the lead. Had pressure though from Pat Blakeney-Edwards' Fraser-Nash, but that Fraser-Nash couldn't quite pip him in the end.
No, and he controlled that race. 8 times winner of this race now is Mark Gillies, and in particular this car spent a lot of time in South Africa before returning to Europe in the late 1960s, and has great success here in Goodwood with Mark Gillies. And of course we have to do shout out to our number 10 that came from all the way back down, the ERA B-type. Ended up finishing 8. We saw he was having a great battle with Topless. That
only
wasn't quite
4
able,
tenths.
yeah, wasn't quite able to get past, but Paddings Dowling well done, because that is a great drive. And big thumbs up, a great crowd here, of course, as always, at Goodwood Revival. And Mark Gillies still having fun, still getting the tail of the ERA wagging as he goes up the back straight into Woodcote. And then he'll come and they'll line up on the grid to speak to our wonderful Ed.
Yeah, with Mark Gillies heading that way, taking his first win since 2022, as the track will fall momentarily silent as we do the ceremony for our race winners. But that is the first race of the day done and dusted. We've still got loads more action to come, though. We'll have the RAC TT celebration once more following us shortly for those 1960s GT cars. Then we've got two-wheeled action on the way as well from just after 11 o'clock. The Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy Part 1 of that getting going ahead of what could well be the highlight of the day as well, the Setrington Cup presented by Ralph Lauren. The pedal car race, always a highlight.
It is always a highlight. So Mark Gillies is coming up now onto the grid. Last won this race back in 2022 in this very car, and the previous year actually in 2021. Great success, and then a whole host of wins back in the 2015, 2014, 2012. And he gets a big round of applause, and Pat Blakeney-Edwards in the Fraser-Nash bows down to him as Mark Gillies gets out, hugs all around, handshakes, and well done to everyone out there. And Ed is down waiting to speak to our winners.
Well, thank you very much. Just let Mark get his helmet off. What an absolutely fantastic drive. He needed all the years of experience. Mark, an 8-time winner, but would I be right in saying that was one of the toughest ones?
Oh, that was leery at best. And this place is actually nicer when it's wet. When it starts drying out, you've got no idea where the grip is. So Patrick did a great job keeping me honest. And I sort of built a nice lead under the safety car, and I'm like, oh, God, safety car, I really don't want that. But yeah, credit to James and Phil for keeping the car together, and thanks for Dick for letting me drive it. I mean, it's just an absolute privilege. And I honestly think this is one of the 2 best handling cars I've driven, other than the 250 GTO Ferrari. I mean, it is just, you can do anything with it. It's fantastic.
Well, you might be able to. I don't think the rest of us can. A cracking drive.
Thanks very much. Yeah, it was great.
Right, let's find Patrick. Here we are, Patrick. So you can like that afterwards. Patrick, I mean, you wanted rain, you got it, and here you are, podium.
Yeah, I think I danced a little bit too much last night. The rain was biblical before we started. And annoyingly, I couldn't get enough temperature in the engine, so we had a sort of misfire. I couldn't quite get the power down, but when it came at the end, it got better and better, and I don't think, I mean, Mark was driving beautifully. He's the rainmeister, really. And, I think even if the engine was on song, I'd have struggled to get past him. But listen, on the podium last year in third, this year, second in the Fane single-seater. Next year, maybe even a win. Who knows?
Well driven. Well done, Patrick. Let's go find Andy. Andy's over here. Andy, am I right in thinking that this was pulled out of a museum? You jumped in it yesterday, and you're on the podium today.
A little bit of a fib. I drove it at the Festival of Speed just to get used to the fact that the pedals are the wrong way around. It's centre throttle, and it's sort of got to get your head into it, especially in this sort of conditions. But no, fabulous car, and well done to the Revs Institute for bringing it out and letting the people see the car.
I mean, challenging conditions.
Extremely, yeah. When you tickle the throttle and it starts to go, and you just think I'll have a little bit less, it's still going, and you have to ride it out. But no, it was lovely. The car's fabulous.
It was great to watch. Well done.
Thanks, Ed. Appreciate it.
Well, there you go then. Your top 3. The Maserati, Emmanuel Willis in third. Behind the Fraser-Nash of Pat Blakeney-Edwards, and your winner, Mark Gillies in the ERA A-Type, the Rainmeister, and the winner of the first race of the day for the Goodwood Trophy. Ian Baxter from pole fell down to 5th in the end in the Alta. James Baxter with a good battle with Nicholas Topless, and Paddings Dowling as well from the back of the field, finishing just 4/10 off of that ERA A-Type in 7th. The B-Type, though, just being pipped. And the Talbot of Volker Hitcher as well started further back and managed to work his way up inside the top 10. And what about that finish between the Vanguard and the Alfa Alfretta? Gareth Burnett on the line, almost a photo finish, just pipped it, and you can see how close it was, literally a tenth of a second. The Alfa Romeo just getting a wiggle before it crossed the line to lose 11th spot there. Duncan Ricketts in the Parnell Challenger had a crash at the end, but it was good to see him get out of that fairly swiftly. And the MG Bellevue Special, Steve McAvoy piloting that to 16th. The Maserati 6CM down in 18th ahead of a couple of B-types. David Morris and Brad Baker had a few spins early doors for some of our drivers out there as well. David Morris, one of them, who started in second and in the end fell by the wayside and out of this one. But the Goodwood Trophy kick-starting proceedings here on the Saturday for the Goodwood Revival Grand Prix and Voiturette cars from the 30s through to the 50s, and it was a great start initially for that silver ERA B-type of David Morris, but for Pat Blakeney-Edwards in the Fraser Nash it was an even better start, almost onto the grass, and then was very quickly cutting his way through the field.
Mark Gillies made his way quite quickly into the lead after that poor start. They all kept it clean. That puddle through the chicane, some great shots, and that'll be the Maserati, of course, kicking up the puddle in the background there. Andy Willis, we saw that plenty of times. And then we did have a couple of spins. This is when they started to go, and this was the number 9 in the E-Type, which did have to come into the pits with damage, and then a little bit more contact further back for the number 11 as well.
Yeah, it was second place David Morris that went round, followed by Brad Baker's ERA B-Type. That brought out the safety car as that closed things up, and it led to a little bit more racing action. The Maserati of Andy Willis starting to become a threat for Ian Baxter's Alta, and it eventually did, while Fraser Nash and Pat Blakeney-Edwards cruising up to the back of him. This is that battle, though, between the Maserati and the Alta. The Maserati eventually winning out on that one, and battles all the way throughout the field, getting oh so close to the final barrier, finding the huge puddles as well. Extra grip, I'm not quite sure, but the one man who managed to master the rain lap by lap over the course of 20 minutes, despite a slower start, despite pressure from the Fraser Nash of Pat Blakeney-Edwards, it was Mark Gillies in the ERA A-Type R3A from 1934 that managed to take the win of the Goodwood Trophy, his first win since 2022.
Morris is right up into the lead again. Can he find a way through? It's going to be over the line, side by side.
For 70 years, we've had a single philosophy. Lightness is a force.
Jimmy, you got a small taste of your car yesterday. How did it all go?
Yesterday, we were in the dry in this beautiful AC Cobra, and it's a handful there. In the wet, it is just a beast. So with the wet track, I hope it's going to dry some and we're done with the rain, at least for today. This car has so much power. It's like driving a Formula car on slicks, cold slicks, in the rain. It's even worse than you could imagine. So everybody last year shared with me how difficult it is to get around here in the wet in a Cobra, and it was more challenging than I thought. So I'm a little nervous.
And I've got to ask, your new FIA-approved racing boots, carefully chosen for the weekend.
Yes, and if you look inside, that's not fur to keep my feet warm. It's actually Nomex. They are FIA approved.
I wonder if JP could have a wee look at the wellies. There we go. Look at that, Nomex fur. Look, Jimmy. So I guess come the race, if it is wet, it's just a case of hanging on with these Cobras.
It really is, and I don't have a lot of time in these cars in the wet, really in the wet, and the more I think about it. I've only had like 3 wet races my whole life. In NASCAR, when it rains, we go home. So it's a whole new experience, plus the history of this car and everything behind it. I just want to keep the fender straight on it.
Well, look, enjoy it. Best of luck.
Right, thank you.
And here we are then getting all ready for the second qualifying to take place for the RAC TT, the big race that will be taking place on Sunday at 2:30 in the afternoon. And I'm very pleased to say that John Watson has joined me, a former Grand Prix racer and commentator. We've worked together many, many years, John. It's lovely to be here at the Revival, and here we are enjoying one of the last qualifying practice sessions of the weekend, actually, because we are going to be getting very much more into racing. We've just seen an entertaining race in the Goodwood Trophy, but this is the final qualifying session for the RAC TT, because they ran yesterday as well.
Indeed, and very difficult conditions for these cars, very, very powerful GT cars, many of them such as the Cobras that Jimmy Johnson was talking about, and others, Jaguars, the TVR just gone out of sight. The car that dominated last 1 year ago in the TT, but you can still see damp racetrack, standing water just to the left of pictures. They come out of Madrid all the way down into Ford water, and then you get this double right-hand corner, the first part of St. Mary's here, where the TVR is entering, and all very much in control. But this is tippy-toe stuff. These are very powerful GT cars. In the case of the TVR, probably over 400 brake horsepower, and certainly the AC Cobras will be of a similar magnitude.
It's great to see Tom Christensen out, as you say, in this car, the TVR Griffith, which has had success here last year when Tom Ingram was driving it. Mike Whitaker is the entrant and the other driver for this one. But right now, to see the superstar Le Mans racer Tom Christensen playing around in the wet, and we've got quite a lot of drivers who obviously are just playing with the cars at this stage, just to get a bit of a feel for them. You're looking at the AC Cobra Le Mans Coupe version, actually, this one, the number 13. Sean Lynn and Ginny Johnson are sharing this one.
Yes, this is the car Jimmy Johnson was talking to just a moment ago, and Ed Foster was talking to him in the pits. And well, the Cobras very quickly, Dario Franchitti and Andrew Smith in the number 79, and quickly trying to get a feel, first of all, for the track, because they haven't driven in these conditions until now. One would hope that as the session progresses, principally, the track is going to get that little bit drier, and of course times will, as a result, will improve. But it's a question of being on the circuit at the right time. Looking directly behind me right now, I have to say it's a little more grey. 5 minutes ago it was blue skies, yeah, but now it's getting more and more grey, and I fear we may get another tranche of heavy showers that have been coming in really since early hours of this morning.
Well, the Franchitti car just gone fastest there. Dario Franchitti and Andrew Smith sharing the number 79 AC Cobra, and that has, briefly set the pace. But obviously we're seeing everybody just putting their first laps in. So we're getting changes all the time on the order currently, and we'll just see how this develops over the next few minutes. Right now, though, it's the Tetley Buncombe Shelby Cobra that has gone fastest. The number 24, that's Alex Buncombe and Jack Tetley. So that has gone quickest right now. So we're just seeing that they're 1 minute 55. So yesterday in the dry, they were doing 1 minute 24s at the top end. It was the Turner Bryant AC Cobra that was fastest, the Rob Huff Jaguar E-Type, which he is sharing with Andrew Bentley. That was second fastest, only a tenth of a second down in the dry.
Yes, I saw Rob Huff last night, and he was confident that he would manage to go that little bit quicker to put an E-Type Jaguar on to pole position, but entirely different circumstances and conditions. There's the gold and red Cobra.
Yeah, well, this lovely E-Type. This is the Tom Ingram and Richard Kent, number 88, with great history in the world of motorsport and beautifully presented as well. So this is the fourth fixed-head right-hand drive made by Jaguar, raced in 1962 by Dick Prothero with various wins, and won the Autosport 3-litre championship production sports cars back in those days. And it also finished an impressive sixth place at Goodwood TT in 1962 versus the likes of Innes Ireland, Graham Hill, Roy Salvadori, all those stars that used to race here.
I think the car's actually now more famous than the drivers that drove it in period.
Yeah, you're right.
Cut 7, that's the registration number, was then followed by Cut 8. So two iconic Jaguar E-Type fixed head coupes. These are the coupe version as opposed to others we will see, which will be the Roadster. Oh, and then Sunbeam Tiger has sponges coming out of Woodcote.
Yeah.
And I'm not surprised, because there's in fact two Tigers coming almost together into the chicane. That's the others in one of these cars.
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen more people falling off yet.
I suspect we may well do. So the Sunbeam Tigers, again, a Ford V8 power unit. I think it's the 260 cubic inch engine in that car. Saw them race at Le Mans 1964. It was an experience of my lifetime.
I bet it was. Wow, that must have been amazing. So it is the Frank Kitty. We've got more rain coming in. We are being confirmed that by our crew, who are perhaps having to cover up again a little bit, because as you can see, the rain is definitely... this weekend, with the way the wind's coming, it is always at Lavant that we seem to see the rain coming in first, don't we?
Well, the prevailing wind in this area, having lived here for 19 years, is predominantly southwesterly, and everything is coming in from the Atlantic. And just at the minute, we've just got rain falling again. It sort of cleared up literally about 10 minutes ago. There was blue skies all around, but that's how quickly these weather patterns are coming and going.
Yeah, so it's going to be tricky to actually set any faster paces, so we'll just have to see how this goes. Tom Christensen still playing with the TVR Griffith at the moment.
Just look at Tom Christensen. He's wearing a Bell helmet, which has got a bar in the middle of the driver's viewing area, and that's something Tom actually copied from a helmet design that I had back in the days when I was driving. Tom loved it, and he's had a recreation made, and that's the helmet he's wearing here right now.
That's really good to know. Yeah, it's lovely that he uses that helmet. Now you're looking at one of the very few Porsches that are out, the 1966 Porsche 906. It's about to be caught by Tom Christensen, but it's lovely to see the Yukinori Suzuki Neil Yanni shared 906 2-litre flat 6-cylinder, and it was created for the 1966 World Sports Car Championship. Not quite as rapid as some of the others, and obviously taking a little bit easy at this stage.
Yeah, I would say that this is an exploratory life. That's the first we've seen of this Porsche since the session got underway, and I think it's very sensible to go out and just feel what the racetrack is giving up, the level of grip. This is, of course, a mid-engine Porsche. The 906 was the car that followed on from the hugely successful Porsche 904.
Absolutely.
But the TVR probably got close to double the horsepower that Porsche would have.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Everybody still getting in some useful distance at the moment, just to get a feel for the cars. Because remember, when they are going to be racing tomorrow, so this is a second qualifying session. We are thinking that hopefully tomorrow is looking a bit dry, but who knows? We may well get rain tomorrow, so it's well worth you getting out there in these conditions and just getting a feel for what the car's doing.
Well, just watching this Cobra, currently second quickest, gone fastest in that middle sector of this existing lap. Now traffic coming up ahead of him. He's got cut 7, the Jaguar, so that's going to restrict what's going to be possible in terms of getting through Woodcote, this double right-hand corner that comes at the end of the long Lavant Straight, and then the short run down into the quick right-left at the chicane. And the chicane took a bit of a battering yesterday in one of the support events, they're practicing for that, and so maybe a little bit of loss of pace on that last lap for the 79 Cobra, which has got Franchitti and Andrew Smith in it. In fact, it's gone quickest. In fact, having lost a little bit of time that last sector, he was able to balance that out with that purple middle sector. So that car has actually gone quickest overall. And having said that, the 34 has just now gone quickest, Tetley and Buncombe. So literally almost by the car coming through as they complete a lap, the times are changing.
Yeah, and it's really close, as you say. It's only 0.2 of a second between them, and then we're within a second, the top three. Everybody just looking for opportunities. There are a few more coming into the pits now for drivers to swap around. With still some 14 minutes to go in this practice session, but obviously both drivers want to get a feel for the track layout in these rather slippery conditions.
Just watching the Jaguar entering St Mary's, getting two wheels on the curb on the entry, and wouldn't want to be doing too much of that because the curbing generally is, in these wet conditions, offers up less grip than it does when you try it in the dry, and of course the grass on the inside is saturated. As we watch the 24 Cobra, this is the car currently quickest, Alex Buncombe and Jack Tetley. So, and there's that Alex behind the wheel, or is that Jack Tetley? I'm not quite sure. Coming through, there's two-part Lavant corner which leads on to the quickest part of the. So these cars are reaching nearly in dry conditions at 150 miles an hour, and then they've got to get slowed down at the end of the straight for the two-part Woodcote corner.
Absolutely, yes. It's such a challenging layout, this circuit, there's no doubt about it. But this Alex Buncombe, Jack Tetley, Shelby Cobra doing a good job. But it's great to see the some front runners actually on track together effectively. So the number 79 is now back down into second place. But as you can see from on board, it looks as though it may well now set a new pace with the fastest sector times going on. And yes, a 1:52.381. So it goes top again.
Once it's going to be a battle between the two Cobras. One of the 24 was Alex Buncombe, who had been quickest, now demoted down to second. And Franchitti and Andrew Smith have taken away that provisional time, a 1:52.3, but that's indicative of, when you consider the times that they were doing in dry conditions, a long, long way off, and the track conditions right now are very difficult indeed for these extremely powerful AC Cobras. There's a Bizzarini just ahead of the Cobra, and the TBR following just behind the 79 provisional quickest car on track.
Yeah, they're doing a great job with it at the moment, this AC Cobra. One of three original right-hand drives. You can see it is a right-hand drive AC Cobra. Or in 1964, it was raced at the Croft by Croft circuit owner Bruce Ropner. He was the owner of the Croft circuit at the time, and he raced it. But it was also driven by Jack Sears in its day, and went on to win the first what was called the UK drag race. Apparently, this car. So yeah, but also we've got plenty of others, lovely machines that we can keep an eye on here as well. And the number 94, we've seen this at Goodwood various times. It's being shared by Marino Franchitti and Bobby Verdon-Rowe this weekend, another of the AC Cobras. It was from 1964, and Bobby Verdon-Rowe's owned this for quite some time. Yellow snake eyes with that black on the silver bonnet, and it's been shared with others. It was raced extensively in the USA in the 1960s.
Yeah, a lot of the Cobras remained in America. Of course, some came over to Europe and raced throughout the championships and ultimately going to Le Mans. But the Cobra in this configuration, as opposed to the Ultimate Cobra, which is the Daytona version, which was a much slipperier car, and it had that famous Peter Cram tail on it, which gave the car a little bit more rear-end downforce. These cars, not necessarily the quickest in a straight line, but very effective, and we've seen over the past number of seasons just how quick a Cobra could go.
Well, Cobra's always tempting to you when you're getting into racing and stuff.
Well, they were certainly, when I began my career, these cars were at the height of their...
Yeah, exactly. So you must have been seeing a lot of it.
Certainly saw them, but never ever dreamt of driving one, because it's sort of beyond what my expectations at that particular time were. But these are just amazing cars. And what you stand by the side of the racetrack and the roar, the bellow. I mean, it's just, what racing cars should sound like.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The noise is a key part of it. So a lot of them coming into the pits again. Several have gone back out.
Yeah, and just again, I think drivers are maybe going to do a change of drivers. 10 minutes remaining, and also because the rain is again coming in, so it's an opportunity just to, you complete your lap, then come in and do a driver change and let your co-driver go out and have his experience in these conditions. But you can see just the rain hammering down as the Cobra comes out of Patrick, and then makes its way down through the very quick, which in these conditions would be a massive lift. I don't even know which gear they'll be in. They might only still be in third gear in a 4-speed gearbox or fourth in a 5-speed gearbox. And this part of the racetrack coming into forward water, the track falls away from you. It's a positive camber as you enter. And then you come to, that's the first part of St. Mary's, then you've got to get back to the right-hand side, then make your entry into this part. This is the part that frequently catches drivers out. The track drops away, and then there's a small compression, then it climbs uphill again to come into Lavant.
Absolutely. So we shall see. We think it's Gordon Shedden on board at the moment, and we shall see how this goes. At the moment, it's still the Frankie Smith car that is fastest, number 79. The Shedden Aston car is currently 4th fastest, ahead of the Christensen-Whitaker machine that we've been watching as well.
I mean, I think right now the times that have been set by Franchitti and Smith are more than likely going to stand with only 8.5 minutes remaining, because the rain is getting heavier and heavier. The track's getting wetter and wetter. But we're seeing, I mean, it's slightly strange. We're seeing, we assume this is Gordon Shedden behind the wheel. He's actually set a fastest overall time in that sector 2.
Yeah.
But again, being slightly delayed coming into the chicane on this lap. But keep an eye, this car currently in 4th place. So Gordon Shedden did find time in that middle sector, and yeah, it's going to stay. Looks like it's going to stay.
Look how close it is.
Yeah.
Second, but by 0.059 of a second is the gap.
Another time to watch is just in 7th place is Rob Huff. Has done fastest times in sector 2, and so Rob Huff in the Jaguar promising he was going to go quickly. There it is. So that's going to be a car to keep an eye on as well.
Yeah, fastest, as you say, in the middle sector. Let's see, what can he do? Does Rob Huff now go right to the top? Yes, he does, by 1.1 seconds.
Well, he said he was going to do it. He's now put his money where his mouth is, and that's an E-Type Jaguar now has trounced the performance of the Cobras, which had been the dominant brand all the way through. Look at Rob, he's loving this. The E-Type is probably a slightly more compliant race car for a race driver than the Cobras. It's a proper independent suspension. The Cobras all run a leaf spring front and rear, and Rob Huff, car control, unbelievable.
And in the wet, the E-Type, I think, has a better balance often than the Cobras, doesn't it?
And also, because it's got a straight 6 engine, it doesn't have quite that very punchy torque, so therefore the transition from off to on throttle is a more progressive one. You can see Rob coming through the exit of St. Mary's, power sliding the car all the way through over the top of the crest, and then on the brakes down into the first part of Lavant Corner. You take a slightly wider line to make your exit, to get your late apex to come through. In fact, what Rob Huff is doing is not taking the traditional lines, he's running slightly wider. Sometimes there is more grip in these conditions when you drive offline, but he is flying.
He is absolutely flying. This is a fantastic job by Rob. He's always wonderful to watch here at Goodwood. He's had so much success here over the years, but also a great touring car racer as well. And you're just watching a star in a car that he loves driving, this semi-lightweight E-Type. And just try and keep an eye on it if you can, because the control that he's doing, he's letting it oversteer, but he's not going mad. He's just controlling it beautifully. Try and stay off the grass. But actually, that was an interesting line. He, on purpose, decided to keep tighter rather than let it run wide. He may have found a drier line, and he does a 150.7.
It's gotten even quicker again, so he's finding time where everybody else seemingly is finding a struggle, albeit Tom Ingram in 88 has gone extremely well, so that's another E-Type that's come forward. Tom Ingram winning last year in the TBR, so it's now 2 E-Types with just under a second gap between the first and second quickest cars.
Yeah, there you are. That's the second fastest car now then. So Tom Ingram, who is in that second place. We've got touring car stars up there at the moment with that gap of 0.8. But it's fascinating, John, watching the lines that they do try and take, because I noticed also through Madgwick that Huff took it a nice wide line, because there may be slightly drier line on the outside sometimes than on the actual normal racing line.
Well, it's one of those strange effects when you get a very wet racetrack, because the racing line has got rubber down, which is what you want in dry conditions. In wet conditions, that actually can work against you. So often drivers will take strange lines into a corner, through a corner. So let's watch and see what Tom Ingram does coming down into Lavant. Again, very gentle on the entry in as we go back This is Jake Hill in the AC Cobra. So he's, whereabouts is that car? That's currently in 6th position. So they've got personal bests for the current sectors. So Jake Hill, and I think he might have backed out a bit here, coming down into Woodcut.
I think there's a bit more rain falling too.
It's hammering it down right now.
But I have to say that Huff is still on a good lap. I mean, he's still doing a very impressive second sector. Whether the third sector is still going to be able to set the same pace as before, you can see there's a little bit of wobbly balance going on with the number 24 car. But yeah, that's going well across the line.
Well, I'm going to wait and see, can Rob Huff actually break the 1 minute? Oh, he's done it 1 minute 49.885. So he has gone even quicker. He's now got a 1.7 second buffer, which has now dropped back to 1.1 as we speak.
Yes, I'm sorry, I was saying the wrong one there. That's Jake Hill. Sorry, we were looking at the different machine just then, but this is Jake Hill in the number 25 car. So he's showing this with Carl Tilley, and this is the Tagera Buick EE Coupe. So this is pretty rare. It actually was a car raced by Sir Jackie Stewart at one point. It has Le Mans history. Let's see what Jake can do, because he's on a pretty good lap at the moment.
Well, they've certainly got all the skill that's required to get the maximum out of it. As he comes up behind the sister car to cut 7, that is cut 8 in the Trajero Buick, a V8 American old alloy, I think it was at the point when it was initially installed. And coming down into Woodcut, and just takes a very conservative entry. He wants to keep the car pointing in a straight line. He doesn't want to get the car going too sideways. This is probably, again, a much more nimble car, but I would say maybe a little bit more tricky in certain circumstances. But Jake Hill doing an excellent job. And that car currently is done in 6th place. It is actually goes up to 5th place in that final lap.
Yeah, he's still a little way off the actual pace that's been set by Rob Huff. He's about 3 seconds away. So in the wet, perhaps it's a little bit more nervous. It looks that little bit wobbly, doesn't it?
There's a car that looked wobbly yesterday. This is the AC Cobra, the yellow. That's the car that Jacques Villeneuve is driving, and Jacques learning Goodwood is more than just going on to some simulator and saying, oh yeah, that looks easy. Yeah, 4 borders flat. Well, actually, it's not flat until you work out precisely how your car and the racetrack come together.
Yeah, and the conditions are still proving to be very, very challenging, there's no doubt. We just saw the number 33 E-Type a moment ago, Nicholas Ditting and Sam Hancock. They're sharing that E-Type, the one that has already done plenty here at Goodwood over the years. But we are running down towards the end of this second practice session for the Royal Automobile Club TT celebration, which is going to be one of the big races for tomorrow. And in a way, it's excellent to see that they can experience them both in the dry yesterday, in the wet today, and then we will just see how it all comes together. And we've got these battles, as ever, between the Jaguar E-Types and the AC Cobra. So the gap between the Jaguar E-Type that's fastest at the moment to the fastest of the AC Cobras is 0.4 of a second right now. In fact, no, we've got 2 E-Types, that's right, yeah, so we've got the 2 E-Types up the top end there. So the Cobras in the wet, they do struggle a little bit more, as we know. So the fastest Cobra is actually in 3rd, thanks to Gordon Shedden. It is there, number 6. You can just see it coming up through. That is 3rd fastest. It's 0.8 of a second off the pace set by Rob Huff.
So the gap between 1st and 2nd is just under half a second. Tom Ingram doing a great job trying to challenge Rob Huff for that pole position. And we've got 34 seconds remaining, so those cars on a lap now can finish that lap. As we look at the 22.
Yeah, the Jensen Button, Chris Buncombe. Now this was a car that Jensen more recently bought, so it hasn't been completely changed. They're just sort of running it as he got it. It was a car with real history. It was raced by Dick Prothero. Again, I mentioned his name earlier. He was a racer of the 1960s. But Jensen and Chris will be sharing this one.
So back to current pole position car, the 18 E-Type Jaguar, still assuming Rob Huff. So in 2nd sector again, purple sector, meaning he is the quickest in that sector. And the thing, Rob Huff, he's got so much confidence. When you see him behind the wheel, he is in charge of this car. Sometimes in these conditions, a driver finds himself with the car in charge of him, but not the case with Rob.
I'll tell you what, you've got to keep an eye on Rob later on today in the St Mary's race. It's a very different car. He's in an Austin A40, but because there was a problem with the car, he will be at the back of the grid for that one, so he's going to have a lot of work. But this is, as you say, it's been a real joy watching him. He's been very rapid, set the pace, and lovely balance.
Yeah, just watching the way he entered into the second part of St Mary's, taking quite a different line to others around him to try and make it slightly more acute at the point he turned in, but get much straighter line coming off the corner to enable him to get more traction, to get more power down, to get a quicker exit speed to run all the way up to the two-part Lavend. And look at the spray coming off the racetrack now, and you can see just how much more rain has fallen. The spray's going up and it's hovering in the air. There had been a strong breeze, but that breeze seemingly is maybe slightly less than it was. As there's the Lister Coston, yes. So that's another unique car, raced again principally at Le Mans, but now a regular visitor here to Goodwood.
Let's just see, can he go even quicker on this lap? It's going to be about the same as he's already done, 1:49.0. It's going to be very similar again. Actually, he's in the 48, so he does go a fraction quicker again.
I mean, amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, the track conditions are wetter. Ironically, sometimes when they're wet rather than slick, you do pick up a little bit more time, but Rob Huff has done an outstanding job. He's now got a 1.5 second advantage over the second place 88 Jaguar of Tom Ingram. So yeah, I don't know that Tom is going to be able to be in a position to respond to that, but again, a masterclass from Rob Huff and really challenging conditions.
Very, very impressive as ever from Rob, the World Touring Car Champion of 2012, a man who competed in World Touring Cars with Chevrolet for 8 years. He took 30 wins in total in the World Touring Car Championships. We've seen him in British Touring Car Championships when he first sort of got going in that, and then we've seen him again more recently, but in historic racing as well. He is absolutely superb. Let's have a look at some of the highlights then from the RAC TT second qualifying. We'll be looking at how the weather conditions have been changing throughout, and yet unbelievably the times have got better and better. They were being cautious obviously when they first went out.
Yes, and well, you see just caution, a little bit of trouble coming out of Woodcote for the Sunbeam Tiger. The conditions look to be much better. We thought we were going to see the session getting drier as it progressed, but then that big black cloud behind the racetrack drifted across. But ironically, as I was saying, sometimes when the track is actually wet and not slick, you do pick up more grip, and that's certainly what we're seeing Rob Huff particularly and Tom Ingram do.
Absolutely. So great stuff. Really enjoyable to watch, and we shall see how the race goes tomorrow. So having had a dry qualifying yesterday when it was the AC Cobra of Turner and Bryant that set the pace, today it has been the Jaguar E-Type that has set the pace, and Rob Huff has shined extremely well. An impressive session in qualifying for the RAC TT. So, earlier on, we've got a chance to catch up with James Hayden because we'll be looking forward to the race coming up, which is for the motorbikes.
In the motorbike paddock, I've come across a certain James Hayden, one of our commentary team, exploring the machines that are about to go out in the Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy. James, we can hear them getting warmed up behind us, so it's a bit loud down here, but just talk to us about the kind of machines that can qualify to go out in this race.
Yeah, well, this year is the 366s, so in that top 10 we've got, like, it's mostly Max Norton's G50s, 6 Max Nortons, 3 Matchless G50s and 1 Hanson Honda. So, you know, nice little variety, but the winner's probably going to come from a Manx or a Matchless, to be honest.
Yeah, but it is nice to see that Honda ridden by Dean Harrison, who took 2 Superstock TT wins this year. I think he's qualified in 8th position there.
It's great job by Dean. You know, that bike's not normally that high up. We've seen it many times here. You know, it's obviously a bike famous from Daytona back in '66, so lovely to see it here. And he's really making that fly.
And as we mentioned, a TT winner there, but so is a lot of the others on the grid.
Oh, my word. I mean,
we've got some quality here.
The quality of the grid. We've got ex-MotoGP winners. We got World Superbike champions, British champions, World Endurance champions. A man who's won 4 sidecar World Championships. It's just stuff full. And when you talk about TT, we got Dunlop and McGuinness, 2 of the best ever. 56 wins between them, 98 podiums. So the quality of the grid's amazing.
Yeah, and going to make for an exciting race. But James, you're commentating on this. Who's your money on for the win?
I mean, it's a 2-part race, so you've always got to bear that in mind. So your partner. So really, for me, Hilliard Jackson looked really strong. McGuinness and Burrell, they look strong. But you never know. There's some really good riders still out in qualifying. Storm Stacey was sensational, and Michael Russell always good. But obviously the conditions are going to play a part. But generally, it should be a really good race. With that many good riders, I can't wait.
I mean, just touch on the conditions there. I mean, we obviously see a lot of 4-wheel machines go around the motor circuit, but we're talking about 2 wheels here on a wet, tricky track. What's that going to be like for the riders?
Yeah, tricky. I mean, a lot of the guys are just, I just spoke to some of them. They're like, I'm not quite sure how hard to push. So you just got to be gentle. You got to take your time. It's a different sort of thing. Obviously, they're not on the full latest wet tyres like we run. So, it's a different sort of thing. But he equally said that they used to race them in these conditions in the day, and it's, it's about relaxing, being smooth, and hopefully we'll be in for a really good race.
Well, we've got all the ingredients for a fantastic race. It's time to put your bets on. We'll be excited to watch the Barry Sheene Memorial Trophy.
in the Goodwood Trophy. All 3 fighting. Atkinson up the inside. Number 1 for one jump.
Goodwood is just absolutely fantastic, and if you guys have never been here, you've got to come here very soon.
You can get close to the drivers, you can get close to the cars, you can really feel like you're involved in the action.
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars. You know, I see Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of familiar faces. It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Well,
Well, of course, this morning we had the VW T2 display out on the track, but we like to take you behind the scenes here at Goodwood Revival, and I've managed to get myself into one of these VWs with the owner, Andy. This is such a wonderful camper van, but it's got quite a story because actually there seems to be another camper van on top of this one. So can we explain that first?
Yeah, that's right. On top is our little mini Bella, or baby Bella if you like, and that is something that we made for my son when he was 3, and for the last few years of camping at festivals and whatnot, he's been driving it around in the fields with us when we've been on show.
What an amazing thing to have as a family as well, to be able to go round. But there's a story to this camper van because it wasn't always as it is.
No, that's exactly right. Not everybody knows, but it used to be an ambulance many moons ago, which is why it's got a few little features different to others. We've got glass window separator at the front, and the tailgate drops down, where obviously you would roll out the bed in the early days, but now it's just a breakfast bar.
I can't believe that it used to be an ambulance because it's actually quite small. It's quite frightening that they would have made this an ambulance.
Yeah, exactly. And even now, everything changes into a bed. We've got a cooker here and a sink, but it's very compact, to say the least.
And how often do you actually go around in this?
We take it out a handful of times a year, but we also use it for weddings as well. So we do a lot of like bridal journeys or bridesmaids journeys, all local to Kent.
So it's a famous camper van, but also not just for weddings and everything. You've had it signed by a fair few famous people.
Yes, we've had it signed by Dame Jessica Ennis-Hill and Cody Simpson, who were with us at the start of the Commonwealth Games. That was where Bella was hired by the Queen to take the baton from Buckingham Palace to Westminster Abbey. So we've been very fortunate.
And actually we can see that in this picture here. If I just bring this out, this is the moment. You can see the Queen standing just behind at Buckingham Palace. How surreal a moment was that for you, actually?
Incredibly surreal. Yeah. I spent most of it worrying that I was going to stall it in front of thousands of people and on international TV. So I was lucky I didn't.
No, I mean, you definitely can't in front of that, but it's a stunning picture. It's a wonderful, wonderful camper van. And to be a part of the display this morning, what does that mean to you and the family?
It's just making memories. Once again, it's an incredible thing to be a part of. I mean, I've been coming to Revival and all the Goodwood events for a long time now, but to be actually out there on track and be a part of the show, it means so much more.
Did you manage the chicane okay?
Yeah, take it in second gear would be absolutely fine.
Listen, thank you for letting us come and have a little seat in your camper van. It's really, really special and wonderful to see, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
Michael Emanuele, so Michael, I think you're starting. What's the plan?
The plan is to not fall over when running across the track, and then I think steady away. Conditions are very different to yesterday, and then we'll see how the race evolves, but we'll stop around half-time to make sure this legend gets his good run.
Emanuele, you've been doing this for a few years now. You must be absolutely loving it if you're still getting on the grid.
No, it's a dream coming true. I'm doing something well above my possibilities, and this is why for a sportsman who loves challenges it's a very special feeling. I really would like to thank the Russell family, because without their support, their advices and their also, patting on the shoulder, sometimes it would be even more difficult. So all my thoughts, and believe me, my legs are shaking because these conditions are tricky, and I just have no track time at all. So my concern is to bring it home, and whatever happens, I will try to bring it home. And for me, I have so much respect for these riders, so much respect. People say the road racers are crazy. For me, this is disrespectful. The road racers are very brave and not crazy at all. So somehow to be accepted by their community is a great privilege for me.
Michael, I see you've got a couple of bikes here. What's going on?
I couldn't comment. No, there's a softer bike. It's wet and slippery, and it is just nice, much easier to ride. So I was thinking with the wet, to make sure we had the best chance of finishing, we'll go out on the slightly slower but softer bike. So that's all that is, just the weather. And then if one goes wrong, we've got to make sure this guy gets some laps. So even if I break down, we can jump him on the other bike and he can go round.
I do hope you bought your wife Marlene a lovely present to apologise for racing a motorcycle.
I think true love in Italy goes beyond presents.
On that bombshell, the best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Great to see two of the riders who will be combining to see what they can do in the race that is coming up. Let's discover a little bit more about what we can expect from the Barry Sheene Trophy.
Motorcycles only competed once at Goodwood Motor Circuit in period at the so-called Goodwood Saturday meeting on 14th of April 1951. But they have been an ever-present fixture at the revival since 1998. Two-time 500cc world champion Barry Sheene was a star of the early bike races at the revival, winning 5 times, including his last ever race in 2002. When he tragically died in 2003, the race, previously called the Lennox Cup after one of the family titles, was renamed in his honour. The Barry Sheene Memorial Trophy is a 2-part race with an aggregate result. In each part, the owner shares with a VIP rider, including a roll call of Isle of Man, Grand Prix and World Superbike stars. The race alternates between 2 forms, one for motorcycles built up to 1954 and the other up to 1966. At the 2025 revival, it's the turn of the 1960s machines, meaning fans of two-wheeled motorsport will be treated to a thrilling battle between Manx Nortons, matchless G50s and MV Agusta 503s.
Myself and motorcycle legend Steve Parrish, we're stood on the balcony overlooking the bikes that are in the holding area, about to go out for the Barry Sheene Memorial Trophy, the first race. And Steve, you've been getting stuck in right in the thick of it, getting all the gossip that's going on ahead of this one.
Apart from that, I'm drenched because it's pouring with rain. The engines have just stopped, but the format I'm hearing now from the clerk of the course, Sally Russell, is that they're going to let the amateur riders do 1 lap to check the surface conditions.
Okay.
Come in, let the professionals, the VIPs as such, the fast guys, to then go out and do a sighting lap and then go to the grid. But the fact that the engines have gone quiet tends to think that there might be some sort of delay going on. Another thing that's changed is Michael Dunlop, who had a nightmare of a qualifying at the back. He's changed bikes and numbers, so he's gone from number 6 to number 42. He'll be on a Norton now as opposed to the BMW, and maybe 3 minutes before they go out now. So it's a little bit changed. There will be a delay, but I'm wondering if the riders will be happy with the conditions. Standing water on a motorcycle is just no fun whatsoever. I'm sure James Hayden is in the commentary booth thinking, I'm really pleased I'm not going out there and doing it. And you're the same, I think.
I think a few of us.
And me, for that matter. I can see blue sky in the distance, but there's also a lot of rain still coming in here. It's going to be very, very awkward. The track is incredibly slippery, not because it was built slippery, it doesn't get used much. I mean, it's really only a couple of events a year that it gets used, so it'll be tricky out there. And I've spoken to many riders that really just want to go and have lunch, to be quite honest with you.
I mean, there's nowhere else like Goodwood. I'm sure lots of them have still got butterflies, that tingling feeling as they put their helmet on. It is a really special race. I think a few of us are maybe happy to be watching on the sidelines for this one, but we can see plenty of MotoGP umbrellas, TT umbrellas. The calibre that's in this race is phenomenal, and I think all the ingredients are there that are going to make this an exciting race.
Yeah, but there's so many unknowns now because they haven't practiced in the wet, of course. Number of little things. One or two have got different tyres on. There's a bit of a battle with tyres between Avon and Continental. No one really knows which will be the best tyre to use around there. And we might think it's a fun race, but as you rightly said, there is so much talent out there, but they're not used to riding these old bikes, or some of them aren't. And weirdly, sometimes the amateurs, when I say the amateurs, the owners of the bikes that race them all around the country in the classic series, will probably be faster than some of the professional guys out there, which is always so embarrassing.
Yeah, and I guess they haven't got long to feed back to each other in that rider swap. It's literally hop off, hop on.
Yeah, well, Lee Johnson yesterday, they were practicing rider swap. Well, when the bike came in, he hadn't got his helmet on, so we told him to try and sort that out there. But Emmanuel Pirot, who is going to be starting the race, in theory, he's got 3 car races to do as well this weekend. 2 bike races, 3 car races. I very much doubt if he's ever ridden around here on a bike in the rain, and he's starting on pole position. Fair amount of pressure there with Mike Russell, who has set the fastest time in qualifying. And I think the race could be really interesting because you've got some very fast guys, but they're actually teamed up with some not so fast guys. Then you've got people that are maybe not really as quick as the really fast, but their average between the two of them will be quite good. So we'll have to wait and see what goes on there. But first thing is to check that the track's okay to ride on.
Yes.
And I can see the screen in the distance, and it is very, very wet.
It is wet. We can see the bikes just pulling onto the track now. The spray as well is kicking up behind them. That's going to be another thing that they're going to contend with. And like you say, these are really exclusive, unusual and rare machines that even though we have got such high caliber of riders, these are unique. I was speaking to Ben Birchall, who's a world sidecar champion, and he was sort of saying how different the controls are. He's used to having the gear change on the opposite foot, a road to a race shift, all of those things they're having to think about, which isn't normal for them, I guess.
No, they are kind of peculiar machines. The other thing to think about is some of these old bikes, they won't really like all the wet weather. In the electrics, they're not modern electrics or anything else like that. They're very basic magnetos and things like that. And so there could be a number of people just stop on the sighting lap or on the first lap of the race with all the rain getting in there. But it was going to be fascinating in the dry, and let's hope it is tomorrow. But in the wet, it's really put a spanner in the works as to who is going to be good in the wet, whose bike runs well in the wet, whose tyres work well in the wet, and then we're going to find out at the end of that race. And of course, two-part race. If you break down in the first race, you can't win it overall.
Yes, and last year at Goodwood Revival we did see a wet race as well, so I'd maybe say some riders have got used to those conditions riding around Goodwood Motor Circuit from last year, but we've also got some new riders as well. One I wanted to highlight in particular, his first time last year at Goodwood Revival was Storm Stacey, who we see go from third position. This will be great for him to have last year in the bag, and this year clearly he's progressing a lot.
One bike's already broken down, I can see over there.
Oh no.
What is that, 27 I think it is?
Yes,
it's already,
we can see
whether
him
that's stopped
bike,
on the screen. But Storm, we know Storm, he's a crazy young lad, very, very fast. And he's teamed up with a Belgian guy who is not so fast, so that's going to be the other thing. What the tactics will be very important is a window between 8 and 16 minutes when you change riders. Now, if you've got a fast rider out there, you leave them out for as long as possible, but if you've got a slow rider out there, you bring them in as quick as possible. So it's, again, all about timing, counting how many laps each person has done, how much time you've got left, and sometimes that can go wrong, and the rider doesn't see the pit board because there's spray everywhere. So it's a lottery, simple as that today.
It is a lot of luck, but also a lot of strategy as well. I've just seen on my notes actually that number 27 we saw pull off there was Carlos Checa.
Oh no, really?
So that's really unfortunate for those. There's still a little bit of time. We might be able to see if he can get back round.
So what will have happened now? They've switched bikes. They've done their lap. They're switching bikes, and now the VIPs as such are going out, and then they will be the ones that start the race. Of course, a Le Mans start, that's the other thing. You could quite easily fall over and run into your bike.
You need a bit of traction for that as well.
Racing boots are not made for running in, I can assure you, as you well know. And so you could easily trip over and not even make it to your bike. Some have start runners. And in fairness, the last time I raced here, I had a runner because my legs are old and not very fast. So you're allowed to sit on the bike, and you have someone else run across the track for you. The other rider can run across, and he's got to touch the bike before you're allowed to go. You even have to keep your hand up in the air, sat on the bike, to make sure you're not cheating.
This is serious stuff, isn't it? And
very
something so unique that this is the only motorcycle fixture at Goodwood Revival, and you can see, even though it's raining, the crowds are drawing in because this is always an exciting one, and that Le Mans start really adds to that feeling. It's something we don't see at British Superbikes world level. It's
only
really
world
unusual.
endurance racing is where they do Le Mans starts nowadays, and in fairness, and the riders are told this in the briefing, it is quite awkward and can be quite dangerous because if someone at the front doesn't get a good start, they're trying to feed into all the bikes that are coming past. So that is probably the critical part of the race, getting yourself away and stuff like that. So now it's this will be in theory the VIP riders, the top guys out there, James Hillier that's out there, and Storm Stacey, and then I believe they will come round and stop on the grid, and then we will see a start. So the best thing is, I think, that the professional riders are starting the race because they're used to odd conditions a little bit more, but who knows? I really can't wait. I think it's going to be absolutely brilliant, and let's hope Carlos Checa's got back.
Yes, I hope so. I mean, what do you think the chances of that are?
Very little, because trying to push stuff push start one of them is awkward. One of the other things is the spray. As you can see, there's an awful lot of spray up there. Misting visors, as you know, is another factor that goes on when you're out there in the elements like that. As I said, water in the electronics, lots and lots of things will be going on. But if you're not at the front, it'll be difficult to see where you are.
I mean, what are these machines like off the line, Steve? Because, like you say, you want to get a good start, that could set you up for the whole race. But compared to a modern bike, what do you need to do? A bit of clutch slip, a lot of revs? What do you need?
Yeah, most of them are 4 or 5 speed gearboxes, depending on which model you buy. And it's really Nortons and AJS's. There's 3 BMWs, I think, and a Honda or something like that. But they'll run quite high gearing, so slipping the clutch is imperative. The good news is they're only about 52 or 3 horsepower, so it's not like you've got 200 horsepower that you're trying to feed in on that little skinny tyre. So the start, it won't be too bad. You won't get a lot of wheel spin around here. It's just about hitting a puddle or something like that and losing the front and sliding off. And as I said a little bit earlier, offline is much better than online because it's got more grip because it hasn't been used as much. And I know it sounds silly, but yeah, the tarmac, particularly with the cars, they wear the tarmac away, it gets smooth, you get rubber in it. And going offline is where there's more grip. But you try telling yourself when you're on a bike, take the wrong line because you feel so alien.
Yeah, there is so much that the riders are having to contend with. Lots that are going to be going around in their head as they slip their visor down for this one. We can see that they're just coming up to the last corner and they will be lining up on the grid for the Barry Sheene Memorial Trophy. There is so much to be excited about in this race. We'll be watching at the start line. Enjoy this one. Let's get to our commentary team.
Thank you, Grace. Yes, we are really looking forward to this. And the bike's just being brought up, but we are concerned, obviously, about the number 27 bike of Jürgen Volk-Rossinol and Carlos Checa. It would be a great shame if the great star, Carlos Checa, is not going to be able to get the start of this race.
Yeah, that would be disappointing, as you say. Ex-World Superbike champ, MotoGP race winner, and real class act. So we hope they get that bike fixed.
Well, it's James Hayden who's commentating alongside me. And James, you have great experience yourself here of riding the motorbikes and actually taking a victory back in 2015. Let's have a look and explain what was going on.
Oh, that's me and Mick Williams. Yeah, so that's a Matches G50, Ian Garbutt's bike, and yeah, we had a real scrap, me and Mick Williams. And the weird thing was, he took it back 20 years. We were doing this in GP, so I managed to get up the inside of him here, and then I was slightly in the wrong gear, sort of came out. He tried to get me coming up to the inside, coming in here. We went through side by side, and we came out a little slide, sort of coming out, tucked in, and it ended up being the closest ever finish by less than 1/10 of a second on the line. So yeah, that was a good result, and that is Tom Sykes is actually riding that bike here this weekend.
That was lovely. That was absolutely fantastic to watch once again. And well done, James. And it's great to have you alongside as we get ready for the start of this with the VIPs, the star riders who will be starting this race, but they'll have to run across, jump on board, and then go for it. And in these wet conditions, it is a bit of a tricky one, isn't it?
It is. You're always nervous. You've got a little circle you've got to stay in, and you're kind of apprehensive. You've got to remember to get your visor down at the last moment, but in these conditions, you don't want to put it down too early because it will start sort of steaming up, and a lot of these guys won't have ridden on. Remember, the tyres are the same whether it's dry or wet, so a lot of these guys won't have ever ridden one of these bikes on these tyres. They're like an all-round tyre, so that'll be interesting. The green flag is waved though, so we will be off shortly.
Michael Russell actually on pole position, and he's very experienced here, of course, with the number 68 bike. But it's a great start from the number 12, Ian Hutchinson. Ian Hutchinson gets away very, very effectively as they all head down. Oh, it's easy to run a bit too wide, but immediately Michael Russell coming back up the inside, number 68, and actually does take the lead.
He does indeed, and just behind him is Steve Plater, Storm Stacey as well. Look out for him, he's in black and pinky leathers. He's coming around the outside, number 22. He's going to be in the hunt. Look at the spray. Lots of people taking different lines, and Billy McConnell there also, number 24. He looked like he was up front.
Oh, wonderful stuff. But look at the spray. Look at how you're trying to get vision, particularly if you're further down the order.
Oh.
Yeah, sadly didn't get that bike going in the end.
That, I think, was McGuinness Bowl, one of the favourites for the race, qualified in 5th. I think that might have been those boys.
Right, but look at this. It is Billy McConnell that's got in front now.
Yeah, the Australian, great rider. Formula, yeah, he's won the Super Sport Championship, British Championship in England, riding in BSB this year and on the Honda, doing a good job.
Yeah, well, he's doing a great job on the Norton Manx right now. We do have plenty of Norton Manx up against the matchless G50s. That is the game here, and it is early in the race, as you can see, and it's everybody trying to find where's the grip, where can I get the line right. But that is a good breakaway so far.
Yeah, it is. There's Storm Stacey, so he's slipped past Plater. Looks like Plater might be coming back and coming down the straight. We'll see when they hit the braking area. Yeah, I think Plater's just got the inside line. Look like Johnson behind him. There's Leon Haslam, number 82. And then we've got a problem further back there. That's for Dave Johnson on the 62 Max. He's got his hand up.
Yeah, that's disappointing, but we did hear there could be several having problems. Now, in the meantime, this is a really, really good getaway by Billy McConnell, who is leading as they come over the line for the first proper lap. But also, great stuff going on by Michael Russell. There he is, 68. He's running in second place at the moment. The battle for third, fourth, fifth is all getting a bit more close.
Yes, it is, and we're just having a little look at the water as they come through here. Watch the spray of number 8 as he goes through that puddle. It really is very, very thick as he sort of comes to the edge. You start to see it. It's part of it. Look at that. So luckily, as you say, these bikes with about 50 brake horsepower, they're not like the modern stuff with over 200 spinning like mad. But it's all about being smooth and soft, you know, opening the throttle nice and gently, just snuggle it in for grip. And but at the moment, Billy McConnell really stretching the pack. Michael Russell behind him, number 68. He's just feeling his way in, as all these riders are. Just want to get a little feel for the grip. Where's the line water? And actually, we've got a little bit of sunshine coming out now, which is superb because the track does dry quick.
It does, and actually I think you're right. We're going to see the track just getting a little quicker and quicker. We might see faster times coming all the time. And I think we need to keep an eye on, you know, there might be a few coming up from quite a long way down, for example. Steve Plater is up into third place now with the number 7 bike that we can see in the background. That was actually a very good start anyway, because he was up there pretty much straight away. Started down in 10th position in theory, but of course it was how you ran across when you got on the bike that could make all the difference.
Very much. Number 52, you can see. So that's number 52 is Davey Todd on the BMW. He's made up 20 places so far. He's in 9th. Obviously one of the real up-and-coming TT stars, and you can see on that boxer twin BMWs. Have a little look down though. So he got a little problem there, but looking good. Then watch those cylinders as he kind of comes around in the exhaust as they come on. That's Leon Haslam. So Leon Haslam on the Norton Manx as well. He's going well. So we got 3 BMWs in the race. Just still having a little look at that right-hand side. So we'll keep an eye on that. But Davey Todd, you know, flying. So fastest lap of the race so far is a 1:43. So let's have a little look at them all sort of coming through. Look at that. You got most people look at Stacey's soaked everyone else. Most people are just avoiding that. They're just turning it a tad tighter to avoid going through that big patch of lying water.
Yeah, it is very tricky out there, but they're dealing with it so well at this stage.
Also, I just see Sylvain Barrier, he's got up to 4th as well. So Sylvain Barrier, number 8, he was a double world super stock champion, the Frenchman. So he's cracking on. You can see him now in a big dice with Storm Stacey.
Yeah, that's number 8 you're talking about, isn't it? Sylvain Barrier.
Yeah.
And doing a great job. Started down in 14th position.
Exactly. So again, he's got a good feel for it, a natural sort of feel, and he's having a really good tussle with Storm Stacey, one of BSB's latest stars. And they're having a little look at each other down the straight. The fairing's probably going to just give him a little mile an hour or 2 on top compared to the bike without the fairing. And there's little Lee Johnson, number 66, so he's coming as well. And the advantage he's got is he's small and light, which is a real advantage on these motorcycles. Again, on the Manx, all these 3 on the Norton Manx.
Yeah, all the Manx Nortons, aren't they? So we've got plenty of the Manx Nortons on board.
Oh, that's Davey Todd. We saw him looking at the right-hand side of the cylinder, and that's a shame because he was absolutely flying. And unfortunately, it's yeah, the bike's gone bang. It's one of these Cosworth replica motorcycles. So Davey Todd just getting his way out there. So disappointing for him. Yeah. So, and just have a little look at lap times. Billy McConnell, a 1:41.4. There's no one else. The next fastest time is in the 45, so he's lapping 4 seconds quicker than everybody else. He's got an 8.5 second lead at the moment. Now, Now, look at Lee Johnston. So I don't know whether Barrier's made a mistake, but Barrier, he's dropped the Frenchman who just moved up to 4th. He's dropped a couple of seconds back from these guys, and Lee Johnston seems to be sort of going forward. But Storm Stacey, he's having none of it, and he's back through. And the lovely section at St Mary's. What a section this is on one of these.
It is, but as you say, this is proving to be an excellent battle between these two, fighting for what is 4th place. Will it become a podium? It could be, depending on what happens just a little bit further ahead. There is a bit of a gap to the top 3 ahead, but as you say, for our leader at the moment, and remember, they will be swapping over to another rider a little bit further into this race, so that can change everything. But McConnell leading, but again, a little blast past by Johnson, so yeah, going very quickly. Now there is our leader then, and making that excellent getaway, Billy McConnell, and as you say, setting fast his laps. Looks like another good lap coming up. The gap 8.5 seconds, but it's going up more than that now.
Yeah, it is. He's having a little look at his board and tucked in on the Max Norton. And you see, he just avoided that section a little bit, and again it's a 141.4, so again a bit quicker. Each lap has gone quicker and quicker. And as you say, it's a 2-part race in that you've got another rider to come in and swap with. They've got to do the second sort of part of it, and it's obviously the overall aggregate of today's and tomorrow's for the overall winner. But so it does make a difference to who your teammate is, and you know, so that's Billy's is Tony Perkin, who races the bike normally in the Lansdowne Classic British Championship, but at the moment you can see the Australian McConnell really committed, and he's found a groove. The other guys are improving their times. 45.0 for Russell on the last lap, but that's the next quickest lap. So again, he's just got that advantage. As we look at the journalist Adam Child there, and also James Ellison, number 51. James Ellison, a European Superstock champion, obviously an ex-BSB man. Duffers there coming through. He really is a who's who of names. Now that's Tom Sykes, ex-World Superbike champion. That's the bike I rode for about 10 years. Ian Garber's bike, fantastic machine, matched this G50. But we're looking back at that battle for 4th. It is. We got Stacey on the inside, 22, number 66, Lee Johnston, the absolute proper roads man, racing in Supersport, 600 this year on a Triumph in the UK.
I love the way that when you're racing against another rider, and the way you just look at each other as you're going past.
Yeah, it's a bit of fun in this, isn't it? So you're kind of going over and maybe giving each other the odd sign here and there. Let's have a little look at this. Storm Stacey's just coming up the inside, and you can see he just has to wait a fraction before he tips it in.
Knowing where he is all the time. This is really good stuff, though, isn't it? Absolutely. And that sense as a rider of knowing exactly where you are, how much space you're giving next door, it's always a big challenge.
Now, when you got to remember, so the pit window is from 8 to 16 minutes, you know, when you can come in. These guys will try and push it as long as they can before they sort of swap over. And so that is going to just change the nature of what's happening in the race. As we look at a little further back there, we've got that's Luke Hedger, number 23. He's in BSB as a privateer. We've also got the Molnar bike, and then number 37, of course, James Hillier and Dan Jackson. For many, that was the bike that we thought would really be in the hunt. They're 10th, and they're you know, this is the battle for 9th. But Hillier. But he's had a slight problem. He's 45 seconds down, so that's really, for many people, thought number 37 was going to be, you know, certainly the possible winner, because his teammate's so quick as well, Dan Jackson. Yeah. So they've just had whether they've had a really poor start or couldn't get it going or something. So we'll keep an eye on that. Hillier at the moment, he's doing 48, so he's a good 6.5, 7 seconds off what Billy McConnell's doing in the front. And every lap so far Billy's done has been the quickest. He seems to have found that mid-41s at the moment and sort of settled on that pace.
Jamie O'Brien has got that 8th place. This is really impressive, but this is a great battle, and as you say, because they will be handing the bikes over. The pit lane is open, as you can see. There's the sign, but some of them, as you say, will be staying out there for a bit longer because they've got we've got the rapid VIPs out there, but there will be one or two who may decide, let's go for the early stop.
And I'll tell you what has just caught my eye, and that's Dunlop. So Dunlop, who was qualified right down in 25th, he is now up to 6th spot. So they swapped overnight from the BMW to a Max Norton, and he is absolutely flying. So just keep an eye out on Dunlop as well. But he's actually quicker than all the men in front of him. He's in the 43s and they're in the 45s, 44s. So we'll keep a little eye on Dunlop because he's going to be with. No, look at that. He is. Look who he is. Here he is. He's already. So that's a battle for fourth. Remember, he started 25th, and Robert Dunlop, the greatest TT rider of all time, and what a job he's done there to bring that through from the position he was in. That's stunning.
And he's taking one place, I think, or is he? No, has to just to back out of it a little bit there. But this is still the fight for fourth place, which is one of the closest. Oh, look at that!
Did you see that? Both feet off as well. Storm Stacey. Yeah. He's just absolutely going. He caught it, span up on a little bit of water, and as they're coming up, so we just sort of thinking back a little bit here to
top 10 fight.
Yeah, the top 10 fight. There's Hillier just coming through. So it looks like he's probably, his Hedger still, no, he's got the better of Hedger now. So Hillier just coming through, back to Hedger, you can see there.
Yeah, all trying to make the progress that they can. You've also got Eugene Laverty there on the Norton Max, but they're number 25, also trying to see if they can find just that little bit more space as well. But there is our leader, and with this comfortable lead, it's a big advantage at the moment for Billy McConnell.
It's huge, and actually that last lap he did a 1:40.5. He's still 4 seconds quicker than the next guys, as you say, a 21-second lead. He just has clicked with that. Obviously the bike's working really well underneath him, and he's riding it beautifully. Yeah. Oh, I said that. Did you see that? He just tucked the front a little bit there. That was really close actually to going down.
Wow.
He just lost the front. He just saw it. He took his inside foot off. So Billy McConnell, he is, well, we should expect so, being 4 seconds quicker than most people, but he is on the limit.
Well, there we are. We've got an early stop. The number 40, Gordon Russell and Sebastian Gusch doing a swap over.
Yeah, so it is open now, so the guys can come in. As I say, they've got until 8 minutes, but you can't overshoot it because you will have a problem. Billy McConnell there, he's just sort of coming past number 25, which is Jenny Tinmouth. Jenny Tinmouth, obviously one of the fastest lady ever around the Isle of Man TT, and an absolute superstar.
Yeah, absolutely. But I have to say the lead that McConnell's opened up here is very, very impressive. Staying out there for a bit longer, doesn't have to come into the pits just yet, but there will be one or two more perhaps coming into the pit lane over.
Yeah, you're going to see most of the guys sort of coming in now at this next lap because you can't push it too much because you will get penalised and get time penalties. So it's very, very important. So I expect Billy McConnell will come. Oh, someone's down. Someone's down, we can't quite see, so that looks like number 26, that's Molnar. So it's
Richard Molnar.
Richard Molnar.
Not one of the Norton Manxes. Looks as though he's okay, but obviously it was an instant. And now trying to get the bike out of the way, but maybe can't do that on his own. Let's have a look here.
So this is where, just loses the, I'll tell you what, and who's that? Is that Josh Brooks? I think it might be Josh Brooks who was caught on the wrong side of him. So someone's on the grass, but it looks, when you're on the grass, on these tyres, you do very well to get it back because it's so slippy.
Trying to change the gears to be able to push it along once again. You were telling me, James, about the gears on these older bikes. You're changing them with your right foot, not your left foot.
Yeah, that's right. So there's a Triumph just coming out there, number 32 Triumph Daytona. But yes, you do. The old bikes have got the gear change on the right and the foot back brake on the left, whereas modern bikes are the opposite. So it really takes some adjustment to get your head in gear on that. Some of the bikes are swapped over, which you find a lot easier. But you can see all the guys starting to come in. There's only a minute and 50 seconds before this window closes and you'll get penalised. So we're going to see. There's Leon Haslam. So Leon Haslam just doing a nice little swap there. He's swapping to Mark Taylor. You lose a lot of time in the pit, so you just really got to get going as quick as you can.
Well, let's see how this goes because there's our race leader.
McConnell's
coming in.
I'll tell you what, I think he's going to It's going to be close. It's going to be very, very close, McConnell. And that big lead that he's got, he might lose that. So that's Eugene Laverty.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the Irishman, star of World Superbike and World Super Sport. Unfortunately, his Max Norton has called it a day. There's the Hansen Honda. The Hansen Honda has done, let's have a little look where they are at the moment.
Should be, McCall's going to have to come in at the end of this lap, but with this very, very comfortable advantage over Michael Russell. And remember, Emanuele Pirro will be taking over from Michael Russell.
I got to use all the track there,
Wow.
Billy McConnell.
He's still pushing.
So
Amazing.
do you know what though? He's missed it. He's going to get a 30-second penalty.
Really?
So all this hard work he's done, he's got a 27-second lead, and he's missed it. So at the end of the day, that pit window is closed, so he's going to come in and swap, but he will be penalised. So that lead has just vanished.
Wow, that is amazing. Because I thought they would come in with 8 minutes, but he still won't make it.
He's not going to make it, is he?
No, because you can see the clock switching away. But it does say on our screen pit window closed on our.
So 8 minutes. I thought it was 8 to 16 minutes. So. We'll keep you posted on that, but I think Billy might be a fraction late. He's got to come in this lap.
But is he coming in? No. How strange. Why? Has it not got the message? And I think he's just got the message, but it's too late now.
So anyway, let's go. So McConnell is in this massive lead out front, but we think he's going to be penalised. Second is Russell. Russell doing a great job. Plater in English third. Dunlop is up to fourth ahead of Barrier, Johnson and Stacey, but they're all coming in and swapping right now. So there's going to be a little bit of jiggling as they sort of come in.
Well, this is a bit of a strange one, to have developed a lead like that and then not come into the pits and then get a penalty when you do come in the pits. It's going to change the race completely. But then we do see this a change of race very often in the Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy. Several riders are still waiting, aren't they? And it's surprising that quite a few haven't come in. I think that the visibility, of course, of getting a message from your crew, very difficult in wet weather.
It is. But what happens if you do change outside the pit window, you incur a time penalty of 10 seconds for every 30 seconds you are outside of that pit window.
Yeah.
So
exactly. So the penalty will add in, although of course he has got a 30-second advantage.
Yeah.
So when they get the penalty, we won't get that completely added until after the race. But there you are.
There's a lot of riders either missed it or sort of coming in. So
they're looking frustrated. You can almost see the frustration for some of those riders.
Yes.
Where is my bike? I want it.
Yeah, we can. So that's Sylvain Barrier's number 8. He's swapped over to Jimmy May, and they're just going to get this little reshuffling at the moment as the riders sort of come back out and rejiggle. You see there, number 100. That's another one of those Caxor BMW R50Ss. And Billy's in this time. He's going to put his hand up. So Billy comes in.
Yeah, at last.
That is your lead. As we say, it was a 29.4 second lead.
But it's surprising, isn't it? And quite a few other bikes. I'm surprised looking at our list at how few, there's still 4 or 5 that hadn't come into the pits well after the time they were meant to come in.
Yep, Adam Child just dropping Stuart Tongue there as well. So the journalist, he's just swapped over and he's out the pits, and they're also looking at, so that's Billy McConnell's teammate Tony Perkin, the classic racer himself. So we will
it's going to be quite hard to read on our screens because the penalty won't be applied to our screens until later on, presumably. So it's actually going to be quite hard for us to work out who's going to win this one.
It is. We'll sort of keep you posted as we get updated, but they are still in the lead at the moment. But it looks like it's down to 10 seconds. So he must have a minute over. So you had 2 10-second penalties, 20 seconds. So it's gone from a 30-second lead to a 10-second lead.
But then, is Michael Russell still out there on the number 68 bike? Because I don't see a sign that it has been into the pits yet. So there you are.
Yeah. So that is Russell's. So that is Emanuele Pirro. Oh no, it's still Russell, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, why haven't they swapped? Because they're also going to get penalised.
Do you know what? I actually think maybe we've never seen something quite like this, but I think they might have taken a calculated risk in taking the penalty to do an extra lap because they think they're going to be quicker to take a a 10-second penalty per 30 seconds. So.
Well, we shall see. This is going to be fascinating to see how it works out with penalties and BARC we're going to be quite busy putting in some penalties and then working out how this is all going to work out in the end. There is Emanuele Pirro.
There is Pirro, obviously a car superstar, and what a thing. He's actually sharing a Austin Healey with Michael Russell in the car race.
That's right.
They're sharing this bike in the bike race. How cool's that? There's a Glenn English, number 7, so obviously he's teammates with Steve Plater. They're looking good. They're in just 4th. It looks like Dunlop's got ahead of them in the in that sort of changeover. So we're just having this little rejuggle at the moment.
Yeah, finished second, Plater and English in the 2023 combination. Let's see whether they're going to be able to get another chance to get a podium this time. This is really, really interesting to see how it works out. Are we still getting some other bikes coming in? I think we are, yeah.
That's Russell. That's the man who obviously was in second. We know he's going to get some time penalties. So swaps over to Pirro. Where are they at the moment? So they're still just in second, I think, at the moment.
Yeah, well, that is absolutely fascinating that he now heads out, Emanuele Pirro, with just 3 minutes to go in this race. Also coming out late is the number 42 as well, just heading out onto the track. So, yeah, really funny to see how some of these are coming out so late. Emanuele Pirro, yeah, in theory. Well, we shall see. But of course, up front at the moment, it is in theory this one still the number 24, which is leading, and will they be able to hold it? Tony Perkin riding it at the moment.
Yeah, and obviously with Billy McConnell doing 40s, 41s, obviously he's just got out and he's getting a feel for it. He's doing 54, so he's losing that sort of 12-13 seconds in comparison to the professional rider. So it's really going to be on this second ride, and this is where a couple of the pairings we thought might stand out, like your Bowen McGuinness, your Jackson Hillier, and actually Jackson and Hillier now they're moving right up, so they're in 7th, right in the back of 6th. But this is Perkins just coming into the chicane, got that little tight line, don't use all the track because of the water just coming out, and he's got it perfect there, just avoiding it.
Yeah, well, let's just see, because as he goes over the line now, he does a 153. As you say, they were doing 140s earlier on, but then I'm not seeing, as you say, even though we've got some competitive riders coming out this second batch, but nobody's showing a real...
No, I mean, 53s looks like the best sort of times that people are doing.
Now, if there's a 30-second penalty...
Here's Pirro, so he's currently in second.
Yeah,
just
to see what that gap is again, but it's showing it's at around 30 seconds. I mean, if it is a 30-second penalty, but I'm not sure it's going to be that straightforward. Let's have a look to see what the gap is. But anyway, those two will have penalty. He'll have a penalty as well.
36.4 on that lap, so it's you need to be Einstein to work this out mid-race, unfortunately, because we don't know exactly how much over each person was, but we're half thinking that it's going to be number 7 in third, English Plater, who are probably going to be in the lead because the rest have all got penalties. And actually, so he changed within the window, and when you're watching him now, Glenn English, obviously an absolute classic rider himself, and he's just about to go past Emanuele Pirro anyway, so he's swallowed up that time, and number 42, so Hornby and Dunlop. So it looks like, he's just missed a gear there, he's going to go wide. I just saw him with gear, he's got to be really, this is super slippy. So he just got up, it looked like he was probably on chance to make amends then, but I watched him miss a gear. He's just got to be slightly careful rejoining the track. He's had a look, there's nothing there, and he gets going again. He did well to keep that up, because as I say, you go off on these tyres at speed in the wet, and that grass becomes like ice. So again, it's a roll of the dice, but that almost certainly puts it back to Glenn English and Steve Plater, number 7. They should be the men as we watch Perkin come through, and there is number 7. So he's passed Emanuele Pirro, who's doing a great job, and he's hardly done any bike racing. So absolute hats off to Pirro. I think he's been brilliant.
Well, the checkered flag is out, as we can see, and the Perkin McCall bike has crossed the line already, and in theory, you would think they'd have won, but no, because they've got penalty. But the gap, that's what's going to be interesting, how big the penalties they get. Is it going to be this one?
It is. I mean, it sort of comes across on that Matches G50, and it really is obviously we knew it's a two-part race, two different riders, but with the penalties as well, it's made it quite a confusing outcome for us, and we're just hearing. So at the moment, it is Perkin, English, Russell is your top three, and with Dunlop there in fourth. So, but we'll wait and see for that to be confirmed.
But as you say, also what's important is that whatever the result is here will not determine the result, because we've got a second race. We've got to put the two together.
We've got a second race tomorrow. So I've just never seen, I've been coming here 15 years, I've never seen so many riders miss the window.
I know,
ever.
I'm astonished.
Ever, because it's the one thing you always like, don't do that, because you just get heavily penalised for 10 seconds for every 30 seconds. So you know you're going to get at least a 30-second penalty if you do an extra lap.
Yeah.
So that's yes. So
it does look, from what we're hearing at the moment, because it is more than 30 seconds between Perkin, McConnell and English and Plater, it actually does look as though the number 24 bike has probably done enough. So Billy McConnell, a job that he did earlier on.
Well, they deserve, I mean, for Billy's riding in that early part of the race, he was absolutely incredible. So it comes across, and you can see how happy he is. Tony Perkin, just absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
And I mean, that should be the result, as in how they've ridden. We just, it's just been a little confusing because of the rules for the window.
And actually, to be fair to Tony, he's just done a good lap on that last lap.
50-0.
He's faster than quite a few of the others as they cross the line. So look, so we think, even if they've got a 30-second penalty, it depends if it's more than 40 seconds, because the gap was 42 seconds in the end, they wouldn't have won. But we do think that they probably, even though they didn't make the pit stop when they should have done, it's quite possible they've got it.
He's got enough. So with that 30 seconds, I mean, as we say, we've we need to. The timekeepers is going to be a lot of head scratching and scribbling down to work it out. But it does look like, and with good justice, because number 24 Perkin and McConnell, they were flying. And so I mean, all the riders are confused. No one's quite sure where they are, but good ride from these guys as well. Glenn English, Steve Plater has a fine job on their matches, G50, and behind them again is sort of Russell and Pirro. So again, just don't know, in that little next sort of pack of riders is quite tight there. So we have to wait and see. And we're sorry we couldn't tell you exactly, but in this very complicated race, it's been almost impossible, hasn't it, Ben?
It has, yeah, but it's been fun to watch.
Oh,
and
brilliant.
actually, I'm impressed with how many riders have made it to the end, because, okay, we've lost one or two, but actually they rode incredibly well in these difficult conditions.
That is 100% they did. It was awkward, it was difficult, bit of lying water, but you've got some. They are the cream of racing, and we saw some really fine riding and just two little slip-offs. So that's a really good result for everybody.
It is, yeah. No, that was fun. It's just the pit lane thing.
Look at him. He's like, he's got his arms up. He doesn't know. He's like, well, where are you? Do you see him? Glenn English was just shrugging. His teammate there, Steve Plater. So he's like, no, we've done it. Billy McConnell just walking up there. That was the man who's. I mean, how impressive was he? I mean, his lap 140.5, and the next fastest laps were 44. So he was 4 seconds quicker than everybody in that early part of the race, which is nearly unheard of. He just got his head down, found a groove, and it just seemed to really work for him. And his Manx Norton, 1962 Manx Norton, of course, the last of the Manx Nortons and the ultimate specimen of the breed. And his teammate Tony Perkin, you can see how happy he is.
Yeah,
you
lovely,
can see his smile
view
from here. That is fantastic to see.
It really is, yeah.
I'll be interested to see what they say when when they come round.
Absolutely, to hear from them. What some interesting decisions being made there, and thankfully now the sun coming out after what was an extremely damp start, and the track is still a bit wet, there's no doubt, but they have dealt with it amazingly well. But particularly, as you say, Billy McConnell, what he did in that early stage, the Australian, the British Supersport champion of 2014. It's so impressive what he's done, and back into racing again actually after dealing with some injuries, but that really was remarkable by all these guys. Emmanuel Pirro coming over to congratulate. that it does look as though they have taken that victory, because Tony Perkin also did a great job after the stop, and although they went for a late stop, and we'll see them getting a penalty, having won by 42 seconds. We will get confirmation soon, we hope, but it will be tomorrow's race that will, as we say, will determine it all. Let's go down and hear from these riders. Ed Foster is down there to talk to them.
What a fantastic race, Billy. I'm going to come to you. They're going to start calling you Billy the Fish with a performance like that in the wet. I mean, incredible.
Yeah, no, it was awesome. I didn't actually think it was going to dry out as quick as it did. You know, there's a few bits of standing water on the last corner and that, but yeah, Tony and the team put an awesome bike together, and yeah, we just got away and then got stuck in, and then yeah, we had no pit board to say how far we were in front of that, but just kept on going, and had one moment when I was trying to get Dave, when I was coming back around Dave, and then tried to get him on the outside to try to prove a point, and then almost lost the front. It was almost game over, so I pulled my head back in there, and then yeah, carry away. So big credit to Tony, mate, and the team. You know, he's looked forward to this all year, and it's good to repay him with a win.
Well done, Tony. Come on in. You looked absolutely delighted.
Oh, I don't know what to say. I am absolutely stoked. This is just fantastic. This is something you dream about. Billy, what a teammate. And yeah, we've got a real good rapport together on and off the track, and he pulled it out the bag today and he got away, and yeah, I was pleased to just carry it to the line. But to say I'm over the moon, oh dear.
Can I ask, was there a plan to go long and take the penalty?
Of course. He was flying, wasn't he? He was flying. But I've just been told that I actually gapped the ones behind me anyway, so, but no, it was...
What?
It's a win!
Well done, guys. Fantastic ride. Let's go find second place, guys. We've got Glenn and Steve, hopefully over here. Here we go. Here's Steve. Steve, tricky conditions. We'll get Glenn in as well. You had to work for that one.
Yeah, you know what, it's so important to get a good start, because, you know, on the site and that, we've got to have a good look. There's a few deep places, deep water, sorry, that you're kind of a little bit paranoid about, so it's important to get away at the start and then just kind of trim yourself. And at one point I thought I could go for second, and then I looked behind, there's a big gap. I thought, you know what, that'll do this morning, I'll let Glenn do the rest when he gets on.
Glenn, last lap pass to get the second?
Yeah, it was, yeah. It was a bit, I said keep Steve back because he was going so well, like from qualifying 10th to get it up to third, and I was like, just keep him out to the last minute. And yeah, I just wanted to do as little laps as possible. And I could see the guys in front, I just thought, yeah, I could just push enough to catch them, and then hopefully we'll be on the podium, and worked out fine.
Well done, guys.
I let them down. It's a lot of pressure, isn't it, to jump on, and there was a lot of oil out there. I just thought, yeah. But it was the same for everyone. But yeah, brilliant. And it's all in memory of Chris, our friend, co-owner of the bike that passed away.
Well done, guys. Great riding.
Thank you.
Let's go and find third place, guys. I think we're going to have quite a delighted pair of riders over here. Emanuele Pirro, you'll recognise him from Le Mans, and now on the podium at Goodwood on a motorcycle.
Well, sometimes, you know, when you start from very low, which means so much scare and so much concern before ending up in the top three, it's amazing. But because the pit window was basically let free, so Michael Russell, the top rider and the owner of the bike, and the person thanks to whom I'm here, did the most of the race. So I don't want to take any credit, but it's still sweet, you know. And being here and being interviewed on a ladder and somehow be part of this congregation, it's super sweet. And you know, a cigar is always a cigar. Thank you,
Michael. You can't have imagined this.
Well, it's sort of a pincher moment, isn't it? Really, I have no idea. It's chaos. It'll probably take until next weekend for it to sink in, but I mean, Emanuele's discrediting himself. The circuit was treacherous, really difficult, and it's all you can do is make mistakes there, and he didn't. He rode superbly, kept calm, and was riding quickly. So all credit to Emanuele. It's a team. So, and we shouldn't really forget Michael Rutter, who's actually taught me how to do all of this anyway. So, yeah.
Well done, guys. Great job.
Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you to all of you that you didn't go home with these little showers every now and again. Thank you for staying here and being tough, all of you.
Well done, guys.
Well, that is remarkable. And we have had actually full confirmation that no penalties now in the end have been handed out, because they were told just as the race started. We didn't get to know, unfortunately, that the pit would be open whenever. So there are no penalties. So there you are. The result is Perkin and McConnell who take that victory by that massive margin from English and Plater and Russell and Pirro. And as you say, Russell and Pirro are going to be out in a car later on as well. Horby and Dunlop in fourth place from Parker and Johnson. Jackson and Hillier were in 6th. Hedger and O'Brien in 7th. Sinclair and Sykes in 8th place. Then May and Barrier and Rivas and Stacey in 10th position. Storm Stacey, who started up the front row, dropping down a little bit. Looking down the order there, you can see the Norton Manxes and the Matchless G50s. The top of one of the BMWs there up into 19th place there. The number 40 car, 40 bike rather, of Sebastian Gush and Gordon Russell, that finished down in 19th position. And then Jake Detloff and Ben Birchall, they finished in 20th place. Now remember, these results are not the outline results of the Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy. However, this is just race 1. They have to add race 2 tomorrow to actually give us the full result of the race. But here we go with some of the highlights, James. It was a bit of an amazing race, and just hearing from the riders too how difficult it was out on circuit.
Yeah, we saw early doors, look at the spray through the pack, but it was Billy McConnell, number 24, who got in front. Nightmare for John McGuinness, Barry Bowl. They just could not get their bike going, so 2 of the favourites for the race, unfortunately. And then we had this great battle. Sylvain Barrier, the 2-time world Superstock champion, they were going through the water, and all the guys sort of coming through. There you see he absolutely soaks Storm Stacey. Robert Dunlop, number 42, switched to the Manx today and had a brilliant ride coming through to 4th. But Billy McConnell, number 24, ahead of Russell, Stacey and Plater there in the early part of the race. But he just edged away, and they came through. Then Johnson, number 66, he starts coming through on his Manx Norton. Him and Stacey had a lovely tussle for 3rd spot and 4th spot. And really good guys looking at each other, having a play. But the Australian Billy McConnell just walking on water today. He was away with it. We had a couple of little slips. You can see someone goes down there, and unfortunately that pushes Josh Brooks wide. But Billy, or Skippy McConnell as they call him, just absolutely peerless. Just rode brilliantly. We saw him have one little moment, and in he comes. It was the first time ever in the race that they've ever done this, and you've been allowed to change any time. So that was an unexpected thing, but great for everybody on track. So that's brilliant. And then we watched Glenn English come out, and alongside Plater, he did the swap. And then what about this? Incredible! Emanuele Pirro, the Le Mans man and a winner. He's swapped. He's with Russell, and he gets on the podium. But as again we just see in this, Perkin, McConnell's teammate, he comes out, and then he missed a gear. This was Dunlop's teammate Hornby, did really well to keep it upright, and then we see the winner come across the line. A fantastic win for McConnell and Perkin on their beautiful Manx Norton.
Great stuff. More to come tomorrow.
The Setrington Cup is a highlight of the Goodwood Revival weekend, and this is a race for the younger generation to take to the Goodwood Motor Circuit. On board their fleet of these brilliant Austin J40 pedal cars. Now, I'm walking next to a little superstar, actually, Alyssa Thomas. Alyssa did a fantastic job earlier this year when she set the lap record in one of these machines around the Goodwood Motor Circuit. Alyssa, I wondered if I could just get a quick word with you on my microphone as we make our way to the grid. Can you tell me a bit more about what you got up to earlier in the year when you set that lap record?
When I set the lap record, I was really shy to do it. It was more of a thing which we didn't expect to do. I didn't think I'd go that far driving this pedal car, but it turns out that suddenly I became the lap record holder. Right.
You did it. How did you feel once you completed it?
I felt so happy with myself. When I got home, You
did a fantastic job raising money for charity, but this is a different kind of race, I guess. You're about to take on the Setrington Cup. How do you feel heading onto the grid for this one?
a bit nervous because it's been quite a while since I've done a sprint race. I didn't get to race last year and the year before that. But at least I can race this year because of my Goodwood lap record.
Yeah, well, you've got the best preparations for this one. We wish you lots of luck for it, Elisa. Good luck.
Thank you.
Oh, that was brilliant to speak to her. And I think just next door to me over here, David's got another little superstar.
Yes, I've just found a fantastic looking black and gold car driven here by Kush. Kush, I believe you're a bit of a veteran for this.
Yeah.
You've done this before? How many times?
3. Well, this is my 3rd one.
So you know exactly what to do for this race?
Yeah.
What's your plan?
Well, just go fast, I guess.
Well, that's a very good plan. And I believe your dad's done a bit of racing in the past as well. Mr. Chander.
Hi, David. Yeah, can give your brother a wave in the grandstand, Kush.
What's the tips for this race?
Try not to crash at the chicane like his dad.
Well, we all know they might have the RAC TT, we might have the Sterling Moss Memorial Trophy, but this is the most important race of the weekend, without doubt.
Well, there's no other race that you get chocolate as a prize at the end of it. So, yeah, it is the most important race.
What's the preparation been like this week?
We went to a local leisure centre and had a little ride around the car park. So that was our testing. And now we're here. And, you know, the main thing is hopefully everyone will have a nice time and just enjoy it. I'm so happy the sun's come out.
Dietary preparations?
I had a banana. Did you have a banana?
Yeah.
You had a banana?
What's your favourite food for this race? What's your fuel for this race, for those fewest... What was that?
Chocolate!
Good answer. Good answer. And I love this car. How much... You've got all these quite famous autographs on the back. Tell us a little bit about those, Karun.
Well, we've been very lucky that Alex Kinsman and his wife Susie have kindly let us use a car that belonged to them over 60, I think it's sort of been in their family for 50, 60 years. And it's had lots of drivers in it over the years. And yeah, it's a fantastic, unique bit of pedal cars, I guess. Yeah, it's just a unique car.
Tyre pressures?
I don't know, David. They're black and round. It'll be fine.
I just keep talking to you while you're pushing a heavy car up a hill.
I know, my back is starting to hurt, so I will see you at the start line.
Enjoy. Kush, best of luck, and I'll see you on the podium.
Thanks.
We're going to take it up to comms for this most exciting race of the weekend, the Sutton Cup.
Thanks, David. Very good effort there. I'd like to see Karun Chandok race one of these. It's Harry Benjamin and Bruce Jones up with you for, as David says, quite possibly the most important race of the day of the weekend. Bruce, the Setchington Cup moments away.
You never know what you're going to get with this race, because obviously you've got to be small enough to fit within the car, and you have some, well, Harry, you and I are of the taller end of the scale. We'd have been kicked out after the age of 5, but some older ones will obviously have a more mature head. You get some who are completely on it, and others who are hello sky, hello clouds at the back. You'll see that. But the best thing is these grids, drawn by lottery and then reversed for tomorrow's race. So it's all completely fair. The drivers will have to run across and hop into their cars and hope they can tuck their feet very quickly onto the pedals. They've got the chicane right beneath our commentary box, and it does lead to a bit of a logjam. But I mean, it's furious, and it's just... Well, we just heard there Kush being asked about what he's been eating before the race. Chocolate by the bag load, clearly. But he's starting very close to the front of the grid. Car number 13, he's effectively on the 3rd row of the grid. So has to have a good start, a good hope today. But he's got about 60 other rivals, and then tomorrow he'll be starting 3 rows from the back of the grid. But it's the preparation and it's the mind games the parents have to play with their games. I do believe bribery isn't an elegant thing, but I think there's been a fair amount of that.
It would be shocking if there wasn't. Yes, the chicanes have been put in place down the start-finish straight. Will be a Le Mans-style start, of course. Bit damp underfoot as well. That could affect things. A little bit of difficulty with the traction on foot to get to your pedal car.
Well, exactly. Wet soles on shiny pedals, but a very smart appearance this year. All their Ralph Lauren race overalls looking, and some fantastic little caps and goggles. I don't suppose you need the goggles. No, yeah, keep that seat nice and dry if possible. But this is the moment at which the parents lose control. It's now up to their children.
Yeah, so this is the first of Two-part contest for Austin J40 pedal cars, to be precise. This starting all the way back in 2012. There is Karun Chandok, the former Formula One driver, just having last-minute checks of Cush's kart there. We've got some big names in the field. We've got a couple of Buttons in there as well. Jensen Button's children are taking part in this race too, so there's going to be some stars to look out for.
Absolutely so, and our man Ed Foster not interviewing the drivers right now because his daughter Sienna is on board at the back, or is she? She was being a little ambivalent, but then she was taken up to a car park to drive to test the car. Testing, of course, is frowned upon, but absolutely loved it. So let's hope she can go well, but being long of limb, I think she'll probably have a short career in these pedal cars. But we already have people competing in the main events who started here, including Archie Collins, was one of our winners a handful of years ago. He's now clearly about 6'3", so no longer can play. But let's see who's going to come out top, and they have to do it all over again tomorrow. So all the mind games, all the training, it's about to come down to this. 286 yards, or is it 268? Anyhow, the chicane is the bit that's really going to sort them out.
You can see there Ella outside the #1 car, poised and ready, with a slight stoop, ready to try and get every bit of edge you can. Last year's winner was Luca Franchitti. Before that, Austin Buncombe and Leo Evans shared the win. We are about to see a fraught race. Pedal as hard as you dare, Bruce.
Bad news. Sienna has not decided to take the race start. It's giving the others a chance. So next year, perhaps, for Sienna Foster.
Oh, I can't believe Ed Foster's negotiations broke down there and failed. That is shocking. But we are about to see part 1 of the Setchington Cup presented by Ralph Lauren. Part 1 will have the decider on Sunday, the reverse grid. The starting positions here have been drawn from a hat. This has been a event at Goodwood Revival since 2012, up until, well, 76 years ago. The Austin J40 pedal car, a humble footnote, but now it gets its starring glory, and we are underway for the Setchington Cup, and it is a great start and furious pedaling going on from the front car. The blue pedal car gets away well nicely. A little bit of weaving further back. It looks like everybody's actually had a clean start. Look at the sheer determination from Cush Miney further back as well, just having a little look around his surroundings, but out and clear and running well at the moment. We have a break for the lead.
Certainly do. Brilliant start from the third row of the grid. Now the chicane right beneath our commentary box. Nice and neat and tidy line through there, and about 10 car lengths clear. But has the energy been stored? Can it be released on the run to the finish line? Parents now trying to run alongside to keep up, but furious pedaling. The field is stretched back almost to the start line as we've got someone heading towards the finish. About 4, maybe 8 car lengths clear now. It's about 3 abreast in the battle for third place, but the winner surely, no, coming up short. The feet still pedaling away underneath, but the finish line is approaching. Drivers, the taller ones, trying to hunker down. A bit of slipstreaming there, but it does look as though we know our winner. Or do we?
Well, we'd never say never. The chicane being negotiated further back, and the line awaits our winner, and it is a fist bump in the air for the number 23, Dylan Turner. That looks like has managed to take the win, and it never really looked in doubt. It was a fierce fight for third, though, and in the end, I think it went to the number 3, possibly. We'll get another look at it, but still a little bit of carnage in the mid-pack, negotiating the chicane. But a ferocious pedal race to the line, 1 out.
Yeah, so it looks as though Ella Barmettler came second, and car number 95. That's Hugo Upwood, got into third position, almost a photo finish. But the winner was car number 23, Dylan Turner. Absolute fury etched on his face as he was pedalling away, but he made the break, broke the toe, got through the chicane untroubled. But let's go down to our man, to Ed.
What a race. Dylan, you got the lead there, and you never look back. Talk us through it.
Well, me and my dad have just been practicing going at the start, because that's basically the most important part of the race. And we've just been progressing ever since, and it's been one of the best moments ever. It's winning it.
So how long have you been practicing for?
Say we've been practicing for a month and a half, trying to get the start right. So very pleased with the result.
Yeah, wow, and how are you celebrating tonight?
I have no clue. I'm just going to leave that down to the parents to figure that out.
Well, congratulations on a brilliant drive and extraordinarily eloquent. Amazing. Right, let's get to Ella. Sorry, can we squeeze in? Oh, sweets already. Ella, what a race. So have you been preparing for a long time for this?
Yes.
Well, what have you been eating to prepare, to get the body ready?
Palette.
Yeah. And what have you got in here? Is this your victory bag?
Yes.
And so have you been hearing from Dylan that he's been practicing starts and things, but you must be so delighted with the podium.
It was a good race, huh?
Yes. It's a very good race.
Yeah, it was a very good race. A very happy parent here. Right, let's crack on to third. We've got Hugo. I'm going to come around here. Hugo, what a race. What a race. Did you enjoy it?
Yes, I did. And I have got a few words as well of how the race went. I think it was a smooth operator. Smooth operation.
Well, that is a first for the Goodwood podium. Now, tell me, I take it your car's been running very well then?
Yeah. It's all been good. It was at Concourse not long ago, last weekend, and we got best pedal car there, and it's done me proud.
So a concourse winner and a race winner. So do you think you'll be back next year?
No, last time. I don't think I'll fit in it again.
Really? Maybe if you could bend this up a bit, you'll be all right.
We'll have to see. Don't know. We'll have to see.
Well, congratulations. A fantastic drive.
Thanks.
Well, there we go. That was, I think, the most eloquent Setchington Cup podium I've ever experienced.
The Setchington Cup Part 1 presented by Ralph Lauren. A furious start for these pedal cars, 30 in the field. And Bruce, it really was all down to the start. Ferocious pedaling from Dylan Turner.
Well, the winning car was always going to come from the top half dozen rows, but he burst away from about row 3, and he talked about training for the start. He nailed it. Went through that first puddle. By the time he was out the other side, he was 2 seconds clear. All he had as his focus was the chicane. He got through the chicane, and there was the checkered flag. But what an outstanding victory. And the name of our driver who took victory today? Dylan Turner. Can he do it again tomorrow? Let's wait and see. That was the Setchington Cup.
Unforgettable, that's what you are. That's why, darling, it's incredible that someone so unforgettable thinks that I am unforgettable too.
Good gut health affects every single aspect of your body, from your brain wiring to your energy output to your hormone regulation to how clever your immune system is. Everybody benefits from better gut health because it makes your body work better.
I would thoroughly recommend Goodwood Gut Health Programme. It's been quite life-changing, really.
For a small donation, you too can help young people like Amaka.
I don't need donations. I need your investment. I am part of Generation Potential, not Gen Z, Gen Alpha, whatever random name you decide. I have so much to offer the world. I could solve the climate crisis. I could cure disease. I could write a blockbuster movie. Because I'm going places. I want to make it so big. Ooh, okay. I'll be at some fancy fundraising events, deciding on who gets my investment. Today, I am here looking for your investment into our future. We want to learn skills, to gain confidence, to find opportunities, to change the world for the better.
Invest in us. Invest in Generation Potential.
It shouldn't matter how we start, it's what we do next that counts. Hey! Guys!
Well, I think we're still catching our breath after that Setrington Cup featuring, well, over 30 Austin J40 pedal cars. They are quick, but someone who actually set the lap record for a pedal car, well, Alyssa Thomas, and we caught up with her.
My name is Alyssa. So we're going to have the lap record in 2 weeks' time. So I'm looking forward to it, and it's going to be very exciting for me, so doing a lap of the Goodwood circuit.
What you've got to think of is as you come up here, you get near this board, and then you go across and pick up the apex. See the white line to the left? And that's part of the line through the corner. It's the straightest distance between 2 points. And that way you don't scrub off speed off your tyres.
Well, I've come down to the Goodwood shop, which I actually thought we might get a bit of room to walk into, but it's been so busy already, and Lucy Murphy, the general manager of retail here, is alongside me. It's been buzzing all morning.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. We had a manic day yesterday. The team were rushed off their feet, which was brilliant, and just so lovely to see all of our wonderful customers who come back and see us every year, make sure they get their collectible pieces, and tell us all their stories of what they've seen, because we miss all the track action.
Yeah. You can hear it though, I can tell you that.
Yeah, we definitely hear it.
You've also had the Duke in here this morning. We're actually going to wander over to another part of the shop as we chat here, but you've had the Duke in the shop this morning, a long queue as well of people wanting him to sign and take pictures, and it's wonderful to see people coming from all over the world.
Yeah, absolutely. So His Grace will always come and do poster and book signings for every event. It's always really busy. Everybody loves to come and chat to him and say thank you. And this morning he even brought the sunshine. The rain stopped. So we told him he'd have to stay all day.
And it was great because a few people came from Japan and they said they'd come specifically for this event all the way from Japan.
Yeah, we have people from all over the world. We had people from Germany, we had people from Switzerland, Japan, yeah, it's spectacular.
Well, I want to know more about the shop. We're going to go into Pit Apparel over here to have a look at some of the key pieces that have been selling really well the last couple of days. But one of them is actually very small and it's on you. This is the Revival pin. Tell us about this.
Yep, so the Revival pin badge is always based on the swing badges that people and the drivers wear, and people collect all of them. So for every 25 years, we've had a little design done, and yeah, they fly off the shelves. So.
And this is where all the overalls are kept, but there's a bit of a story to the overalls, isn't there?
There is, yes. So Freddie March, the Duke's grandfather, used to wear white overalls for racing at Brooklands, and so we have a replica, but we also do them in pale light blue for our members club, and then we have navy and khaki as well, so you can choose your colour.
I'm also seeing some dungarees over there, which look really nice.
Yes, we have the fabulous ladies' dungarees, which are wonderful.
And it's clever because they're very good at Revival, but they're very modern as well. It's something that you could actually wear at any point.
Absolutely, yeah, super comfortable, and they've got loads of pockets, which is really helpful, so you can carry everything with you, and then you don't have to remember a bag.
No, exactly. And listen, it is a bit chillier today, so I'm going to grab this over here because this is wonderful and it is so soft. But tell us about this.
So this is our beautiful cricket sweat. We also have a cricket tank. The colours have been based on the Goodwood heritage, so you've got the British racing green, and it was knitted up in Yorkshire, so it's made in the UK, which is also really special.
And I guess that's the sustainable side of it as well. We're trying to revive and thrive and rewear and rethink, and that's sort of the side of it that we've got here.
Yeah, absolutely. We try and make sure that all of our collection is made in the most sustainable way. All of our factories are sustainable, and as much production as we can bring back to the UK we've done, which is amazing.
Listen, Lucy, I could sit in this shop all day, and I'm going to go back in as well because it's wonderful to see so many people taking some merchandise from their time here, and it's something that they can remember it from.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really, really special, and we're happy to show you around.
Let's go back in. I need to go shopping. See you later.
Well, the St Mary's Trophy Part 1 is a massive crowd favourite, and this year it's hard to think of a better star-studded lineup of drivers.
I mean, where else do you get Formula One champions, British touring car champions, you've got Indy 500 winners, IndyCar drivers, NASCAR legends, all in one place? I'll tell you where, it's right here at the Goodwood Motor Circuit.
And I'll raise you that with Rowan Atkinson in a wonderful Mark 7 Jaguar. Fantastic car.
One more for you, and the former Dragon in the form of Theo Pafitas. He is in Part 2, but still one of the legendary names.
Well, talking about Theo, this is his car. And in Part 1, it's going to be driven by Tony Kanaan. First time he's been here as a Revival driver.
Yeah, I think he was a little bit nervous to go out in qualifying yesterday. Not used to the track. Felt like a kid being dropped off at school for the first time. He's in one of those Ford Zodiac Mark IIs, sort of the British-made version of the Ford Zephyr, brought back into life. I mean, that's the thing.
He's been goaded to be here by his fellow American drivers like Scott Dixon. There's a lot of rivalry between those guys.
They are, but they're mates, aren't they, really? But, I mean, Tony Kannaan's got a bit of work to do, starting a little further back in the field. So then we go to the Ford Thunderbird, though. Look at this.
Now, this is driven by Tom Christensen. We've got no less than 5 Le Mans winners in this race. Incredible. And these big engine cars, well, obviously, they're towards the front of the grid. But this rain, it's going to give a little bit of hope for the people like Jenson Button, Andre Lotterer, Dario Franchitti driving those smaller engine cars in this race today.
Exactly, maybe that nimbleness will just help them pluck their way through the field. And maybe not nimble, but very, very quick is this, the Ford Fairlane. This is the car that starts on pole position with Steve Soper at the wheel. I mean, this is just a magnificent machine just to behold in the first place.
It's fantastic. And you talk about Steve Soper, obviously touring car legend, but we've got people like Rob Huff, Anthony Reid, Jake Hill. So touring car legends, Le Mans legends, world Formula One champions,
You get such variety here, though. I mean, this is being brought by Alan Mann Racing, and it was kind of brought to the precursor to what was the British Touring Car Championship, the British Saloon Car Championship, that Americana brought to the UK. And having it out and fending off the big names. And this was initially quite a good rival for the likes of Chevrolet as well. So really is a punchy one, which will have the best view in the house. But it's going to be, I think, it's going to be a tight race. I'm not sure I can quite call it. You've got some people starting out of position, I think, a little further back. The rain, it keeps coming and going so far today. So that could well throw a nice bit of spice into the mix.
Spice, I think, is the right word, because the wet conditions can make a major difference to this race. And of course, They may be smiling, but make no mistake, this is very, very serious for these guys.
It certainly is. You saw what it meant to Jenson Button winning yesterday, the first race of the weekend. So I don't think there's no holds barred here. They're all friends, but they're absolutely rivals. There's going to be elbows out going into Madrid. So if you are lucky enough to be here, great race to watch, especially going down the Lavin Straight as well. That's going to be incredible. I'm really excited. I hope we've sold it.
You do not want to miss the St Mary's Trophy Part 1.
Non-stop action right from the start of the day, beginning with the views over the aerodrome, the Spitfires and the Hurricanes putting on a show, of course, with the weather playing havoc this morning, enjoying some of the amazing scenes from the first day when the sun was out, starting to peak out now, the dancing in full flow and looking marvellous from head to toe. Everybody ploughing through the gates as quickly as possible and enjoying every minute of the action that the Goodwood Revival has provided. From the off, a full weekend's worth of it, getting stuck in, involved, handcrafting, painting, all throughout this fantastic 3-day event. And it certainly was a brilliant way to start things off on Friday. And the action keeps on going. Now, it might not be as bright and sunny as it was on the Friday, but it's pretty mixed today. I think that's fair to say. And we're about to get, though, some interesting racing, I think, and the weather could be quite good for this one. We've got the Madrid Cup on the way, and here is what it's all about.
The Madgwick Cup takes its name from the motor circuit's high-speed first corner and from Madgwick Lane, which runs along the south side of this circuit perimeter. It was first held as part of the September meeting in 1949 for racing cars up to 2000cc, with a predictably eclectic range of cars. In 1952, it became a Formula 2 race, and then from 1956, it settled into a regular format as a race for small-engine sports cars. It's this last iteration that is remembered in the Madgwick Cup at the revival. To cover the broad range of performance of cars from 1948 to 1966, the modern Madgwick Cup is split into three versions: 1948 to 1955, 55 to 1960, and 1960 to 66. In 2025, it will be the turn of version 3 for cars that raced from 1960 to 1966, taking inspiration from Goodwood's final years, when small-engine sports prototypes from Lotus, Lola and Elva raced regularly either on their own or on mixed grids against larger-engined GT cars.
A 25-minute race awaits us then for the Madgwick Cup. It's Harry Benjamin up in the commentary box guiding you through this one, and alongside me is John Watson. Hello, John.
Harry, I've just spied something I couldn't believe my eyes. The driver in pole position, Max Bartel, is wearing a helmet that was once my helmet. It's my colours, and it's got a Parmalat strip across the top of the... I can't believe I've just seen what I've seen.
If you need to leave and have a word before this race starts, John, we'll understand. That is, of course, the voice of John Watson. We're up for a bit of sports car action, and that is the car that starts on pole in the Elva BMW. That was the one we were referring to along that. There it is, the Elva with the BMW badge on top. So you're saying that's yours?
Well, there certainly is. Those are the colours I raced under. There's got a Gallagher a visor strip, and a hand goes up, and that's, I think, maybe the back. Looking at the rear, the Brabham BT5, so a problem for that car towards the tail of the field, which is going to be a problem. That's back on the 8th rub of the grid.
Yeah, it might be Jeff Underwood there. Further back, got a stacked grid though, 26 cars. One car has been permitted to start from the back of the grid. That's Max Minsel's 62 Lotus 23, which would be right at the back. 3 cars along that front row. This though was the one that got the pole position yesterday in qualifying. Alongside will be Nick Carlton-Smith in the Lotus 23B, and there'll be another Elva Mark 7S on the far right. That's Will Nuttall. Watch out for him as well. Experienced racer around this Goodwood motor circuit as we get the first of 2 green flag laps underway, and it's still going to be a bit tricky out there, damp on track, John.
Yes, and you can see 2 cars are now stopped on the grid. There's a Lotus 23, that green and yellow. Well, it's got moving now, but there's the Brabham, I think, at the very back that is struggling now. His hand is up. I think he just needed a bump start. He may have stalled the motor. The track is drying. There's a breeze, which is going to help. The ambient temperature is rising, but there, a big puddle as they come out of Madgwick. And you don't want to hit that in one of these light up to 2-litre sports cars, and that'll cause aquaplaning. Looking behind us, I don't want to be negative, we've had these pulses of heavy rain showers coming through. I just hope we're not, it looks black right now over Madgwick, the eggs. Anyway, whatever it is, these drivers will have to deal with it. Track conditions at present are, I would say, comfortable for the drivers, but if it pours as it has done, it's going to be much more difficult.
Well, we shall see. We're looking at sports cars that raced between 1960 and 1966 with engines smaller than 3 litres. So throughout the field, a mix of Elvas. We've got the Elva BMWs, the Lotus Fords as well, the Lotus 23. Further back, we've got things like a Piper as well, the Piper Ford GTS, Christopher Atkinson at the wheel of that. Further back on row 6, the Brabham BTS as well, as we saw getting, just need a little bit of a push, I think, as well to get things going. But getting up to speed, getting the tyres as much to temperature as you can.
Yeah, the bulk of the field are made up of Elva, mostly with BMW motors in it, and that was the Model 7S or the Model 8. And then the Lotus 23 and 23Bs, and these were the 2 dominant sports car, mid-rear engined sports cars of the day. BMW has maybe a little bit more power with that 2-litre BMW motor than others in the Lotus 23Bs, albeit there's a BMW engine in one of those Lotus 23Bs, something I've never seen before.
No, this is what the Goodwood Revival really sort of brings up for us year on year. Combinations you never quite remembered or expected, and being able to show their might once more here on the Saturday for this year's 2025 Goodwood Revival. As they peel back past us on the start-finish straight, they'll go again for another green flag lap, so they'll continue on round. What's the key, John, in a first lap here around Goodwood? What do you want to focus on as a driver?
Well, certainly in these two viewing laps is to try and get as much temperature as is possible into your race tire. And one way you can do that is by using your brakes, because the heat from the brake will go through the wheel rim into the tire. So tire temperature and brake temperature will be absolutely vital. But of course, they're not going at race speeds. They're going at maybe just about half race speed. To get that temperature for the opening lap, particularly in that double right-hand Madrick corner, a very critical corner indeed, and with all the field all sort of fighting for who can get into the corner and get out of that corner ahead of its opposition, is always a big challenge.
Last year's winner, Miles Griffith, took the win in the Lotus Climax 11 LM150. This is the car that is starting right at the back of the grid, has been permitted to start. Max Minzel in the 62 Lotus 23. Let's take you through how the full grid looks. And that front row is made up of two Elva BMWs in the Lotus 23B. In the middle, it is Max Bartel on pole, though. Behind them, Ollie Burkitt, followed by Ben Tilley's Lotus 23B. Then it's Andrew Hibbard, Martin Verdon Rowe. Look out for him as well, starting in the middle on row 3 in the Elva Mark 7, alongside Chris Goodwin in the Garage 59, entered Lotus 23B. Then we have the Bobby Alpha, the Bobsy Alpha, followed by the Aurora BMC. The variety here, incredible. That's Seckel and Swift down in 9th and rounding out the top 10, as we then focus on that mid-pack where things can get a little dicey. Nick Fennell's Lotus 23B alongside the sister of Grant, Peter Kinn, and Andrew Owens Elva. Then we've got the Piper Ford GTS, Christopher Atkinson. He'll be starting 14th alongside Charlie Best's Lotus 23C. Mark Gillies in action throughout today, this time in an Elva BMW Mark 7S from 16th. He's alongside the Pandora BMC. Really nice story around that car. Ben Colburn and Ken Dowling's Lotus 23B. Then the top 20 rounded out by Jeff Underwood's Brabham and Paddin's Dowling down in 20th. And the final 3 rows look like this, with a Merlin, a Lotus, and, well, make that 2 Lotus 23Bs. Charlie Cook, Ashley Hudson, and Marshall Bailey on row 9. The penultimate row is another of the Pipers, followed by Michael Hibbard's Elva, and permitted to start at the back. We saw a brief glimpse of it a few moments ago. Max Minzel's Lotus 23. Stacked field, 26 cars.
One of the cars at the tail of the field, Harry, is a car that was made in Hollywood, but not in the US of A, but Hollywood, Northern Ireland. It's a Crosley, a wonderful little team, and Crosley C7S, raced, manufactured in the middle 60s. Originally they had a BMW engine, this one's got a Ford motor behind it.
Now we saw one of the Brabhams struggling initially, that was Jeff Underwood down in 19th scheduled. He will have to now start from the back. You can see his car's just been pulled over to the side, so dropping to the back, and will get to start this race though, but right from the rear of the field, so losing out on positions there with that inability to take up his grid spot. And there he goes to become the 26th car in the field. The wind's picking up, the grandstand seem packed. We're about to get the Madrick Cup underway, and we are racing, and it's a good start from our pole sitter in Max Bartel and the Elva. Slow start there for Nick Carlton-Smith's Lotus 23B, the yellow with the black stripe in the middle, and barging his way through. Ollie Burkitt trying to get down the inside. Will Nuttall, though, is trying to keep it round the outside. Can he take the lead? Will Nuttall in the Elva round the outside, keeping his foot planted to the floor. He can. Lovely move from Will Nuttall to take the lead out of Madrick.
The big commitment going into Madrick to go all the way around the outside, but he's made it stick. Pole sitter got the advantage into Madrick, but came out in second place.
Nice clean start, looks like, from everybody in the field, but we know how conditions are out there. It is tricky, it is damp underfoot. There are puddles waiting to catch you out, as we get a nice glimpse of the Bobsy Alpha, Thomas Seckel, which is a little further down the field at the moment, currently occupying 9th spot.
So making their way through St Mary's on the first flying lap. Everybody a little bit tentative, and a Lotus 23 gets sideways, but manages to keep the car pointing in the right direction. And we're into the first part of the two-part Lavant corner that leads on to the fastest part of this Goodwood race circuit. And Lotus making progress. So the little Porsche, their number 60 car that was made in America and running an Alfa Romeo twin-cam motor.
They're all sticking, though, with the leader at the moment, Will Nuttall. There he is, started in third in that Elva, and coming still under pressure from second place, who started on pole, Max Bartel, 2 Elvas out in front. And actually it was a fast-charging Ollie Burkett in another of the Elvas, the Mark 8, which is currently sitting in third and looking all over the back, coming into the braking zone of the chicane. Little bit of movement as well in that mid-gaggle, fighting there. That's ahead of Vernon Rowe, the number 27, trying to get a good launch as we begin lap 2.
Yeah, very much a tippy toes through and out of the chicane. It's a low-speed corner. But pole sitter looking to dive up the inside and makes a maneuver, but can he make it stick? The long way around appears to be marginally the quicker, so the lead has been consolidated as they come out the exit. And in fact, having dived up the inside, you've compromised her, so the pole sitter looked like he was threatening to take the lead and might now lose that second place.
And he has done, as Ollie Burkett in the Elva slides on through. He wants to stick with Will Nuttall, but can the man, the number 18, try and keep up? No, Will Nuttall retains the lead, but not by much, and really feeling the pressure, sliding down the inside, having a little look. Goes Burkett's Elva, has to sit behind for now.
Yes, the green Elva, the second place car, is the Mark 8 version. The one in the lead is the Mark 7. So the green is a slightly more advanced, but in these conditions, really, it's all relevant, and trying to find position, use what advantages you have, particularly coming through this corner onto this straight. So second place under pressure from our pole sitter, trying to regain the position he lost just half a lap ago on the exit of Maggins.
Well, this is a battle for the lead, really, between 1, 2 and 3, almost going 3 abreast. Will Nuttall has the advantage at the moment, and under braking Burkett in the Elva Mark 8, chasing the Mark 7 down. A little bit of a twitch, though, on turn-in from Will Nuttall. That allows the Burkett, I should say, to get alongside, but the chicane comes too quickly. He has to sit behind him again.
Yes, there's no way to get 2 of these cars side by side through the chicane, but did the wise thing. We've got 21 minutes of this race remaining, and coming down, cross start finish straight to go on to their third flying lap. Another thrust down the inside. This time it's going to work. He's got sufficient advantage going in. The undercut and the exit may be possible, but I don't think, no, it's not going to happen.
No, and Nuttall almost looks like he's falling into the clutches of Bartel in that other Elva, which started on pole and has fallen back to third. Now, in the lead then, Ollie Burkett, who started at the second row in 4th place, the number 55, the dark green Elva Mark 8 now in the lead of this race, followed by the Mark 7 Elva of Will Nuttall. And then, I'll tell you, had a good start, actually, the Bobsy Alpha, the number 60, the yellow car, up into 5th spot now.
Yeah, that car started on the 4th row of the grid, so in the melee going into Madrigal in the opening lap, he saw clear air, he saw clear racetrack, and he plonked that lovely little Bobsy Alfa Romeo up into 6th place.
Nick Carlton-Smith in the Lotus 23B started in 2nd, has now consolidated 4th place for now, trying to keep within touching distance, but you have to say now Ollie Burkett has got into the lead of this race, starting to pull a gap now, approaching a 2nd as they start to teeter out, and we've got a spin further around. There's contact there, looks like it's one of the Lotus 23Bs, Ashley Hudson, finding himself into a spin.
Well, there's 2 Lotus 23Bs got involved, and the Brabham also ran up. This is coming into the first or second part, no, just lost it under braking into the second part of St Mary's, and the 13 Lotus 20B had to take avoiding action, which meant going onto the grass. The Brabham, almost out of sympathy, decided to do the same thing to avoid any collision with the spinning car.
Yeah, it was Ken Dowling in the second Brabham, then Jeff Underwood in the Brabham was the one that went off in sympathy. So a little bit of carnage further back in the pack. out in front now, 0.8 of a second the gap between our leaders, and they're actually leaving Max Bartel behind now in third. Bartel, the pole sitter in the Elva Mark 7. We've got a car facing backwards, and it's another Elva, and it's Andrew Owen.
Yeah, coming out of the chicane, maybe just caught the curb at the exit. Curbing, of course, in wet conditions is stay away as much as possible. And Lotus 23B struggling around, just coming through Ford water. And, well, has there been more action? There's certainly a Lotus 23B on the inside of the exit. St. Mary's, there it is. Contact bodywork, you can see. So two cars have gotten together. And this is another Elva, number 27.
Yeah, that's Martin Verdon Rowe, who started a little further back, and they're all going off at the moment. It hasn't started raining again, has it?
Well, this is at the exit of the chicane, I think, and number 16. So what's happened there? That's the Crosley, the car I mentioned earlier. So that was running towards the tail of the field, and that car is sort of marooned right now.
It is, so certainly a bit of carnage, and we've got the hands waving from Will Nuttall in second and Bartel in third.
I wonder, is the rain falling, or we may see a safety car? Yeah, safety car is being deployed. That's why the hands were coming out of the cockpit. If a driver behind you might think, I'm going to take an opportunity to overtake. Safety car is being deployed, so everybody has to hold station until the safety car has been returned to the pit lane.
So they'll all slow their pace. It'll close the field back up again. So a bit of carnage in the last lap or so. A few cars finding themselves in the grass, in a spin, small bit of contact as well. Out in front, though, will be Ollie Burkett's Elva with the BMW engine, the Mark 8, followed by the Mark 7 of Will Nuttall. Then in third, Max Bartel's Elva, Mark 7. The Bobbsey Alpha up into fourth. Then it's Andrew Hibbard's Lotus 23 in fifth position, followed by Tilly's 23B. Martin Verdon Rowe, who we saw having a little bit of a spin, currently in 8th spot in his Elva, so managed to turn that back around. The Piper of Atkinson is currently up making its way up, and actually now that the field is coming through again, Verdon Rowe is falling down the field, so that's put people up a spot. Ben Colburn's Pandora coming together and getting himself up inside the top 10, having started down in 17th position. But the safety car then out, catching up with Burkett, the race leader, as they all now slow their pace.
Well, hopefully we'll get the safety car returned to the pit lane as soon as possible. We've just got to do a clear up around the circuit cars, some of them in a more precarious position, particularly coming through. This is the entry into the right-hand part of St. Mary's. The left-hand part you can't see through the corner, so you have to commit before you enter the corner. And of course, cars frequently there. We see the Lotus 23B on the inside, and the natural trajectory of a car spins in St. Mary's is to go to the left, to go to the inside. So that's part of the reason why we see the full course yellow and safety car deployed.
With just under 16 minutes left to run in this race, the Madgwick Cup, we're looking at sports cars that race between 1960 and 1966, all with engines smaller than 3 litres.
These cars in period were a joy to race. Either the Lolas, well, not very many Lolas I should say, but either the Lotus 23Bs or the Elvas Mark 7s, Mark 8s, and other, when Crosley was another manufacturer that raced, they were about 180 brake horsepower in the case of the BMW motor. The twin cam Ford engines in the Lotus 23s and 23Bs was about 150, a little bit more weight for the bigger the Elva, but they produced really great racing at a relatively affordable cost, and I think they're just superb to see these cars back out competing in the Madgwick Cup. 4 cars in this period, just love it.
Yeah, we're looking at third place man at the moment, Max Bartel in the Radio London liveried Elva, specially built 2 litre with that BMW M10 inline 4 engine, chassis modified to accommodate the engine at a 17-degree angle, and having started on pole position, fallen down to third, was a great start for Will Nuttall, and Ollie Burkett from the second row really putting that Elva Mark 8 on the map as they file through now. The Bobbsey Alpha in yellow with Seckle at the wheel. A great start for him as well, up into fourth.
The Bobbsey was an American manufacturer. It raced a lot in SCCA events with an Alfa Romeo twin cam motor in it. Never got to see very many of them race in Europe in period, but great to see that car running. Started in the 4th row of the grid, is running now in 4th position overall. I think that's a superb result.
Yeah, it certainly is. With hopefully the safety car not out for too much longer. We'll let you know as soon as we know. We're looking at one of the Lotus 23Bs there, Nick Carlton-Smith, yellow with the black stripe down the middle. Nick Carlton-Smith up in 7th at the moment, having started on the front row. Didn't get the best of starts, really bogged down and lost a heap of positions right then and there as they weave their way through the fields. And what a sight it is to see these sports cars racing it out. Many different forms this Madrid Cup has taken over the years. This year celebrating those early to mid-60s sports car titans, and obviously a bit of oil out on the surface as well, so just laying a bit of cement dust to try and dry that up ASAP.
Yes, we don't know where that oil might have come from, but certainly the marshals doing their usual sterling job to make sure that the racetrack is in the best possible condition, so whether it's cement or sometimes called speedy dry, is laid over the oil, and then get the brushes out and brush it clear of the racetrack as we see the cars still following the safety car, weaving around, trying to keep as much of the tire temperature a red flag.
Yeah, red flag is out. So they'll stop the clock, and they've decided that clearly there is more than meets the eye here, so a safety car is not going to do it. So a red flag then to hopefully only temporarily halt this race, as they'll come back into the pits. And still a little bit of a lap to do though, but that is a shame. But at the moment, the Ollie Burkett Elva Mark 8 leading the field of cars. Looks like 24 remain in this one, having lost the number 25 Lotus 23, Andrew Hibbert. Looks like he is out of this one now. But red flag conditions then for the Madrid Cup, so that'll bring everything to a stop.
Yes, the cars should actually all line up in the grid and they'll be brought to a standstill, and whether the reasons for the red flag are something that can be attended to quickly or whether it's something that needs a little bit longer time to address, so we have to wait and get that information from race control to advise us if or what might be the case. Will this race be allowed to continue or will it be restarted?
Well, the clock stopped with just under 13 minutes on, but it will be up to race control ultimately to what we do. Hand up in the air for Pannings Dowling and the Lotus 23B. Is there a problem there? Is he going to line up on the grid? Well, they all are now lining up in formation as they come to a stop. The marshals greeting them. But for now, the Madrid Cup with these sports cars then being placed under red flag, which is a shame. I mean, we were drawing quite a good race at that point, although Burkett was just starting to edge out that lead. Will Nuttall certainly putting up a fight in the first couple of laps.
Yes, I think it was clear that the Elvas, particularly the BMW engined Elvas, had an advantage over the remainder of the field. But just looking at the little Lotus, you see it just at the back of the picture, the white Lotus 23B, takes me back, I think, to 1962, when a certain young Scottish farmer, Jim Clark, and there's a big celebration going to be taking place over the weekend, went with the Lotus to the Nürburgring to the 1,000 kilometers and decimated the entire field of factory Ferraris, Porsches and whatever else, because the nimbleness of the Lotus 23B, even though it didn't have the full-on race Ford twin-cam engine, Jim Clark just decimated everybody. And it was an illustration of where British design, Colin Chapman, you know, a genius with bringing forward lightweight, very competitive sports racing cars. That was the direction of travel. And that one race at Nürburgring, wow, it was a moment in time for sports car racing.
Wow, and still sticks with you to this day. We are, of course, celebrating Jim Clark this weekend. We'll have another of the Jim Clark track parade out just before 2 o'clock, hopefully this afternoon. that might be a slight delay due to the on-track delays. We'll have a number of his legendary machines out there, humble touring cars to the World Championship winning Lotus 25s. And a few surprises in store as well on that one for Jim Clark's other world of work. But for right now then, these sports cars coming to a halt as the marshals get down to quick work, clearly needing to put a little bit more cement dust out there. The Elvas showing their might, 1, 2 and 3. That Bob's the Alpha though, staying with them. And just behind then a couple of Lotus 23s. And the story I think that I quite like the most out of this whole grid of cars, John, is that Pandora. Conceived in the White Horse pub in Chichester by 3 mates, put that thing together, put it together for its first race in 1963, named it after Pandora because that was the kind lady who let them use their garage. And it was just a fantastic sight for one of the true stories that we see up and down the field. But red flag at the moment out for this Madgwick Cup, which we hope we'll be able to get back underway shortly.
In the Goodwood Trophy, all 3 fighting. Atkinson up the inside, number 1, but watch out!
Currently under red flag conditions then for the Madgwick Cup, but we will get this race back underway for 10 minutes and 1 green flag lap as the rain starts though to come down slightly. But while we await for this race to get back going, we kick-started the day, as we have been doing so far, with a vibrant sea of VW camper vans to kick-start the morning here at the Goodwood Revival. And our very own Ed Foster had a pretty plush view.
I've been given the keys. It is a very, very wet track. Again, there, you would have thought for a commercial vehicle it would be a bit bigger. Is it running? I can't even tell. Let's hang on. It fires. At least I can go forward.
I
I noticed he even had enough headspace to get on board with his hat. Bear in mind that Ed is 6'7".
We're off. I actually have no idea whether I'm in second or third. I've done some slow laps in Goodwood. This is, without a doubt, the slowest I've ever done. We are surrounded by Type 2 camper vans. I think we've got 120, 130 on the grid.
Let's take a look at Ed again. He's doing quite well. He's got windscreen wipers working. I think he's got the headlights on as well. He's conquered it, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. I think he's enjoying himself now.
I quite want to go for an overtake. You know what? I've got this guy. I've absolutely got him. There we go. Right. I'm P4. I'm going to cruise on a bit faster. Look at us. We're going to get into the leads. We're in the leads. Into top. Okay. Right. Okay, let's park in a great big puddle. That'll do. Right, let's switch this off. We survived. Let's in gear. And we're done. Sorted.
Ed Foster embracing a bit of peace and love in one of the most diverse vehicles on offer here at Goodwood this weekend, the Volkswagen Type 2, 120 of them opening up the circuit. Welcome back. You're looking at live pictures, and unfortunately it has just started pouring with rain once more. It's really coming and going, but we should be looking to get this Madrid Cup race back underway. 10 minutes with another green flag lap as they head on their way, and it's Elvers at the moment, the order of the day.
Yes, and they should, when they follow the safety car, they should line up line astern as they would have been if they'd completed a flying lap. Or are they going to go and have a standing start? Okay, that's the decision. So they're going to restart this, and this could be a complete reset of what we saw at the beginning of this race, 15-20 minutes ago.
We could get a nice 10-minute sprint then, and now having on the original grid, Ollie Burkett in the Elva Mark 8 was on the second row in fourth. This time he's going to start in that pole position mark. He's going to have the best view in the house. Nick Carlton-Smith was second, but he's fallen by the wayside. So we'll have Will Nuttall, who will once again be on that front row. He's in the middle in that white with the blue stripes Elva, and then Max Bartel in the other Elva Mark 7 alongside.
I have a funny feeling that Max Bartel, because he's on the right of your screen, the left on the racetrack going into Madrid, he has got a better sweep angle, and the traditional thing, everybody will dive to go up the inside, but if you can find your way around and you can get grip around the outside, just keep an eye on that blue with the white flash Elva on the right of your picture when this restart takes place, because that's a very good starting position.
Yeah, we'll get one green flag lap though before they go full pelt into Madrid, and getting a last minute, cover from the rain, and maybe a few bits of chat from heading into Madrid. We'll get this Madrid Cup race restarted in the wet, but a little earlier on, Rosie was out and about and catching up with people, but it was a bit drier then.
Well, as always, we love to chat to everyone who is coming to Goodwood Revival, and I bumped into this lovely family. Not only did I think they looked amazing, but you've actually just got your hat signed by His Grace, haven't you?
Yes.
How was that?
It was very exciting.
Yeah, I don't think you realised he was in the shop, did you?
No.
Let's see the signature on your hat. This is going to be something you can keep forever and ever, and is such a memory of today. You've been coming here for a number of years. What keeps you coming back?
Every year there's just exciting racing. It's good to see the cars. It's proper action on track. Yes, you're never let down with what's going on.
No, and obviously it's a little wetter today, but is that going to make it more exciting?
Well, memorable maybe, memorable. It'll be fine, you just embrace it, and there is blue sky now, so hopefully it'll be nice for the rest of the day.
Yeah. I need to talk about your outfit because you look stunning. Please tell me where this is from, because you've unmatched your umbrella and your wellies and everything.
50s Estee Lauder umbrella, which I was very excited to find. My dress was a vintage 1940s, 50s, handmade backdrop, which I found and had to take in because it was far too big, which is unusual for vintage clothing. But yeah, and I've tuned it with my wellies today.
I think we're all going to be in our wellies today, but like you said, the sun is coming out. For you, though, what's your favourite part about Goodwood Revival?
I would say all the cars.
Yeah. What's your favourite car?
Probably the Lotuses and the McLarens.
Yeah. Do you have a favourite race that you're looking forward to today?
Probably the Minis and the Thunderbirds.
Absolutely. And I hope you managed to catch the amazing camper van this morning. We've just got one of the VWs behind us. It's so lovely to see a family coming here. You've got your hat signed by His Grace as well. Enjoy your day.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Something on offer for everybody here at the Goodwood Revival, on track and off it. If you get time, do head over the road. You can check out the Revival Style Village as well. I believe the best dressed competition is happening at 3 o'clock. John, are you up for that?
Well, I've made an effort. I know, Harry, you criticise me high up and low down. But for my generation, I think I'm pretty cool.
I know, I would agree, absolutely. No, you're wearing a very dapper get-up. Looking forward to your best-dressed entry. Nice tie as well.
No, my nice tie, actually, I think is a Goodwood nice tie.
Yes, it is. It is Goodwood branded.
Yes.
Green on the front, blue on the inside.
Absolutely, you've got two tones. Blue on the one side, green on the other. I like the green, because that's, for me, the essence of Goodwood is that green.
Bit of Goodwood green. Lovely, lovely work. Well, unfortunately, the weather has come to play, so the vintage raincoats might need to come out, and the vintage umbrellas as well. But the sound of engines firing up and revving once more is only a good sign as we get going for our green flag lap for the Madwick Cup to get this race restarted after a red flag, and it will be 10 minutes in duration.
Yes, everybody will do this. Our lap come back onto the grid and we'll have a standing start, but of course the grid is going to be, I think, a little bit damper than when this race originally got underway. So that's another factor everybody's got to consider. How many RPM will I get before I dump my clutch in first gear and try and get a good bite, good traction from that start grid? Everybody's got the same problem. Who'll get into Madwick first? Well, we don't know who's going to come out of Madwick first. That's more important.
It certainly is. Lost a couple of cars from the original starting line, but the front three will be and feature Elvers in their entirety. The Mark 8 of Ollie Burkitt coming through now. Downhill, will lose it slightly, just seeing the roll hoop, and then up again over the hill, being hunted down by second place man Will Nuttall in the white with the blue stripes. Elver Mark 7, followed by its sister Max Bartel, who started initially on pole position, but on this restart he'll now start on the outside line as you're approaching Madwick, the right hand of the first turn. Could that give him a little bit of an advantage? Now that we've had a bit of a downpour, the track was already damp, it's going to be a little slippy as well. The drivers losing their rhythm that they built up, very quickly having to get their heads around this again for 10 minutes.
Yes, it's always very difficult for a driver. You've started the race, you've got into a rhythm, you're in a particular position, and then a red flag is thrown. So you have to go through the whole procedure. Again, you've got to go through the process that you did some minutes or maybe 20 or so minutes earlier. Track conditions are going to be slightly more slicker, slightly wetter on the start grid, and again, it's all the advantage that, for example, the front row grid sitters have worked hard in qualifying to achieve. Could be for nothing if you over-rev the engine, drop the clutch and just sit there with spinning rear wheels.
Getting a little bit dark as well with some of the clouds overhead, so headlights on for some of the cars out there as they come to a slow and find their marks on the starting grid. So will be a standing start, 10 minutes of flat-out racing, hopefully, and those three Elvers, the Mark 8 followed by the two Mark 7s alongside. Also keep an eye out for the Bobsy Alpha. That had a pretty good run in the first part of this race from fairly far back. Thomas Seckel started on row 4 initially, so he'll have a better view this time around. And the Pandora too, the BMC Austin Ben Colburn made some good gains in that first part of the race, but we're about to get then the Madwick Cup. We're looking at sports cars that raced between 1960 and 1966, all less than 3 litres, and we're about to get back underway here at Goodwood. The Madgwick Cup is go once more. 3 Elvers off the line, and it's a slow start for the initial leader of Burkett. He bogs down in the Mark 8, then gets back going. Will Nuttall with a good start in the middle, in the white with the blue stripes down the middle. Heads into Madgwick. Looks like he's going to hold on to the lead. Can Bartel try and swing around the outside? No, I think Bartel in the other Elver has just slotted in behind.
Yes, he's gone from pole position down to 4th on the exit of Madgwick, and that was just all the result of not getting off the start-finish line cleanly. And now it's a battle for the 2 Mark 7 as BMW Elvers, with the 25 Lotus 23B in, that's Michael Hibbert, in 3rd position. But look, the BMW, sorry, the Elva Mark 8 trying to find a way around, but he's going to find it difficult coming into St Mary's. And just a little bit of a twitch from the back, and cars running wide. Like that was the bump. She nearly went off in the first part of St Mary's. No, it's a Lotus 23B has gone off, but back onto the circuit.
Couple of cars just finding the grass, but just able to hold on to it. So here we go. This was a great start from Andrew Hibbert in the 25 Lotus 23, who managed to now to get himself up in to 3rd position, and now try and hunt down Will Nuttall. There was our initial late race leader coming through your screens now, and that Elva Mark 8 bogged down at the start, and now is getting a face full of spray from the battling cars ahead. The Elva Mark 7 of Max Bartel, and then just ahead now, fighting back though is Bartel. Can he swing around the outside? Here's we got a car off and in the gravel, and it's the 50, it's the Aurora BMC. I think it's Nick Swift who's found himself off the track.
So into the chicane.
Surely not.
Oh, side by side. Wow, how did he pull that one off? That is not in the book of regulations. He managed to squeeze through the chicane, but got done and a clean overtake.
What a move from the Elva of Ollie Burkett. That move was not on, but he made it happen. He didn't even knock a flower pot over. Lining it up here. Now I just wonder, the 18 getting slightly balked by the 25. Was that just a little bit of advantage he needed?
Yes, that was well read. And the opportunity arose. I mean, it was a high-risk maneuver, but it worked. As we see the tail of the field making their way. There's the Aurora getting wide, and that's just on the entry into 11th. The first part of the corner just was too far to the left. Caught a white line, painted white line, and then once the rotation begins, you're sitting there, and of course, hopefully the car might get out of the gravel trap on its own. And wow, here we go again, up the inside, contact in St Mary's, and both cars now go off.
Hibbert to the grass.
But they're going rallycross at this stage right now.
It almost looked like Burkett couldn't get it stopped at that point, and both of them off into the grass, but rejoining this race with a bit of minor contact then. So Hibbert and Burkett come together, 2nd and 3rd, fighting they were. That's allowing Will Nuttall to escape up the field.
Well, Tommy Erdos, great Brazilian race driver, is the race, if you like, the driver's steward, and he might look at that and think, well, I'm not particularly happy with this. I might want to have those 2 drivers in and have a little discussion, but that's for later.
Battle for the lead, though. Max Bartel has gained nicely up into 2nd now. We've seen those last 2 cars fall by the wayside. He's putting pressure on Will Nuttall. Slightly wider line for the Elva in front, being chased down by the Elva Mark 7 behind as well. So the initial pole sitter coming back here with just over 6 minutes left to go.
So trying to get traction out of the chicane, and both drivers one side of the circuit, the other on the other side. And again looks to make, I mean, we could see what was going on. The 23 keeping an eye on the mirror to see whether the Bartel car is going to slide up the inside, chose not to. So now the battle will continue on the exit of Madgwick, and there is a pretty impressive oversteer slide, but just losing ground in the process.
And tell you what though, the longer they fight, the more they bring back Ollie Burkett into the battle for the race win, having recovered from his little off. I wonder if he may well get a penalty for that, but we'll let you know when we know. But right now, the Elva and the Mark 8, which was leading the initial part of the race, was on pole for the restart, now trying to recover in 3rd and hunt down this battle for the lead. There is Burkett just making his way through now. And tell you what, good start as well for the Lotus 23C of Henseler, up into 4th spot. Now, how did you read that again, John, now we've had the replay?
Over-aspirational. I think to try and sneak down the inside so tight to the apex of the corner with a car committed to taking that apex, it was never going to happen. But you know, it was an overtaking maneuver. They were virtually alongside, but it was aspirational in terms of was it going to work.
Well, he has recovered into third. Andrew Hibbard now down into sixth, so I'm sure he'll be feeling rather aggrieved with his Lotus getting biffed off into the grass, but both need to fight another day on that one. Actually, Hibbard has just managed to get himself up into fifth spot. We once again, though, are looking at this battle for the lead. Less than 0.2 of a second separating. Will Nuttall coming through the chicane now, being chased by the other Elva behind of Max Bartel. Both Elva Mark 7s here. The Mark 8 of Ollie Burkitt still lurks in the background as they will come across the line with over 4 minutes remaining.
So a little bit further through the field again into Woodcote. Very tippy toe stuff from the 29. Lotus, that's Nick Fennell, just being very cautious indeed, not trying to overdrive, and every input being done with great gentleness. The Elva a little bit more aggressive on the exit, just trying to counter. But here's a manoeuvre into Ford Water again, and a snip up the inside, but not sufficiently alongside to make it stick.
Just trying to find a way through, forced Nuttall into some kind of mistake, these two Elvas. But behind, though, lurking, nearly having a big swap on the front. The third car coming through the picture. Ollie Burkitt in the Mark 8, closing in, fastest lap last time around. This fight for the win is not over yet.
We have only 3 minutes to go, so it'll be the conclusion of this lap and then one final lap. So that any one of these top 3 Elvas could actually stand on the winner's podium. At the minute, Will Nuttall has marginal advantage because he's in the lead, he's got no distractions, and Bartel in the second place, Lola, Max Bartel, I don't think has got enough gas in the tank right now as they come down into Woodcote.
Onto the brakes as they make their way through the right-hander. Will Nuttall, though, going slightly wide as Max Bartel takes the tighter line. Can he get better drive on the exit? Shake from the Elva as it comes into the final chicane. And now, right there with them, is Ollie Burkitt in the Mark 8, just lurking, waiting for his chance to try and steal second and steal the race win. 3 Elvas fighting it out here in the closing stages of the Madrick Cup. Sports cars from 1960 to 1966, all with engines smaller than 3 litres. And we've got a fight for the win on our hands.
Well, Max Bartel, he's very clear. And look, both the Elvas coming out of Madrick, trying to get the power on, snaking. Now Bartel sticks his nose up the inside into Ford Water and forces his way through to take the lead. And this is what we've got, 1 minute 50. We might get one more racing lap. I thought maybe it might be marginal. So a good clean overtake by Max Bartel into the lead. The pole sitter, man. Elva's gone off on the left.
And that is a fairly big shunt as well for the Elva Mark 8, which was looking so strong. It had a few wobbles on that last lap. Lost a little bit of time, even though it was closing. And that leaves us with 2 as he's out of the car straight away, which is great to see, and over the fence to safety.
Yeah, look, he's distraught, absolutely distraught. It looks as if we didn't quite catch the beginning of it. Maybe he got a little bit of a tank slapper as he came through Ford Water, and then the car snapped back to the left. And once it was going 90 degrees to the bank, it was not much that we're going to see Ollie Burkitt manage to handle to do.
This fight, though, is still not over, with less than a minute to go now, and that actually Crash has brought out the red flag. So is that fight over for the race win? And I'm not sure they're aware of the red flag. I think they'll need to just slow down. I think Will Nuttall is now aware, hand up in the air.
Yes.
And you can see the frustration actually from Will Nuttall in the car behind the 2 Elvas. Now, interestingly though, should they go 1 lap back?
No, well, they could do, actually. You might well be right. That could be a take when a red flag concludes a race. It sometimes is the case within rules and regulations that the result is based on the previous lap, not the lap that the red flag that is stopped the race.
Well, for that crash at the end with Ollie Burkitt in the Elva Mark 8, denying us of perhaps a final fight between the two Elvers out in front. It's registering as Will Nuttall taking, oh, that is a bit of a big hit, isn't it, for the Mark 8, so get a closer look at it, but it's registering as Will Nuttall as the winner of the Madrid Cup, beating Max Bartel in the sister Elva, and the stricken Elva that we're looking at the moment, the Mark 8, taking third, as we get another look at what happened. So we had this great battle happening out in front, and then
this is what he got, a little oversteer, and then he steered into it. But there's precious little space between the edge of the racetrack and the bank, and there you can see. And once on the grass, he's just simply a passenger, and a big impact on the left front, and a lot of bodywork damage, suspension damage. I hope no chassis damage is done to that magnificent little Elva BMW Mark 8.
Well, they really put on a show for us, didn't they? Over the course of a bit longer than 25 minutes in the end.
No chance for a nap mid-race, was there?
No, you don't get that here. You don't get that here, but the Elvers putting on a show for us in the Madrid Cup, pushing hard all the way to the end, and you can see what it means as well. Ollie Burkett looking at his stricken Elva. He was putting in a magnificent performance, actually, but had a couple of offs earlier on, but head in his hands is the last thing you want to see, these beautiful cars finding the wall. But you know, with the enjoyment of these amazing machines comes those risks, as the top two hug it out at the starting grid, and we'll have the podium ceremony. But unfortunately for Ollie Burkett, I'm sure that'll be small crumbs.
Well, certainly Ollie Burkett was pushing in what we thought might be the final lap, certainly penultimate lap, to regain ground on the two leading Elvers. And he had run that gap down, but just coming through that final bit of forward water, I captured just a little snap of oversteer, not a lot, not a big one, but then the correction saw the car then veer directly off the racetrack, and once onto the grass, these cars were traveling over 100 miles an hour at that point. The grass is sodden, and there's more chance of being struck by lightning than stopping a car in conditions like that.
Well, the Madrid Cup race we had, I think, just over a minute or less than a minute to go before the red flag came out. It will not be restarted. We have had the checkered flag. Will Nuttall registering the race win in his Elva BMW powered Mark 7, followed by the other Mark 7 of Max Bartel, who I think will be a little bit gutted by that one, having taken the lead just before the red flag came out. Ollie Burkett, who caused the red flag, crashing his Elva Mark 8, chasing down the top two, in the end third, ahead of a really good run for the Lotus 23C in Henseler's hands, finishing in fourth, with Andrew Hibbard, despite having a couple of offs and finding himself biffed off the track at one point, managing to finish inside the top 5 in the other Lotus 23. That initial race start, though, the Bobsy Alpha faded away, sadly, once the rain came. Managing Seckel faded away down to 12th, outside of the top 10. But there you can see a family affair, and one that I'm sure they'll be very satisfied with after a tricky race, tricky conditions, and now it looks like the blue sky has come back to play again.
Yes, I think that was the conditions at the start of the race were relatively acceptable, easy-ish, but once that little rainstorm came through, plus we had a stoppage, first red flag, then I think the conditions were that little bit more tricky, and it was evident when drivers actually started to push that little bit more than they would have maybe wished to do, basically either to defend or to attack. We saw that the grip level, while it was there a moment for a comfortable pace, pushed that bit harder, and then you're going to be struggling. And then we saw Ollie Burkett with that incident out in forward water and damage to the front of his. I think that's a beautiful car, that Mark 8 Elva BMW. I think it's just a stunning, and if you like, it's the sort of evocation of all these sports racing cars up to 2 litres.
Certainly. Well, the race then comes to a close. Hopefully we might be able to hear from our race winner shortly, as Will Nuttall's car escapes up the road, and the rest will file into the Parc Fermé area. Still plenty to come throughout the rest of today. A couple of good parades to look forward to. We'll be celebrating some of Alfa Romeo's most successful race cars from the 20s through to the 70s. A little later on this afternoon, and following this, we'll get the Jim Clark track parade underway. But first, our top 3 line up at the start-finish line. Let's check in with them and Ed Foster.
Well, that's had something for everyone, that race. Might as well stay here. Will, we'll start with you. He just got you on the last lap, but count back. Goodwood winner again.
Yeah. Well, I was so much going on in my head. I didn't know what was going on. Max Newt thinks that I won anyway, so I don't think he crossed the line first any lap. But there was one more lap at the end, so I thought I was going to give him a good go. I'd like to thank Wolf, who's watching at home in Germany, who owns the car. It's a beautiful little car.
Oh, look, great drive. Well done.
Thank you very much.
So close, so close. I mean, it's a great, cracking drive, especially after that restart.
It was. It's challenging. Those conditions are difficult to get off the start, and then to go through that process once and be in a relatively good position, to then see a red flag, I was thinking, no, not again. But actually being on the outside line into the first corner seemed pretty decent as well. But then myself and Will had an unbelievable battle throughout. We definitely work out that being in front's the hardest because everyone knows where you're braking, so you can gain a couple of yards. But fantastic. Shame about the red flag. Next time.
Well done, Max.
Thanks so much.
Now we have got a third place man here. Let's come. Oh, sorry, we got some photos. Well done, everyone. Well, it was pretty action-packed that. But did you know you're on the podium until you stopped down there?
Not really. So it's the first time I'm here in Goodwood. I never raced here before. The car is new. I never sat in the car. And then you sent me that lovely weather. So it was a good opportunity to race.
Heaven knows how fast you're going to be in 2 years' time.
Oh, yeah. Tell the others then. Yeah, I hope they will re-invite me again.
Well, look, a great drive. Well done.
Thank you so much. It's such a glorious event. I'm really happy. Thank you so much.
Like a snake.
Me and Ben have to give him a push.
It's really asking for it, isn't she?
Well, the Madrick Cup got going in dry conditions. These sports racing cars from between the early 60s with engines smaller than 3 litres. And it was a good start from Max Bartel initially on the pole position. Second place, Nick Cotton-Smith's 23B, falling by the wayside. But it was that Elva Mark 8 of Ollie Burkett sliding down the inside of Will Nuttall, applying pressure early on. Fantastic fight we were treated to the top 3 in the early stages. Battles actually all the way through the field as well, and a couple of spinners too. Ashley Hudson in another of the 23Bs finding himself backwards, along with Martin Verdon Rose. Elva a little further back, and also a few cars finding the grass on their own. Nick Carton-Smith losing out early doors, but then we had the safety car, bit of oil out onto the circuit, so we had to deal with that. So the marshals straight to work, and we were back underway, and it was a slow start for the Elva, the Mark 8, and a couple of slower starts in the field, but we were treated to such a magnificent battle once more between the 2 Elva Mark 7s, Will Nuttall and Max Bartel straight out in front, while others found the gravel and came to an end early doors. The Aurora there finding it and getting beached, and what a move was this, flying high for Ollie Burkett. There was no stopping him, quite literally. Went into the grass and biffed off Andrew Hibbard, who wasn't too happy about that. Further spin back in the field for the number 13 Lotus BMW 23B of Ken Dowling. But then the fight was on with the last couple of minutes to go between the 2 Elvas. Max Bartel with the initial lead, Will Nuttall chasing him, and in the end we have Seckel in the Bobbsey Alpha that was also having a good run. Well, this is how the final standings look. Those 2 Elvas 1 and 2. And then it was Wolfgang Henseler, who's been promoted up into 3rd in the Lotus 23C. And we heard what it meant to him there. Andrew Hibbard in the end finding the grass early doors, but managed to recover into 4th ahead of Ben Tilley's Lotus 23B. Nick Carton-Smith initially started on the front row and 2nd, faded down to 6th. That Pandora, though, with a really good rise all the way up from 17th on the grid into the top 7 ahead of Chris Goodwin. Martin Verdon Rowe found himself in a spin, recovered into 9th with Max Minzel, who started right at the back. managing to hold on and finish inside that top 10.
Well, I'm here in the Revival Style Village along the high street, a very busy high street as well. I wanted to show you just a few of the shops that we have here on offer. Starting with, we've got some wonderful old cravats here and some lovely waistcoats as well, but the cravats in every single colour that you could possibly wish for, which I know have been very, very popular. If we walk down here, we'll try and get through the crowds because there are some wonderful shopping areas and I know how popular they've been, but it's lovely to see Oxfam here as well, and Fionn here, who's managing this shop here this weekend. Just tell us a little bit about having Oxfam here and what you're doing.
So it's so great. We've got all of our hand-selected vintage pieces in the shop. We've also got 2 workshops. We had one yesterday and one tomorrow where we're upcycling leather and we're making little coin pouches out of them.
And how busy has it been here this last few days?
Really busy. It's been great. Last year we just did the workshops and trialled one rail and that was really successful. So we've got the shop this year and everything's going great.
And obviously incredibly important to keep the promotion of Oxfam going and making sure people donate and buy as well.
Yeah, and it's really good that we're raising money for a good cause.
Well, listen, I will leave you to it because I know it's very busy. Thank you very much, Fionn, as we go in here because, as we said, we talked a lot about clothes, but actually accessories is a really big thing as well. And Zoe in here is going to just talk us through a few of the accessories that we've got in here because they are vintage style, aren't they? And it's lovely to see.
Yeah, they are, Rosie. If I can just show you, we're Augustine Jewels, and here we're really labouring on our New York collection, where we've got a lovely Art Deco style, the Moissanite there, and also obviously some diamonds. And here's a Baroque pearl, so totally vintage, so popular. And of course, I want to show you, Rosie, the filigree here. where we've used a garnet and a citrine with this lovely ornate design, timeless but so vintage. We've had so much response in a couple of days. People love our jewellery. There's really a piece for everybody. We have a real focus on and people just love our jewellery, so I hope you do too.
Yeah, well, it is stunning, it is beautiful, and as you said, it's keeping in with the Goodwood Revival theme, so thank you very much. We're going to move on, but there are the accessories and there's the jewellery. If we then head over to Hannah George Vintage as well, I think probably the most colourful shop that I have seen, and we'll try and see if Hannah George is actually in this shop, although I can see her. Here she is. Hannah, I'm going to grab you very quickly. I know how hard you have worked on this incredibly amazing store, but it's so colourful.
Oh, thank you so much. I mean, colour is really like what I try and focus on. Print, texture, I love all the eras, but this has been a lot of work. I mean, you stopped by before we were even open, and my God, I think you saw the chaos we were in, but it's worth it.
It's definitely worth it. I mean, I stopped by for a very good reason, that you actually have helped me out with my outfits this weekend as well. But you really do have everything in here. You've got belts, shoes, you've got accessories, you've got all the outfits as well.
We even have hosiery and underwear. You can kit yourselves out head to toe in all the eras.
Listen, if you want to go that far, you can go that far at Goodwood Revival in all the eras. As I said, here in the High Street, it is so busy. Lovely to see it so vibrant. We've got a little bit of sunshine for now, but it is lovely, and as Hannah said, if you want to kick yourself out top to toe, you can do that here.
Track here at the Goodwood Revival, but they wouldn't be anywhere without the heart of the car, the engine, firing them along. And here I'm with the CEO of Cosworth, legendary engine builder. You having a good weekend?
Well, the weekend has been amazing so far. Revival is a place to be for not only us, but a lot of people, as you can see.
Well, it's a perfect weekend to be here, of course. We're celebrating Jim Clark, and I mean, he had tremendous success with the DFV, that legendary V8 that Cosworth developed in the late 60s.
Well, Jim Clark was obviously the one who won the first race of this DFV engine straight out. He is part of Cosworth heritage, and we're really proud of that.
I was even looking at, they're auctioning his 1967 Watkins Glen Trophy at Bonhams this weekend, which of course he won with this engine, helped him over the line. And, you know, all the drivers, this engine really did just take over the whole Formula One scene at the time. Jackie Stewart's somebody who gets very animated about things, but I don't think I've ever seen him more animated when I talk to him about this particular engine. It's just such a unique piece of machinery.
Well, you know, the two founders of the company, Mike Costin and Keith Duckworth, started something up in the north of London, which became an extremely important piece of the heritage of the UK automotive industry. And the DFV engine actually won 155 Formula One Grand Prix between 1967 and 1983. It was basically the engine you had to have to win a race. And the 12 Drivers' Championships and the 10 Constructors' Championships on top of all of that speak for itself.
Absolutely. I mean, it was just ubiquitous across those years. And Cosworth's still going strong. We've got this amazing timeline here. And of course, these days, you're making such incredible engines. Gordon Murray's, that power-dense V12 in that incredible T50 car. And of course, the Bugatti engine as well.
Well, yeah, we have to say we are really proud to partner with those two great brands, and this is certainly something to make a hint into our people and the skills and the love to precision and to deliver things on time to our customers. We have a great pool of talent in Northampton, and to work with icons like Gordon Murray is absolutely fantastic.
Well, we're really glad to have you here. Everyone's enjoying this, and I think it's a great place at Goodwood Revival to celebrate Cosworth's rich and storied history. Thanks for being here.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
And of course, all eyes were on the star of the year, Jim Clark. First across the line is Jim Clark. No trouble at all. Clark was the winner. Hill and Clark still leading. And Jim Clark the winner. First Briton ever to win the Indianapolis 500. That's Clark's Lotus going like a bomb. It's odds on for the World Championship. It was number 6 all the way. Nobody could possibly catch Clark.
One of the revival's central celebrations this year is to remember the life and career of one of the greatest racers of all time, Jim Clark. And I'm joined by one of our commentary team, John Watson, ahead of what's going to be quite a spectacular celebration. John, can you tell us a bit more about what we're expecting to see? We can obviously see behind you a few of the cars that are lining up on the grid ahead of this.
Well, Jim Clark was a very special racing driver, but he came from a farming background in Scotland. Not what you would imagine would be a pathway into Formula One or motor racing, but through a colleague of his, Ian Scott Watson, who did race. He persuaded Jim to jump into one of his cars, and eventually, little Porsche, which is here in the grid, that little white Porsche. And Jim was just, I don't know how many seconds quicker than the owner, but it was a light bulb moment. This guy was an outstanding racing driver, and he just jumped in and did it naturally. And I think that was maybe the character of his career. The way he drove a racing car, he made it look almost sometimes slow, because it was done in such a way, it was like watching something almost in slow motion. It never really looked like it was pushed or stressed. Just, I mean, a truly outstanding race driver who ended up winning 2 world championships.
Yeah, that's so lovely to hear you describe that, John. How old would you have been then when Jim was in the height of his career? Is he someone that inspired you? Because you're no stranger to getting behind a wheel.
Well, very much so, because apart from anything else, Jim was a British driver, albeit he was from Scotland. He was racing for a British team, which was Lotus. And his Formula One career, I think, probably got underway meaningfully in 1960. And if I say I was 14 years of age, everybody in here can work out what age I actually am. But he was racing for Lotus, and 1961 looked like this is going to be the real deal. 1962, Chapman introduced a revolutionary race car, the Lotus 25, the first monocoque, aluminium monocoque Formula One car. And it gave Jim the race car that matched Jim's ability. And that car was fundamentally the dominant car in the World Championship. But in the final race in 1962, in South Africa, 2 drivers, Jim Clark and Graham Hill, went in toe-to-toe. One of them would walk out a world champion. And in the race, Jim was leading comfortably, but sadly had a mechanical failure, and he had to retire, and Graham became the 1962 world champion. But, as in all good stories, Jim and Colin Chapman came back in 1963, dominated that world championship, and that was the first of his 2 world championships.
Wow, you speak so eloquently about it, John. It's brilliant to hear those stories. And like you alluded to before, we're touching on, of course, the incredible feats that he achieved in motorsport, but also a celebration of his life. And as we say, he grew up on a farm. It was around the age of 16 that he took on the running of a family farm. And I guess that's where his love of animals and driving developed there. And I think we're about to see some touches of those in the celebration, not just from the bagpipes to represent Scotland, but I think we're about to see some animals on the grid as well.
Well, yes, I mean, one of the things Jim did before we see this, he quite often would rush back home to Scotland to get back to nature, to get back what he really loved most of all. Motor racing was his passion, but his family farm was maybe his deepest love. But as a consequence, and here at Goodwood, we're going to celebrate the farming side of Jim Clark, 2 times world champion, and we're going to see, I think, a number of sheep. I think it's quite a substantial number of sheep, and a shepherd coming onto the circuit. Just another little sort of caveat of the life of a great 2-time world champion, a man taken way before his time.
Yeah, and Goodwood's own shepherd as well. So all the ties come together. It's going to be a really lovely celebration. Now, if we look just over your shoulder, John, you were talking to me about some of the cars that you pointed out as they came past. Do you have some of your favourites from this fleet that you remember?
And lots of them were my favourites. I actually did drive Lotuses on a couple of occasions. The car that came onto the grid first was the loudest car, which was the 1965 Indianapolis 500 winning car. Jim Clark won that race. A year earlier, in 1964, he should have won the race. And in 63, I think also, sort of they got elbowed out, and a little bit the sort of Indianapolis family enabled one of their dinosaur roadsters to win. But look, that car from 65 with a 4.2 litre V8 engine, producing maybe 500 horsepower, and no wings, none of the modern appendages we see in Formula One or any type of IndyCar racing. I mean, those were courageous race drivers, and Jim Clark mastered Indianapolis. Wonderful.
Yeah, it's incredible to hear. Like you say, some of the statistics are the same as what we'd find in modern cars, but without some of the technology that we see these days. Well, I believe that David is now on the grid with someone that's going to talk us through some of those cars that are on the grid.
Yes, well, I'm down here with this rather wonderful looking car, which is also a very important part of Jim Clark's history. We heard John talk about it earlier, and it's now owned by Tom. Tell us a little bit about this gorgeous Porsche.
Yes, this car was originally bought by Ian Scott Watson for Jim to drive, but Jim's father wouldn't let him race, so he did it secretly. But after a while, it became common knowledge that he was racing the car. He raced it 28 times, and he won 18 races in it. Including the class for this type of car at Spa, which was his first foreign race. Later on, as we all know, he went on to drive for Lotus, and then they stopped him driving this car because Chapman didn't like him driving a Porsche while he was racing for Lotus.
Well, we are loving having it here. It's such a fantastic looking car. Thank you for keeping it here. I know you've raced it here a few times at Goodwood, and we'll see it out on the track again today. But I think it's time to head back up to the commentary box.
And that's because we're seeing something very, very unique. This is wonderful. The sheep coming onto the grid, well, on the grid in a moment. Bruce Jones is with me, and Doug Nye as well, a great writer, author and journalist who knows a huge amount about Jim Clark's background. But also, Bruce, this is such a special day, and we are celebrating something that, of course, is all about his origins of being a farmer himself, Jim Clark.
I dare say he'd have been looking by and mentally going, stand by, one has escaped, and it's been rounded back up. But, you know, farming blood ran through Jim's veins, and it always had a massive pull on him. Even as his career was picking up, but attention to detail. And it was that ability to go home. But, Doug, of course, Jim didn't always stay true to his Scottish roots. At the end of his career, towards 1966, he did move overseas and based himself in Paris.
Yes, we can thank the contemporary Chancellor of the Exchequer for that, I'm afraid. Jimmy had become great friends with the Swiss-born editor of a French magazine called Sport Auto, Jabby Crombach. And Jimmy shared his flat in Paris, post-66 really, and just became infinitely more cosmopolitan than he had been originally.
But this is lovely to see how he started his life, isn't it? Well, you know, born in 1936, family farming in Kilmeny in Fife. He had 4 older sisters. When he was 6, they moved to the borders to Eddington Mains Farm. That's where he was based. He started driving a tractor at 10 years old, but of course dealing with the sheep and dealing with the animal, sheep farming was an absolute key to him, and no doubt about it. And when he used to go back to Scotland, he used to have a completely different sort of discussion with people about more important things to him at that point. It was about the farming.
Well, I think it is. It really grounds you when you've got something that's got such clear purpose and also that sense of belonging. And I think actually an awful lot of drivers should take up sheep farming.
Well, sheep farming and the current price of sheep in the local market was infinitely more riveting for Jimmy than anything about racing for quite a time early on, until he really committed himself to the sport rather than the family business.
This is great. Shepard's doing the great job of moving them around and just entertaining us with these sheep to celebrate Jim Clark. So just to remind you, of course, we are celebrating 60 years since Jim Clark's second and final title in 1965, and we've already been talking a little bit. We will be talking more, of course, about his racing career and how much he achieved, particularly in that 1965 season. But this is lovely. This is a unique view that we just don't see here at Goodwood very often, but Goodwood always comes up with something a bit different, doesn't it?
it's part of the ethos here, actually, as different as you can make it, if we can get away with it. So cross our fingers that we can get away with running all these sheep onto the grid.
Doug, you've been a part of the Goodwood, coming back to motor racing from so many years. It was the competition here between 1948 and 1966, and then it was a test track for many years. But then it has come back to being a race circuit, of course, and the Festival of Speed came back. But you've been a part of some of the decisions about what's been going on here, and I don't know whether you were involved in this one or not, but there's so many things that go on. It's great fun.
I claim the Fifth Amendment.
Okay.
It has been extraordinary, and it's all down really to the enthusiasm of the current Duke. And some of the people that are around him, well, all of the people that have been around him, many of us, for so many years. But it's immensely gratifying when we see this today, and particularly, on this anniversary of Jimmy's 65 World Championship.
And I think one of the loveliest things, Doug, is if people, the much younger people who are watching all around the world and here at the circuit, is to understand the diversity of Jimmy's career and the fact that back in the 50s and 60s, all drivers would do as many races as they possibly could for that lovely thing called prize money.
Well, that's right.
But to exceed, and the 65 season was extraordinary. Winning the Indy 500, he'd already shown enough skill to do that the previous few years, waltzing away with the Formula One World Championship, and also the Formula 2 Championship. British Salute, he won in everything.
Yeah, and just as you say that, look, the sheep are going past all the cars you're talking about that Jim used to race. This is a wonderful shot, because you are looking at his mix of touring cars, of his early years in Lotuses, sports cars, and then, of course, Formula 1 cars, Indy cars. And the sheep are getting a good view. They're checking these cars out.
And well, absolutely. Look at that. I wonder how many sheep power that Gemini Formula Junior is. Isn't that wonderful? And the little Gemini there, of course, was the first single-seater that Jimmy really experienced.
This is lovely. I mean, the way they're investigating all these machines. Aston Martin, at one point, he could have been an Aston Martin Formula 1 driver. It didn't happen because Aston pulled out of Formula 1 then.
Well, they had their glory when they finally won the Le Mans 24 Hours in 1959, but already they sort of decided to go Formula 1, but the engine was at the front, which was what people were not doing much anymore in terms of Cooper and Lotus, so it was a big swerve around that one. But at the time, to have a manufacturer like Aston Martin wanting to get you on their books would have been tempting.
And he was testing here at Goodwood, wasn't he, for Aston Martin?
He was. He tested here for Aston Martin under their great former King of Goodwood, Reg Parnell,
right,
who had become Aston's team manager. And he was... I'm sorry, this is an extraordinary sight.
It's lovely. I'm really enjoying this.
I never think I would see so many abreast running into Madgewick. It's extraordinary.
This is stunning. This is a wonderful view, and this is to celebrate Jim Clark being the farmer who went on to become a double world champion, but winning in all sorts of other forms of motorsport, which we'll be talking about in a little while. That is just brilliant. It is absolutely, and the way they're managed by the dogs and by the shepherds, really, really great.
No, they're very well rehearsed.
Yes, clearly.
No, it was a wonderful thing. When Jimmy first tested here for Aston Martin, he was absolutely intent upon not looking untidy. And so coming round Woodcote inside of the pits and the chicane inside of the pits, he was driving as smoothly as he could.
Fantastic.
And then to make up his lap time, he was going hell for leather around the rest of the lap.
I can imagine. They're carrying a camera as well, so there are going to be some more amazing pictures of this one day when it's all been put together.
I think there'll be a lot of camera operators out of a job shortly. This is getting in among the heart of the action, but I mean, just sublime and surreal moments, and for that celebration, but really when we get a chance to look back at the cars on the grid, it is just the most incredible assembly of cars, but also
wonderful.
How much was achieved in such a short space of time. But yeah, something different from Goodwood and these sheep. I think they have earned a nice grassy verge to go and chew.
Who's your money on?
The one in the middle, actually, the black-faced one.
Wonderful, really wonderful to see, and I do hope you've enjoyed this, whether you're here at Goodwood or watching with us online. We're sitting in our commentary box over the top of the grids, so we'll be talking about those cars, as you said, in a moment, Bruce, but these pictures of seeing the sheep running around, absolutely lovely. And we've been quite lucky with the weather now, because the sun has come back out. We've had some rain this morning, but this has worked perfectly, and yeah, having a lovely leap. Great stuff. So that's from the sheep. That's part of the celebration of the farming history of Jim Clark. But the history of Jim Clark as a racer, of course, absolutely crucial. And we have another Formula One world champion here who wants to look back and talk about him. Damon Hill is with Ed Foster.
Well, thank you, Ben. Not only do I have Damon, I also have Clive Chapman. Now, Damon's father obviously raced against Jim. Clive, your father ran Jim. I'll start with you. I mean, how do you sum up Jim Clark?
The greatest driver. He had the greatest season ever. He's got 8 Grand Slams. His win rate was unbeaten, and just a great man.
Damon, your father had so many titanic battles with Jim. What an extraordinary collection of cars and sheep, of course.
Well, I don't know about that, but I'm not now. They're not cheap, but I mean, you know, Clive was just telling me this car. Now, this is the Lotus. What year was that? 1965. So my dad raced that one, but I actually sat in it. So there's a picture of me sitting in it when I was a lad being pushed. But I've got, you know, Jim was so much involved in my dad's life, and I think they got on really well as teammates. That was the thing, that they had was kind of a lot of respect. He knew that Jim was almost unbeatable, but I think my dad's approach was a little bit methodical and a little bit more determination maybe, but whatever, they got on really well as teammates, and Jim was a complete legend.
Thank you, Damon.
Here today, as we come together to celebrate the life of a man who for so many remains the very embodiment of artistry behind the wheel. Jim Clark. Jim was a man who earned not just respect, bordering on awe, for his extraordinary achievements behind the wheel, but a deep and enduring affection for the quiet dignity and sportsmanship with which he carried himself on and off the track. Jim's career stands as a testament to pure instinctive brilliance. He wasn't just a champion, he was the absolute very representation of grace at speed. A driver whose innate feel for a car seemed not just God-given, but positively supernatural. In single-seaters, touring cars and sports cars alike on 5 continents, Jim made it all look deceptively easy. His true greatness, however, was not in trophies or records. It was in the quiet humility with which he achieved them. Even as he was garnering records and global acclaim, he was, first and foremost, a sheep farmer from the borders of Scotland. You may have just noticed our subtle nod to that on the track a moment ago. It is perhaps that grounding, that deep connection to the land and to the rhythms of ordinary life that made him such an extraordinary racing driver. Here at Goodwood, Jim's story is woven into the fabric of our circuit's golden years. He raced here often and he won here frequently. On one memorable day, Easter Monday 1965, he won 3 times: the Lavant Cup in a Lotus 30, the St Mary's Trophy in a Lotus Cortina, and the Sunday Mirror Trophy, the final F1 race at Goodwood, in a Lotus 25. It was during the latter race that Jim, alongside his close friend Jackie Stewart, set a lap record that remains a joint benchmark to this day. It was met with little fanfare at the time because nobody knew that it would never ever be bettered. Back in 1960, my grandfather designed a small trophy called the Goodwood Ton, which he presented to any driver who achieved a 100-mile-an-hour lap of this circuit. The first recipients in 1960 were Innes Ireland and Stirling Moss. Jim duly received his ton when he set his 100-mile-an-hour lap, but by the time Sir Jackie managed it, the achievement had become a little more commonplace, and the cost perhaps of giving out a lump of silver to every driver must have become too great for my grandfather. So Jackie, for whatever reason, never received one. We have commissioned a new Goodwood Ton, inscribed both to Jim and Jackie, making their joint achievement, which I would now like to ask my wife to present to Sir Jackie Stewart. And this is very much to right the historic wrong that Jackie never received this trophy in period, and something I hope he will be able to add to his unbelievably full trophy cabinet. We would also like to make him an honorary member of our new Ton Club, which we created in 2021. In 1965 was indeed Jim's year of years. He won the Tasman Championship in Australia and New Zealand. He wrapped up his second F1 World Championship by winning the German Grand Prix in August. His 6th win in the opening 7 races. He actually maintained a 100% record, having missed Monaco in order to win the Indy 500 on the same day, becoming the first driver to win the race in a rear-engine car and the first to do so at an average speed of over 150 miles an hour. For good measure, he also wrapped up the British and French F2 championships. By the end of the year, the shy sheep farmer from the Borders was on the cover of Time magazine. And Jim was not a man to seek the spotlight. He let his driving speak for him, and what it said was unforgettable. To watch him was to watch perfection in motion, precise, fluid, almost serene. Even today, drivers and fans alike revere him as perhaps the purest example of what a racing driver can be. Jim's legacy is also more than statistics or trophies, much more. It's the quiet courage and sportsmanship that endeared him to teammates, mechanics and fans the world over. His tragic loss in a Formula 2 race at Hockenheim in 1968 robbed the world of a once-in-a-generation talent, but his memory continues to inspire. In celebrating Jim, we are reminded that greatness can be worn lightly, that humility and humanity need never be sacrificed in the pursuit of excellence, and that sometimes the quietest voices leave the loudest echoes. Ladies and gentlemen, Jim Clark.
From the quiet fields of the Scottish Borders came a man who changed the world of motor racing forever. Jim Clark never sought the limelight, never strived for fame or fortune. To him, he was a farmer first, and only then the fastest driver on earth. He was gentle, modest, almost shy. In the paddock, he could vanish into the crowd. But in a car, any car, Jim Clark became something else entirely. A natural, effortless master of speed. "1965 was his year of years. Formula One world champion, winner of the Indianapolis 500, champion of the Tasman Series and Formula 2 as well. 4 crowns across 4 continents in a single season. No one before or since has matched it. Throughout his career, Clark rewrote the record books. 25 Grand Prix victories, 33 pole positions, 28 fastest laps. All were records at the time of his tragic death in a Formula 2 race at Hockenheim on April the 7th, 1968. And 8 perfect Grand Slams, taking pole, fastest lap, every lap led, and the win. That record still stands today. And it wasn't only in Formula One. Whatever he drove, wherever he raced, Clark could do things in a car that were beyond the reach of mere mortals. In single-seaters, sports cars, saloons, even rally cars, he made the impossible feel almost routine. In anything on 4 wheels, he could win. Jim Clark's brilliance wasn't in noise or bravado. It was in quiet authority, in grace, in speed. More than half a century later, he is remembered not just as one of the greatest drivers who ever lived, but as the farmer from the borders who carried his values with him to the very top of the world. Today, we celebrate Jim Clark, the farmer, the champion, the legend.
Well, what a man, what a career, and what a season that 1965 season was. I'm going to attempt the impossible. Sir Jackie Stewart is in here, so I'm going to squeeze in. Sorry, everyone. Sorry, Drew. Thank you. Come on through. Sir Jackie, I'm sorry to interrupt. What an amazing man he was, and what a pleasure it must be to share that record with him here at Goodwood.
Yes, he was a wonderful friend. As two Scots, of course, to participate in Formula One at that time was something new. But Jim was a very, very good friend of Helen and I. Throughout his career, he was the cleanest, best driver that I had ever been playing part of. And we shared each other in London in an apartment together. John Whitmer gave it to us, and Jim and I spent a lot of time there. So even now, I feel sensitive about the whole thing.
Well, Sir Jackie, it's wonderful that you've been awarded with this. Thank you so much for the kind words. I'll leave you in peace. Let's try and squeeze through. Sir Jackie, thank you. What I'd love to do is, sorry everyone, try and squeeze through, because there is a Dario Franchitti on the grid. Here we go. We even have a cameraman. Brilliant. Excuse me, everyone. Thank you. Dario, I'm sorry to interrupt. A Scot driving Jim Clark's Lotus 38 past the bagpipes. It's a moment, isn't it?
It is. We were just debating whether this was the car used in Verbier at the hill climb in 65. Proper anorak stuff. No, pulling alongside the pipe band, I shut the engine off just to hear. And I hope somebody over here got pictures of that, because the car alongside the pipe band was really good. And then the sheep, and standing next to Jackie and watching this tribute to his friend was, yeah, God, it's just Goodwood, isn't it? How special is it? And the sun is now shining. Wonderful.
You talked about it yesterday, but obviously a lot of people here today weren't listening at the time. Please tell us about these overalls, because they're not just a replica, are they?
No, so I had these built 2010, I think. I was going to drive the car at Indianapolis, fresh out of its restoration. The time it was before that, it was running 1965 at the Indy 500, and then I went away into hibernation for 40 plus years. So I had Hinchman in Indianapolis make an exact replica using the same machines that they did at the time of Jim's suit from that day in 1965. So I think if you're going to do it, you got the gloves and got the tribute helmet, you might as well do it properly.
You certainly have. Dario, thank you. Let's go back to the commentary box.
Thank you very much. Well, fascinating to hear from some of the great stars, of course, and in celebration of Jim Clark and celebrating that 1965 season, where 60 years since he took that second and final title in Formula One. But well, I've got Doug Nye and Bruce Jones alongside me. So much to talk about. You know, it's such history. We're hearing some lovely stories about Jim. He really was, Doug, a fantastic racer, wasn't he? Quite a quiet man out of the car, but as was being said, but in the car, such talent.
He was extraordinary. He was straight out of Moss's mould, basically, in that people watching him would see him take unusual lines and look relatively slow. But in fact, when the lap time came up at the end of the lap, you go, wow, he's on pole. And that's just an extraordinary ability, but it was typical of Jimmy. And he was much loved by his mechanics. He was very, very humble and gentle, and whereas some other drivers would shout and yell and scream if something went wrong, there are only very few instances where Jimmy did that.
This car, Bruce, is funny. When we saw that the ERA, this is an ERA from the 1930s, and I wasn't quite sure originally, but he did test drive this car in the 1960s, didn't he?
He did. 1964 French Grand Prix at Rouen. They had a historic support race, and Sir Patrick Lindsay was here with this fabulous car, actually, incidentally, built in the year of Jimmy's birth, and offered Jimmy a go. And he hopped in, never sat in it before, thrashed around at least 4 seconds a lap faster, came in, made some set-up tips for them, but I mean, it just dropped people's jaws that he could go into something that was so alien. And let's face it, Rowan was quite a tricky circuit as well. But,
yes.
But when you're as pure and smooth as Jimmy was, you know, everything would be taken in his stride. But it does seem like an anomaly. We think his competition career started in cars from the mid-50s onwards. However, it's lovely that that's here.
It is great. And the fact, I mean, this whole lineup, Doug, in a way that sort of shows such different kinds of cars. You don't see this with Formula One drivers nowadays, although I have to say it's fun to see Jenson Button in older cars here at Goodwood. But normally, of course, now Formula One drivers just focus on Formula One. But he drove so many different cars and was always fast in everything.
Well, we can only ever be an animal of the age in
Yes.
which we live, and that was absolutely true of Jimmy and of course of Damon's father Graham. Every race they could drive in, after all, was an earnings opportunity. You know, Moss famously used to say, it was 50 quid, boy, 50 quid. And that's what it was all about to some extent. But Jimmy had an extraordinary curiosity, and he was curious to know what different types of cars were like. And that was the great attraction for him of trying the ARA that he'd heard so much about. And he got into it, first time ever, trying a pre-selector gearbox. And it worked.
Fantastic. Well, there's more to learn. Let's go down to David, who's with Chris Evans.
Well, you find all sorts of things on the grid here. We had sheep and now found Mr. Chris Evans admiring this rather gorgeous car.
Oh my gosh, I mean, they're all great, aren't they? The sheep, that was a moment. That's already gone viral on Instagram. I think it's trending. They're barring, it's trending. And we're all salivating over this car here.
It doesn't get much better than this, does it?
No, DB4 GT Zagato, 1 of 19. I think this is like, is this Willie Loughran's car? I think it might be. One very famous car, beautiful. Who doesn't want one of these?
Well, you got rather close, haven't you?
Well, so to having one of these, I actually used to have one, and I stupidly sold it because I'm a very stupid man.
Did you say you had a DB4 though as well, just a standard one?
No, we've got a lovely DB6 in Bahama yellow. So in the rain clouds this morning, we were sort of providing our own sunshine coming over the hill. It was gorgeous.
Well, rain or shine, you're always here, and it's lovely to come and celebrate the great Jim Clark with fantastic cars like this, isn't it?
Happy Christmas, because this is our Christmas.
Well, lovely to see you here. I think we've got a little crowd around this fantastic car, and I'm just waiting for the dog cam.
Yeah, I heard you were.
Have fun.
Oh, that's rather fun. And it's so lovely that so many people are still so attached to what Jim Clark achieved, and, of course, so many of the cars that he did race.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Doug.
No, I was just going to say that isn't that Zagato, that Zagato Aston Martin, a svelte shape. I would call it wholly attractive. But in period, at the TT in 63, Jimmy came out of the pits to rejoin the race, moved over in the first corner here, Madgwick, to let John Surtees by in the leading 250 GTO 62 TT, and promptly lost it.
Really?
Because he moved onto marbles, fresh out of the pits, and he spun, and he took them both into the bank.
Oh dear.
And that was a source of huge embarrassment to him. But fortunately, you know, the cars weren't that badly damaged until another driver, Chris Kerrison, spun at the same spot and went into the two parked cars.
Oh, I can imagine. We're just looking back at some of the highlights of the sheep coming out earlier to celebrate the farming background of Jim Clark. Jim didn't make many mistakes, Bruce. They were the odd ones, weren't they? Where I mean, in those days, cars were always more unpredictable as well, and of course tracks were always a bit dodgy.
Yeah, and also tyre technology. What was considerably less on offer for the drivers, but in fact, notably, some fantastic photos of Jimmy driving 2 WEV, super sideways but super smooth. And then, of course, that got transferred when he started racing the Lotus Cortinas. I mean, at Brands Hatch, he was often 3 wheels, sometimes almost 2 wheels on the ground, because he'd worked out how to get that car to handle. And it doesn't handle anything like, of course, contemporary racing cars, but it was about that ability to be comfortable with the balance at any given point of turning a corner. And Doug, he had his own style, but he was super smooth. And you look through history, who else has been super smooth, who's been quick? Someone like Alain Prost. You never see the speed until you see it on the stopwatch.
No, exactly. And except in his extremis, that was certainly true of Moss and definitely true of Fangio.
Yeah.
Definitely true of Fangio. But all of them could show Tiger when it was needed.
But they also had that ability, as you say, Fangio is similar. If the car wasn't running too well, getting towards the end of the race, and we were hearing about that earlier, that Jim could do as well. He could back things off and look after the car, because they were not as reliable then as they are nowadays. And that was a key part. Alain Prost would actually sometimes, once he got in front, would just ease off and just win by a small margin. But Jim was brilliant at that too, wasn't he?
His natural feel for a car was extraordinary, and several times he would stop a car, say during testing. The mechanics would go out and ask him why he'd stopped, because they couldn't see anything wrong with it. And he'd say, there's something wrong at the back. And then they would find that a drive shaft joint was on the verge of collapse.
Wow.
It was almost a sense of sort of prescience.
You're going to hear some lovely sounds coming up now, particularly with these ex-Indy 500 racing machines. But you've got all these other cars coming up. Part of it, Bruce, of course, is such an important part, is the connection with Lotus, with Colin Chapman. And his relationship with Colin Chapman, the boss of Lotus, the man who created Lotus, that was one of the closest relationships Colin Chapman had with any racing driver, wasn't it?
Oh, 100%. I mean, of course, Colin always wanted to sell cars to other teams, but it was all built around working out what suited Jimmy, and the rest would follow off the back of it. But of course, he pulled that wonderful flanker when they introduced the Lotus 25 in the season where people thought they were buying the 24, and that was the first monocoque car. Combine that with Jimmy's unnatural talent, and the goal kept moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Isn't it wonderful to see Damon Hill about to head out as well?
Damon in that Lotus 49 sitting there is just a picture of his late father.
Yes,
Graham.
because they were teammates. In that start, and 1968, of course, was the tragic year when Jim passed away in the accident in Formula 2, and it was Graham, his teammate, who then went on to take the title. Yes. And it was devastating for Colin Chapman that year, wasn't it? But Graham sort of brought the team back together with his ability to take the title.
Graham was an extraordinary showman, but he was a showman of tremendous substance. And he literally picked the team up after Jimmy's accident and took them on to the World Championship.
And the strangest thing of all, Doug, was the fact that then Damon had to perform exactly the same task with Williams after Ayrton Senna was killed. The team was absolutely distraught, and he had to do what Graham had done in 1968 and put that team, give them their focus and keep going. Like father, like son. And Damon, I have endless admiration for.
That's very true, actually. That's a very good point, that Damon had to do the same, being teammate with Ayrton Senna and then losing Senna. And what he achieved was remarkable. It's lovely to be riding on board with him in this racing car that was such an important part of Lotus, went on to be such a successful car. And Jim Clark, he was very happy with the Cosworth V8 power, wasn't he? That suited him very well, even though he'd been running Formula 1 cars that were a much smaller engine initially.
Well, there was great doubt amongst certain people at the time that any of the younger drivers, including Jimmy, who'd grown up in the 1.5 litre formula, would actually be able to handle the power. But they overlooked the fact that Jimmy had been here and had won, in the Lotus 30.
Yeah.
He'd won Indianapolis. I mean, how much power do you want? Sorry?
Absolutely. Yeah, the Indy 500 car's always very powerful. And that Cosworth V8, when it was, I mean, it's been hugely successful, as we know, across so many years in Formula One. But I do gather in that first year, it was actually a bit of a challenge. It had revs, certain revs, where it didn't do much and then suddenly kicked in.
That's right. It was a very, very peaky torque curve, as they call it. The thing was that it was just the new thing. It was so far in advance of the other engines that were running, either in terms of horsepower or in terms of its promised reliability.
One other element, of course, Doug, was the fact that the Cosworth DFV was a stressed member. You could mount the suspension directly onto it, so you weren't having the engine sitting in a frame and all the loss of performance and rigidity going into a space frame around it. And so that was massive. You combine it with Jim's talent. First race, Dutch Grand Prix 67 victory. Graham Hill getting on the battle as well. So it was an engine of the epoch, but of course now we have the other cars he raced in, period.
Look at these. I mean, this is such a lovely mix. The Porsche that was mentioned earlier on down towards the back there, and there's an Alfa Romeo, which he didn't actually race, but he did test. One of the very many different machines that he did have a play in, and that was the thing, you know, so many cars that he contested. That's a slightly different one, though.
The Lister Jaguar there, 736, is the flat iron car that he drove so successfully for his friend Jock McBain's Border Reavers team, and Jimmy learned a lot of the ropes on that. He described it as an absolute beast,
really,
in period, with its Jaguar engine, but he was very, very, very successful in it, in club racing, and they did an extraordinary number of races per year. He did over 50 races.
I know. I was looking back, even early on, but in 1965, as you say, I was amazed. I was looking at the list of races that he did in that 1965, and of course it started on the 1st of the year, because the 1st of January was when he went and won the first Grand Prix. In those days, the first Grand Prix of the year was actually on the 1st of January.
Yes, he'd have also done some non-championship races in South Africa just before, and so on. It would have done the Tasman Series, then became something at the start of the season. So it was almost 12 months a year.
Yes, but then, as you say, Bruce, he did the Tasman Series. He won the Tasman Series.
Yeah.
Then you come home
in New Zealand and Australia. That was, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And you come home and oh, look at that wonderful little car, the little Gogglebmobile that he drove in driving tests. We have some wonderful photographs of that car with the front jacked up and jacked over as Jimmy's wheeling it hard left, and you've never seen a car in which every single wheel is pointing in a different direction.
And Doug, this was a car of enormous performance. What was it, 250cc?
Absolutely. It was a 250cc, two-stroke, rear-engined, and this isn't the actual one that he played with, but I can tell you that the owner has repainted it in the colours that Jim actually had. It is exactly the same, it's just not the actual one, but it's now in exactly the same colours. It's fascinating you're saying about the amazing pictures of him driving.
Yes, absolutely, because when the suspension is swing axle or swing arm, and as I say, every wheel's pointed in a different direction in extremis. But, you know, I mean, rear engine, 250cc, lightweight body, very peculiar suspension. What can go wrong?
Look at the camber, the rear camber on there, you know, you do wonder. But, yeah, that was the thing. I mean, this is kind of what we're trying to get across, Bruce, is that different cars, and we have such an amazing parade. Lotus Cortina's just going through. Lovely to see those. And he was British Touring, well, I say British Touring Car Champion because it was British Saloon Car Championship in those days. But he was champion in that as well, thanks to those cars.
Yeah. In the red Lotus Cortina that was going around, similar to the car in which he tackled the RAC rally.
Yeah.
And I remember Brian Melia, who was his navigator in that rally, saying that he wasn't sure about going with Jim Clark, you know, the great Jim Clark. But anyway, he went into it. On one of the early special stages, he realised that, horror of horrors, he'd lost his place in the notes, and he saw the corner coming up. It was too late to give detailed notes, so he just screamed left, and he said, Jimmy, taken completely by surprise, Brian hadn't got to the F of left before they were hard left, tail out, you know, screaming off down the next straight. And he said the reaction time, the reflex time, was just a complete revelation to him.
That's lovely to hear. Yeah, Jimmy driving a rally car had that reaction response. Fantastic.
It's also the laser focus, the sort of ability to see almost 360 degrees and as you say, to react in the blink of a nano.
Yeah, the best of these blokes can think just so quickly. You know, it leaves all us mere mortals just... well, most people just don't understand. But the Racing Lotus Cortina are there. They're so characteristic of Jimmy's great career. The 49, so characteristic. This is a wonderful group of cars to commemorate him.
And of course, very much in the Lotus colours then, because it was just before sponsorship really came into Formula One for Lotus. So he was always in this sort of the green and yellow livery, wasn't he?
Yes, the yellow stripe was added by Team Lotus for the British Grand Prix in '63.
Right.
And which Jimmy won. And the Lotus 49 continued the tradition, as it were. And then early in '68, actually in New Zealand, the Gold Leaf Team Lotus sponsorship was introduced. Hello? Always.
Yep, they're taking the cars back in that way.
I thought for one horrible moment he'd gone off.
No, it's fine. They are being stored in different areas around the Goodwood circuit. So I do hope if you're here, you can walk around, have a look at these amazing cars in different places. If you're watching online, we will be seeing more of them over the course of the weekend. There will be another parade tomorrow as well.
Yeah, so quite a lot of them being stored halfway down the Lavant Straight, alongside some of the cars we've got in another celebration for later today. 100 years since Alfa Romeo landed.
Can I just add just one more thing?
Of course.
One day I was with Colin Chapman at Ketteringham Hall at Lotus, and I showed him some pictures of Jimmy, and he was the one who broke the spell because of a long period of silence. And then he glanced up and he caught my eye, and he blinked as if he'd been startled awake from a brief daydream. And he wasn't a man to betray private emotion, but he spoke instantly, crisply. And he said he was the finest man I ever knew. As a driver, he was a complete genius. And you know, I doubt if he ever fully realised it.
That's a lovely, lovely story. Thank you, Doug. We're just looking back at some of the highlights of this parade of Jim Clark, and it started with the sheep, and again it's all because of his starting in farming, and farming was still absolutely crucial to him throughout his career, but he'd gone into motor racing. He was a friend of Sir Jackie Stewart. They were good friends. Jackie came into Formula One a little bit later. It's been great to hear the words celebrating Jim Clark's career, and to see the cars out there, to see Damon Hill in the car that his father raced and went on to take the title in that 1968 season. And some of the cars that were very original to Jim Clark's career. It has been a very wonderful celebration.
This is an event like no other. Welcome to Goodwood.
That is it from Goodwood. It's been amazing, hasn't it?
Wonderful time.
For a small donation, you too can help young people like Amaka.
I don't need donations. I need your investment. I am part of Generation Potential, not Gen Z, Gen Alpha, whatever random name they decide. I have so much to offer the world. I could solve the climate crisis. I could cure disease. I could write a blockbuster movie. Because I'm going places. I want to make it so big. Okay. I'll be at some fancy fundraising events, deciding on who gets my investment. Today, I am here looking for your investment into our future. I want to learn skills, to gain confidence, to find opportunities, to change the world for the better.
Invest in us. Invest in Generation Potential.
It shouldn't matter how we start, it's what we do next that counts. Hey! Guys!
Well, how could I walk past this lovely lot and not stop to talk to them? These are the most magnificent outfits. We've seen so many today, despite the weather turning on and off for us. We are seeing still some wonderful outfits. You, sir, look fantastic. Please explain to me what you're wearing.
Basically, I'm wearing the wedding suit from my son and daughter-in-law's wedding from last year. And I'm wearing something from Heather's father, and so is my son. He's wearing a neckpiece from that. Generally just trying to be splendid today and enjoying the weather and the sun. But I mean, the wedding outfit was from last year on the 14th of September, and so they've got their first year's anniversary tomorrow. And curiously, our wedding anniversary is on Monday. So they were on the 14th, we're on the 15th, and Holly's parents, their wedding anniversary is on the Monday, on the 15th of September, same year as us.
I think I just have to say happy anniversary then to all of you. That's amazing.
Thank you very much.
But what's lovely is that you're re-wearing, you're reusing, which is really sustainable. This outfit is extraordinary. We talk about accessories a lot as well, and you've really gone all out on the accessories. Can you talk us through a few of them?
Well, the jacket is from a charity shop called Scarlet Vintage Retro that is in Harlow. The dress is a Franken dress. It's being constructed from 3 dresses. I mean, you can't see much of it. The hat I made. The necklace is from eBay, another charity shop find.
And I love that you've got also a sort of carpet bag with you as well. It looks like a carpet bag anyway.
It's actually a Madeira bag. I think it's probably 70s rather than 50s, 60s, but another eBay purchase.
Well, listen, it's re-wearing, it's reusing, it's going to charity shops as well. You guys are celebrating your anniversary tomorrow. Anything special planned?
Not really, no. Just coming here and having a good day out, I think.
First anniversary, come on.
Yeah, no, just coming here for the day. Really looking forward to watching some of the racing later on. So.
Well, listen, enjoy. You all look fabulous. I know this dress is also from a charity shop as well. So a family that are reusing, re-wearing, and also going to charity shops as well. Very sustainable. Great fun to see you all. Enjoy your day.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Enjoy.
Steve, I bet you've been watching the weather quite closely and enjoying the fact that the track is drying with this beast.
Well, it looks as though it's drying, but it's still probably wet out there. If it's dry, the car's great. If it's wet, it's tricky. But, yeah, it looks like, we've still got, how long have we got? 45 minutes to the end of the race, so could be on.
Alex was saying that you're sharing the car with Alex. He was saying the brakes aren't great.
No, it's a heavy car. You do lose the brakes if you try and keep going quick. So we've got to look after them.
I thought you were about to say we do lose the brakes if we use them, but
I can assure you we use them. It's a bit desperate. You press so hard, you think it's not going to stop, but it just about pulls up for the first 10-15 minutes. I'm not sure for 25 minutes.
Well, we'll see. The best of luck.
Thank you.
Best of luck indeed to our pole sitter for the next race, which is coming your way, the St Mary's Trophy Part 1, and this is what to expect.
The St Mary's Trophy is named after the motor circuit's tricky right-left S-bend and the nearby St Mary's Church in Lavant. First introduced at the Easter meeting in 1961, it was Goodwood's round of the British Saloon Car Championship until 1966, with winners including Mike Parks, Jack Sears, Graham Hill and Jim Clark. Those races are recreated with the annual St Mary's Trophy at the Revival. It's a two-part race for production saloon cars, with VIPs racing on Saturday, owners on Sunday and an aggregate result. It alternates between the eras of the 1950s and 60s, and in 2025 it's the turn of the 50s cars to provide another dose of frenetic saloon car action. Expect to see a classic David and Goliath battle as the tiny Austins and Alfa Romeos take on the big Jaguars and giant American V8s.
Where else in the world right now would you find British touring car champions, IndyCar aces, Formula One veterans, and Mr. Bean? Alice Powell alongside me, Harry Benjamin in the commentary box. We've got the St Mary's Trophy Part 1 coming up, and it is going to be, I think, an out-and-out fantastic race.
It could possibly be one of the races of the day. As you said, we've got such a great lineup. We've got Jimmy Johnson, the 7-time NASCAR Cup champion, Jenson Button, who got a taste of victory for the first time here at the Goodwood Revival yesterday, Darren Turner, Dario Franchitti, Alex Brundle, and the list goes on and on and on. Gordon Shedden's going to be lining up alongside Steve Soper on the front row, as well as Andrew Jordan. So we've got, this is going to be a cracker, basically. No sheep. As I'm looking at the commentary box window, they were fantastic, but we're going to have some fantastic racing on track to follow.
Yes, the sheep have been cleared. There is Rowan Atkinson on the left in the Jaguar Mark 7. Rowan Atkinson, who also has a lorry license, but this car with huge success in the US, the only survivor of the two Works Racing Mark 6s, 7s I should say, unique with a magnesium alloy body as well. So Rowan Atkinson lining up towards the back, not quite at the back, he's ahead of the likes of Anthony Reid and Rob Huff alongside Matt Neal, just behind Tony Jardine. Looks like we might have one of the Alphas in the pits as well, potentially with maybe some last minute issues, we shall see. But there is Andrew Jordan's Austin A40 sitting pretty on the front row in third, so we'll be on the far right as we'll get a look at it when they scream down to Madgwick. So Andrew Jordan then, another one of the stars of the show in the 77 car, making its way from 1959, the 2013 British Touring Car Champion. There is one of the Alfa Romeo Giuliettas that has found itself in the pits. I wonder, I think that might be Anthony Reid's. Is
that the 296? Yeah, I think you're right. That was due to start at the back of the grid anyway, but that car would be taking part in its third St Mary's, we're hoping anyway, as people are being cleared off the grid so we can quickly get underway. So we'll keep you up to date to see if Anthony Reid does come out of the pits in his Alpha.
There, though, is the man that went quick yesterday, Steve Soper in the Ford Fairlane, setting pole position, the British touring car ace with the best view down towards Madgwick, that car. Although we heard Steve talking to Ed just before, saying, well, if we do get a bit of rain, if it is not quite fully dry on the track, maybe there'll come a crop up. It is tricky in the wet, and those brakes as well will need to be managed in such a heavy car. throughout the course of this race. 25 minutes of racing. We are about to get underway for the St Mary's Trophy. That is the car that sits in the middle of the front row with Gordon Shedden. That's the 102 Jaguar Mark 1 with the 3-time British Touring Car Champion at the helm. And there, in something a little more nimble, a little smaller, is Dario Franchitti in the Riley 1.5, the 4-time IndyCar champion. That car based on a Morris Minor chassis with a larger engine put into it. And Dario Franchitti starting a little further back. But when you look at the field, you know, when you say starting further back, well, he's alongside Jimmy Johnson. He's ahead of Marino Franchitti and Andy Priu. Scott Dixon in the row behind as well. It is an absolutely stacked grid as we get underway for the green flag lap before we get this race started, and the engines roar up. And look at that for a sight. Alfa Romeos, Austins, Ford Zodiacs in there, the Jaguar Mark 1s. Quite a variety actually of Austins we have in there as well. The A105 Westminster is what Jimmy Johnson is piloting, the 7-time NASCAR champ. There is in that number 7, Rowan Atkinson in the Jaguar Mark 7.
Watch out for Tom Christensen, that's in the 73. You can just see him coming up now to Ford Water. He's in one of our Ford Thunderbirds, and we saw yesterday, didn't we, that Bill Shepherd got an awesome start with the V8, but he has got another Ford V8, the Fairline, in front of him. So I wonder if we could have 2 Fords leading the way into turn 1 with that runs they've got.
Leading the way though in pole is Steve Soper's Ford Fairlane, followed by Gordon Shedden, Jaguar Mark 1 and the Austin A40 of Andrew Jordan. Look behind though at that Ford Thunderbird for Tom Christensen, Tom Ingram as well, the light mighty Austin A40. The third row, Marcel Fassler in the Austin A40. Next to him will be Jenson Button, the 2009 F1 World Champion, and the reigning British Touring Car Champion Jake Hill sits alongside him. David Brabham is in 9th alongside Max Chilton, rounding out the top 10 in one of the other alphas in the field. Andre Lotterer goes from 11th. He'll be alongside Romain Dumas. 2 Austins alongside each other, one an A35, one an A95 Westminster, and then Charles Rainford there in the Riley 1.5 in 13th. The top 15 rounded out by Karun Chandok and Josh Cook, with Neil Jarney in the first of the Jaguar Mark 1s alongside Emanuele Pirro, with Darren Turner in 18th. The top 20 is Jimmy Johnson and Dario Franchitti, 2 friends alongside each other too. Scott Dixon tucked in just behind in the Ford Zodiac Mark 2. Marino Franchitti's piloting a Vanguard 6. Andy Priu in an Austin with Tony Kanaan and Tony Jardine. It's an all-Tony row 10, 24th and 25th, with Alex Brundle, Matt Neal and Rowan Atkinson on the penultimate row, a Lister Jag Mark 1, followed by Rowan Atkinson's Mark 7, and it's the Alfa Romeo. We think of Anthony Reid at the back and Rob Huff as well in the Austin A40. So Rob Huff, I think, will be the last car on the grid. Looks like Anthony Reid is going to start from the pit lane in that Alfa Romeo Giulietta. So 30 cars in the field. And let's have a look at this then. Already kicking up the smoke. And is that a little issue on the board? Early doors. I think it's the Riley 1.5, isn't it? It's Charles Rainford's.
So yeah, he's racing in touring cars this year with BMW, and trying to desperately warm up the tyres on that Riley 1.5. The 1.5 standing for the 1.5 litre engine it's got underneath the bonnet, and that car is actually ran by the Oxford engineering students, and doing a fantastic job, and are hugely grateful for all the enthusiastic support that they get from plenty of top companies around the industry. So a great way for them to come as well to the track and learn. And also, actually interesting, that most recently raced in the St Mary's by the late great Jochen Mass back in 2021 and 2023.
The first of the St Mary's races about to get underway. 25 minutes ahead of us, this one for the professional drivers. We'll see the owners racing it out at the end of play on Sunday before we take an aggregate result. These ordinary saloon cars plucked from retirement And here to give us a show, Rob Huff, the 2012 World Touring Car champion, coming and lining up at the back of the Austin A40 then. All right, we are about to see a field of Austin's Alfa Romeos and the Ford Fairline, which is on pole position alongside a Jaguar. We are underway here for the St. Mary's Trophy Part 1. It's a slow start for the Ford Fairlane. A great start for the Austin A40, the mighty and nimble Austin going side by side with the Jaguar Mark 1 of Gordon Shedden, which will have Madrick coming through the first corner now. 25 minutes and counting for the St. Mary's Trophy Part 1 underway, and it's Gordon Shedden who leads the way from Andrew Jordan.
Plenty of door banging. We know we've got some touring car drivers on there. They're going through Ford walls. We're about 4 or 5 abreast maybe going through there. Those Fords didn't get the start that we were expecting, but Gordon Shedden, he's already made a gap. Andrew Jordan's tucked in behind in the Austin A40, and then everyone just trying to sort themselves out. All different types of cars, different types of engines, power and abilities around this circuit.
Yeah, and they are not giving an inch, are they, further back in the field? Tom Christensen is proving a little bit of a cork in the bottle at the moment, in fourth in his Ford Thunderbird, as it all gets a little bit tight and they try and sort themselves off. That Riley 1.5, Charles Rainford still smoking away at the back of the exhaust. Saw that before on the way to the grid, but still running out there in two. Look at one of the Jaguars eyeing up a position as they all filter through and try and settle into a rhythm. The Ford Fairlane, we're looking at Steve Soper, started on pole, lost positions, now trying to catch back up, and he's now into third place. But as we come through the chicane for the first time to end lap 1, it will be the Jaguar of Gordon Shedden that leads the field of 30.
You can see a great shot there of how much more nimble the A40 is compared to the Jag through that chicane, and actually Andrew Jordan was able to take quite a chunk of time out of Shedden, but then we hit the straights, and that's where the Jaguar can really stretch his legs, and the little A40 is going to be under all sorts of pressure from the Ford of Steve Soper. Battles continuing throughout the field. We've got Jenson Button just there in the Alfa number 34, and we're riding on board with Tony Kanaan, who's out there racing here at Goodwood for the very first time.
Yeah, and getting up to grips nicely as well. This a battle a little further in the pack. I think he's behind Dario Franchitti at the moment, who's lost positions. Not the best of starts for Dario Franchitti. He's got Tony Kanaan and Rowan Atkinson for company, along with Anthony Reid. Talk about that at the rear of the field, and still fighting tooth and nail. Further up at the front though, Steve Soper has now managed to get ahead of the 77. That is Andrew Jordan's Austin A40 being demoted. Steve Soper then recovering positions as Tom Christensen, the 9-time Le Mans winner, using every bit of the track and then some to get himself up and ahead of Tom Ingram and chase down Andrew Jordan.
Those little Austins, only a 1.2 litre engine, and that was just proven there, going down that back straight into Woodcote Corner, and you can see that again the braking ability of the much lighter, more nimble Austin compared to the much bigger Ford. But this is where the Thunderbird will be able to stretch its legs, and already a gap as they go up past the pit wall over the start-finish line. That gap is coming down. The Steve Soper fastest lap of the race, a 1:33.870, and the best from Gordon Shedden is a second slower than that of Soper.
Yeah, but Gordon Shedden's Jaguar Mark 1 currently leading the way. We're having a look on board the Riley 1.5 with Dario Franchitti at the wheel. He's chasing down Andy Priu in the number 4 Austin A35, the 3-time World Touring Car champion, in front of Dario Franchitti here in that Riley 1.5. No mean feat between these two to battle hard, light, nimble, on the edge constantly. And this, the fight for 26th position.
Yeah, not a great start, was it, at all by Dario, but you can see how much work goes on behind the wheel as he takes maybe a bit too much curb on the exit of St Mary's, and there is that gap is coming down and down and down, and Steve Sloper has the legs on Gordon Shedden in that middle sector. They're about the same last time round in the first, so drifting through Woodcote Corner, stamping on the brakes into the final chicane, using all the road on the exit, I'm sure, and maybe a little bit more if they're feeling brave on the wet grass. Charging up across the line, let's have a look at the gap now as they go back across 7/10 of a second, so it's remained the same, and actually Gordon's had a much better last sector.
Gordon Shedden, multiple touring car championship wins. It's leading the way, but under pressure here, sliding out of the left-hander. Steve Soper is all over the back of him, all to the side of him. No, not enough room through there. They both have to avoid the puddle as well. We know that Ford Fairlane doesn't like the damp stuff, and also Steve Soper will have to think about managing the brakes as well. That heavy car, when it's going fast, the brakes can take a beating. He'll have to bear that in mind, but he is so close, he can sniff the lead of this race.
He can. Treaded tyres and sustainable fuel for all cars taking part this weekend, and particularly in the St Mary's Trophy. So gaps are sort of spread out a little bit. This is probably actually I would say our closest fight out on track at the moment. They're still battling raining on Brundle and Rainford are very close together as well. But have a look. You've got to make that Jaguar as wide as possible, Gordon.
Almost being pushed down the straight, side by side. Make that a move for Steve Soper to take the lead of the St Mary's Trophy. Been coming for a little while, was waiting for the prime opportunity to do so into the final chicane. Can Gordon Shedden try anything, get a good run out on the exit? Heading down the start-finish straight towards Madrick. Steve Soper leading in the Ford Fairlane. Gordon Shedden now down to second in the Jaguar Mark 1. It's as they started this race. With less than 18.5 minutes now, Tom Christensen has worked his way up into third, and we've got a slow-moving number 8. It almost looks like a bit of a puncture. It's Romain Dumas in the Austin A95 Westminster. Looks like that front left very much punctured, and he will fall all the way to the back of the field. Let's see if he can get that back safely, so we don't have to worry about any kind of safety car or red flag, but we'll keep an eye on that as he falls to the back of the field. And last at the moment, Tony Kanaan, who has fallen back and was actually a few seconds off the back of the pack. So Kanaan bringing up the rear of the field, but as Romain Dumas slides down to the bottom, that'll be a long afternoon for him.
It will, and we saw that move. Easy move down the straight. That was the V8 5-litre grunt of the Ford storming past the Mark 1 3.4-litre engine. Just has the legs on it down the straight, and Steve Soper is opening that gap up front. A very decent first sector, and not so much a great middle one, but actually Shedden's lost a little bit of time, and that could bring Tom Christensen in, who has got past the 77 of Andrew Jordan.
Currently looking at Karun Chandok getting chased down a few moments ago. Now we cut to on board the Ford Zodiac with Scott Dixon at the wheel. Dixon currently down in 22nd position in the number 26 car, the 6-time IndyCar World Champion. Looks like a little problem there for Rob Huff, who gets straight out of the way of the traffic there, pulling to the side. So we'll wonder what's gone on there, but doesn't slow down Scott Dixon one iota. He's chasing down Marino Franchitti as they come through the chicane. Marino Franchitti currently occupying that 21st position in the number 6, the Vanguard 6. The Sebring 12-hour winner, and now we cut to an even closer battle. The Alfa Romeo of Max Chilton still chasing down that Riley 1.5, and you can still see it's got smoke coming out of the back of it. Charles Rainford on board, and that's been smoking away.
He was battling in amongst the top 10, and I wonder if he's going to get the mechanical flag to come in at some point, but he has dropped further down the order, down to 12th now. He's got Chilton, as you said, weaving left to right, and he's going to bring in Andre Lotterer as well, but that is a lot of smoke that's coming out the back there. And we have caught up to the back of Brabham in our list of Jaguar as well.
Yeah, Max Chilton, the former Formula One driver, desperately trying to get past in that Alpha owned by the Chilton family, recently purchasing that beautiful Alfa Romeo Giulietta, as I think we're going to get a slow, and that will leave Charles Rayford with some work to do now. Cutting to the other Alfa Romeo Giulietta in the field, a little further up in the hands of the 2009 Formula One world champion. Jenson Button makes his way through Madrick, being hunted down by Jake Hill over 6th and 7th position. Jake Hill in the Austin A40, and then behind them comes Emanuele Pirro, who is battling, I think that's Marcel Fassler, isn't it? Emanuele Pirro, a 5-time Le Mans winner, fighting a 3-time Le Mans winner. It's a Jaguar versus an Austin. The Jaguar, mighty though in a straight line, and all that grunt and engine power creating a gap.
Yeah, there's plenty of battles we would have seen like these in the past. And it's looking close now as he's edging ever closer to the back of the 101 of Pirro and Jake Hill. You stick Jake Hill in anything and he goes fast. You even stick Pirro on 2 wheels. He was out earlier on in the Barry Sheen in the pouring rain and was able to keep it on track and bring it home to get a podium. But Jake Hill's chasing him down now, and I'm just looking at Zach Christensen, who has got past Gordon Shedden.
Tom Christensen is coming in the Ford Thunderbird up into second now. 1.8 seconds the gap between the leaders. These two still fighting though over 8th place. Emanuele Pirro ahead. Marcel Fassler so quick and nimble through the corners. It's where he makes all the gains, but he can't do it on the straights. Okay, the battle up front is now under a second. And how is this for a fight? Steve Soper against Tom Christensen. Steve Soper in the Ford Fairlane. Tom Christensen in the Ford Thunderbird. It is Ford against Ford out in front.
Tom Christensen has driven this car before, all the way back in 2017, where the footage from it went kind of viral because it's safe to say Tom was doing a lot of drifting behind the wheels. It's the first time he's back in it since then, and he's chasing down, and we're going to get traffic. I was just thinking about the traffic, and the traffic is already going to play a part. He's going to be pushing Soper all the way up the hill through to Lavant.
It was Tony Kanaan in the Ford Zodiac. Tony Kanaan towards the back of the pack as we go on board with him now, trying to stay out of the way. Kanaan currently last in the field. It looks like we've lost Romain Dumas, we've lost Rob Huff, and we've lost Charles Rainford as well from this race. So just 27 cars remain. This is the battle though, once again. So the traffic didn't prove too tricky. They are still nose to tail, and Gordon Shedden is still lurking in the back, but a couple of car lengths away from this fight now. Andrew Jordan 4th, Tom Ingram 5th, Jenson Button in the Alfa Romeo, a little further adrift in 6th, keeping Jake Hill at bay. Marcel Fassler has finally gotten through on Emanuele Pirro, and as I say that, Emanuele Pirro seems to have fought back and got himself back ahead of the German. Fantastic racing as we cross the line once more. Oh, it's just over 12 minutes remaining. Steve Soper holding off Tom Christensen's advantages for now.
Yes, so we're going to have an American battle, at least for now, up the front. Christensen using a little bit more road on the exit of turn 1. The Fairlane is a bit more mainstream, family mid-size car, more sportier compared to the Thunderbird, which is a bit more stylish, upscale personal car. And it was built, for a road car anyway, to have comfort and flair, but they're going to be racing side by side, I'm pretty sure, at some points around this Goodwood circuit, as again Jenson Button is still having a good scrap, a car that he's raced in before. He's having a great battle with a 72. That's to get again Jake Hill in our Austin A40.
Jake Hill's managed to get through as well, finally on Button up into 6th spot, but Button sticking with him. Steve Soper still 7/10 clear out in front. Marcel Fassler has now managed to get ahead of Emanuele Pirro for 8th. Behind this battle, looks like he's finally been able to put a bit of distance between himself and Pirro in that pretty cool fight that looked like it was toing and froing over the last couple of laps. Josh Cook's lost the place in the last few
this Jack's going to get in the way. Sopers goes, thank you very much, please shut the door behind. No, he doesn't, and through they go. So that is Rowan Atkinson in in the Mark 7 as we go across the line. Just over 10.5 minutes remaining of this race, and having a look in the background, Gordon Shedden's dropping off the back, and actually he's probably going to fall into the clutches once again of Andrew Jordan. And Jake Hill's having a wave at someone on the pit wall. He's going to now try and chase down Tom Ingram, but there's a big gap between him and Jake Hill. But I think he's got more things to worry about, and that's going to be Jenson Button in the little red rocket behind.
Yeah, he's been able to get in front of Button, but has not been able to shake the British Formula One champion. Tell you who's had a good start actually in this race is Alex Brundle in the Lister Jag Mark 1. He started all the way down in 26th position and has got himself up inside the top 10. So good effort from Alex Brundle, who looks like he could be making gains as well. He's really close to the back of Emanuele Pirro for 9th spot. So that could be a nice battle to have a look at, along with this one as Jake Hill coming across Rowan Atkinson, as Atkinson in the Jaguar just gets out of the way as quickly as he can. The difference in shape and size throughout the field here at the St Mary's Trophy Part 1. Right, here we go then. What are we having a look at here? We're seeing the 55, the Austin of Tony Jardine, feeling the pressure from Andy Priu, and then behind there's the 26. That is Scott Dixon in the Ford Zodiac, having a nice tussle through the final chicane. And continuing on as we come across the start-finish lane. Everywhere you look, there are battles in this field. The 77 car in the middle here, this is Andrew Jordan, who's currently occupying 4th spot, right behind Gordon Shedden and Tom Ingram, making it nearly 3 wide. No, but it's certainly 2 wide, but the Jaguar's just able to get its foot down. We're going to go 2 wide through the slight right-hand kick. No, we're not. Very close. Andrew Jordan in the 77 trying to get Gordon Shedden ahead, but Shedden is managing to hold firm. This is the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th, all sliding through the corner as the sun glints off these magnificent cars. These British saloon cars, well, indeed, global saloon cars plucked from retirement and going racing here. And the Goodwood Motorcycle, and there's contact there between Ingram and Jordan, and that is a light gone, but a side-by-side move on the way.
The trio touring car champions in one picture, and a flash of the lights. Touring cars tile from the 77. Tom Ingram goes across the grass. Don't do that, Tom. They're still bashing doors as they head up to Woodcote Corner. Gordon Shedden's going to be going, come on boys, keep going, keep going. It's going to allow me to escape. They've got some traffic up ahead of them, and actually just on traffic watch, just seen our leaders go past. They have got a bit of clear space, so that gap's now come down between Soper and Christensen, but they pretty much are setting near enough identical lap time. So this should, these trio cars should clear this traffic fairly easily, but we're going to have a great scrap, and we're going to check out the replay of Tom Ingram potentially trying to use, let's say, a little bit of push to pass as he goes into Lavant. Let's have a little look. Not on that shot, and he's going to try and get the up and under, isn't able quite to do so.
And a little love tap with a few consequences, and then a bit of a mow of the lawn as well as they went door to door. Fantastic battle for the final place on the podium, which is not yet done either, as they continue to almost drag each other through every single twist and turn. This, Gordon Shedden ahead in the Jaguar with Andrew Jordan and Tom Ingram hunting him down. That Jag, though, so good when it can get its foot down and the power down, but here comes Andrew Jordan. Can he sneak a wheel alongside? They go door to door, and Tom Ingram is looking at it as well. They're working together. This is incredible.
This is fantastic, and there we go. They don't have the grunt compared to the Jaguar, but maybe they do work together. They will. It's a little 1.2 litre underneath compared to the 3.4 of the Jaguar, but Gordon Shedden just wasn't able to get the clean exit, and a little bit of working together, and they managed to sneak through.
The Austins through and up into the podium positions. Gordon Shedden in his Jaguar Mark 1 demoted to 4th place, but what an epic battle. And tell you what, while they've been fighting, they've brought in Jake Hill and Jenson Button, who were the last 2 cars to come through your shop now. So we could see this go all the way to the flag.
And just to point out, look at the gap at the top. 0.3 of a second now between our front 2. And as you said, yeah, it's brought in that we thought that gap between Jake Hill and Tom Ingram was just way too big. Don't be silly. You can't close down 7 seconds. And they have. That just shows how much time you lose from scrapping. And these two won't want to lose too much time. 17 seconds is a gap between Andrew Jordan and Tom Christensen, who's getting a drift going round Lavant, and then they're going to floor it down the straight, and then that heavy braking zone. I wonder how Steve Soper's brakes are holding up. There's a little bit of a flap of the bonnet there on the front of the Ford Thunderbird from Tom Christensen.
Remember, we'll have the St Mary's Part 2 on Sunday to close out the Goodwood Revival with the owners of the cars taking part in the race, and then we'll get an aggregate result. But getting your professional driver the best possible outcome at the first point of asking. I think Jake Hill has just got through on Gordon Shedden up into 5th, but here we go then. Barrel rolling down towards Madgwick. We go for another lap between Soper and Christensen. It's Ford against Ford. It's Fairlane against Thunderbird here at the Goodwood Revival.
It is Jake Hill now. He's all the way on, going to be soon on the back of Tom Ingram, and we see these two battle it out quite often in British touring cars. Not so much this season, Jake not having a good a season in the BMW compared to Tom, who's actually fighting the championship up against Ash Sutton, and he is charging, getting in the slipstream of Andrew Jordan, who he did help out to make the move. Is he going to throw one up the inside as they go up to St Mary's? Be very brave to do so, but these drivers are pretty brave. He had a little look, trying to put Andrew off, who has turned his lights off now. He's made his way past Gordon Shedden.
That was the battle for 3rd. As we get a look, is that a little sneaky look down the inside and a barge through. I think that's Scott Dixon, isn't it, in the 26 Zodiac Mark II, getting all crossed up, trying to make the move. A little further down, Scott Dixon fighting with the likes of Tony Jardine, Andy Prio, Neil Jarney, not too far ahead either. And Tony Kanaan and Rowan Atkinson still in this race as well, enjoying their time out there on the Goodwood Motor Circuit. 0.4 of a second between the leaders, Steve Soper and Tom Christensen. Nothing between Andrew Jordan and Tom Ingram. Jake Hill and Jenson Button are close to each other as well. Gordon Shedden's now fallen down to 7th place and losing that momentum in his Jaguar. What can Tom Christensen do here in a car that he reunites with? Hasn't driven this machine since 2017. And this car taking the win back in 2023. The Ford Thunderbird would like to have a sniff at glory this afternoon.
One thing to look, we just saw at the front of the shot there, Tom Christensen's going down the inside. I was about to say traffic could come into play in these last remaining couple of minutes, but Tom's made the jump, he's gone down the inside, nice move into St Mary's. Could this be him off? But there's that traffic I was talking about into Lavant Corner. Could play a part. Steve Soper needs to try and get back through. He squirms everywhere on the brakes. Going to get the car rotated and back if you can, feathering that throttle as it's longer than it looks on the entries. They drift round, and then the drag race as we've got the 1-2-1 that's made an escape and decided to go and cut some grass.
Yeah, the 1-2-1 deciding to peel off. Let's see what happened though at the starts for this change of lead then, and the 9-time Le Mans winner Tom Christensen on board the Ford Thunderbird, making the move on the touring car legend Steve Soper. But Steve Soper still with him, still keeping tabs as they come through the chicane. Now, bit of traffic out in front. Is that going to affect things? Andrew Jordan sits in 3rd position in his Austin A40, some way back now.
This will be the last lap of the race because they're lapping around 1:34s, at least the leaders are at the moment, and 1 minute remaining. This traffic could play a huge part. By the way, it was Andre Lotterer that went off in the Austin A35. And having a look at the inside, it's Steve Soper thinks better of it, goes through Ford Water, and what a view we've got from on board our Riley 1.5 from Dario Franchitti, who does the right thing, gets out the way, releases them, and what a shot. And he's got a great view of this battle for the lead.
Yeah, Dario Franchitti's down in 23rd at the moment, just behind his mate Scott Dixon, and ahead by a couple of laps actually Andre Lotterer, as we saw that Lotterer car heading off into the grass with Rowan Atkinson still in this one. Looks like Tony Kanaan might well have called it a day early. I think he's had to come into the pits, but we should be getting this final lap then. And where is it going to go? He bided his time, did Tom Christensen. He's got the advantage now of being the lead driver, but look at that for a bit of a traffic jam. Do they all play nicely and get out of the way? They do. One of the Riley 1.5's going to get nicely out of the way. He's looking in his mirrors. He can see him as the clock counts down to 0. And no, it's disaster for Steve Soper. Has to go wide, locks up, loses all the time. And that will be the damage done with traffic playing its part through the final chicane for the final time in this St. Mary's Trophy Part 1. And the spoils go to Tom Christensen in the Ford Thunderbird. A magnificent race, a magnificent win. And it's the Ford Fairlane in second of Steve Soper. But who is going to finish in third? The two Austins have been door to door for nearly 16 laps of racing. It's going to go the way of Andrew Jordan, who just beats Tom Ingram to fourth. Jake Hill bests Jenson Button. That's your top 6, and Marcel Fassler won out his battle with Emanuele Pirro. Gordon Shedden, who was running in the lead for a short while, falling down to 9th, and it should be Alex Brundle who will come home. We'll see though as they battle it out towards the back. They've taken the checkered flag. This further down the field, Brundle does take that top 10 position.
Yeah, he certainly does, and he's trying to get past Brabham in number 1 Jaguar. No, he has got past, should I say, Brabham there. So mate, that's a battle for 12th and 13th as they cross the line to take the checker flag. But Steve Soper, I totally see what he was trying to do there, going around into Woodgate. He thought, well, I'm in second at the moment, got a great big gap behind, I'm going to take the risk to go round the outside of the back mark of the lap car. Wasn't quite able to do so, but can you imagine if he was able to pull that off? That would have been spectacular to take the win. But fantastic racing all the way through, and as you said, Harry, Andrew Jordan just pipping Tom Ingram to the final podium spot.
Door open, let a bit of air in. I can imagine it got a bit hot across 25 minutes of racing. Of course, remember, we'll have the second of the races, the St. Mary's Trophy Part 2, on Sunday, with the owners at the wheel having it out in their race, and then we take the aggregate results. But Tom Christensen doing what he needed to do, started on the second row in 4th. By this time, Steve Soper looked like he was getting away with it slightly, but was always within the clutches. And then the 9-time Le Mans winner making the move and managing to fend him off right to the flag, a car he reunites with for the first time since 2017. These cars, Alice, I mean, so many, you know, we'd see them as saloon cars, everyday cars, family cars. Not here at the Goodwood Revival, very much the opposite.
No, certainly, and particularly the Austin A40s. There's some nice burnouts by Christensen on the grid. The A40s, they've actually, we've got 3rd, 4th and 5th in the race here. Was very popular in the mid-1950s and as an affordable family saloon, and quite a fast affordable family saloon as well. As
they come to a quiet, look at that. You can see what it means to Tom Christensen, who climbs out. A sterling effort straight away with the celebrations. A team effort to get the car prepped and ready.
Yeah.
And onto the track.
I was fading, he was fading, so it was just about keeping him there.
Getting a little debrief there from Tom Christensen early doors. We can get the proper debrief shortly. Let's head down onto the track with Ed Foster.
Tom.
Hey, Ed.
What What a race. I mean, did you think you had enough to get past him, or was it just the opportunity arose?
Now you go straight towards the end. I mean, before the race, I would say no. Looking the times they have posted, I thought no way. But the car worked better today. There was a little bit about a drum, which was probably a little bit itching yesterday, apparently, from the mechanics. So I have to thank them. And then the weather gods, that it was dry. I would not have been here if it was wet with this car. Great, good start. I had made a promise to my son I would not touch another car. And so that played on my mind. I had beautiful fights, first with Tom Ingram. Then I believe it's Andrew Jordan, then Gordon Shetton. And then it was Steve up there alone. And at one stage I found out that there was a few places where he didn't gain, and I started to gain after, so it was very nice. And then I had all sorts of songs. Look, I was teammate with him in BMW back in the time where we should have won Le Mans together. Steve, due to his age, he's still young, obviously, he was sidelined back then. So I was thinking about, hey, I could have won Le Mans with him because at that days I did won Le Mans with him. He didn't want to give up. He was called in 6 times due to some issue with the car. So I know this man doesn't give up. He's a full racer. So I wanted to do him very clean if it was possible, and I doubted at times. It's very strong top speed. He also brakes are fading, obviously, on these cars. And then one time, I think at Fort Water, I thought, okay, now I'm just trying to make it stick. And I gained some speed through Fort Water, and then I didn't have to use much brake and no name. So I think that was the best solution to take him.
Well, Tom, it was a fantastic drive. Well done.
Thank you.
Great. Right, let's find Steve. Sorry, guys. Steve, God, it's so close. And then what happened at the last corner?
Well, I think it takes a lot to beat Tom. So Tom was very smart where he positioned his car. And we'd run out of brakes a few laps earlier. So it was either take to the grass or hit the little, I think it was a Riley or something up the back. So it was better to take to the grass, and then that was it. It was over. But well done, So
we've got it here, Steve.
Oh, okay. Yeah. But then I missed the corner. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
What's the grip like out there?
What, out on the runoff here? Not enough. Otherwise, I would have tried to win. But not enough. But I've known Tom for a long time. I've raced with him many years ago in Japan. He's hard to beat. So, but it wasn't. The ship had a few problems.
Well, look, it was a great drive, and to see this car after the 2-year build, cracking effort, podium straight away. Well done, Steve.
Thank you. Cheers.
Right, from large to little, let's not talking about the drivers, the cars. Andrew, these pesky touring car drivers, Tom never let you relax.
The first few it was a bit relaxing, but it was a great race. I really enjoyed it, and it's good racing someone like Tom, who's absolutely world class at the top of his game at the minute. So tried to keep me sharp a little bit, and we were he actually bump drafted me past Gordon, which was brilliant. So really happy. We had engine issue yesterday, so the guys worked really hard to put the spare engine in, and really enjoyed it.
Andrew, it was a great drive. That bump drafted down the back straight will be remembered by everyone for a long time.
He was never that friendly when I was in touring cars, but we worked well together there. I had a good race.
Cheers, Andrew.
Thank you.
And breathe. What a race. The St Mary's Trophy Part 1 comes to a close after 16 laps of running. Tom Christensen's Ford Thunderbird taking the spoils. Steve Soper, brilliant battle right to the end in the Ford Fairlane, settling for second, and Andrew Jordan winning out the Austin A40 battle to finish third ahead of Tom Ingram. Jake Hill had a great battle with Jenson Button, again just about getting ahead of the British racer. 5th and 6th in the end. Marcel Fassler, he had another great battle with Emanuele Pirro. Everywhere you looked, there were battles up and down this field. Different cars, different shapes and sizes, and different drivers from across the eras, all fighting tooth and nail. Alex Brundle with a great rise up from the back of the pack to get himself inside the top 10, ahead of Matt Chilton. Matt Neal and David Brabham were fighting right to the checkered flag in their Jaguar Mark 1s, ending 12th and 13th, ahead of Tom Ingram. Karun Chandok rounding out the top 15. Marino Franchitti in the vanguard. 17th ahead of Neil Jarney. Tony Jardine down in 20th in the Austin A105 Westminster. Just behind Darren Turner by a lap. And then those who were out there very much enjoying themselves, even if the headline result isn't quite what they wanted. Scott Dixon in 21st ahead of Andy Priaulx. Dario Franchitti in the Riley 1.5. Rowan Atkinson managed to get a bit of screen time out there in the Jaguar Mark 7 down in 25th. Andre Lotterer looked like he had to pull off with an issue. So too Tony Kanaan falling to the back of the pack. Charles Rainford in his Riley, he had smoke really coming from the start of the race. Rob Huff as well with issues along with Romain Dumas. The St Mary's Trophy production-based saloon cars from the 1950s, part 1, getting underway, really drawing in a crowd, and it was Steve Soper's Ford Fairlane alongside the Jaguar Mark 1 and the Austin A40, which had the best views in the house, and it was that small, light, nimble Austin A40, which was quick off the start, but the Jaguar Mark 1 so strong in a straight line with that grunt really rising up through the field, and action everywhere you looked.
Certainly was action as the fours were trying to charge back through after not getting a great start. Jenson Button in the red rocket there, and then it was 1, 2, 3, 4, nearly 5 abreast as they were heading down through the first part of Ford Water, and a bit of banging of doors, wheels, bump drafting nearly as well, but some great racing all the way through the pack.
This is Charles Rainford's 1.5 Riley, which was smoking right from the very off, and here we go. This was the move for the lead after the early getaway for the Jaguar. In the end, the Ford Fairlane muscling its way through, and then unfortunately the Jag just started to fall back down through the fields, and then it was Ford versus Ford. It was Fairlane versus Thunderbird. Tom Christensen chasing down while others were chasing the grass.
David Brabham went for a search over the grass, and then we had this great battle, didn't we, between Tom Ingram, Andrew Jordan and Gordon Shedden, with a bit of teamwork going on, but it wasn't, to start off with at least, shoving going on the grass, but then they did work together to find their way back through.
Austin versus Austin, right to the checkered flag, getting all crossed up as well at times, having to take to the grass, avoiding action further back in the pack. And this, the ultimate move for the win. Tom Christensen finally found a gap big enough for his Ford Thunderbird, and traffic playing its part denied Steve Soper a final fight back and to the chicane, and to the win for part 1. Tom Christensen in that beautiful Ford Thunderbird.
Every day, the city offers up a million beautiful moments just waiting to be captured.
The streets are just paved with inspiration. Ideas around every corner.
It's the scale, the characters.
The buzz, the color, the energy.
You never know what you're gonna see that day. It's crazy.
It's a different place every day.
Well, I've come up to Ralph Lauren Race Control and I found Mr. David Richards here enjoying the view.
Exactly, and now the sun's come out, you couldn't be in a better place, and this race is always great fun.
I know I feel sort of bad to drag you away from the St Mary's, but it's a hell of a race, isn't it?
Always is. We've got so many friends driving in it, so for me it's a bit of a busman's holiday, but I go along the pit lane and go along meet everybody, and great fun to catch up with people.
It's just, as you say, you bump into somebody around every corner here, and if they've not got a race suit on, they're here just enjoying the view like yourself.
It's just such a lovely atmosphere. I don't know, Charles just creates this extraordinary atmosphere when you're here, and there's nowhere like it in the world.
Anything caught your eye today?
Well, lots of just friends of mine just driving ridiculous cars. You know, Steve Soper in some enormous American thing, and then Darren Turner in a little Mini. So it's all eclectic and great fun.
When you look at the actual drivers in this race, it's phenomenal, isn't it? You've got everyone from Jenson Button, Jimmy Johnson, and then, you know, Jake Hill, and it's from touring cars. It's just so fantastic to see them all in these old cars.
Yeah, they've all had a great time, and they take it in the right spirit as well. I think we've got to keep racing like this going. It's a great tradition, and 3 cheers for Charles for managing it.
And will we see you at the ball later on?
Definitely. You might not recognise me, but you'll see me.
Tell us about the theme for tonight.
The theme tonight is Alice Through the Looking Glass, and how people interpret that, goodness only knows.
Well, of course, Goodwood Revivals is as much about the socialising as the racing, and I think the drivers at least go as hard at the partying as they do as the racing.
I think that's part of the game here this weekend, although tomorrow's weather's looking a little bit dubious.
Well, have fun tonight. I'll let you get back to the St Mary's, and nice to talk to you.
Good to speak to you as well. Cheers.
Well, welcome back to the next race on the agenda. This is going to be the Ford Water Trophy, and it's a race for sports and GT cars from 1964 and 1966. I think it's time to take a look at Explainer, what it's all about.
The Ford Water Trophy takes its name from the fastest corner on the Goodwood Motor Circuit and, in turn, from Ford Water Road, which runs close to the circuit's west perimeter. It first appeared in 1959 as a saloon car race, and then in 1960 for closed cars, a curious mix of saloons and GTs, featuring everything from the Jaguar XK150S and Lotus Elite to the Riley 1.5 and Boulevard Isabella, and won by Sterling Moss in an Aston Martin DB4 GT. In 1961, it became a pure GT race. The modern Ford Water Trophy was introduced to the revival schedule in 2000. Like that 1961 race, it's 4 production sports and GT cars with various different versions to accommodate the broad range of cars that raced from 1948 to 1966. In 2025, it will be the turn of the latest cars, built up to 1966, with the Lotus Elan 26Rs, Shelby Mustang GT350s, Alfa Romeo TZ1s, and Ferrari 275 GTBCs, all battling for the win.
Also, 25 minutes of racing, and if you like your Lotus Elans, you're in for a massive treat. We have various shapes of them, but a great number of them, filling the top 10 pretty much, except Alice Powell, as you join me ahead of the Ford Water Trophy. We do have a Porsche Carrera on pole position.
We do, but then we have a whole host of Elans in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. We've got 9 Elans, the 26Rs on the grid, and all 6 of them at least are in the top 10. And then we've got a couple of Ginetta G4Rs and then 2 Porsche 904s, so they make our top 10.
Small, nimble, and that very much the essence of sport and GT racing. But on pole position, we've got car 47, Andrew Smith. He's driven the great, the large, the small, and he's going to be setting off. Car 47, Porsche 904 Carrera GTS. But then lots of several gold and green liveried Lotus Elan. The 26R was the racing model of the Elan, but Ian Walker Racing, he had those colours, the gold bugs they were called, and we got them in a couple of shapes up on the grid. Martin Stretton will be starting the better place of those, number 62 in the middle of the front row, and inside of the second row, John Davison. Fantastic array of cars down at the back behind those 2 white Ford Mustangs with the blue stripes, so the GT350s, the Shelby GT350. We've got some short-tailed Alfa Romeos at the back of the grid. We've got in the middle of the grid the unusual Morgan Plus 4 SL SLR. But we are all set for 25 minutes of racing. Track conditions actually as good as they've been all day. We had heavy rain this morning. Boy, did we have heavy rain this morning. We've had the sheep invasion before the Jim Clark celebration, but right now conditions are perfect. A little bit gusty though, and it'll be facing the drivers as they drive down towards Forster. Once they've got through those first couple of corners, it's going to hit them like a slap.
It is, and I keep looking left and right in our commentary box here, Bruce, just checking out the rain. I don't think we're expecting any, at least for this race now, which I'm sure the drivers will be quite pleased. But we have got a fantastic front row, and it was tight in qualifying, wasn't it? Andrew Smith was only just over 1/10 of a second ahead of Martin Stretton in our first of our plenty Lotus Elan 26Rs, and then Michael O'Brien, he was then 3.5 tenths further back. So it's going to be a close race.
Very, very tight indeed. So that front row, blink and you miss it. And it really was decided in practice. That's what we call qualifying, right at the death. But this amazing mix of cars, so evocative of the mid-1960s. These are the cars that raced right up to the point in which the Goodwood circuit was closed in 1966. What an array. Ginetta G4s in there, some more Carrera. The JCT 600 Elan Sam car in the middle of the pack. This is the formation lap. 25 minutes of racing coming up, and that glorious, super elegant Ferrari 275 GTB in the middle of the pack.
So they'll go away, and it was dry for them in qualifying yesterday, so it's not really like track conditions are too different for them, so they won't need an extra sighting lap. We've seen some of the races that have had today. There's the number 40 at the back, one of our Alfa Romeo Julius. Magnus is behind the wheel of that car, and they're all filtering through, so I'm not really doing too much weaving, are they, Bruce? Maybe they're just waiting a little bit. You can see on one of our Soul, I think it is our Soul Mustang, James Alexander will be starting in 21st. We still have that puddle heading into Ford Water that's taking a while to dry.
Yeah, it's on the left-hand side of the circuit, so the drivers will probably still be jockeying for position, having coming out of the first two corners. Maverick is effectively two corners, and then they want to be on tight down where that puddle is. So Ford Water, not really a corner, it's a curve in the track. Drivers try not to treat it as a corner. Let's take a look at the grid. Andrew Smith on pole, number 47 Porsche 904 Carrera GTS, alongside in middle of the front row Martin Stretton. So much success here over the years. Lotus Elan 26R, and the Shapecraft, the fastback version, Michael O'Brien outside of the front row. His is blue, that'll help identify. Row number 2, John Davison, another Elan alongside Maxwell Lynn. And yet another Elan, Charlie Hart, just alongside his father, Ross, sitting in the Ginetta in 7th place on the grid. Emanuele Pirro, 4 wheels, 2 wheels, he doesn't care, but he'll be at the front end of the grid. Roger Wills, again, a driver with a huge amount of success. He's driving a Shapecraft fastback Lotus, and alongside another Ginetta, that's Neil Armstrong in car number 122. In Michael Gantz, we've got a pair of Abarth Simca 2000 Corsas. His is starting 11th alongside a second Porsche, that's Carlos de Quesada. Billy Benninger in the Sprinzall Lawrence Racing, that's the effectively the streamlined version of the Morgus Plus 4. And then Vincent Gay, super elegant, his Ferrari 275 GTB Competizione, alongside John Tordoff in a Lotus 26R. Andrew Lawley and yet another Ginetta, Nigel Winchester. Joe Kodosako, look out for that glorious bright yellow Julia TZ Alfa Romeo. Then we get to the first of the Mustangs. Nick Sleep in 19th on the grid, alongside the second of the Abarth Simcas with Gunnar Jeanette. What a great American racer he is to have on the programme here. And going towards the tail of the grid, the second of the Mustang GT 350s, James Alexander. Jason Barron in the third of the Porsche Carreras. Another SLR, this time the Triumph, that's Richard Hall Griffin. Then Ginetta G4 of Will Arif, second of the Alfa Romeo Julia TZ's Magnus Alkvist, and at the back it should be Rick Haythornthwaite in Lotus number 42. Actually, I have a sneaking feeling he may not be there. But the front row, is it going to be Porsche power? Is it going to be the nimbleness of the Lotuses? We've got the different body shapes, the Shapecraft with that fastback tail, but the normal up and down and over shape of the regular Elan. Super successful when you get to handling the twisty bits. But don't forget, down the middle of the pack, those powerful Ford Mustangs, they'll put their power down. They might be embarrassed in the corners, but that was the essence, Alice, of racing in the mid-60s. It was the difference between all the cars. And
you can see the size of them. They're definitely going to try and weave their way through the mixture of cars we have there, but they're all lined up on the grid and ready to go, Bruce.
Absolutely so, and in fact Rick Haythornthwaite is there at the back waiting for the flag to be dropped. Looks like a brilliant start from Martin Stretton in the middle of the front row. Porsche will have a little more horsepower, but he really got it hooked up in that 26R, the Ian Walker Racing 1 car, number 62, but no, a little more power comes through from the Porsche. First 3 cars in grid positions as they get through the first part of Maverick. Brilliant shot from the rear of the field, seeing how these cars have to work their tyres and looking for changes in behind. No, it's very much happening. The one on the move though, Maxwell Lynn, I think, has moved up. Yes, the white Elan with the green stripe over the middle. He's gained a position or two, and the field 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In fact, they've all gone past the puzzle. So down to Ford Water they go, bringing the Alpha. The rear is Magnus Alkvist, but who's going to lead into St Mary's? Well, it looks as though it's still in grid position. Absolutely is Maxwell Lynn gaining, and the one who seems to have lost out, well, I can't tell you right now. Oh dear, someone going wide, and 2 cars going wide. Which of the Elans is out that's gone round? That's car 63. That's John Davison, who started 4th, and one of the Ginettas going for rotation as well. That's showing just how slippery it is out there. That's Neil Armstrong, but he's coming back to earth with a bump. But it's the Porsche leading the way. The pole starting, Andrew Smith, Martin Stretton. If there's a slipstream, he's trying to position himself there.
He certainly is going to tuck in if he can, and well done to all the other drivers avoiding those spinning cars on the exit of St Mary's as they're going through now. Similar lines, the 62 just getting a tail out a little bit more is Stretton in the 26R. O'Brien's dropped back slightly in the Shapecraft, the Lotus Elan 26R. As you mentioned, Bruce, that the aerodynamics are the ones that are slightly different between the two of them, but the mechanicals are pretty much the same. But Lynn has jumped up ahead of course, Davison having that spin, and he is really chasing down, but he got a bit of a wiggle going into Madwick.
Yeah, what's really happened with that moment just outside the top handful of cars and other people sorting themselves out at St Mary's, the first 4 have got clear. It's Andrew Smith, Martin Stretton, Michael O'Brien, Maxwell Lynn. Then there's a gap of nearly 4 seconds back to Roger Wills. But let's take a look. St Mary's first time out. Where comes the problem? It comes into St Mary's already. You could see people reaction further back. 1, 2, 3 cars going for a spin, and a massive tank slapper being saved up at the front. A few people gaining positions behind, but that was a typical reactionary incident there at St Mary's.
It was, and actually I think it was the 94 Porsche that had a bit of a wobble on, which then Armstrong in the 122 Ginetta had to sort of basically back off and lost drive, and of course that then caused him to slip around and go for a spin with several of the others.
Yeah, indeed, it was Carlos de Quesada, the 194, and he'd already gained. He had a brilliant start. He gained about 6 positions, but alas, I think ambition just outstripped the ability to get the car around St Mary's. Such a tricky corner. So, still the order. Smith, brackets, locking up just out of shot. Did he kept it on the black stuff, but only just. Those tyres will be a little bit lumpy from here on in. Martin Stretton in 2nd place, closing up a little bit, but Andrew Smith in that lead Porsche is just starting to settle into his mix. This was the car that raced and rallied in France, including on the banking at Montnery, and one of the cars with an illustrious history, but still those first 4 well clear of the rest. This is the gap. The next car, the one in 5th place, is still Roger Wills. He's got Emanuele Pirret. No, Quesada has hooked it up. JC, oh dear, that's the John Tordorf car is being parked up. And so that didn't quite make it to the chicane. Was that mechanical failure or off to the edge? Can't tell.
There was a puff of smoke, so I wonder if it's had decided to do a little bit of a spin down at Woodcote, which is one of the trickiest braking zones on the track, as you're turning and braking at the same time. As we've got our sole Ferrari 275 having to put up a real defence from behind about another one of our Lotus Elans.
Fastest lap of the race so far. No surprise, it's the race leader. It's Andrew Smith. Those GT350 Mustangs, loads of horsepower, but just not quite as nimble. Let's look at the pair of them as they corner. This is right down towards the end of the lap, and this is the departure point for John Tordorf, who saw that tyre wall getting larger and larger. Good evasion.
Yeah, I think a mechanical issue there, because it wasn't a spin. We saw the smoke. He's able to climb out and to safety. Will that trigger a safety car? Yes, it does.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's at a point where people have still got a fair loading on their cars as they've come down the fastest part of the circuit, down the Lamont Straight. Right, so the safety car will come up, and it's actually the Jaguar E-Type is already waiting on the start-finish straight as the field, led around by Andrew Smith, comes into the chicane. They'll have seen the flags, they'll have seen the boards held out, SC, and they'll see, most notably, that there wasn't an E-Type on the grid, but there is now. So the light's on board, and it's picked up the first 4. Let's just go through the order. Andrew Smith in his Porsche, and then it's Lotus. It's Martin Stretton, Michael O'Brien, and Maxwell Lynn, but it does mean all those behind will be able to close him. Interesting little car, just spotting the number 67 Simca Abart Simca, Gunnar Jeanette, a driver who in his day was the youngest racer at Le Mans in the 24 hours, but a family versed in competition machinery, and he's driving one of the many cars here this weekend from the Revs Institute at Naples in Florida, again showing the global draw. So, right, settle down everybody. Let's take a look at what was going on down into one of the trickiest corners on the circuit. Car 129, that is Charlie Hyatt, and in behind is... Ooh. Okay, well, we've got a car parked side. I'm not entirely sure the Ginetta should have gone through there, because I would have thought there were yellow flags out there. Anyhow, more of that anon, perhaps. But, of course, all drivers have to pay attention to flags at all times. But certainly the safety car was just being triggered, I would suggest, around about that time. I couldn't pinpoint it to the second. Interesting car in the pack, Alice, is this one with the Ikuzawa name on the side. Tetsu Ikuzawa came over from Japan in the 1960s, raced Formula 3, and his daughter has been deeply involved with a race livery on this 904 Carrera GTS with Daniel Arsham, so an art car among the pack. But let's look back at the start of the race, if we could, because it was a brilliant start from the middle of the front row. Look out, Martin Stretton hooking up that Lotus Elan. Car 62 gets its nose just in front, but all along it's going to be an uphill climb, because the Porsche from on pole position, car number 47, is going to be having a little bit more horsepower. In behind, had to defend quite hard from the outside of the front row, was Michael O'Brien in the blue Elan, and tucking in nicely behind white with the green flash was Maxwell Lynn. All so far so good. However, we got down to St Mary's and then the cars started clattering off the circuit, but no damage done. A few people lost a few positions. Right, safety car running around. What do you do as a driver at this point, Alice?
Well, of course, you're trying to keep temperature in your tyres. You can see the number 8 of Emanuele Pirro, wise to that, weaving left to right and some further down the order as well. Some may feel, though, because these are treaded tyres, that they might, depending on pressures and how the car is handling, they might want to just not weave, let the tap pressure in the tyre drop, give them that extra bit of grip potentially that they haven't got at the moment when safety car peels into the pits and racing resumes. But that car's still being recovered down the exit of Woodcote, and actually, there we go. It wasn't a lock-up, it was the tyre wanted it to remove itself from our little Lotus by the looks of it. So
I think it's actually more than the tyre. It looks like the entire wheel is at what we like to call a jaunty angle, but come what may, no wonder John Tordoff couldn't get that to be turned in down there.
And he's actually lucky, really, that he didn't make contact with the wall. So that car, I'm guessing, is going to have to be lifted.
Well, that's my fear, because if that front wheel is indeed at 45 degrees, it's going to be a flatbed rescue job. So safety car leading the field around. However, the clock continues to count down. This race, the Ford Water Trophy, good for 25 minutes, but let's find out how long the rescue attempt takes. But it does mean the drivers will have to just keep on focusing on the lights on the roof of the safety car. Good to see people protecting the ears of the young ones.
I was just about to say, I wonder if they're going to bring out a red flag, because I can't see any movement of the recovery trucks. And there we go, confirmation. So they will continue on the way round, and they will stop on the entry to the pit lane. We had a red flag, didn't we, early on in the Madgwick with oil that was dropped down. So second red flag of the day is out, so time will stop, and it has, with 17 minutes and 7 seconds left on the clock. So they'll come round and wait for that car to be safely recovered, that failure that has happened on John Tordoff's car, and then racing will eventually get underway. The marshals, of course, doing a brilliant job. They've got lots of tough weather conditions that they've faced today. At least the sunshine is out for them now. Yeah, it's hard to believe it's the same day, the same country as the one we had early this morning with heavy rain. Right, for all the drivers, it was actually remarkably clean start. The run through Madgwick is always such a difficult one. The track seems to narrow. Then you got the two apexes or apices if you went, but it was the run down to Ford Water. So far so good. They got to St Mary's and a few cars started scattering and others scattered in evasion. However, we're ready as soon as the track is cleared, as soon as John Tordoff's Lotus can be cleared from the exit of Woodcote. And of course, it's such a fast corner. You're committed, coming down at full racing speed. Now, I was talking about the Morgan SLR, and there it is. That's the +4, but obviously not in the traditional shape of a Morgan with the cycle wings, but to go and compete at the long distance races around Europe, certainly something more streamlined was required. So Sprinzel with Chris Lawrence, they put these SLR bodies on the Morgans and also on Triumph TR4, but they all get a chance. They all can see where the stricken car is, and the real question is, I think they will come and stop just at the back of the start-finish straight.
just behind the tail end of the regular grid, and then the course vehicle, the flatbed, should be able to get through a gate quite close to where the Lotus Elan is at the edge of the circuit. So hopefully it won't be too long, but interested for all these drivers is safety. You don't want a big course vehicle there when they're still coming around at racing pace.
No, you certainly don't. And actually, just wanted to touch back on the 29 of the Morgan that you were mentioning, and this raced at Goodwood in period, and the car made a victorious return back to Goodwood in 2006, winning the Ford Water Trophy with its long-standing owner, Keith Allers. So they'll be hoping, slightly further down the order, but anything can happen in motorsport, that down in 9th place at the moment. So the marshals are redirecting the drivers. And was that the 42, one of our Elans that was stopped? Where were they meant to line up? So I think they were maybe one of our lapped cars that was in amongst there.
It was the car that started stone last. It was Rick Haythornthwaite's car. There it is, the dark red one. But I think, as he's sitting down there, we'll have everybody with the exception of John Tordorf. So we started with 26 cars, and the restart, I'm sure, will be with 25. And a chance to look at the various shapes. But of course, GT racing was changing really quickly because lightness became seen as something remarkably good, and certainly Lotus grabbed that with both hands. Ginetta with the G4Rs as well, and Porsche was really starting to make its presence felt. We'd had the 356s, but once they got to the 904 Carreras, suddenly they were starting to build to what would become eventually, by the end of the decade, their first win outright at Le Mans. So we'll have a little word now while we have the clean-up, from our commercial partners.
Goodwood is just absolutely fantastic, and if you guys have never been here, you've got to come here very soon.
You can get close to the drivers, you can get close to the cars, you can really feel like you're involved in the action.
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars. I see Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of familiar faces. It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Well, I've made my way to what I think as the happiest place here at Goodwood Revival, and it's the Ticky Beach area. And we've got some wonderful Lindy Hop going on behind me. And the two people that know most about this is Mark and Ellie. Mark, you're from the Chichester Lindy Hop group. Tell us about all of this.
Well, as you can see, it's the happiest place because of dancing. Dancing brings joy to people's lives. We love to be teaching for that reason. Doesn't matter how good you are, it's just seeing people smiling and having a wonderful time. That's what it's all about. And it's just such a great event to showcase that, I think.
Ellie, I've been here a couple of times this weekend and it's always busy and everyone's having a go. Is that the main thing?
Definitely. We're up here dancing, but anyone can come and dance. If you see us and you want to give it a try, grab any of our dancers, come and have a dance. You can have 2 left feet. The music's so good, anyone can come and dance. It's just so much fun, and the sun's out, so now's your time to come and dance.
The sun is out, and I do say I have 2 left feet and I have wellies on, so this might not go very well, but I'd love to learn a couple of steps, Mark. So can you try and teach me? Oh, sorry, sir. Can we try and teach me a couple of steps? So okay, here we go. We're going to go back, step, back. Told you I had 2 left feet. Back, step, step.
Back, no.
Oh, I always go back. Step, forward, back, forward, step. Here we go. I think I'm ready for the dance floor. We're going to head off. I'm going to hand my microphone away and we're going to enjoy the Lindy Hop. See you later.
Well, I've stepped away from the racetrack to the Freddie March Spirit of Aviation presented by Bonhams to check out some of the incredible planes we get to see here at Revival every year. And we've got a 1945 Republic Thunderbolt. Now, I don't think there's too much trouble at Revival, but we need some guards for these planes to make sure people don't get out of hand and maybe jump on them. And I found a couple of cadet volunteers. Can you tell me your names, chaps?
My name is Cadet Fenny. I'm from 461 Chichester Squadron.
And my name is Cadet DG and I'm from Chichester Squadron.
Gents, tell me what your job is today.
Our job is just to make sure no one's touching the aircraft and, yeah, just look after them.
Is it your first time at Revival?
No, it's actually my second. But, yeah, it's been a pretty good day aside from the weather. And it's very nice to be here.
Well, I think it's going to be sunny for the rest of the day now. And the Air Corps at your cadets is just around the corner, is it? Just down in Chichester?
Yeah, we're at the old barracks, so not too far away from here.
So you're quite familiar with this airfield in this event?
Yes, yeah, quite familiar, yeah. I've been here.
I just saw a young kid trying to get near the plane now. Hopefully I don't have to run off and guard it, but what else are you going to be doing today? Anything else you've seen at the Revival?
We've gone over, we've had a look at all the, we've gone into the paddocks and everything. That was quite good fun. And yeah, we've just had quite a chilled out day today.
Do you like your cars?
Yeah, I do like my cars. It's very nice to be here and see all the classics. It's very nice.
Well, you're both performing a very admirable job. Good to see you. It's a fantastic aircraft. I'd encourage everyone to come across to this Freddie March Spirit of Aviation field here at Revival, presented by Bonhams, because there is some fantastic aircraft here. Thanks very much.
Well, we have a full grid of cars all over again, bar, unfortunately, John Tordos' Lotus that had that mechanical mishap down at Woodcote. That's being flatbedded away. We're going to have a restart. We had 17 minutes on the clock when the safety car period turned into red flag. We're having a restart. We've got to stay close to programme. We'll have a 10-minute race. We've got one further green flag lap, so don't worry. Oh, there is John Tordos' car. It looks huge on the back of the flatbed. That will peel off into the paddock, and hopefully it's something that is not too serious. Anyhow, it had to be moved from the exit of Woodcote. Drivers, even on a day like today, the wind is blowing through. Still a few doors open. Still a few people trying to keep out of the wind, I think, sitting on the deck chairs. But all eyes will be focused on these sports and GT cars. 1964 to 1966. Second attempt at the start. And Martin Stretton, who made that brilliant getaway from the middle of the front row, didn't lead into the first corner, however, so he's going to have to be making an even better one to see if he can get ahead of Andrew Smith, who's got all the power. Well, a small power advantage, but a power advantage in any form of racing, Alice, is exactly what you need at the start.
Exactly that, and it's a 2-litre engine. in the Porsche up against 1.6 litres. So that is just why that Lotus just wasn't able to make a gain around the outside or prior to entering Madgwicks, but he's going to give it another go. That will give him confidence. Obviously, Martin getting that start. Andrew Smith, what can he learn from the start? Maybe a better clutch release as they draw away. They'll have one green flag lap. They'll come round, set the grid once again, and then racing will be underway. But we had our Ginettas that dropped out of the top 10. We did start off with a couple of them. Of course, there was a spin for the 122 who was making an avoidance of one of our other 90. There was a 94 Porsche that was actually avoiding, who was also having the tail wagging. But they'll try and make their way further forward, and keep an eye again on the blue 267. That's Michael O'Brien, because he was just starting to pump in some pretty handy sectors when I was looking at the timing screens just prior to that red flag. So he was just getting into the groove. So I would definitely say we can chuck him into the battle for the race win.
100%. He just didn't make the best of starts, and in fact was being challenged for third place, and that rather let the first two get away. And this is the point at circuit, the middle of St Mary's in the opening lap, where the cars in about 6th, 7th, 8th positions went for a spin, and those a few places further back also went off in avoidance of what was going on up ahead. However, the safety car has withdrawn after the red flag period as well. We've had the clear up of John Tordos Elan, and just take a look at that Elan, number 62, and the blue one in behind. They look different, don't they? The one in front is a low drag model, and it has the fastback bodywork. That was aimed to help it to go to Le Mans, where obviously you needed a lot more aerodynamic balance. But in fact, unfortunately, Mike Spence crashed this one in racing, a Walker racing car, and it never got to do the event. Eventually, though, it had an illustrious history when it went to compete on the British Hillclimb Championships in the hands of David Good, and huge success. So really, at the front of the field, it's Porsche against a whole phalanx of Lotus Elans, the 26Rs, the Shapecraft models, and that low drag one that Martin Streffen is starting from second. However, there are some others nipping at their tails, so we'll see if other makes can get into the mix. Look out for another one or two of the 904 Carrera GTSs. We've got Emanuele Pirro. I think he was about 1, 2, 3. He was 8th. I think anybody, certainly car number 8. It's white with the red livery on there. That's the Tetsuya Kozawa livery car, along with Daniel Arsham, Team Arsham. They've been running that for a few years across Europe. The way he's going today, with a podium position in the Barry Sheen Memorial Race on 2 wheels with Michael Russell, you sort of feel that Emanuele Pirro is having a golden day. Let's see if he can make it to the front.
He's having a busy day. Not only has he competed on 2 wheels, but he was racing in the St Mary's Trophy that we've just had prior to this Ford Water race, and quickly running in to jump into this race. So very busy day for him. He just absolutely loves it, as the last few cars coming up. And interesting, actually, you touched on the history, but certainly that Porsche that's lining up in pole position, a lot of rallying history behind that, and success both on the track and in rally. And Andrew Smith's going to hope he's going to have even more success on the road with a potential win here in the Ford Water.
So green flag waved at the back. That means all cars in position, and the starter will be up on the gantry. And when he drops his flag, another great start. But this time, Martin Streffen was trumped. The power came through from the 904 Carrera GTS, and pole starter Andrew Smith has got his nose in front. There's a challenge up the inside, and again, unfortunately, the driver on the outside of the front row, Michael O'Brien, has not hooked it up as well. He's gone from 3rd into 5th. Maxwell Lynn is making a challenge. White Elan with a green stripe up the middle, and in one of the fastback models in behind. Well, again, we're getting the first 6 or 7 cars escaping in the background. I think that's the Triumph for SLR that's gone grass cutting on the end. No, it's not driving in a straightforward at all, I don't think. Maybe that's because it's on the grass. But this is the critical moment. This is turning St Mary's on the open lap. To the right, to the left, over the crest, into the dip. Andrew Smith. Oh, a big wobble and a waggle there from Martin Streffen. Maxwell Lynn closing in. Up to Ford Water they come. And again, trying to break as late as possible. And De Quesada having a little look up the inside. Carlos certainly had a brilliant start to the first part of the race, but seems fairly neat.
It does, and temperatures still building in the tyres. Of course, they were sat for a good 5 to 10 minutes. As I move, Michael O'Brien, he dropped back once again, as you mentioned at the start, wasn't able to get a good start. He's trying to charge his way back up the order, and he does so he slots in, back in nicely into 3rd place ahead of the number 16, Lynn. Has a lock-up as Quesada's going to save it. Yes, he is in the Porsche, the 194, does he? gets a wobble, nice save, great bit demonstration of driving, and then off goes one of our alphas as well to join him.
Yeah, often a driver's eye is drawn when someone has a moment, but recovery drive is coming from Michael O'Brien. He's in the Shapecraft, that's the blue fastback-bodied Elan, going alongside and up the inside of Maxwell Lynn, and Maxwell trying to hang it out around the outside. Through the first apex, they're side by side. Through the second, Maxwell Lynn is actually carrying a bit more speed, but he doesn't really want to be on the outside line when they get to Ford Water.
I was just going to say there's yellow flags out at turn 1, so and the 16 is slotted back in behind, but who was overtaking who, they'd be saying? We didn't see what order they were really going into or coming out of the last chicane, but they've slotted back in, so unable to see the yellow flags there. So let's have a look at this. Is a lockup from the Porsche, and wet grass is not a very good mix when you put a race car on top. And then we're going to see one of our alphas at trying the wide line. Obviously we know that works, so tried to brave around the outside, just locked up that inside front left.
It is a world of diminishing returns when you're on the outside, and for Carlos de Calzada, he'd have seen that tyre wall, eventually he'd have seen the grass, and he thought, I'll take the grass rather than the tyre wall, and he came back on. So quite a recovery. But what we're seeing now is an escape from Andrew Smith. He was half a second clear at the start of the lap of Martin Stratton in the gold car with the green stripe, Ian Walker Racing, and now definitely having cemented third position is Michael O'Brien. So we're back in the order they were for the front row at least, but Maxwell Lynn is pushing very, very hard in number 16, one of the first regular Elan in that grouping. We've got the low drag, we've got the Shapecraft. Maxwell Lynn had a better exit from the chicane, but Michael O'Brien is nobody's fool. He's going to say, if you're coming round me, you've got to go the long way. Yeah, first 4 cars starting to get through, and again with historic racing, that wonderful rear shot, you can see where the tyres just lose adhesion, and it's such a tricky corner, Madgwick. Oh, do you want the puddle? The puddle's all yours. Remember, last time down there were yellow flags here, because on the exit of Madgwick, of course, is where we lost the Triumph SLR of Richard Hall Griffin. So until that is moved away, the drivers will not be allowed to overtake. And look how the clock's coming down. Only 6.5 minutes remain.
O'Brien really getting his elbows out on Lynn as they're heading through Ford Water. That's given him a little bit of breathing space as O'Brien. So he's got to really try and attack Stretton now. But I'm sure Maxwell Lynn won't be too pleased with that, and he'll claw his way back up to the back, and already looks like he's doing so. We've got a great battle, I would say, at least for second place and for third place on the podium. Does look like Andrew Smith out in front in the Porsche has it all under control. Yeah,
any vestige of a tow he could possibly offer, he is not offering. He's about 1.5 seconds clear, I would suggest. Now, the race full of incident. Let's take a look. Carlos de Calzada down the inside of one of the Mustangs, and bear in mind he would have his moment later in the lap, so something else is going to happen at St Mary. Wonderful rear shot, and then again it's so slippery, and if you get on the grass it's drying out. But the real story now is Michael O'Brien. You said the battle for second is the one to look for. He's in the blue Elan, closing in all the time on the low drag model. Martin Stretton blocks him off, and actually slightly obstructs his flow. You want to carry, this is a circuit of flow, and through those first 2 corners, look at the Elans and their 3 different shapes, how they corner, but with every lap the Porsche's getting away. 1.89 seconds to the good, almost out of the picture.
He is, and I think O'Brien was getting slowed down by the attack from Lynn, and wasn't able to then close up because he was defending essentially, but he's been able to claw up to the back because he's had a bit of free space. And Stretton is struggling for pace at the moment. 1.9 now is the gap at the front, and that's now stretched to 2.2 as O'Brien so close to the grass on the exit, using every inch of road, and maybe a little bit more and a slight lock up from the inside right there, and a kick of over. So this is going to really allow O'Brien to get a run all the way up to this Lavant Straight. He's going to go and brave round the outside of the kink of the straight, but of course he will, if he keeps there, have the inside for Woodcote. And it looks like who's the bravest, who's the latest on the brakes, and in comes Lynn behind, but Stretton covers him off.
Just noticing that the bonnet on the front of Maxwell Lynn's car is slightly ajar. Bear in mind, it was all about trying to find increased aerodynamic performance. I know it's only a tiny difference. He's got the 2 sleeker models in front of him, but Michael O'Brien, good move. Martin Stretton just didn't have the answer. It was all down to how you exit the second of the Lavant corners. Now Maxwell Lynn, who seems to have plenty of grunt, is trying to get right onto the tail of Martin Stretton. Martin looks in his mirrors. He now realises the attack is from behind. He's not attacking Michael O'Brien, but as always, the people with the experience of Goodwood, they say, if you're coming after me at Madgwick, you've got to go round me. But again, Martin Stretton, that low drag struggling for grip, and there we are, he's lost. He just went slightly too deep, to my eye, into the first part of Madwick, and being able to hunt him down, a bit more momentum in the corner. Maxwell Lynn made that one stick. We had 4 drivers fighting for the 3 positions on the podium. The order has been shuffled, but they're about to start lapping some of their rivals. I just spotted a car up ahead, and that is trying to stay out of the way. Not an easy thing to do in St Mary's.
No, and it looks like Lynn takes the approach slightly slower and faster out compared to Stretton and O'Brien at first corner. Here comes Casada coming back through in the 194. He's up against the number 7. That's our sole Ferrari 275. This is for 8th place. He's through, but is he going to make it stick? He's close to the grass on the exit. I think just about the Porsche stays ahead of the Ferrari.
Well, Ferrari against Porsche, there's a story that's travelled across the decades, but Carlos de Quesada, he's written a book full of adventure just in this race that's scheduled 25 minutes. Gunnar Jeanette trying to go around the outside in that really rare and beautiful Abarth Simca 2000 Corsa, but there is plenty of company around him. And John Davison, he was the one who started very close to the front of the grid. He started 4th. He lost out in that first lap sort out. He spent the rest of the time since the safety car period, the red flag, fighting his way back, but great little scrap. Up front, however, Andrew Smith pulls another second clear. Oh dear, Ross Hyatt has gone for a rotation, and he was in the best place of the Ginettas, and he's sitting in the gravel. 2.5 minutes remaining. I fear that's somewhere that could lead to another safety car and possibly even an early conclusion to this race. Marshall's running to his help, but unfortunately that one is properly bogged down.
Yeah, it is. It's a hope that maybe it just remains as a yellow flag out there, but he was running Hyatt in 14th place, but of course going to be out of the race now. So this is going to be Lavitz. He's got the 71. Slightly distracted maybe by the 71, has a little of a lock-up. Rear comes round, and you can see how low that Ginetta has sunk into the gravel. He's going to try and give it a go. Marshals have given the signal saying, no, I think the game over, and out he will hop. But yeah, it's a great drive back through for Davison. Lights ablaze. He's going to be attacking the number 7 of Gay now.
He will. He knows he's faster. He knows his car is more nimble, but Vincent's got plenty of grunt in that super elegant Ferrari. Almost seems out of place in this race, being so much larger, looking more like a Boulevardier. But however, it's the competition version, so it has got plenty of grunt. But John Davison, he's got the handling. Oh yes, quite right. Don't overtake, because 1, 2, 3 into shot will come. There's Ross Hyatt climbing out of the car. It's such an illustrious historic racer. He'll be frustrated there, but he simply, the corner was turning right and his car wasn't.
No, and they were overtaking a back marker there, so the back marker was trying to stay best out of the way and going slowly, so I didn't really have much choice to go down the inside. So our leaders, they would have gone onto the final lap now, so these cars, this battle slightly further down the order, will be going on to the final lap when they've navigated the chicane. But out front, Andrew Smith has it all under control, but he has had some tough luck with the back markers on that last lap. He was leading by over 2 seconds. That's now down to 1.3. So swings and roundabouts, and there you go. You can just see the flash of blue of O'Brien in the background. I don't think he's going to have enough time, though, to make any sort of challenge for the win.
No, he won't, but a wonderful rear shot. You can see how they go about their cornering differently. The Lotus moving around a lot more. Andrew Smith is having to place that 904 Carrera GTS and be super smooth, whereas the drivers in the lighter Lotus Elans, the Shape Craft, the low drag, they're able to throw them around a little bit more. They just look that little bit smaller, which conversely makes the track just seem that little bit larger. But I think Andrew Smith's got this under control. Down the Labyrinth Straight, there we are. We've reached the end of the time, and that means the next car to the start-finish line. The race leader will be seeing the checkered flag, but Michael O'Brien has far from backed off. He's really keeping Andrew Smith very, very honest. But you have to think, with just the chicane to go, surely it's going to be a Porsche conquering all those lands that started around it. So it's going to be Porsche from a Lotus in this battle. So Andrew Smith, yet another win for him here at Goodwood. Looks like it's going to be just over a second between first and second. 1.3 seconds. A good drive from Michael O'Brien. Remember, he dropped down from 3rd on the grid to 5th at the second time advancing. Will John Davison in another of the lands, the one that fell right down the order, another Ian Walker Racing version, be able to gain another position over the Ferrari of Vincent Gay. Gay's car is always so beautifully prepared, but here he goes. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen here, and it was blocked off perfectly politely, I'd say, from Vincent Gay. And in fact, Gunnar Jeanette in the A-bar is going to have a little look. That's car number 67. He's got to watch out, because tucked under his rear wing is Billy Bellinger, but it's a drag race to the line. We know the identity of the victor. And Vincent Gay just wins that battle for 9th place. John Davison back into the top 10. So he did a good recovery drive, a couple more laps, and I think he had a couple more places. But it was a little stop and a little start, but 2 decent getaways from Martin Stretton, but he didn't come up even with a top 3 finish. Martin ending up in 4th overall. The top 4 cars well clear of Roger Wills and the rest of the gang, but there we are. Andrew Smith, our race winner, and he'll be enjoying this cool-down lap, and I'd say very neat and tidy at the front. And then for the battle of the Lotuses, it was Michael O'Brien coming ahead of Maxwell Lynn and Martin Stretton. All subtly different, those 3 shapes of Ilans, but an enjoyable race, a little bit frustrating, but there was nothing we could do with John Tordos' car off at the exit of Woodcote. That had to be removed. But all of these drivers drove beautifully, and you can see, actually, particularly Michael O'Brien seems to have enjoyed that. You know, contemporary racer, also racing in historic racing. So Michael, son of Mike, you know, that was a great drive. But Andrew Smith, well, that was super, super smooth. You can ask no more.
No, he got the start nailed at that restart. Didn't quite get it right at the first attempt, but was able to nail it and could easily breeze into the first corner. And then he never looked back. A little bit of worrying times with the traffic, losing a lot of pace in that first sector. But I would say he certainly had it all under control, and Porsche is back on top at Goodwood once again.
Yeah, and I think when you're coming up across back markers, as if you have a lead of a second or more, which Andrew did, you can afford just have a little bit of caution to be entirely sure they've seen you and they've seen where you're going. But really the recovery drive was Michael O'Brien picking off Maxwell Lynn, Martin Stretton, and then Lynn going past Stretton, and the top 4 clear of the rest. But a beautiful drive, and I do love these cars. They certainly make the track seem very large indeed and have plenty of cornering lines. But though the track is dry, we know full well, go a little bit wide, hit those the wet edges of the circuit, and then the grass, well, that's not stopping anyone. So lovely to see that round of applause for our top 3 finishers. And as a refresher, it was Andrew Smith from Michael O'Brien and Maxwell Lynn.
No doubt Martin Stretton will be slightly disappointed. Started second in the race, finishing 4th place. But a round of applause for our race winner, and hugs all round. Real strong drive, and well deserved as well, and I'm sure big smiles for everyone else on the podium as well. O'Brien and Lynn, lots of respect between all of these drivers and all the teams as well, and really that is the spirit of Goodwood.
Yeah, I think the Morfitt family will be very, very happy to see their car taking a win here, and you know, when your mechanic comes up and says superb, well, that's the accolade you need, that's the one above all others. And Andrew Smith, well, he made a fairly decent start. The second one was much better, and that kept the Ilans at bay. Thereafter, it was about controlling the pace from the front, but a good scrap, and lovely to see the respect between the various drivers who finished on the top 3. All of them worked hard. Andrew just starting to unclip his hands device and all the other ephemera you need in the name of safety. And good to see Maxwell Lynn getting a hug.
He is.
Andrew, what's a race? Wasn't made easy. Red flags, restarts. The last thing you want to do as a racing driver is do 2 starts, but nothing bothered you.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's not the easiest car to get off the line, so I wasn't too happy about having to do another restart, but I just needed to get away and get a good run. Obviously, I knew I had Martin next to me, and he was going to give me some trouble, but listen, it's just a fabulous car, and I've got to thank, or dedicate really, this race to my great friend Kevin Morfitt, who owns the car and sadly can't be here today to watch it. He's watching it on TV, but he'll absolutely just love this.
He'll be a very happy man. Well driven.
Thank you very much.
Right, let's find Michael. Where is Michael? Here he is. Let's squeeze around here. Michael, I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt your photos. There's plenty of time for those. That was a busy race to start with, but you obviously had the pace.
Yeah, I think I did at the end. I certainly didn't for the first few laps. I was like on ice compared to the other cars around me. I had no grip for the first 2-3 laps, and we sort of deliberately did set the car like that to come on at the end of the 25 minutes, not the end of the 10 minutes. But no, Andrew did a great job. He made a great start. I was confident if it was the full 25, but in the 10 I was catching him, but just didn't quite have enough. So hats off to him for a great drive.
Well done. Great drive.
Thank you.
Max, thank you so much for coming over. It got busy at times, didn't it?
It got really busy. I had to try a few different ways to get past there. Thing with these Ilans, they're so even. We've all probably got Neil Brown engines in there, and they all produce the same horsepower. So if you're going to overtake, you've really got to commit to it. And everyone gave racing room. It got a bit tight at times, but it was good fun out there.
Billy, you must be delighted. Podium.
Oh, yeah, it's amazing. And sharing it with my dad coming over to say congratulations. I've been coming here since I was 2 years old, so this is a dream come true, really.
Well driven, mate.
Thank you very much.
Well, good to hear from the top 3 finishers, and let's take a look at the results of the Ford Water Trophy. It was stopped in the middle, but the racing was fine from first to finish. But it was Andrew Smith from pole position. It wasn't as easy as he made it look. He really drove supremely well to keep the harrying Lotus Elans in their 3 different shapes behind him. Michael O'Brien dropping back, but coming forward to second place. Maxwell Lynn coming home third, just ahead of Martin Stretton, who'll be a little frustrated in his low drag Elan. 2 brilliant starts, and yet he came away just off the podium. Roger Wills next in line in 5th overall, ahead of the unquenchable Emanuele Pirro, jumping from Motorbike to St Mary's and then into the Ford Water Trophy. He takes 6th, and he was ahead of Carlos Quesada, who had a very exciting time in his Carrera GTS. Michael Gans, the better place, the 2 Abarth Simca 2000 Corsas, and the elegant Ferrari in 9th place for Vincent Gay, just ahead of the recovering John Davison, who started at the front but got caught out on that opening lap. Outside the top 10, the second of the Abarth Simcas, that's Gunnar Jeanette. He had a great little race, just ahead of Billy Bellinger in the streamlined Morgan Plus 4. Then Charlie Hyatt, he was in 13th position, ahead of the better of the 2 Mustangs. That's Nick Sleet. Neil Armstrong, eventually best placed of all the Ginetta drivers, in 15th. Andrew Lawley was next in line. Then Joe Colasacco and that very elegant Julia TZ was 17th. Nigel Winster, second Ginetta. James Barron and Magnus Alkvist, who started at the tail of the field but got up to 20th position in his Alfa Romeo. And we had a few fallers, but it was a great race. So let's take a look back at the highlights, and there were plenty of those. The field was assembled in mid-1960s style, the attention to Goodwood as great as ever. Mustangs in the mix, Ginettas towards the tail. Up front, though, it was a Porsche and a phalanx of Lotus Elans. The 26Rs, the Shapecraft, the low drags, all had a really tidy start. What a colourful field, down to the first corner, turning in. It was anybody's guess.
It certainly was. The Elans were giving the Porsche plenty of pressure out front, but it was a good start. And this is where it started to get a little bit mixed up. We saw the 194 just going through the puddle there, and this is where some spins and then maybe some sympathy spins as a good catch by the 194, and then our Ginetta was slightly put off and goes spinning across the wet car, the grass, but good avoidance by all of those behind.
It was, and that was where John Davison's days went downhill, and then the chase was on. Martin Stretton in the low drag Ian Walker Racing Elan chasing against Andrew Smith. But hold on a second, this brought out the red flag, because John pulled off at the side, and his Elan needed recovery. So the cars formed up on the grid for a 10-minute restart. And it was questioned who was going to get it right. And this time, again, a great start from Martin Stretton, but Andrew Smith really hooked up his Porsche, got it right, and got in front into the first corner. Behind, Carlos Quesada had a voyage of discovery, and that was a further correction, eventually a run across the grass, and he rejoined. But fortunately, conditions were good. Track conditions improved as we went. The rain was not threatening for the rest of the race. Andrew Smith was escaping, and it was the run to the finish. The real racing was in the middle order. And look, it's Carlos Quesada again, just getting past Vincent Gay. Then overtaking a back marker, the recovering Ross Hyde, who'd had that spin on the opening lap. Around he went at the corner at Lavant, but then Andrew Smith to the finish, taking victory eventually by 1.3 seconds. So it was Porsche beating all the Lotuses, and he was mighty proud. Full marks to Kevin Morfitt and the crew. What a great car to see at Goodwood.
This was the first Easter handicap for sports cars, and Duke, driving car number 70, soon showed he was as much at home in the seat as in the saddle.
Well, it is certainly a beautiful day here at Goodwood in the afternoon. The sun coming out more, and we've got a lovely display, of course, back on circuit. So what we're enjoying right now is the celebration of Alfa Romeo, and particularly 100 years ago when Alfa Romeo won the first ever World Championship for manufacturers in Grand Prix racing, 1925. But there were also other important victories, funnily enough, at good years gone, because 75 years ago they won the first Formula One title. That's when it was called the Formula One World Championship in 1950, and then 50 years ago they won a World Sports Car Championship with the Tipo 33 TT12. Bruce Jones is with me, Ben Edwards again, and we have had a look at some of these cars already. It really is a great heritage of Alfa Romeo, isn't it? Because it was one of those companies that started so early. I mean, it was Darracq who actually introduced into Italy the production of cars, but it then became Alfa and became Alfa Romeo, and then getting into racing was such an important part, not only of success, but then selling road cars too.
Yeah, it was. I mean, you think how many manufacturers there were, probably as many as there are now, but many of them were absolutely tiny. They were literally hand to mouth. But for Alfa Romeo, they worked out very early on that racing necessarily does improve the breed, but it also gives you publicity. And again, and it became very much, it fitted in with the sort of nature of Italians in sport. They very soon became absolutely passionate about motorsport, and Alfa Romeo were the standard bearers.
They were, absolutely. And you're looking actually just coming up onto the grid from those early 1930s when they really did do a fantastic job. And one of the great designers, of course, Vittorio Giano, who was involved, and this was one of the early ones actually, I think that's the slightly smaller engined version, because he was so creative, and Vittorio Giano was actually brought, funnily enough, by Enzo Ferrari, encouraged him to come from Fiat to Alfa Romeo, and he started creating these remarkable machines.
Yeah, Enzo raced them, and in fact the car we're just being treated to a tour around now. If you go around to the flanks, there is the great big prancing horse logo on it, because of course Enzo raced for them. Eventually he ran their racing team and then had to get his freedom from their out from under their auspices, sort of gardening leave, old style fashion, before he started running his own racing team, and the rest, as they say, is history. It
is history, of course, but Alfa Romeo and Ferrari names are still so big, so important. They were together at one stage, and then they were competing against each other, but very important in those early stages.
Yeah, so as you say, we talk about cars from the 30s, obviously it was the 1925 one, but you go across to the 50 years later, and these glorious 33 TT 12 sports cars, and in 1975 they had the year of years, Henri Pescarello and Graham Hill, you know, taking them to the very top, but they would be tackling Ferrari at the time. But across the years, there's always been that element of Alfa Romeo, and you know, to me, it's still a manufacturer mark with a racing vein through it, and that just always warms my heart a little bit, Ben.
Absolutely right. I totally understand. Well, you're looking at back into the 1930s now with the Alfa 8C 2300. Now, they had long straight 8 engines, didn't they? That's what they called 8C. It meant 8-cylinder, and so they had this long straight 8 which sits in front, but it was very powerful, very effective, and it was a part of the success. But then, as you say, later on things would change. This was the much later version, a sports car coming up in the late 60s and early 70s, and that started to develop as well. They went to a 3-litre engine. That's when it started to become more successful. This one slightly just before the time they won, in fact, in 1975.
Yeah, this is I think a 1972 model. There are a couple of them in the wonderful Monza pit lane, which is just behind the pit entry in the paddock, and it always is sort of the place where the ultimate cars at any Goodwood revival are kept. So they've got a wonderful array, including a couple of P3s, the Tipo B, which really was the car. Didn't put them on the map, but it was what really cemented their place, and raced all around the world. Don't think racing in the 1920s and 30s was only in Europe. A lot of these cars were exported to race, particularly in South America, and then later in life other countries would take them sort of, so the bit out of date in Europe will have them.
Absolutely, yeah. No, it changed and has shifted, but there's rather a lovely view there of the display, and there we are back into one of the 1930s cars, and you can see that they were 2-seaters for these cars that were racing. But actually, even in sort of because there wasn't a Formula One World Championship as such in those days, there were lots of races called Grand Prix, and quite often these kind of versions would win Grand Prix as well. But we are, as you say, looking out for the P3 single-seater, which was very important.
Well, the pale pale blue one we're looking at, Ben Collins, who prepared it for the Auriga collection, that went out with racer Jean-Pierre Wimille to South America, and for reasons sort of to do with tax and export, it had to be got out of the country quite quickly. So a raft was made on top of some oil drums, and it was floated across the river. Later, it would go on into the hands of the great Raymond Sommer. In fact, it was his at the time when it had to get out of South America. These cars, the longer the stories are, the greater they get. But what an array! So a lot of these cars are sports cars, as well as cars that were competing in the Grand Prix of the day. But sports cars themselves have always been really strong. Sports cars and GTs, particularly once you got into the 1960s for Alfa Romeo. And I think at a time when cars were really starting to become really a lot more nimble, they were right at the zenith.
They were, absolutely, and producing sports cars. You can see some of those in the middle there from the 1950s and into the 60s. So we've got the Giuliettas and we've got the Giulias. They went from one to the other, and they were, as you say, very, very successful in sports car racing. Not huge engines, but in their classes they were very rapid, very light as well.
Yeah, I mean the Giulia Sprint GTA, a lot of success in the European Touring Car Championship back in the 60s, and often, of course, you'd have different engine size, capacity bands, and by winning your band you had a good chance of taking the overall title. And certainly people like Andrea Adamic scored great successes in these glorious little Giulias just going out of shot there.
Absolutely, so it is wonderful to see. We've also got the Alfa Giulia TZs, which were much more modified bodywork. We see a few of those, and they are really beautiful, aren't they?
Yeah, no, wonderful evolution in the mid-60s for those really truncated tails. The little yellow car with the white flashes, there it is, car number 60, the Bobsy. Now that's a car that actually went remarkably well, but again, it's the ephemera, it's the outside of the Alfa Romeo story. It was someone using an Alfa Romeo engine, but it's great to have that and to be so completist here at Goodwood.
Absolutely right, yeah, no, so it is gorgeous to see some of these Alfa, as I say, the TZs. We just saw one go through with that different bodywork where they had that very low front end, a cut-off rear end for the aerodynamics. That was a time when aerodynamics was becoming a feature, of course, in the 1950s, and that was really becoming understood. But of course, no downforce as such. It was more about just reducing the drag as much as possible.
Exactly. So there's the little Bobsy. I know John Watson loves that car very much. He was talking about it earlier in the Madrid Cup when it was out. But great nimble little sports cars. But we go the whole way back to the very earliest cars, 1922 and 1924 here. They're the Targa Florio model, and one of those has been owned by Christopher Mann and his family for more than 70 years. Isn't that fantastic? Chris has brought a whole host of the cars here, a real alcoholic.
That is a lovely story, yes. And the switch between all these different Alfa Romeos really is wonderful to be able to watch. When you think about the sort of success they had pre-war with some 10 Mille victories with the 6C and then the 8C. We've got those are the old ones. You're just looking at a couple coming through now. So they were incredibly successful in events like the Mille, and that was a big event. Another one there. That was so important. And then going into Le Mans, initially with one of the extended versions, and we have got a couple of those out there, but they went on to win 4 Le Mans races in the 1930s, 4 in a row. That was very, very impressive. And yeah, that was all part of their developing their history.
No, it was. I mean, we talked about win on Sunday, sell on Monday, but don't forget, cars in the 80s were not always made for speed, and if they were often made slightly light and they'd fail. But for Alfa Romeo to win 4 years on the trot in the ultimate enduro, the Le Mans 24 Hours, it was massive for the growth of the company. However, hard times would come later after the Second World War. Dropped into the World Championship inaugural year, 50 and 51, on an entirely different plane to the rest, but Ferrari was a-coming. But halfway through 1951, someone base went, you know what, we can't afford this anymore, we're pulling out. But bear in mind, those were cars built in 1938, winning in 1950 and 1951. But once the money was starting to spend after the Second World War, then progress came very quickly and Ferrari went straight to the top.
You're right, Ferrari went to the top, but Alfa Romeo went down this sports car pattern that we were talking about a little bit with the Giulietta and then the Giulia, and that it actually did help them sell more road cars. It was a part of racing in those days where manufacturers would provide machines that really were successful and people would want to buy versions of them.
Well, they had one advantage over Ferrari, and that is their road car range was a whole lot cheaper than the Ferraris. Now, one of the most famous cars out there is the Disco Volante, and we're looking at that with that wonderful deep Italian racing red and 1 on the door.
Yeah, that's great to see as well, and it is another great looking machine, isn't it? Certainly not much drag from that one. And we've seen that one competing here as well.
Yeah, we have it's from 1953, again from Christopher Mann's collection. It's created, lots of cars are created when the rules change in racing. This was the start of the 3-litre sports racing formula in the mid-1950s. This one was crashed by Consalvo Sanesi at Monza, but it actually remained. It then had an interesting story. It went down to the Roberto Lee Museum in Sao Paulo in Brazil. But Roberto was shot and killed in a crime of passion before the car was liberated by Colin Crabb, who was a man who spent his latter life just finding cars all over the world, but, beautiful in its own right. The story afterwards a little bit too illustrious, I'd suggest.
It is lovely that on a parade like this, it's somewhat different, of course, to doing a race. You're just pottering around at a nice, gentle speed, and there's no doubt that family members can sort of join into this when sometimes they don't get the chance very often on a racetrack. On the road, yes, but on a racetrack.
It is different. It is very, very special, and also it's very nice the sun is out, because it could just as easily, having looked at the weather forecast coming into this year's Goodwood Revival, been in a downpour, but it looks so the rest of Saturday afternoon should be set fair. Tomorrow there may be wind.
Absolutely, yes. We shall have to wait and see how that all goes. So the Alphas from the 1960s are taking on a good deal of success. They actually got involved in rallying too, didn't they? They had some success in the Italian Rally Championship in 3 years, actually, 62, 63 and 64. That was something that worked very well for them.
Little Giulietta Spider, very, very elegant. I mean, one of the most wonderful things I'd say in the 50s and 60s, you could pretty much pick out which country cars came from. There was a very clear Italian bloodline. They tended to be smaller. The Germans had a different way of doing things, and actually the British cars at the time did seem considerably larger.
Yeah, absolutely. No, so a real wonderful mixture of Alfa Romeos that we've got here this weekend, and as you said, some of them are racing, but many of them are purely here for the display to celebrate such great heritage of the Alfa Romeo team that all started out, as I said, in the early 1900s with developing the whole thing. It was then taken on by the Italians, creating the Societe Anonima Lombarda Fabbrica Automobili, and they just took the letters and it meant Alfa. But the Romeo name didn't start until a little bit later, but that was a key person involved, Nicola Romeo coming in, and Romeo becoming part of the Alfa Romeo name.
And at many points through their history, you can see it precisely now, the 1920s Targa Florio model, you had the white triangle with the four-leaf clover. That was the badge sort of in the very early days. And then, of course, you got the iconic badge that remains to this day. And look at those Sprint GTA Julias. There we are, right in the middle of the grid. Small, discreet, but classical.
Yeah, absolutely. And they brought, I mean, some of these early cars, they were starting to bring in, for example, that one hasn't, but they started to bring independent suspension, more used in racing as part of road cars as well. These machines went up to the 2.3 six-cylinder 6C initially, and then the 8C, as I said, the 8-cylinder versions, the 2900. They were supercharged, so they were producing good power for the time, no doubt about it. And it was interesting. They did actually try and create a mid-engined car. We haven't got it here, but they did try and create a mid-engined Grand Prix car just pre-war. We have seen it. It's called the 512. It never raced. It was built, but never actually happened.
Again, that is very Goodwood to find the ones that you don't really know about, the ones that were in the background but had a role to play. And for the company, it was all about development. For all companies, the interruption of the Second World War really stymied the progress that companies, particularly like Alfa Romeo, were racing. So in some ways, it's wonderful those Alfettas from before the war, the 158s, the 159s, did get their days in the sun. 1950, 1951, nailed those first two World Championships, built on the illustrious history of those 4 wins in a row at Le Mans in the 1930s. And then they've been searching for success ever since. We've talked about 50 years since they won the World Championship of Makes, but they've always been in the mix. Yeah. Had a little dabble at Formula One a few years ago when they sort of rebranded the Sauber team, but we knew in our heart of hearts that wasn't really Alfa Romeo.
No, it wasn't really. It was more the sort of sponsorship move, wasn't it? But yeah, as you say, it was fantastic what they did in the early part of Formula One when it all began. And of course, this year we're celebrating 75 years of Formula One. And for Giuseppe, or Nino Farina, as he was called, taking that first title in 1950, and then Juan Manuel Fangio taking the title with Alfa Romeo in the second year.
Yeah, and one thing that was so weird, in the first 4 seasons of the World Championship, you had Giuseppe Farina winning in 52 and 53, so 3 of the first 4 World Championships were Italian drivers.
Yeah.
There hasn't been an Italian world champion ever since. It's extraordinary.
That is strange. Yes, I agree. That is strange that we haven't had an Italian champion since, because racing in Italy has always been very, very competitive and always wonderful to be involved in. But yeah, they're starting to make their way back in now. What an amazing history. It's lovely to see these machines right from the very, very early days when they first took that first World Manufacturers Championship in 1925, 100 years ago. 100 years ago, that's right, that long ago. And some of the vehicles here are from that period, but then going right through the 30s into the 50s, 60s, 70s, and that those sports cars actually delivering some great results as well. Let's just have a little look once again at the Alfa Romeo parade. There'll be more of it tomorrow. And don't forget, you can get out there if you're here at Goodwood and have a good look around to see some of these cars and understand a little bit more about them. These front-engined early 1930s cars, they had so much success, I tell you, in the sort of victories that they were doing in sports car racing, some of the most classic events. We did mention some of the famous names now, like Le Mans, but there were other races in those days all over Europe that they were winning in.
And of course, a lot of them were just on road circuits, not on circuits. So
Yes.
Targelfori, Mille Miglia, and circuits that have long since gone, but they could be competing almost every weekend. Motor racing was huge in the 1920s and 30s, but fantastic. And we have to thank the owners who brought some amazing collections. Christopher Mann deserves special accolade because, as I said, more than 70 years in his family with some of these cars.
It is lovely to really soak up the atmosphere of Alfa Romeo and the changes there have been all over the years, the wonderful style and shaping of them, the way that some of these have been restored, others have actually been looked after for so many years, but real fun to see the Alfa Romeo parade.
Unforgettable, that's what you are. That's why, darling, it's incredible that someone so unforgettable thinks that I am unforgettable too.
If you're feeling a bit peckish at Goodwood Revival, then you can come to the Richmond Lawn where you'll find the Harry Ramsden Fish and Chip Shop. And here you can get yourself a portion of Great British fish and chips. But not only that, this fish and chip shop has something quite special about it, and I'm here to meet someone that's going to explain a bit more about it, who is the local fishmonger. Harry, lovely to see you. Can you tell us a bit more about what makes your fish and chip shop special?
Well, you see, we are a very established fishmonger here, and we pride ourselves on the best stock here at Goodwood, and we have got a delightful freezer full of quality wares for you from the local markets.
Please, can we take a look at your produce?
Yeah, by all means, maybe.
Where would it be kept?
Well, it'll be in the freezer, won't it? Come with me, let me show you what we've got. Right, mind your step, of course.
Okay, through the door. Oh, yes, feeling a bit chilly in here straight away.
It absolutely is chilly.
But you're packed in here.
We absolutely are. We have got a nice selection of salmon. We have got rainbow trout, we got bream, we got mackerel, we got cod, a bit of sole, and even some sturgeon there at the end as well. And if you like to turn yourself around, we've got a lovely selection of pickles, we got vegetables, all sorts of things, and even Harry's own famous batter right there for the fish. It is delightful.
Okay, and I guess you pride yourself on quality here as well.
Absolutely, yeah. We're well established. People love our stock. They keep coming back for more. The queue out there is going down the road. Incredible.
I can see that. It's certainly busy here. It is getting a bit chilly in here, though. Which way can we go?
Well, seeing as you're asking, there is one other way you can go. So, if you are interested, you can also leave out this way. And that'll take you to the VIP enclosure. Lovely.
So it's literally a walk-through then, so VIPs can walk all the way through your fridge and out to watch the racing at the motor circuit.
Absolutely. You know, I try and peddle my products as they come through as well. You know, nothing wrong with selling a bit of salmon on the way, right? And they love it.
Good plan. Well, you definitely need to get down here, explore it for yourself. It's definitely a one-of-a-kind place.
Well, I know where I'm heading for dinner. It's Harry Benjamin with you up in the commentary box, and we are getting ready for the next race, and it's the Whitsun Trophy. Here is what it's all about.
The Whitsun name has been a feature at Goodwood since the inaugural Whit Saturday meeting in 1950. The first Whitsun Trophy race was a Formula Libra event in 1954, which saw Peter Collins take victory in the Thinwall Special, defeating a pair of V16 BRMs and Roy Salvadori in a Maserati 250F. From 1958, it switched to large sports prototypes and latterly became a race for sports and GT cars, which was a common makeup for grids in the mid-1960s. The modern Whitsun Trophy most closely reimagines the 1965 running when John Coundley's McLaren M1A beat Roy Salvadori's Ford GT40 to victory at the head of a field that also included open cockpit prototypes from Brabham and Lotus. At the Revival, it's the fastest and loudest race of the weekend, featuring closed cockpit Ford GT40s against open cockpit Lola T70 Spiders and McLaren M1s in a race that will rattle window frames across the Goodwood estate and beyond.
Really looking forward to this one. A riot of noise, colour and speed about to come your way with the fastest cars of the weekend lined up and ready on the grid. As Ben was explaining there, we have got a lovely selection of cars on the grid. Bruce Jones up alongside me. We've got, what, a couple of T70s on the front row and a McLaren. Sets things up nicely.
No, it really does. Practice was a little bit interrupted. Some people maybe could be a little bit further up the grid, but we've got the mix we want, as you say. Two Lola T70 Spiders and alongside the low-level one M1A McLaren on the front row, another Lola and the Lotus Ford 30, an ex-Jim Clark car, in fact, with Michael O'Brien, who's just popped out of the previous race. This is very much the essence of the Goodwood Revival, but what a grid of cars. But just wait until they really get going. They're revving up, they're making great sound, but once they're at racing speed, as we heard from the explainer, it's going to be a rolling thunder.
And there are the front three with the best view in the house. On the far left is that Lola T70 Spider of Nick Padmore. In the middle, the white with the red stripe T70 Ollie Bryant. last year's winner in that car. And on the far right, Miles Griffith in the McLaren M1A. Look out as well on the second row on the left-hand side for Alex Brundle as well, poised to try and make gains on the way down to Madrick. Michael O'Brien right next to him too in the Lotus 30s. We get going for the green flag lap. Little bit slow from the GT40 Roadster, one of the rarer cars in the field. Hand up in the air. Has he managed to get it going? No, he's going to have to peel off into the pit lane. Oh, hey, no, he's managed to get it going again.
Yeah, threatened a driver with no start in the Whitsun Trophy, and they pull out all the stops. So great to have Pedro Mercedes Silva, the one of only a handful of roadster versions of the Ford GT40.
But unfortunately, he will now have to start, I believe, at the back of the pack. So last car at the moment is the Crossley, the Oldsmobile, Matthew Wurr, but then it will unfortunately be for Silva down to the rear of the field.
And that's another story. The number 99 Crossley, Matthew Wurr, at the back of the field because unfortunately he caused a red flag in the session and lost all of his times accordingly. So expect him in terms of pace to pick his way up the order.
A couple of things to look out for. We've got one of Porsches in the field, the Porsche 910. Phil Keane starting right in the middle of the third row, looking to try and make gains in that Porsche. That's the number 56 emblazoned on the side of it, evolved really from the Porsche 906. So that'll be one of the German manufacturers to watch out for in this Whitsun Trophy as we gear up for 25 minutes of racing. And this is how the full grid looks. It is a sea of T70 Spiders, particularly on that front row. Nick Padmore alongside Ollie Bryant with the McLaren M1A of Miles Griffiths in third. Then comes Alex Brundle and Michael O'Brien, the Lotus 30 in fifth. Row 3 sees Julian Draper's Attila in sixth, alongside that Porsche of Keane, and then John Spears in the McLaren M1B. Behind them, Adam Sykes in another one of the M1s, and then Graham Moss's T70 Spider. First of the GT40s goes to Koroshan down in 11th, alongside GT40 David Hart. And then, well, it will be an empty gap now for the Roadster, which unfortunately will have to fall to the back of the pack, but good to see, hopefully it get into this race. Jeremy Cottingham is behind in another GT40. Mark Daniels M1B from 15th. The Row 7 is made up of the Cooper, the Monaco King Cobra, the Lotus 19, and also the Genie, the Huffaker, Will Nuttall, down in 18th, and the top 20 rounded out by Marshall Bailey's T70 Spider and Tony Seiler. With that Crossley, now the penultimate car in the field, the Oldsmobile, the Mark V, down a little later in the pack, and then right at the rear of the field will be that GT40 Roadster. As quick as you like, in a flash, we're back round and racing, and I wonder as that GT40 Roadster pulled up into its actual grid position. We'll have to see what that does to the start, but we look for the green flag and the racing flag to get going and fall on this Whitsun Trophy. We're looking at sports racing prototypes that race between 1960 and 1966. T70 Spiders on the front row alongside that McLaren, and we are underway for the Whitsun Trophy. Good start from Nick Padmore. Ollie Bryant bogging down slightly. The GT40 Roadster left at the back of the pack and clearing away though. A nice flight heading into Madrick now as they all try and find their own piece of tarmac, but it is a great start for Miles Griffiths, who's come back in the McLaren M1A to take the lead as they run out through the right-hander next.
Yeah, the best start of all was from fourth on the grid. Alex Brundle, he's got up into second place, but the outside the front row, Miles Griffiths in that M1A absolutely got it nailed. Everyone else behind behaving very nicely indeed. There's the Attila low with the racing colours of Guernsey, and it turning through the second part of St Mary's. There it is right now, just turning in alongside one of the M1B McLarens. Down into the dip they go, but I expect when we see the field at Lambert we'll have Miles Griffiths still in front.
Yeah, John Spears in that as well. There is the colours of Guernsey on the car in the middle. They're being hunted down by the Porsche 910. Phil Keane filtering his way through as they get underway then. But it is Miles Griffiths out in front, but he hasn't managed to escape up the road too much. Still being hunted down by Alex Brundle with the best of the starts. Told you to keep an eye on him from that second row, and he really closes up into the chicane, wrestling his T70 Spider. Great traction on the exit. It's going to be wheel to wheel, and he is going to breeze past as they head into Madgwick. And it's Alex Brundle who takes the lead of the Goodwood Trophy.
Well, that was a heck of a start to take the lead from Miles Griffiths. He just doesn't seem to have the grunt in that McLaren. That's number 44. A loader in front, a loader behind with their big Chevrolet V8s. They're starting to box him. But look who's coming through into third place now. Car number 29, the white Oliver Bryan-driven Lola, started on the middle of the front rows, had success here in 2022 and 2024, but the order getting very busy with Nick Padmore hanging on, and he's just picked up a place from Miles Griffiths, so it's really being shuffled around the pack. Riding on board now with Ollie Bryant, the fantastic stretch of circuit. St Mary's, tick that off, down to Lavin. Is there a chance to go up the inside of Miles Griffiths? Not yet. We've got two APCs here, though. It looks like they're going to run in line astern, but then, of course, Harry, it's how good an exit you can get from the second part of Lavin and then get the power down for this kink straight.
Yeah. Nudged through the kink we go. Alex Brundle now trying to extend his lead. Miles Griffiths having to come under pressure, having just lost that position from Nick Padmore. Now up into second position, and Brundle starting to eke out that gap to over a second already, and the field now starting to spread out. The top runners starting to leave them behind slightly.
Well, I think it's important to take a look at this. I noticed Marcus Black's McLaren was issuing smoke out of the back on the opening lap. It had a problem in practice, and these cars, the front runners, could be the first to find that when they come around next time.
Here we go then. Look at this, the 44. This is Miles Griffiths coming under pressure from O'Brien, starting to pick up the pace. 25 minutes of this race going down now to just over 21 minutes. Out in front though, that gap just slightly coming down as Nick Padmore closes in on Alex Brundle for the lead of this race. We're looking at Ollie Bryant chasing down the car in front of him.
And bear in mind, the car in second place, Nick Padmore, started on pole. The practice was interrupted. He was 9/10 of a second quicker than any others. Didn't get to restart the practice session. He made not the best of starts here. He went down to about fourth place. Now here he is harrying a similar metallic blue Lola, but the one with 54 just seems to have the pace. He's now got to find the space to put that in. Alex Brundle leaves the door marginally open, but that's the better line to be on if you can get it turned into Woodcote, which he can. But this is fantastic. Brilliant camera position, looking backwards at the chasing car with the Mecom Racing livery.
Nose to nose through the chicane. This is where Brundle took the lead of the race last time out, managed to power alongside and get in front by the time we approach Madgwick, and he manages to hold on to it, but we've still got a way to go yet in this race as Padmore closes up through Madgwick and really tries to get underneath. Alex Brundle looks out to the side, no way through there. There is that puddle that won't abate. Everyone having to avoid it and drive around it just limits the opportunity slightly.
In all honesty, I think the Miles Poulsen car leading the race doesn't have the pace of Nick Padmore's, but Alex Brundle hanging on the front. I think now it's just a case of patience. But again, you can see Nick Padmore twitching. This track may look dry. I'm not sure it is universally, and anyone gets on the grass, and that is far from dry. We had heavy rain this morning.
Yeah, another battle that's still looking fairly close is the battle for third. Miles Griffiths just ahead of Ollie Bryant for third and fourth. Nothing splitting those two at the moment behind this fight for the lead. You can see actually 1, 2, 3 and 4 all making their way now through your screen. Alex Brundle though with the best view in the house, a European sports car champion. Slightly different prototype machinery that he won that in compared to what he's driving now.
Certainly is, and in the last lap and a half, the first two cars, Alex Brundle in his Lola T70 Spider and the chasing Nick Padmore, what's the gap going to be on the start-finish line? 4/10 between them, but best part of 2 and a bit seconds back to the car in third place. Still the McLaren M1A of Miles Griffiths. Ollie Bryant, double winner, 2022, 2024. He qualified in the middle of the front row, but something at this point in the race just isn't quite right, because you look at the long shot, looking back behind the first two cars, it's almost becoming hard to pick out the cars in third and fourth. You can just pick them going through forward water. As these two front runners turn into St Mary's, who's going to have the most grip? Both have been twitching the last few times through here.
Further back as well, it looks like the Porsche 910 as Phil Keane has managed to get ahead of the Attila Chevrolet Mark 3 of Draper up into 7th spot. That fight though is a little further back, as now are we going to get a little bit of traffic coming into play here for the race lead. Gets nicely out of the way. Alex Brundle leads this race, but only by a whisker. He's managed to hold on there and navigate the first bit of traffic that they come to. And the gap to Nick Padmore, it's two Lola T70 Spiders leading the way. Closes in nicely under braking, and behind them we have the McLaren M1A of Miles Griffith fending off Ollie Bryant's Lola T72, and then rounding out the top five is that Lotus 30 of Michael O'Brien.
It might have been a trick of the light. The car we're looking at, number 29, is the white Spider with the red stripe. I thought I saw a puff of smoke at the back, but anyhow, under hard acceleration out of the final corner, out of the chicane, previous double winner Ollie Bryant just looking for a way past the McLaren M1A of Miles Griffiths. Miles is a wily bird, though. He's not leaving the door open.
Not at all, but just seeing how hard they're fighting through every single corner, flat out racing all the way in these sports racing prototypes from 1960 through to 1966, with a whole range of cars represented in the field, but right now the class of them being the Lola T70 Spiders that are out in front and leading the way. Here they are, Alex Brundle ahead of Nick Padmore. They've not been able to leave each other alone for the last few laps.
No, they haven't. I think Nick Padmore is just being a little bit patient. I reckon he's got a little more, a bit of a better lap time in. Bear in mind, he was 9/10 of a second clear of the best of the rest in practice, but not making a good start has really cost him. I think if he gets ahead of Alex Brundle, he might well be able to pull away, but as we saw last time, Alex has got plenty of grunt after the chicane. In fact, both of those cars smoking a little bit, possibly a bit of oil overfill.
I think I just saw in the previous shot out the back Miles Griffith in third, just absolutely sliding his McLaren out of the corner. He is right on the edge as well, trying to keep Ollie Bryant in the other Lola T70 at bay. But here we go then, another lap, and traffic is going to play its part. We're on board with the race leader currently, as getting out of the way is the 129 car. That's the Cooper of Keith Allers.
Yeah, now what's happening this time is the fact that when they passed the first back markers, they were picking them off one at a time, going past the really unusual Ferrari engine Lotus. I'll come back to that later, but here they're getting them in batches of 2 and 3. They're going past Matthew Were and his Crossley. He's certainly seen Alex Brundle, and then goes to the outside at St Mary's to let Nick Padmore through. Who is next in line? Alex Brundle driving supremely well at the front of the race, but the poise from Nick Padmore, he's looking for that chance, but he's not the jump too soon. He's got to wait for it.
Little battle developing as well for 6th and 7th between the Porsche of Keane fighting John Spears ahead in the McLaren M1B. We're not seeing that at the moment. That is developing nicely. If you're able to keep an eye on that, we're going to stick with the race leaders. Neither putting a foot wrong at the moment, almost driving in formation. Alex Brundle, though, with a little bit of a switch on exit, but the chicane will come and save the day. Then is the drive out of the chicane. Can anybody catch a break? Either of these two has to have a bit of a swap onto the steering wheel. Does Alex Brundle? Does that cost him any time? It doesn't seem to. Padmore right behind him, and it stays the gap under 0.3 of a second.
I thought that was going to be the chance. A little bit of smoke still coming at back of Brundle's cars. Look at that, balancing, trying to control the sheer power of these cars. I thought the exit, which was a bit wide and wily from Alex Brundle, would cost him momentum, but once he got it straight, that car has got some serious grunt. So, right, Nick Padmore's got to work out where to make the move. Into St Mary's, I wouldn't do that. He isn't in between the first and second parts. He's closing in. Don't hit the curbs too hard on the inside, because they've been really quite greasy today, but not close enough to get up to have a look into the first part of lap or the second. But what we can't see as we look back from Brundle's race-leading car is what's up ahead. There's going to be traffic soon.
There is less than 15 minutes already remaining of this race as we have a look at third place. This is the McLaren M1A of Miles Griffiths, who's put a little bit of daylight in between himself and Ollie Bryant, but not much. Still there fighting, waiting for the smallest of mistakes to happen.
Yeah, when looking at the car in third place, that M1A, this was a car that probably facilitated modern-day Formula One McLaren team, because, of course, they started selling them big times in the States, selling them through Carl Haas. And then in 1966, the following year, of course, we had the Can-Am series, and McLaren cleared up in that.
As We're coming out through the chicane. This is what we wanted, picture in picture. This is the man who is in the number 29 car, Ollie Bryant. See how fiercely he is operating those pedals as he tries to fight and keep up with third place man Miles Griffiths. That is absolutely fantastic.
It is, you know, these cars actually have something you don't think about too much in racing. They've got an embarrassment of power, and it's a real case of trying to harness it, trying to keep it in check while keeping the cars as straight as possible. We've seen almost all of the front runners getting the tail out a little bit. It's really quite concerning for them, but they are so good. They bring it back on steering and on the throttle. Right, this is the battle for the lead, and now this is... Hold on, have we got Padmore ahead? Because we've got 22 behind, so Alex
Yes,
Brundle,
the move has been made.
well, it's been shaping up. We'll just look for confirmation of that, but certainly looking forward from Brundle's car rather than back, and I think the move may have been made at severity. So let's find out how, looking at the replay. Traffic was always going to have a role to play.
And that was what did it, and coming through the left-hander, then Brundle losing all kinds of grip. It was one of the GT40s and the Roadster as well they were trying to get through, and that was all the invitation Nick Padmore needed. He was right there. Let's have a look at it again. Coming through the left-hander, used a bit of curb for good measure. And there's the snap.
Yeah, David Hart, you know, couldn't get out of the way, and Nick Padmore, we just saw them enter the first part of St Mary's, then we cut away, then when we came back we could see what happened next, and Nick Padmore could sense that David Hart's sort of orangey GT40 was going to stay on the outside, and unfortunately Alex Brundle was committed to a wider line. He then had to abate his pace, and that was the moment, and I really did say before, I think Nick Padmore, if he could get clear, will pull clear, and I'm afraid that's what's happening.
He has exactly put his foot to the floor, and he has gone a second already pulled over Brundle now, who can do nothing but watch him race off into the distance. Miles Griffith still holding that McLaren M1A in third. Let's have a look here. This is Alex Brundle with a light brush against the chicane.
The bill's in the post. Just joking, Alex. It's all fine. But you've got to cut the eye, you know, thread the eye of the needle. But now, again, every time we look at a rear shot of these cars, they tend to be smoking a little bit. Actually, Brundle's is not, so that's at least good news for him. Another GT40 picked off by Nick Padmore as he's broken clear. Car 54, 2.5 seconds clear. It's a question of how quickly Alex Brundle can get past. I think it was probably Marcus Black's McLaren. It was only a flash as it went past, but now Nick Padmore pulling clear.
Further back, Phil Keen's Porsche 910 has worked its way up into 6th after a bit of a rough start. Started in 7th and fell back through the field, but is now catching up again. The gap out in front, though, that Padmore has been able to unleash his Lola T70 Spider, 2.5 seconds almost over Alex Brundle.
Just to clarify things, the black GT40, it wasn't a McLaren they passed, and that was Joaquin Brooksino's car that actually back in period was victorious in the Barcelona 6 hours with Brian Muir driving it, but completely outclassed by the Lola T70 Spiders in this level of competition.
Here's the Porsche I mentioned, and right on the back of the 42 or Lotus 30, this is the battle for 5th now. So Phil Keen in the Porsche looking to make the move. This racer in things like the Targa Florio with less than 10.5 minutes. Porsche versus Lotus. Michael O'Brien, who started in 5th and looks like he might well lose it, as here comes the Porsche. Lovely move down the inside, and away he goes.
Again, just Porsche doing things very differently there to Lotus at the time. The Lotus in the background, the 30, was actually sort of a lot of the ideas from the Lotus Elan went into it with the sort of the backbone chassis, but it was never the greatest. Even in the hands of Jim Clark, it was always a real struggle. But the Lola T70 seems almost more popular now than it was in period in terms of historic racing. It's seen as a very benign chassis to drive, which seems a bizarre thing to say when they were tackling so much power. But Lola, of course, went on and sold thousands of competition cars.
Nice moves happening further back in the pack. This looks like the Genie Huffaker Will Nuttall at the wheel. A little further back though, Nuttall. He's currently down in 17th. So battles up and down the field in this Winston Trophy. This making its way through that number 29, Ollie Bryant. Currently in 4th spot, is now just faded away from Miles Griffiths now, who is rather cemented that third position.
The car in the middle of that batch is the unusual one I want to talk about. It's the Lotus Ferrari. You don't get that combination terribly often, but it was raced normally in Europe, in the States, and then it was crashed, and someone decided to need another engine. So they found a V12 3-litre Ferrari engine. So Jacob Viggo-Holstein, great to see that car, and it's looking incredibly original and completely unrestored if you look at the bodywork.
Incredible, with that Lotus and Ferrari badge on top of each other, right on the front end of it. You don't see many things like that.
The red one with the white arrow, that's a Team Surtees arrow, which he put on his Formula 1 cars later. That won the Wills Trophy up in Croft back in 1966. It's driven by Graham Moss at the moment. And in fact, after it sort of had its racing season with Surtees, they then put an Aston Martin engine in the back to see if, in testing, if that would work for them. So a lot of these cars had to really sing for their supper, work for their keep.
Yeah, currently it is rounding out the top 10 at the moment. Michael O'Brien has lost that position to Draper, who has just popped himself in the Attila up into 7th spot. So that 42 Lotus 30 starting to fall down the field slightly.
So looking at Nick Padmore, he wasn't a happy bunny yesterday when he had to pull off during practice. He sort of took his frustration and went and stood behind some straw stacks in the middle of the field. But in race form today, once he's got into the front of the race, you know, he is pulling clear. Lovely little dice between a couple of the GT40s. And remember the one in the background, the Mercedes Silver car, was the one that had to start from the back of the grid after it failed to get away. So this has been a good recovery drive from that one.
It certainly has been. And one of the rarer cars out on the track as well, with that Roadster edition, with the extremely rare version of it, flattened rear deck and basket style roll hoop as well, just chasing down the GT40 in front of it as the Porsche tries to weave its way through.
Well, that's Phil Keane trying to gain, and really good in the heat of the battle. The Mercedes Silver driver, he stuck his hand out to the roof of the car. There is no roof on that Roadster, but unfortunately the Porsche couldn't get through. But it showed good awareness. That's the second time he's way. I've seen you come on through, because for Phil Keane, he doesn't want that progress interrupted. He's running in 5th place. He's got quite a way to go, way off the tail of Ollie Bryan, way down on 5th place, but he just needs to keep pressing on. But Damien Hart hasn't seen him. And just gathering the race leader, might have had a moment. Nick Padmore all on his own, all on the tarmac, or over the curbs? Let's find out.
Oh, how is that for a slow-mo shot? The rear end stepping out, but controlled nicely from Padmore.
Cool and calm. You can almost imagine the heart rate didn't go up by more than about 10 beats a minute.
Gathered it all up in time for the chicane. What more do you need from Nick Padmore, leading the way now by almost 5 seconds once he was able to get through on Alex Brundle, who was doing a superb job to fend off the sister Lola T70 Spider, that has now faded away. But the gaps out front starting to eke out, really. Miles Griffiths just a couple of seconds ahead of Ollie Bryan. Phil Keane now in 5th as this GT40 battle continues, and the Porsche weaving its way through. Quick dart to the inside coming into Madgwick.
Yeah, Phil Keane didn't want to be delayed any further, having passed one of the Mercedes Silver car before the chicane. He then got bottled up behind a second or two, the David Hart car, but that was neat and tidy. And for David Hart, he must go, are you on my left or my right? Oh, you're going past, that's fine. Still, good play.
On board with Alex Brundle as he also navigates the traffic too. Lost a bit more time on that final lap to Nick Padmore, but he's got a bit of a distance over, about 9 seconds over 3rd place man at the moment, so he's got a bit of a margin.
He has, actually, for the first time in quite a number of laps. He's got clear track up ahead, but the fact he can't see the race leader Nick Padmore, he's 5.5 seconds clear. But the Lotus, well, that was a little too true to period, because I'm afraid they did tend to break at the time, so the Lotus 30 off at the side of the circuit.
Yellow flags out then as that Lotus gets wheeled away by the marshals, always doing quick work as yet more lapping on the GT40 Roadster gets through. The colours of Guernsey in play, also making its way through the field and lapping the 15 car, one of the other Lola T70 Spiders in the field. That was Tony Sella making his way through.
So our race leader lapping more and more cars. Nick Padmore at the end of the last lap, that's 15 laps on the board, 6.5 seconds clear of Alex Brundle. It's slowly T70 Spider from T70 Spider. Then we have a gap of a further 10 seconds back to the third place car. Still Miles Griffiths in the best of the McLarens.
Yeah,
started third, he's running third.
Ollie Bryant starting though to claw back that time and get much closer to third place man. In the last few laps around, that gap had eked out to a couple of seconds, but is now within half a second. So third place very much not sorted yet between the 44 and the 29. This is the car that leads the way by a margin of 6.8 seconds. Nick Padmore, the man who holds the lap record around this Goodwood Motor Circuit.
Just to give you an example of the progress that Nick's making, we're looking, oh dear, Matthew Were going for a slide in his Crosley. It's a disappointment. He slid in and took some flower pots off the chicane during practice, and that's why his times were taken away. It's a warning, if you hit the chicane, you're in trouble. Now, did he jump or was he pushed? This is the battle for third place. You said, Harry, it's hotting up. He tried his utmost to go to the outside, keep out of the way, but he did have to turn to the left, and he got remarkably close to the Miles Griffiths-driven McLaren. And then I honestly don't know how Ollie Bryant didn't drop his white Lola with that red stripe in avoidance on the inside of the corner. Your cars are already unweighted at that point. That was a remarkable miss.
Yeah, and we're lucky really, because it means this fight is still back on the cards, almost pushing him out of the chicane. This is the fight for third. It's McLaren versus Lola, both with Chevrolet power. The 44 in front is the McLaren M1A. The car behind is Ollie Bryant in the Lola T70 Spider coming through into Madrick. This is the fight for the final place in the top three.
I tell you, bear in mind that we've been treated from time to time in the race with a view across Ollie Bryant's feet. I'd like to see what happened when he was at St Mary's lap last time around, suddenly having to avoid. So this is the corner. They're turning now, the start of St Mary's, and this is the point they were coming up on the back marker, Matthew Were, and right here was a massive readjustment from Ollie Bryant. You can see even now he's trying to adjust, but this time he's not avoiding a car that's going. But hold on, our race leader Nick Padmore is pulled off the circuit. He had a problem in practice, and suddenly Alex Brundle is leading this race with 2 minutes remaining. Drama, we've got it in bucket loads.
With just over 2 minutes remaining, the race leader is out of the Whitson Trophy. What happened to Nick Padmore? Something's gone wrong, and perhaps a mechanical failure, and he's just put his hand up and pulled off the road. We saw the frustration when he was in the cockpit. He's out of the car though, which is always good to see. Alex Brundle will retake the lead of the Whitson Trophy. That will then promote Miles Griffiths up into second, Ollie Bryant into third. So the battle for second well and truly on.
And the weird thing for Alex Brundle, I think Nick Padmore was just far ahead enough that he'd have pulled off and Alex won't have known where he's gone, and then suddenly he'd be greeted by a pit board if his pit crew are very quick saying you're in the lead. He may have just seen Nick pull off because he clearly slowed and something unsettled that car. I don't know what was amiss. This, however, isn't the battle for third, it's the battle for second place. Miles Griffiths doing his absolute utmost, but suddenly Ollie Bryant in 29, the white Lola, getting closer and closer.
The stakes get higher now. A little bit of a puff of smoke from the 44 in front. The McLaren has to be perfect over every corner, every inch of tarmac. One small mistake and it could all come undone, and traffic can play its part as well. The 58 is what they're rapidly approaching as one of the other T70 Spiders is actually Graham Moss, who is up inside the top 10, and there is a rather dismayed Nick Padmore.
Some days it works, some days it doesn't. But Alex Brundle, well, he is going to be suddenly all on his own. He's 11 seconds clear of the battle for second place. That will keep going all the way to the end. But starting what will be his final lap of this race with a little bit of flourish. But all race long he's been kicking the tail of that number 22 Lola wide on the exit of the chicane. But now he can relax.
One final lap to go then of this Whitson Trophy, and what Alex Brundle might be nearly 10 seconds up the road now. Nothing, splitting second and third with just a few corners left to run of this Whitson Trophy, which has entertained us from the start. These sports racing prototypes from between 1960 and 1966. A really nice, diverse field. Some of the loudest, some of the fastest machinery you will see all weekend here at the Goodwood Revival, and we have got one brilliant battle to the flag over second and third.
Right, you are Ollie Bryant now. You're in third place here. You're looking at the tail of the McLaren M1A. You seem to have better handling when you're going through St Mary's every time. Miles Griffiths runs very wide through the corner, but importantly for him, his black and silver McLaren M1A getting very loose. Is that the mistake that's going to cost him? He had to be able to turn in the first part of lap, but now with better exit speed from the second. What slipstream can be caught will be caught by Ollie Bryan. He's won this race twice before. He's pulling out. It's all yours.
Closing, getting alongside. Who is later on the brakes? Who's got the better line? Who's got the more confidence? Does he run deep? He just about manages to hold it together. We'll have to wait and see what happens through the chicane, because to the checkered flag comes Alex Brundle to win the Whitson Trophy here at the Goodwood Revival. And what's it going to be across the line for second and third? I think it's going to be Miles Griffiths, who just about held it in the McLaren M1A ahead of Ollie Bryant's Lola T70 Spider to come home for third. But that was a race that ran all the way to the flag for second and third. Alex Brundle put up a great fight in the early stages to lead this race. Nick Padmore, though, came through, more confidence, more power, and then having to pull off and retire. But a great stint from Brundle, who completed the race. 19 laps of running to stand tall in that Lola T70 Spider.
Yeah, it's an incredibly historic car as well. It was the first ever Lola T70, made its debut in the 1965 Sebring 12 Hours, John Cannon and Jack Saunders, but it's got another page in its history book now with victory in the Whitson Trophy. It was a real battle with Nick Padmore. Brundle ahead, Padmore finding his way through, then Padmore finding something wrong and pulling out when just a few minutes ago he thought that one was in the bag, but well done to Alex Brundle and the gang.
Good run for the Porsche 910 as well. Phil Keane just outside the top three. Well, actually quite a way back outside the top three, but from 7th up into 4th for him. The Porsche plucking its way through the fields. And Alex Brundle then waving to the grandstands. We've still got more action to come later on this evening. The Sterling Moss Memorial Trophy. We'll see some closed cockpit GT cars in action.
And a lovely touch. Nick Padmore had been leading, pulled off, and he took the time out to applaud the driver he had such a good battle with. So Alex Brundle going through. And there's a theory coming through. There may be a shortage of go juice in the car. Hearing news, he may have run out of fuel. Let's have a look. He's looking for power. He's sloshing it around. He's trying to get. So yeah, I think that's a very, very good call from the TV crew there, and that will be gutting. He'd done the hard work. He got 6 seconds clear, and then ignominy.
And the race win lost then in the end. But for Alex Brundle then to take the win from Miles Griffith and Ollie Bryan. It's 2 T70 Spiders and McLaren in the middle of the M1A, the Porsche 910 in 4th. The Attila finished in 6th, by the way. Good result for the Attila. The first of the Ford GT40s, James Cottingham, down in 9th spot, with a couple of cars not able to take the flag at the end of quite an enthralling race.
It really is. I mean, Alex Brundle is always a fantastic interview, but I think this one is going to be supercharged when he gets to the feet of Ed Foster. He's never short for a word, but I think this one is going to be laced with emotion.
I think it just might be a party of noise, colour, speed, and the man who mastered it all, the victor, Alex Brundle, pulls up, gloves off straight away. Looking forward to hearing from him. Alongside him, Miles Griffiths pulls up in that black with the white stripe, McLaren M1A, and Ollie Bryant just to the left of us in the 29, the Lola T70 Spider. I'm sure there's the smile from Brundle, and we can hear from him straight away down on the grid with Ed.
Alex, that was a lesson in it's not over until it's over, is it?
Absolutely so, and I feel really sorry for Nick. He drove absolutely brilliantly, and he was out front in that one. I have no idea what happened to the car, but yeah, I gave him a wave on the way in. We'll take it really early in the development of this car, and I'm just delighted for Miles, the owner, who has popped me in it for the weekend. So thank you very much for that, and lovely to win for the first time with the Goodwood Revival.
And a great battle at the start as well.
It really was. Nick was quicker than me, solidly quicker than me. And I could tell that he was just biding his time and working out when he was going to get the move done. I did my absolute best, but then traffic just caught me out in the end. But it was good to have a good battle and nice to get some speed up, you know?
Alex, well done.
Thank you very much.
Right, let's find Miles. Miles got the family here. I mean, your mirrors were busy, weren't they?
Yeah, the whole race, unfortunately. We had suffering with long brake pedal from lap 2 and some smoke in the cockpit, which at these speeds is quite unnerving, to be fair. So I was just trying to get it back in a podium place, and I saw Nick pull off, unfortunately, which sort of eased the pressure, but it was nice to keep Ollie behind till the end.
Well done.
Cheers, thanks.
Speaking of Ollie, let's go find him. Avoid the cameras. Ollie. I mean, you used the full toolbox there, didn't you?
Yeah, it was a disastrous start, but I knew I had my work cut out for me after that. But you know, it was great to see Nick go for the lead actually early on, because his team did a great job changing the engine, and it's very sad to see him stop at the end. But had a good scrap with Miles, and you know, he got lucky with traffic some laps, and I got unlucky, and it was very, very close at one point with the yellows out the back. So you know, could have done with another lap as always, but you know, great to get back on the podium here.
Well driven.
Thank you.
Great to hear from our top 3 then, but the winner, Alex Brundle, his first Goodwood Revival win in that Miles Poulton entered Lola T70 Spider. And Miles Poulton himself, pretty nifty racer. And the T70 Spider showing its might, winning out. A shame for Nick Padmore not to quite take the spoils in the end, but gracious in defeat, even if it wasn't of his own making. Miles Griffiths then promoted to second after a great battle right to the flag with Ollie Bryant. The McLaren against the Lola, nothing between them by the time they crossed the line, just a couple of tenths. The Porsche 910 working its way up into 4th with the M1B McLaren. John Spears rounding out the top 5. Julian Draper's Attila just behind in 6th with the McLaren. Graham Moss's Lola behind. Jeremy Cottingham, the first of the Ford GT40s with David Hart rounding out the top 10. And then we saw quite a few times the GT40 battles, particularly between 11th and 12th. In the end, the GT40, the Roadster, the rarer of the cars. Silver's down in 12th. Will Nuttall ended up in 14th in the Huffaker, with the Crossley of Matthew Were down in 15th. Had a few moments. That incredible Lotus Ferrari 19 of Holstein down in 16th, ahead of Nick Padmore, registered there though 17th, but unable to finish that race, along with the Cooper, the Lola and the Lotus 30 at the back. The Whitson Trophy though, getting going. Sports cars of a type that raced between 1960 and 1966, and it was an incredible start for the 44, the McLaren of Miles Griffiths, straight into the lead by the time they got to Madwick.
Yeah, trying to defend that pole position, it didn't work for Nick Padmore. He ended up behind a real fast-charging Alex Brundle. It was to be the story of the race, but certainly Alex Brundle took his way into the front ahead of Miles Griffiths, and then it was going to be a shape-up, but Nick Padmore wasn't hanging around in 3rd place.
No, not at all, but this was the early advantage for Alex Brundle, and getting a real insight into what is going on inside the cockpit of these cars. Alex Brundle, though, wasn't left alone for long and battles all the way through the field. Nick Padmore then able to get up into 2nd without too much asking. And then it was a case of how long could Brundle hold on for. He was putting that car in all the right places, and then a bit of traffic, but Nick Padmore, that was all the invitation he needed.
Yeah, having to correct it and then refocus and trying to hang on to the tail of Padmore, but Padmore was making good his escape, but Alex Brundle wasn't leaving an inch out on the circuit that he wasn't exploring. And a fantastic battle between the Lotus 30, which sadly would retire, and the charging Porsche driver, Phil Keane, making great progress.
Yeah, the Porsche, after a poor start, making its way through the field, and a couple of offs for those further back in the pack. One of the T70 Spiders, Graham Moss, finding the grass, but not too much harm done there as the battle persisted out in front. Indeed, 3rd and 4th was coming under heated debate as well. Ollie Bryant still pushing hard to try and keep hold of what would become 2nd and 3rd in the end, but out in front, once in the lead, Nick Padmore was pushing the limits before it all came undone a little bit too early for him. And then the battles for 2nd and 3rd nearly wiped out straight away.
But then suddenly a 6-second lead turned into nothing at all. It seems there may not have been enough fuel in the camp. Nick Padmore off and to victory. Alex Brundle, what a famous run for him, and he was delighted to land the 2025 Whitsun Trophy race.
Certainly was. And his first win at the Goodwood Revival for Alex Brundle in the T70 Spider, winning out here at Goodwood.
Well, our best dress competition for day 2 has just come to its conclusion, and we have third, second and third here. I'm going to get straight in and chat to him. Jan came in third position today, dressed very, very cool cowboy. Tell me about this outfit.
Yeah, I'm really into 40s and 50s Western wear and rockabilly type of stuff, so I thought Goodwood was the perfect event to bring out a hat. I wear it as everyday wear, but minus the hat, I would say. So yeah, today I thought let's bring out the hat for a nice late 40s Western wear look. Yeah.
You look fantastic, and this is something that you wear every day, you said.
Yeah. It's my biggest passion next to like vintage motoring. So I really always am searching up and like resourcing and finding these late 40s looks. Yeah.
Your vintage motoring and this, it's come together really quite well today.
It's the perfect event, yeah. My girlfriend is more into the vintage fashion and I'm into both, so it's a perfect event. And it's
there you go, and you come third in the fashion, so well done.
It's my first year here ever, so.
Listen, I'm so glad you've had a good day. Steph, I'm going to come to you, your second place. I mean, that hat is sensational. Tell us about all your outfits.
Thank you. So I'll start off with the hat first of all. It's a Yugoslavian curler cap. Bought it off eBay 2 days before Goodwood because I put together this outfit. It finally arrived from America, and my best friend went and picked it up from the post office for me. And so I did make us all late, but I got my hat, so it's fine. I've got a really lovely 1950s brooch from Bewley Auto Jumble, and then everything else, the entire outfit is just all new old stock from America.
Oh, brilliant, that's stunning, and I love the bag as well. You've accessorised beautifully. Congratulations on today. And Alushka, you are our winner today. You look beautiful. Were you surprised at winning today?
Yes, very surprised. It was, an absolute pleasure. Thank you, yes.
How's your day been apart from winning this today?
It's fantastic so far. Looking forward to the rest.
Tell us about your outfit.
So my outfit is a 1940s number, but my hat is very special. It's from where I work, Lock Hatters. It's in a one golden couture special. It's called A Winter's Tale for anyone that's interested.
And how long did it take you to put this outfit together?
I put it together over a few days.
Really thought about it, so amazing to then come and win.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Well, listen, congratulations to all of our 3 finalists. We've got third, second and third in our best dress competition. A huge thank you to all of the judges as well, because there were so many nominations as there were yesterday again today, so I don't know how they whittled it down, but what a brilliant top 3.
Thanks so much, Rosie. It's brilliant to see all of the outfits and the people that are arriving at Goodwood Revival. All the effort and attention to detail that goes into this event is what makes it so special. The crowds have been absolutely fantastic. We've had all sorts of weather, but nonetheless, people have been out celebrating and getting into the groove and the vibe. It's brilliant to see, isn't it, David?
It's absolutely fantastic. And now we've got the sunshine this afternoon. Everybody's really enjoying themselves.
Yes, and we're about to get underway with another race. This will be the Sterling Moss Memorial Trophy. So that's for those pre-1963 closed cockpit GT cars. The very kind that would have been raced by the man himself, Sterling Moss, back in the day here at Goodwood Motor Circuit. And David, I know you're a big fan of these GT cars, so have a few been catching your eye that are going to take to the grid?
Well, the whole thing about the Sterling Moss is it's probably the most glamorous race of the weekend. Some very valuable cars out there, stunning cars to look at. Obviously great to race as well, but you have stuff like the satin grey Mercedes Gullwing out there. And of course last year we had Jimmy Johnson and Dario Franchitti, the dream team, in that stunning Aston Martin DB4 GT lightweight. They won. This year they're in a separate car each, so you've got Jimmy in that fantastic AC Cobra Dragon Snake in that lurid colour, and then of course Dario's in a Shelby Cobra, so they'll be going for it. And keep an eye out for Tom Christensen, hot off the tail of winning that St Mary's. He's in an absolutely stunning 250 Ferrari, probably worth about £6 or £7 million with Joe Macari. It's going to be fun.
Thanks for the heads up there, David. Some illustrious cars and big names are taking to this race, so let's get to our explainer to tell us a bit more about how it will work.
Originally launched in 2016 as the Kinrara Trophy, the Sterling Moss Memorial Trophy was renamed in 2020 in honour of the ultimate hero of Goodwood, Sir Sterling Moss. Alongside the Sussex Trophy and the Royal Automobile Club TT celebration, it's one of 3 races at the Revival inspired by the original tourist trophy races at Goodwood. The Sterling Moss Memorial Trophy brings together a grid of pre-1963 closed cockpit GT cars, paying homage to Moss's tourist trophy wins at the wheel of Rob Walker Racing's Ferrari 250 short wheelbases in 1960 and 1961. Alongside Moss's favoured Ferraris, the battle for the lead is hard fought between AC Cobras, Jaguar E-Types and Aston Martin DB4 GTs. So here we are then, getting all set for the Sterling Moss Memorial Trophy, and it's going to be another fantastic battle, a race that we will see having to switch drivers. It's a 45-minute race, and we will see the pit window between 15 and 30 minutes during that race to make the change. So we will see how this all goes. We've got AC Cobras versus Jaguar E-Types. As you can see, on that pole position is the AC Cobra. Matthew Holm will be starting it, sharing it with Andrew Jordan, who of course always rapid, already done a good job so far today in the Austin A40, driving lots of different machinery. So Richard Kent starting on the middle of the front row in the E-Type, and then James Cottingham on the outside with the number 66 machine. So this is going to be a great battle. It is a lot of E-Types near the front. We've got a couple of Ferraris as well, several Ferraris actually, from row 4 down a little bit further. There's a couple more. We've got several Austin Healeys, we've got some Aston Martin, so it's a nice mix. John Watson is with me, and John, we're looking forward to this final race of this Saturday, going into the final day tomorrow here at Goodwood.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see these cars racing this year under slightly different kind of regulations. The cars, in my view, are going to be maybe truer to the cars that would have raced in period, so it's a little bit of an unknown for all the competitors, because nobody really knows who's going to come out on top as the cars now make their way on their parade lap and come back onto the grid. I don't think this race we're going to see the 2 parade laps that we've seen in some of the events earlier today when the track was much different condition.
Yeah. It's changed so much, hasn't it, throughout the course of the day. By at the back, you can see the Mercedes, number 40. That will be starting down at the back. It is the only Mercedes that's in this race. It's the Mercedes-Benz 300 SL Gullwing from 1955. It's raced at all sorts of major events over the years, but it is going to be a little bit difficult coming from the back. And of course, the pace of all of these machines does vary depending on their pace at the time and how they've been restored, and some of the rules in modern historic racing all have an effect. But we've got a great battle. You can see some of the Austin Healey's, you can see some of the Aston Martins, plenty of the Jaguar E-Types as well, and we'll be seeing how these battles progress throughout the course of this race. Now, we're on board the AC Cobra Dragon Snake. Tom Hartley Jr. is currently driving, and it's going to be Jimmy Johnson, the American star, who is going to be taking that on a little bit later on. So that will be very interesting. We'll have the onboard view to see how that goes, and that is starting in 11th place. So let's have a look at the order here. So it's Matthew Holmes starting on pole, Richard Kent will be starting in 2nd place, James Cottingham 3rd, and then John Young and Joe Macari. Dario Franchitti will be sharing the car that's on the 3rd row, but it is Gregor Fiskin in the Shelby Cobra who'll be starting that, and then John Spears is starting the car that he's sharing with Nigel Greensall. And then we go back down to row 4, and we can see that we've got Watts and Alex Buncombe sharing a car there. Alexander van der Lof, who will be starting from 10th place in the Ferrari. Further back, we've got more of the battles between the Jaguar E-Types. There you can see starting in 11th place is that Cobra that Tom Hartley Jr. is driving. Got the onboard with him. Jimmy Johnson will be taking that on later on. Austin Healey's, more of those, and the Aston Martins. You can see in 16th place, for example, you've got Sam Hancock and Nicholas Deating separated at the moment, but they're sharing the DB4 GT, and then the Aston Martin DB4 GT in 20th place. And then going down the rest of the grid, we've got a few more E-Types, Austin Healey's, and then, as I mentioned at the back, the Mercedes-Benz 300 SL Gullwing, and another of the Ferraris. We've got several of the Ferrari 250 GTs, wonderful machines, and it is the Dowlings who are sharing that over the course of this race, so family sharing. So yeah, it's going to be fun to see how this all goes, and Dario Franchitti is going to be one of them. On the left you can just see him, and Mike Jordan you can see having a chat. Mike's not actually racing it this time, but he and Andrew Jordan, of course, they prepare many cars, and he'll be keeping an eye on how Andrew gets on, because Andrew Jordan did take pole position for this race, but it is the other driver, it is Matthew Holm, who will be starting, and there is a man that we've already seen being a bit of a star today. John, we'll see whether he can do it again.
Well, just an outstanding drive from the winner of the touring car race. Those two large American machines battled all the way through, but here is going to be a battle between the Cobras on the front row pole position, and the E-Type Jaguars.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. And the E-Types, sometimes they would prefer it to be raining compared to the Cobras, but let's just wait and see, because until we get into this, we will determine. There's a Ferrari, that's Joe Macari, and the car shared with Tom Christensen in the background there. That's on the 2nd row. We saw Tom Christensen, as we said, who has had good success already today. Let's have a look then. We're all set for the Sterling Moss Memorial Trophy. Flag down, away we go, and it is a good start from both poleman and on the middle of the front row. So Matthew Holm is looking to try and take that lead with the AC Cobra, and I think he's going to get into Madwick first. Yes, he does, but it's a good start from Joe Macari, number 8, with that Ferrari, the black Ferrari, that had certainly got a good start. Now dropping back to 4th, but we've got a battle up front, no doubt about it. Richard Kent is coming up on the inside, and I think he's going to, no, not quite. I thought he was going to snatch the lead, and now Richard's got to watch out, because James Cottingham is still, this was the top 3 on the grid, and they're still absolutely together, but Richard Kent is just squeezing in front now. We have an E-Type in front of the Cobra, and the Cobra is still under pressure from another E-Type with James Cottingham.
Right, these three have been in that breakaway. Cottingham getting the back of the E-Type, sliding a little bit wide, coming through the exit of St Mary's, tries to get alongside to go the long way around the Cobra, but decides not to. He's going to try and make the undercut as they come to the 2nd apex, but not sufficiently close. Again, Cottingham sliding, I mean, really giving it large, coming out of the exit of Lavin, now onto Lavin straight. Cobra's got a little bit of extra straight line performance, but Cottingham, so experienced now with his international motor racing, is very keen to get ahead of the Cobra. He needs to clear the Cobra, trying to do so down the inside into Woodcut. Can he get it done? He's going to be side by side, but no. No, the Cobra's just got that little bit of extra drive. Off Woodcote, Cottingham's got to fall back in line.
Yeah, Matthew Holm held it. I thought he might lose it then, but actually Matthew with the Cobra did manage to hold on to it. Remember, he'll be handing over to Andrew Jordan later on in this race, but it is being led by Richard Kent, who will hand over to Chris Ward, who is also massively rapid as well. So this is going to be a really fascinating race. The E-Type, amazing how sideways, particularly the 66, James Cottingham's car there, is going, but he's managing to hold it. This was an E-Type that raced in California in period, and it's been successful in recent historic events, there's no doubt about it, and it's looking competitive again, but can he find a way through? Oh,
spins or something's gone wrong on the exit. Ford Water, two cars have gotten together, and Austin Healey you see on the circuit. And a Jaguar, and there's a rollover from another Austin Healey as it hits the bank on the exit of Ford Water.
Oh, we didn't see exactly what happened there, but yes, as you say, two Austin Healey's and an E-Type involved in an incident there, and well, let's hope that they can get that sorted out. And
I think that'll be a safety car, Ben.
Yes,
at least.
I'm sure it will be.
It could even be a red flag.
It's being confirmed safety car at the moment already, so there's no surprise there, and they will deal with this as quickly as possible, but this is obviously going to cause a delay, and they will now, they obviously haven't seen the message. Look, they're still battling for second place, yet we are on the safety car. So are they not getting flag signals?
Well, I don't know what signals there might be around the racetrack, but certainly there's a wave, double yellow line, safety car sign has been shown. It's now being declared. And look at the Cobra almost tripping over itself as the Jaguar of Cottingham got on the brakes big time to slow down, because he was required. He may be required actually to give that position back, because the safety car indication was put out to the drivers before Cottingham made that overtake on the Cobra.
Yeah, but maybe the flags weren't in front of them at that point, but he obviously hadn't realised until he came through the chicane, because he came out the chicane a bit too quickly, but thankfully they didn't actually make contact, and we've got some other cars out to make sure everything's okay. So we're looking at the start. Once again, we are hearing there is a red flag. So, John, it is going to stop everybody. But just to take another look at the start here, this was with Tom Hartley.
Yes, so Tom Hartley on the right of the circuit going down into Magic. Good start from Tom Hartley Jr., and he's running down into third gear into the first part of Magic, hugging the sort of the inside line, but of course on the outside you've got a 250 GT Berlinetta. It's a slightly easier exit if you go around the outside. You've got to pinch the car, as the Cobra did, the number 88 Cobra with Tom Hartley Jr. behind the wheel.
It was a great battle up front, there's no doubt. Matthew Holm just making that start from pole position, but he was then under pressure from both of the Jaguar E-Types that had lined up alongside on the front row of the grid, and of course that battle has been continuing since then. It was all pretty clean at that stage through that corner, thankfully on the opening lap, with no major incidents, but the battle was going on. You can see the control, not just with the Cobra, but the E-Types as well, were slipping and sliding around.
Well, there's a lot of determination between these lead three cars in this opening lap. So here we are now under safety car to bring the cars back onto the grid where they will stop, because we've got a red flag. There were three cars involved in that incident, all around the entry into Ford Water before they would get into the entry into St. Mary's. So those cars will need to be cleared. One of them did roll over. One of the, I think it's a red Aston Martin. I couldn't quite catch the number of the car. So that will take a minute or two before we can get this race. It'll be another standing start because it is a red flag.
It is, absolutely, as you say, and let's hope that they can deal with that and that everyone is okay. But as you say, they will have to come back for a stop and another restart for this race, for the Stirling Moss Trophy, with this amazing collection of E-Types up against Aston Martins, Austin Healey's. You can see some of the more of those down there. The Austin Healey's are great cars. They're not perhaps quite as powerful as some of the C-Types.
But in this field there is one Austin Healey 3000 which has been an outstanding, it's a legend in its own lifetime. It's DD300. It's a car that I saw racing, goodness knows, back in the early 60s when it was driven by South African Bob Ultoff, and he was spectacular as well as being fast in that car. And it's John Caterham, I think, owned that car for many years, and it's probably a legend now amongst Austin Healey's.
Lovely. Yeah, well, of course, there are so many legendary machines here that we can enjoy over the weekend, and they are lining them back up in order, I think, from how they started. we shall see exactly what's going on. Let's go down and join Ed Foster. He's got a chance to catch up with a few people.
Well, thanks, Ben. We've got all the cars out on the circuit at the moment. We do have all the second drivers stood in the pits. I think Andrew can probably see me coming up behind him. Andrew, I mean, it's a good opening couple of laps from Matt there.
Yeah, he looked like he was settling in and made a pretty good start in the first couple of laps. So obviously hope everyone's okay. And yeah, it looked like there was quite a few cars there. So Matt can catch a breath now and then go again. So we'll just see what they do with the race duration and pit windows and stuff like that.
This is the worst bit, isn't it? Sat watching the car go round and you not being in it.
Yeah, the butterflies are going.
Well, but the day you don't have those is the day you should stop.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cheers, Andrew. Right, let's crack on. We got a whole team of Frank Kitties here. Derry, everything looks very calm and relaxed. Everything all right?
It was an interesting first lap, wasn't it? Yeah, we were just discussing what we're doing tonight at the ball. Tweedledum and Tweedledee. Not sure which one's which.
No. Marino, you had a pretty busy time in the St Mary's.
It was very busy. I think a few of us were laughing so hard on the first lap on the exit of Lavin that we couldn't really change gear very well. It was one of the most fun races I've ever had. It was absolute chaos, but just great driving, great racing, and I hope the fans enjoyed it as much as we did.
Ellie, I don't know how you put up with these two.
Sorry, do I know them?
Quite right. Right. Excellently put. Right, so let's crack on. Max, how are we doing?
Very good. Tom started. He is 3 places up and 3 cars are off, so he hasn't lost any. The car looks fantastic, sounds fantastic. It's not the fastest, but we're out here for a good time, and the weather's finally good for everyone. So this is a race I always wanted to take part in, and I'm now in it. So let's hope for a clean race and some fun at the end.
I spoke to Tom in the assembly area just before he went out for practice, and he was like a kid in a sweet shop.
Yeah, Tom's always the big kid. Even though he's 6 years older than me, he acts like a 20-year-old, but he absolutely lives for this. And it's a pleasure to drive such a genuine car here. It was raced by Roy Salvadorian period, so it's got a lot of history, and it's nice to bring it back to Goodwood in its glory.
Cheers, Max. Right, let's crack on. There's a real plethora of drivers here. Pat, how are we doing? Weather's dried up since you were last out there.
Yeah, I'm actually quite looking forward to being able to press the throttle without going sideways when I'm driving in a straight line.
So I think we can actually get on the grid now. Pat, I'll come and see you in a bit. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Cheers, thanks, Ed.
So apparently we can get on the grid. We've got Jimmy here. Where do we? Yeah, here he is. Look at this. I'm a young chap. I can do this. Jimmy, how are we doing? I guess the waiting is the worst bit.
It always is. We're glad to be here.
But look, it's dry. It's more your kind of weather now.
Yeah, I'm in a much comfortable spot here.
Now, look, what's the game plan? There's obviously a pit window. Are you going to pit early, late?
It's so hard to tell how it's going to play out. I know we're going to come as early as we can, as long as pit road isn't too congested, and then go from there and try to get this baby home.
All right, well, look, good luck.
Thank you.
After that very gentle leap over the top. Oh, TK. Tom, how are we doing? Whereabouts is your car?
It fell back. Macari had a very good start, I could see. Going into turn 1, he was even sort of third, fourth. But then the next camera angle, going down to Fort Water, the car was missing. So it dropped back a lot, and we can see there has been a contact. Mechanics have discovered right side of the car has had a small impact. So in that sense, it's good for us. Maybe there's another restart. And I don't know what else happened in the race. I was just having a little time with myself over here.
This race obviously used to be the Goodwood Trophy, and you had that wonderful win in the Ferrari. You seem to love those Ferraris.
Yeah, I mean, that evening I'll never forget. That was the inaugural back then, and it's nice to have another try. And that was with Joe that evening where we had have a good one. It looks like it will be a bit more difficult tonight.
Well, look, Tom, best of luck.
Thank you.
Right, let's squeeze out here. I'm sorry, guys. Thank you very much. I'm just going to have a quick look. Bear with me, because there are cars. Okay, the cars are down here. So let's go this way. So they've got the restart, so they'll probably take the results a lap back. And the problem, if you're a driver, the start is the worst bit. A lot of these drivers haven't driven these cars that much. Getting them off the line is not something you test. You might do it leaving the pit lane. Tyres are cold, you've got to warm those up again, the brakes are cold, and you just got to get back into a rhythm. And your heart rate is always at its peak at the start, and everything sort of calms down, and they've got to go through all of that again. And as we've seen numerous times, you can lose places, you can make up places at the start, and so much can happen. There's so many variables, and actually as a driver in a car, you don't want all the variables. Right, so let's just dive in. I'll tell you what, I'll dive in. Someone will tell me to stop if I'm not supposed to be here. Let's head straight in here. Cracking start.
Yes, first lap and a half seemed to go pretty well. So.
And what's the grip like out there?
It's pretty much dry everywhere. There's just one puddle into full water, but yeah, apart from that, full dry track.
And so you're going to be gridding back out. I think you'll be on pole position, ready to go again, but you've got a cracking start, so same again.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, all right, best of luck. Let's squeeze around here, have a chat to James, who seems to be driving a E-Type rally car. James, I have to congratulate you. Some of the angles that you've had this car at in a lap and a half have been wonderful.
Well, you've got to try, haven't you?
Yeah, but the car's obviously handling well.
Yeah, no, it's going really well. Just didn't have as good a start as I would have liked. And yeah, it was quite tricky getting past Matt, which obviously I did just then, but I guess because of the red flag, we'll start over again. So it's a bit of a restart from the start, I guess.
Is this car particularly difficult to get off the line?
Not that I recall, but then again, thinking back, I've probably never started it before.
Yeah, I was saying as I was walking down the pit lane that actually you don't really practice starts.
No, not too often. And yeah, in this car, I haven't done a start before.
All right, James, best of luck. Right, we've got cars starting, back up onto the grid, so let's go back to the comms team.
Thanks so much, Ed. It's really great to hear from some of them. Now, we can show you something from that incident, and yeah, there we are. I can tell you that Richard Woolmer, who was involved in the car that rolled over, he is okay. They are obviously going to check him out and make sure that everything is fine, but it is good that the driver has been taken away and looking okay, but obviously they will do a full checkup. But it's always a worry to see a car rolling over. That Austin Healey, actually, that he's been racing today, and it was due to share with Jack Chatham, it is actually one that was originally one of the ones built for rallying, but yeah, unfortunate that there was an incident. Richard himself, who's done well here at Goodwood in the past, he finished second in the Freddie March Memorial Trophy in 2024. So anyway, we now move on to what's going to be the restart of this race, and we're still going to be on for a great battle. Clearly, John, it's looking as though it's going to be pretty entertaining, and particularly, you know, we're going to have the pit stops, we're going to have the driver changes, so it's still all very unpredictable. Bit of damage on that one.
Yes, that car was one of the cars I think that got involved in that initial three-car incident coming into and through Ford water. But I suspect the front row of the grid is going to be as frenetic as they were at the start, the original start of this race.
Down the inside, late on the brakes for Wilson in the Maserati. He gets the move done, but did he get on the grass? He does. The rear end steps out.
They're racing now down towards the final 2.5 furlongs. Racing up towards the line, it is Scandinavia who takes the Goodwood Cup.
You try your best, and a bit of luck on your side is good.
They're on. A furlong to go.
wonderful, absolutely wonderful. As I don't think I've missed a day's race, and
Woodcote is getting up from Doha.
Oh, unbelievable. One of the best things I think I've ever done.
Giant Jungle has lifted the King George Qatar Stakes. The stand side, Two Tribes has come through the lead the way from his second run. Would run Stripe Red on the far side, bursting clear is in the white cap. Twilight Calls, but near side, Two Tribes wins.
So the recovery is now being made after we had an incident in this Sterling Moss Memorial Trophy early on. There are a few cars together, and there it is, the number 146 Austin Healey 3000 Mark 1. Richard Woolmer, okay, he's been taken off to be checked out, but look at the damage. It did roll, and it has unfortunately done a lot of damage to that machine.
Well, the damage certainly you can see in the left front and around the bonnet and whatever. The key to the safety of these cars is the roll cage, the mandatory roll cage that are in every one of these cars, the 6-point seat belts, the HANDS device, which is a mechanism to give a driver security from a whiplash situation. And the car did what it was required to do. In a nasty accident, you never want to see a racing car rolling over, but in the time it rolled over, most of the momentum had been dissipated, and so the rollover was relatively could have been much worse, put it that way.
Absolutely. And we've still got drivers, of course, who are looking forward to getting into cars once the first drivers do their bit. And just to tell you, there's a slight change in the format. It's now going to be a 36-minute race, and the pit window will open up after 12 minutes, and it'll be there for until there are 24 minutes to go. So basically, we shall see how this goes. They will obviously have to just readjust there when they come in for the pit stops.
Ben, what you're trying to say is the pit is open for 12 minutes.
Indeed.
Correct.
Absolutely. So that's a good opportunity. And who decides to come in early, who comes in late, there's always that bit of choice to be done. But we shall see.
The other thing is most of the drivers that are taking part in this first part are either, in some cases, the owners of the car, or some of them talented amateur drivers. The professional drivers, and we keep getting views of Scott Dixon, Jimmy Johnson, Tony Kanaan, Dario Franchitti and others. When they get into these cars, you think these are going to be driven hard now. Wait until the pros, the real pros, get into them, and that will be once the first or the only pit stop has been completed. I can't wait for that. But certainly the opening lap of this restart, if it follows what we saw some minutes ago, is going to be, as I say, pretty intense and exciting.
Absolutely. It's going to be great fun to see how it goes. Tom Hartley Jr. is in the AC Cobra. This is back in the 11th place on the grid. So they have basically put them back where they were. Actually, it's just looking at the grid. No, the grid is slightly different to how it was. So yes, they have changed the grid to where the cars were at the end before that.
The previous lap.
Yeah, absolutely. So they've gone for that because originally, of course, it was Matthew Holm with the AC Cobra who was on pole position, but he's now in the middle of the front row. And so we've got a little bit of change. And that, as I mentioned, Tom Hartley has actually moved up several places from where he was originally with the Cobra. So that's gained him some advantages.
Yes, and he's going to start on the left side of the racetrack. There is that purple AC Cobra. And so he's moved from the right side of the track for the initial start over to the left-hand side. And it's probably, I think, always the easier side of the racetrack, going into Madrick on an opening lap.
Yeah, also John Spears is up on the second row. You're just seeing Dario Franchitti there, of course, who'll be coming out a little bit later on when we get into the pit stops. But yeah, John Spears is actually who will be handling over to Nigel Greenswell a little bit later on. That'll be interesting to see. Dario will be taking over from Gregor Fiskin with the number 68 Cobra. And of course the Chilton brothers, we'll just have to see how that goes with the Aston Martin. Tom currently in the car, but Max will be taking it on later on. And of course, they're both very talented. I mean, you know, as we say, there are some superstars who will be coming in, but some of these are already being driven by some very talented drivers, no doubt about it.
Well, I mean, two of them, you can think James Cottingham, Gregor Fiskin, both
exactly.
outstanding and whatever. I mean, James Cottingham racing in FIA WEC GT3 and doing very well with the United Autosports McLarens.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got that onboard view again with Tom Hartley, who will be handing over to Jimmy Johnson. But you're absolutely right, because, for example, Gary Pearson is sharing with Alex Brundle, and Gary's one of the great winners here at Goodwood over many, many years.
Shows many talent around Goodwood in an E-Type Jaguar, or a D-Type Jaguar, or any Jaguar, for that matter.
Absolutely. So we're hearing a whistle. I think things are starting to, getting some notes that they may well be firing up now and getting ready to get this race underway once again. Presumably they'll do another formation lap and then go for the start.
Yes, it should be a formation lap and then come on to the start, and the procedure will recommence and see who gets the best move.
It was a good
react best, really. It's a flag start. It's not a light start. So there's the starter's gantry. So a 3-minute warning should give drivers plenty of time to go through their little routines. You might call them superstitions. Each driver will have there's a Ferrari being bump started. That's one of the 250 GT Berlinettas that didn't seem to want to respond to the starter. The electric starter had to bump start that, so that car needs to be pushed back into its, well, it probably will hold position, and those two cars on either side will move forward, and then the Ferrari will take up its rightful position behind.
Yeah, the number 7 Ferrari, which is now just being pushed back, that's the 250 GT SWBC, and it's had some good success here in the past. We shall see how it goes. And it's Vincent Gay who's currently in the car, and Joe Twyman, who will be taking it on a little bit later on, who's done lots of historic racing. And we've got 30 seconds to go now, so let's see how this goes. We get the green flag coming out in a moment to create the formation lap, and then once they come back, of course, they will be going for it once more. Oh, and the Cobra, it's not going anywhere.
Ferrari again goes, so he's just lit up the rear tyres, laid down two big black lines. Now, whether he's done that deliberately, I somehow doubt, but what he has done is put a lot of temperature into those rear sets of tyres.
Yeah, there was another car leaving very late down on the back of the grid, but they have all got going now, so that's good news. All very
flames
smoky.
Coming from the back, and that's DD300. That is arguably the most famous Aston Martin, and that's coming from the engine bay, so there's a problem with that car. They need to get that over as early as possible to let the marshals get fire extinguishers, and there doesn't appear to be a marshal convenient. That's not good. There's smoke you can see coming through into the cockpit.
But the driver needs to get out, doesn't he? So
yeah, I don't think he's going to have a problem getting out, but certainly I'm concerned about. Now what he's done, I think he's activated the onboard fire extinguisher, so that's actually killed most of the fire that was in the engine bay. So good thinking. So, but again, flames are licking back up, so you've got to get the engine bay opened up and get the marshals with the extinguisher to get that fire. Don't know what that is. Sometimes, I mean, a fuel is the obvious thing, but it can also be an oil or hydraulic fluid getting onto the hot exhaust, and the exhaust on the Aston Martin are on the left-hand side of the engine, and that's where the fuel spillage, oil spillage, brake fluid spillage, or whatever, has ignited.
Oh, that's Christian Van Landschot, by the way, who's jumped out and trying to get it sorted out. That is a very historic. It's another historic Austin Healey.
It's not the other. It is the historic.
Yeah.
That car has got a history.
I know.
Unbelievable. What a fantastic race car.
Yeah, raced at Le Mans in its period and Sebring 12 hours in 1960, and then raced again at Le Mans after that in the early 60s. But oh my goodness, we've had 2 Austin Healeys today already in trouble of various ways, and he was sensible to bring it over. I don't think he realised necessarily, but as you say, he's done a good job, and that Marshall's also fantastic. Yes. Even though he wasn't quite up against somebody who were ready.
He knew there was a major problem. Whether he was able to see the flames licking out of the air vents you can see those guard, and there's a series of vents on the guard, but fortunately the fire did not catch as potentially it might have done, and the onboard extinguisher might have been activated, and then the marshals got there very quickly and were able to dampen that fire down. But no car I want to see catch fire, but a car with such a record, such a legend. that was a shame.
That was a shame, yeah. It's a great pity for them, and presumably it will take a few moments before they're going to be able to sort this race to be started. So they've done a formation lap. They will now have to stop on the grid once again, but the race will not be getting underway just yet.
No, they'll have to remove DD300. That'll involve a recovery vehicle being brought on the track, and now there is probably an access relatively close, because that's going into Madrick, so there probably is a recovery vehicle there. Whether that can come against the flow of traffic, and there's the car, well, it's being pushed away by the marshals. Hopefully there's an exit somewhere where they're pushing the car.
Yes, I'm
it's
sure
difficult to say. It's not. It's a little bit further down the road, but anyway, whatever damage has been done, hopefully it's only superficial, and that car will be fit to run within a few hours of stripping down the offending bits and getting them replaced.
Absolutely, but unfortunately missing out on any more fun and games with that car in the Sterling Moss Memorial Trophy. So that is a shame. I do feel for them, but that's part of the fun and games of running historic racing cars. Of course, it isn't always straightforward, and you know, they were sitting on the grid for a while after having done a few laps. Sometimes that heat build-up that you get after running it and then stopping is not always the best thing.
Well, it's called heat soak, and if you stop abruptly and the engine and the whole engine bay has been very warm, all of a sudden you stop, there's no airflow going through, the fans are switched off, and that can, but I suspect there was something more than just heat stoke. There was some form of fluid that got ignited, but it wasn't burning. It wasn't an aggressive fire. It was burning sufficiently, but not aggressive.
We are getting ready for the race to get underway. The flag is coming up. We're racing once again, a second attempt, and it's a slow start from the Cobra this time. So it is a very good start for both of the E-types disappearing up, and James Cottingham making a good getaway there. But it's Richard Kent who has got an excellent start. Oh, we've got another E-type running wide, but managing to get back on once more. So Richard Kent doing a great job, trying to hold off James Cottingham. James Cottingham coming back at him right away.
Yes, I'd like to have a look at that start, because I think the AC Cobra moved momentarily before the flag fell. He then checked up.
Right.
And that was maybe why he had that poor getaway. So that's something that will be looked at, no doubt, by the stewards.
Yeah, so that was Matt Holm, who will be handing over to Andrew Jordan, and he was doing well in the first part, but it has gone a bit wrong, and he's dropped down to, I think, to 5th position now. You can just see it in the background. Yeah, he's running in 5th place. That car that was originally on pole, that started on the middle of the front row this second attempt, and it just didn't come together particularly well. It's Gregor Fiskin, who's just ahead in another Cobra, who will be handing over to Dario Franchitti. So that'll be interesting. That was a good start. They had already made some progress from the first start to the second, but look at the E-type battle we've got up front.
Yes, this is much what we saw on the original start without the Cobra that was on pole position, but I mean, again, Cottingham doing everything he possibly can to squeeze his E-type up alongside and ahead of our race leaders that comes through the chicane for the restart. And now the AC Cobra, the car that was on pole position, is looking to try and regain, is going to come up alongside the Cobra that's running in 4th place, goes one way, then goes the other way, dives down the inside, takes that position away with relative ease. That was Gregor Fiskin being overtaken by the number, yes.
Yeah, Matt Holm, yeah. So we shall see whether Matt's going to be able to make up some of that lost ground. He will be a bit cross with himself, but as you say, did he start to move before he should have done so? Will he get a penalty? But we'll have another look at that in a while. In the meantime, we've got this great battle up between the two E-types up front, Richard Kent and James Cottingham, and they will be handing over to Chris Ward and Ollie Bryant, who are two star drivers here.
I wouldn't want to divide which of the two. Now Cottingham's looking to dive down the inside into Lavant. He gets the nose of his Jaguar,
yes.
slows down Kent in his car, and that's a bit of a race tactic. Once you've done a lot of international racing, you learn a few little tricks of the trade. So Cottingham was able to make the move down the inside into Lavant, then slowed down the Jaguar he was passing to force it to back out, so then the exit for Cottingham was going to be unchallenged.
That was clever. That was a clever move, as you say, John. Let's have a look at the battle for 3rd place now. This is all looking pretty tight as well. John Young in the number 4 E-type, the black one, that he was sharing with Gordon Shedden later on once we get into the pit stops. That is now coming under pressure, of course, from the Cobra of Matt Holm, and we shall see whether Matt Holm can get the run coming across the line. The Cobra's quick in a straight line. Now, can he go to the inside into Magic? Double apex right-hander. You need to get fully alongside. He's done it. He's done it.
Yeah, he had the momentum, and I think, in fact, John Young wasn't going to go to war over a challenge from a car that was quicker and it was on a mission. It was going down the inside, whatever. So concede the position.
Oh,
that's the same car that went on.
Car. Sorry, yes.
Hold on, Ben.
I wasn't going to panic.
Calm.
It's always when you're looking at a car in the background, think, what's that? But it is the car that...
That's DD300.
Yeah, the car that sadly had the fire that they put out of the way. I wasn't quite sure where they put it, but it is out of the way.
Well, it was there on the opening lap as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So there we are, looking at the battles going on between the E-types up front, although the gap has opened up just a little bit more now.
Yeah, but just keep an eye on Matt Home. He was really right out to the very edge on the exit of St Mary's, pushing absolutely to try and regain all that lost ground from that, I think, slightly optimistic start. He then checked up, and then that cost him the positions, well, certainly starting second on the grid, and dropped back currently up to fourth place, having gotten past Gregor Piskin and Spears.
This is fun. This is a Ferrari battle now. So we've got E-Type's battling up front, and then we've got these beautiful Ferraris, the 250 GT SWBs. They're fighting each other at this stage. This is inside the top 10. They're running for 7th place at the moment.
But then if you go back to 1960 and 61, when Sir Sterling Moss was driving Rob Walker's 250 GT Berlinetta, you had a battle between Maranello, Berlinetta, Scuderia Fittipaldi, and here we've got two Ferraris. You could almost time warp back to 1960 or 61.
Yeah, so you got Vincent Gay's going to be handing over to Joe Timon later on in this race, and you got Alexander Vanderlof, who will be handing over to Jelmer Berman. But they're having a really good run at this stage, and see what they can do up front. Fastest lap by the leader at this stage as well, James Cottingham, but the gap is still only 6/10 of a second, 6 to 7/10 of a second between the top two. There's some other battles going on further back, of course, and some of the Austin Healey's and Aston Martins we can see in the mix here as well. One of the other Ferraris, the number 8 machine, that's Joe Macari, who will be handing that one over to Tom Christensen. Oh, he's fighting off another of the E-types. This is down in 12th place at this stage. Oh, and he's definitely going to lose a place or two. Yeah, the E-type nipping past there, and that's Nick Maton, who will be handing over to Scott Dixon later on.
Yeah, so a little bit of caution coming into St Mary's from the Ferrari, and the Jaguar jumped on that, didn't have to be invited to be given a chance twice. The Austin Healey, which shouldn't really have the performance of a 250 GT Berlinetta. Damage, you can see that was mentioned, that car was damaged in that opening lap, part one of this race, and there is the damage. I wouldn't like to think with the repair bill, and if this is an alloy-bodied 250 GT Berlinetta, well, that'll have to go somewhere who specialises in aluminium panel beating.
Absolutely. Keeping an eye on Jack Rawls as well, who did a great job earlier on today in a different race. In the number 34 Austin Healey, he's actually sort of just got ahead to that little group, and Jack will be seeing if he can gain just a little bit more time. There's quite a queue of cars right here, but we have this one, number 8 now, dropping down, has dropped down. Oh, it's coming in.
The Ferrari's coming in, that's Macari coming in. So another Jaguar running wide, coming out of Woodcut. Does he clip the marker? He does get the corner marker board, but has it done it? No, it's still standing, but not in a very fit state of health.
John Minshaw that was, but again, managed to sort it out, and thankfully, and now we've got a bit of, is that liquid coming out? Is that oil, or is it?
No, that looks like fuel.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't somebody second guessing an armchair quarterback, but there is something coming from the rear of that car. You can see a spray of liquid of some sort, and one would think, look at it, it's pouring out of that's the breather for the fuel tank, and you don't need the exhaust gases coming out to ignite that. So what has gone on for John? I mean, that is a massive fuel leak, and everybody following behind, running over that, they'll be, well, where do we go? Because they'll lose control.
Absolutely. And whether I think he's looking in his mirror, I think he may have picked up, and whether he's going to come into the pits, I hope he does. Yes, he is coming into the pits, because the amount of fuel that, as you say, is falling out, and it is going to affect others. Well, that is, I do feel
that car will come to a standstill. The fuel will still flow out. I just hope there's people around with fire extinguishers. We don't need a pit lane fire. We know what happened back in 1959. There are the marshals ready. So whatever, I mean, goodness, how can you have there pouring? Well, maybe that's not fuel. Surely I mean, I thought it might have been
fuel, I think, but
I mean, that looks like it's more like a breather for the engine.
It does, absolutely. So it's fascinating, but it's clearly a problem. And I'm sure it was laying down some fuel out on the track. But that means now that, in fact, they're similar. This E-Type's the same. Look, we've got more coming in. This is bizarre. So we've lost James Cottingham's car into the pits, and now you're watching Richard Kent leading this, but there's more coming from the back of his car.
I mean, again, as soon as he lifts off and puts on the brakes, then there's all this fluid coming out, and I mean, this is a question for the Chase, the TV program.
Absolutely, it is, because but maybe this is a part of what can happen with the E-Types if things don't quite go right. But are they going to be able to continue or not? I really don't know.
Well, if whatever is coming out of the back of this E-Type stops, there's going to be something mechanical that will go wrong, I suspect, with the car. But to see two cars within the space of a lap each pouring out fluid, we thought initially it might have been fuel. I think probably now it's a pressurized system, mostly within the water system, but it's very unusual to have a water breather pipe at the rear of a car, but maybe.
Getting a black and red flag, I could see that, so I think he's being told you've got to come in. So I think we will see that car coming into the pits, and that really is disappointing, and it means that we're losing some of the, presumably some of the star drivers that we're going to have a great battle for the win here, because Ollie Bryant was due to take over the other one, and this one Chris Ward was due to take over. So yeah, I think that car's going to be in at the end of this lap. So who is going next? Well, actually it is the Cobra that was doing well earlier on. Yeah.
So
Strange is
on board with Tom Hartley Jr. He's going to be handing over to Jimmy Johnson. So we've got 26 minutes of this race remaining, and we're going to be getting fairly close. And is that rain on the windscreen, or is that just a load of rubbish from following other cars? And there's been a number of cars pouring out lots of fluid. Joe McHarry, is that Ferrari? That's number 8.
Yeah, but there's our
He's been
race
in the
leader.
pits, yeah.
There is our race leader. So now, effectively, because the other one coming into the pits. But car 7 has got a 10-second penalty for a full start, but that's a bit further down the order anyway. So 88 is still leading at the moment, but we are waiting to see if it comes in the pits. We think it is, and so effectively this car is the leader. It's not the leader yet. It's not the leader yet because we haven't actually seen that other car come back in just yet, but I think we're about to see it. Meanwhile, this one has been having a few issues and has dropped. No, it hasn't come in. Okay, so still leading, still leading. I thought that he would be coming in, but no, he's staying out there, and perhaps they can continue. There seems to be less leaking now than there was a few minutes
whatever
ago.
the fluid was, it seems to have stopped pouring out of the back of the car. And I'm perplexed. I don't think I've ever seen a situation where two competitive cars of the same brand within one lap of each other. There's still, you can see coming through Ford water, there is fluid still coming out of the left rear of the car, but it's behind the rear wheel, which is key. If it was happening in front of the rear wheel, that would be real trouble.
Absolutely. Well, let's see how this continues. We are getting into a battle for 10th position right now as well. So let's see, the Aston Martin trying to dive up on the inside to see whether it can get through. But it's, yeah, there is a chance to nip through. Yeah, it is. That's working very, very well for the 55 car. And that has gained them a position. So let's just see if this continues. So Alexander up there, but is now under attack from the E-Type once again.
Yeah, again, that's always the problem with Magic. You make a move up the inside, but then your exit's slightly compromised. Then the Jaguar could get the undercut. Now the Aston again gaining momentum coming through Ford water and can sweep around the nose of the E-Type and regains the position he lost it a couple of seconds earlier.
Absolutely. Oh, that was a little lock-up as well. Go back on board with Tom Hartley Jr. as he is still a little further down the order than expected, down in 15th position now, but coming under threat from the Chilton Aston Martin. So Tom Chilton in that car that you're looking at behind you right now. Of course, we'll be handing over to Max later on. Meanwhile, the race leader has now come into the pits. Now, they are allowed to make the driver change, so in a way that does make sense, but will it stay in the pits or not? But quite possibly, the car that has been leading into the pits, but also the second place car. So we've got some of the star drivers now. Yeah, so 59 is in the Cobra, so Andrew Jordan is now taking that one on. And then, of course, also coming in, the number 88 that was leading, Chris Ward, hopefully now taking that on, and the car running okay.
Well, keep an eye on Chris Ward, because he was spectacular earlier today, and he will undoubtedly be spectacular once he's behind the wheel of that 88 E-Type Jaguar.
So John Young has not come in yet. He will be handing over to Gordon Shedden. So John Young is currently the official leader of this race, getting a bit of an advantage over Gregor Fiskin, who's running in second place. But now Tom Hartley Jr. is handing over to the great USA superstar racer, Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy into the car, and we shall see what he is hugely talented. We'll see what he can do with the Cobra.
But this is a left-hand drive car, so doing a driver change in the pit lane in a left-hand drive car is a little bit more hazardous, because you've got the flow of traffic coming into the pit lane or cars leaving the pit lane. So Jimmy Johnson, having the 6-point safety harness attached, Tom Hartley steps away. Right, now Jimmy Johnson, you're in a famous AC Cobra, and this is the race leader coming in.
Yeah, so our race leader into the pits. No great surprise, we're seeing 4 more cars coming in. Second place car that Dario Franchitti's going to take on as well. That is now into the pits. So we're going to see all the swaps. Gordon Shedden is about to jump in here.
Flash Gordon, they call him. And that's because the way he drives is spectacular.
Absolutely. And we've seen many great performances from Gordon Shedden, whether it's here at Goodwood or, of course, in the British touring cars, where he's been a champion several times, and we shall see what he can do. In the meantime, of course, we've got other drivers that have not yet come into the pit, so this is changing all the time who's leading this race.
Very cramped quarters inside these GT cars, so that's why you're getting outside assistance to, rather than trying to do it yourself and getting it all wrong.
This is the leader at the moment, John Minshaw, with the number 24 E-Type. Katerina Kivalova is going to be taking that one on shortly, but let's just wait and see how this all works. Everybody's coming out of the pits, and especially with many of these star drivers, to see what they can deliver.
Well, in the case of John Minshaw, you've got to say this, John, is a real demon tweak, because you're doing a good job. For those that know what it means, they may laugh.
Yeah, they may enjoy that. You can just see up ahead, you can see Jimmy Johnson already slipping and sliding around with the Cobra, trying to get the most pace out of it as possible. And there is the car now that Andrew Jordan is now at the wheel of. This was the leading car before the pit stops. It's currently in 8th position, but we've got a bunch of cars, of course, ahead that have not yet made their pit stop.
So Andrew Jordan knows this car, or these cars, inside out, and whether it's driving an A40 and also an A40, or driving an AC Cobra, or as we go back to Chris Ward, and
yeah,
the D-Type, not the E-Type, the D-Type dives up the inside, thinks the better of it.
That is effectively the car.
Chris, be careful, you're almost over around the Ely.
That is actually effectively the car that's made a pit stop, that is actually still going to be leading, because you can see the Cobra in the background. But yeah, this has worked, because remember, it didn't stop in the pits for any longer than it was to switch drivers. We saw that leak earlier, but it has actually been fine. So now Chris Ward has got this opportunity to try and extend the lead if possible.
And there's Andrew Jordan coming out of Madrid, car absolutely sideways. He's got no steering lock on whatsoever. He's just using the slide of the car into Madrid to slow it down, and the throttle to straighten it out on the exit. I mean, it's just how you have to drive an AC Cobra. You've got to be brutal with a brutal car.
Absolutely, they're doing it extremely impressively. But Chris Ward is also highly talented, of course, and he is just trying to open it up, get through the traffic as quickly as possible. But we're seeing some new fastest laps as well. Actually, Gordon Shedden is setting some impressive pace at this stage too, isn't he? So we'll see with the number 4 E-Type. Now that is going very, very quickly, and we're getting some few more cars coming in. I think most people will be making those pit stops over this next lap or so, and then we will see clearly who is leading. But in effect, it is at this stage Chris Ward, the number 88 E-Type, that's in the strong position for the leading overall.
Wipers going on the Ferrari coming into Levant, as we see the number 4 sliding its way through, and this is Gordon Shedden. Show up no mercy, Gordon, because that's what we love you to do.
There's our race leader then, effectively, I say race leader, but again, it is because they've made the pit stop. They're the first of those that have made the pit stop, not actually leading the race yet, because we've still got several cars that are out there not having made their stops. The official leader still at this stage is John Minshaw with their E-Type, as you say, the Demon Tweaked machine.
Yes, well, John Minshaw's going to stay out, I think, until the last possible moment before he hands his car over to Katarina Kivalova, and she will do the final minutes, whatever. But look at that, Chris Ward, you are outrageous.
Yeah, he is. He is so talented. And that slide is so beautiful through the second part of St Mary's.
I mean, this is a driver who should have been a top professional driver, but unfortunately, I don't know why, but he entertains us every time. He entertains me in that Porsche 910 in the previous race, in which we saw the Can-Am cars racing, dragged it up to 4th place. Outrageous performance once again.
Absolutely. And he's still got a 4-second advantage over Andrew Jordan, who effectively will be the second car. It's still being led by this one. It's not come in yet, as you said. They are leaving it till the last minute.
Yes, I mean, John Minshaw, look, it's a 2-driver race, so let's put it this way, the driver who's going to maybe be the stronger of the two in terms of lap time and performance and maybe race experience is going to max out his time behind the wheel and then hand over to his teammate and let them take it to the checkered flag.
Absolutely. But Andrew Jordan actually has just set the fastest lap by a tiny margin, only by a 1/10 of a second over what Chris Ward has done. They're both doing very similar times, and actually the gap between them still some 3.9 seconds, so 4-second gap. They are lapping at the same sort of pace. How they deal with traffic, of course, will be a key part as to whether we're going to see a closer battle for the lead ultimately.
Well, there are 16 minutes of this race remaining, and the gap is 3.9 seconds, so do the maths. It is eminently possible that Andrew Jordan could catch Chris Ward, but could and will, well, two different stories.
We shall have to just wait and see. But for the moment, we can enjoy the fact that Minshaw is currently leading this race. There you are, there's the man that, having made a pit stop, is in top spot effectively. Chris Ward is in second place overall, but once the other car, number 24, comes into the pits, he will have that advantage, but it is about the gap between himself and Andrew Jordan with the Cobra, and they are doing very, very similar times at this stage. So is it coming in this time?
Yes, no, he's staying up one more lap.
One more lap.
So the team are going to run up right to the very limit of that 12-minute pit window before they bring it in, and John Minshaw will step out and hand over to Katarina Kivalova, and she will take the car to the finish. But I'm just wondering, because we're seeing the group of lead cars, they're catching and getting sort of almost embroiled in battles that are going on amongst other cars through the field, and it'll be traffic management that'll be a significant part of who may come out on top.
Andrew Jordan did gain half a second, didn't he, on that last lap on Chris Ward, but as you say, I think a lot of that is to do with traffic, and so sometimes that may shift the other way. The E-Type that we're watching at the moment, this leading car that hasn't made a pit stop yet, great history as well. It's raced in 1961 by Captain Ramsey, and won at Chesham Hall. It raced at Alton, Snetterton through the early 1960s, so it was very much a UK-based car. Still leading this race, but it will be coming into the pits very, very soon for the swap over. And we've got the indicator on the number 22 machine.
Just caught a glimpse of Alex Buncombe.
Yeah.
In the wheel of the Bob Neville entered Jaguar E-Type. Simon Watts did the opening stint, so Chris jumped in. Chris, of course, won with Jenson Button last night. Was it the Freddie March Trophy?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, so they did a great job, and Jenson's ex-Fangio C-Type Jaguar. Look at that. I mean, Andrew Jordan, flames licking from the exhaust pipe as he goes into Woodcote. So there's a car now between first and second. And look at it coming, and there's now the race leaders in the pits.
Yeah, so the official leader, but now having to make the pit stop as expected into the pits for the swap over. And that means that now we know it is Chris Ward who is definitely out in front. I thought he might get a bit held up by the traffic there, but actually he's dealt with that very, very well. But it has brought the gap down a little bit because he caught him going to the chicane. The gap's come down to just over 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, but Andrew Jordan's got a clear early, has actually cleared that car. So again, there's one car between race leader and second place. And again, how do you pick and choose where you catch and where you can overtake? Katarina Kivalova getting into the... Oh! Oh, I could frame that and put it on my wall.
Amazing control by Chris Ward. Can he hold on to it? Yeah, as you say, Katarina getting in the car. She started out with an Austin Healey, and she will be happy to be having a bit of a play when she gets a chance. So is this coming closer? Is it getting tighter between these two?
Visually, yes. Timing and scoring, yes. There's not much more to say.
Okay. There's very little between them, isn't it? But they are two different cars with two very talented drivers. That was the bit you were enjoying.
Unreal. I mean, that's what a race car should look like. No wings, no aero, just mechanical grip and Dunlop race tyres.
So Katarina's out now, and she has had a third place fit here at Goodwood in the past, at the Freddie March in 2015. Let's see how that goes. But obviously, having made the pit stop, that will drop them down the order somewhat. So the lead battle up front. Let's see what it is as they go over the line this time. The gap down to 2 seconds now. So again, a tiny gain from Andrew Jordan. We got 12 minutes to go. It's not impossible that he's going to put a real battle into this.
Then on that last lap, Andrew Jordan took 0.6 of a second out of the lead of this car. We're seeing on screen Chris Ward, Jaguar E-Type number 88. So the pace that Cobra has is running down this lead Jaguar. Now he will catch it. We've got 11 minutes and 40 seconds to go, and you've got a gap of 2 seconds. So traffic will be an issue. Chris Ward needs to clear this E-Type. He's done that, so he's going to get a clear run down into Lavant. I think Andrew Jordan probably will have to be patient. He'll have a look at coming out of Lavant and getting onto the Lavant straight, and maybe think about it going into Wood. But is he going to be sufficiently close? Can he take the punt and launch it down the inside? Unless he's done it easily. Look, he's cleared it. Just the speed out of Lavant just blew away the E-Type.
Of course, one of the advantages when you're actually in second place in these situations is that some of the other cars realise they're going to have to move out of the way because the leader's coming up. But sometimes they don't realise that straight away. Once they've let the leader through, they're then looking behind to say, oh, is there somebody else coming?
You mean they've got woken up?
Yes, that's part of racing. But there we go. In fact, that is not the great place for Andrew Jordan. When you get into the chicane and you're behind another car, there's nothing really much you can do.
And you know, Ben, as well as I do, that's the art of not racing, but being a racing driver and reading where you're going to catch traffic and how you can use that traffic to your advantage. That's frustrating Andrew Jordan all the time. The gap's gone back up to 2.5 seconds purely because of just catching traffic in an awkward part of the circuit.
It's funny, actually, because you're talking about the pace. When they did qualifying in the dry, and Andrew Jordan did set the pace, it was a half a second gap. They were first and second, he and Chris Ward. It was a half-second gap on their best laps in qualifying. So, you know, if he could find that half a second every lap, there is still that chance.
Oh, yeah. But again, Chris Ward gets through cleanly coming into St Mary's. We come back to some of the field, and there is the 88. That's a car where you're going to... 60, I beg your pardon, 68, can't read.
Running in 4th place at the moment, Dario Franchitti in that car.
And a man who has got a great pedigree here at Silverstone, and of course famous for his IndyCar championship wins and at Indianapolis itself.
Yeah, but under a bit of pressure from the Ferrari, Jelmer Berman behind is right there and putting some pressure on.
Well, Jelmer Berman is an outstanding GT race car driver. I mean, we haven't seen a lot of him in past years, but he's been competing in historic GT racing.
Now look at this on board with Jimmy Johnson, and you're looking at the leader coming up to lap Jimmy Johnson. So Jimmy's been getting up to pace as much as quick as possible, but of course the car was quite a long way down, and he's got to let the leader through, presumably.
Well, that's a presumption. Yes, he has, and I think it was more a question of not if, not if, but when. So that was good driving from Jimmy Johnson. He didn't slow down Chris Ward. He gave him the corner. Now Andrew Jordan's going to be saying, oh, he's done it again. He's gone through at the most critical part of the corner. Now I've got to pass another Cobra, which has probably got a similar straight line performance as I have.
And we are getting a little bit of rain now. Now this might suit the Jaguar more than the Cobra, because normally in the wet, the Jaguars, yeah, you can see the rain falling.
Oh, it's absolutely lashing down. This is at St Mary's. The rain's coming in from the southwest. That car's going off left, right and centre.
Andrew Jordan's gone off, hasn't he? But amazingly, so far, Chris Ward has held it together, even though he's gone onto the rain. But we did see Andrew running onto the grass. This is so difficult when you suddenly get into the rain going into Lavant when the rain comes in this way. It's been dry all the way around until you get the, we've got
Again,
more
it's all at St Mary's.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's the car that was leading earlier, Katerina Kivalova, who's now in it. She's had a spin. She's able to get back on once again. You're on board with Jimmy Johnson.
In these conditions, you can barely get into fourth gear. There's just getting wheel spin. This is a replay of what was happening. Look behind you, cars going off. This is from on board. I think it might be Jimmy Johnson's AC Cobra. And it's just suddenly caught people up. There was no warning. It just suddenly dumped on that sort of westerly part of the racetrack, and all of a sudden Chris Ward was one of the earliest cars through, and he managed it.
Yeah.
But Andrew Jordan came barreling in, maxing out every bit of performance, and all of a sudden he made a little error and ran wide onto the grass.
Absolutely. So the gap now between first and second is going to be a lot bigger than it was when we last saw them over the line. Yeah, it's gone up to 5.9 seconds now. No surprise. And as I say, often the Jaguar E-Type is a car that is more balanceable, more controllable in the wet than the Cobras.
So a Healy again has gone on, and now E-Types, this is coming out of Woodcote, I think. So waved yellow flags, and that car is going to make it, is getting back. He can get the car rolling, so that flag hopefully will be withdrawn. So yes, this is Jimmy Johnson being overtaken. You can see on board, and Andrew Jordan just breezes by again, coming in. Watch how wide both Cobras are struggling for any level of grip coming through the first part of St Mary's, and the race leader likewise slithers his way down the exit of St Mary's, up the hill and into Lavant, and Andrew Jordan's got a sniff again of a victory. He's cleared the Cobra of Jimmy Johnson, and that gap was 5 seconds when they came across the line. In fact, it was 5.9 seconds. That's probably going to be close to half that if they come across the line with 6.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, he gained nearly 2 seconds on that first sector, surprisingly. But in the wet section, it'll be interesting to see the other sectors, how they come up, because the gap still, but he has closed it up a bit.
No, he's eating up the gap, Ben. He's just closing it down. I don't know what Chris Ward's issue is, whether he's just found himself in a situation where he hasn't got any bite or grip compared to maybe what we would have expected. And Andrew Jordan in the Cobra, which one would normally assume is not as competitive in these conditions as the E-Type Jaguar is, has run that down. 5.9 was the gap when they came across the line 1 lap ago. That's going to be reset when Andrew Jordan comes across the start-finish line, waiting for it to come up. Or does the gap? It's not sure. 3.4 seconds.
Yeah, so
2.5 seconds he picked up on that lap.
That was a good gain, as you say. I do wonder, was there an issue for Chris on that lap somewhere that we hadn't seen? But he's lost a bit, but he's now seeming to get back onto pace. Okay, Chris, but this is the battle, first to second.
This part of the racetrack's not a problem, Ben. It's from here onwards, the exit of Fordwater and through St Mary's. That's where the problem exists. There's a little bit of rain, and you see in the camera lens, but from here onwards, everybody's tippy-toeing the way around to make sure they don't make an error. And it's here now into St Mary's, the first part, where drivers were caught out. One corner, the left-hand turn at St Mary's was the real. There again, Chris, look at him slip-sliding all the way through the Cobra, much the same.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a very, very challenging section. This has been the wettest part, but now the rain still falling. We've got just under 5 minutes to go, but the changing conditions here, always very tricky, but you've got 2 super talented drivers. Let's see how they make this work.
And just watching Andrew Jordan, he's got to try and keep his AC Cobra in a straight line as long as possible. He doesn't want to let the car slide and break traction, which will only lose him time. And then he's got to make the second part of Lavant. So he makes it slightly more acute, but straightens the car up to get again a good run up onto Lavant Straight.
Yeah, and he's definitely gained a bit again on that second section. He did that okay, actually. He got away with that, didn't he?
Yeah, he got away with it. I mean, look, he's so talented. Andrew Jordan's such a great talent in anything he races, and he knows what he can get away with. He didn't apply a lot of power. He just kept the pedal relatively constant, and then once he straightened the car up, he was back at the races.
So the gap to just under 2 seconds now, just under 2 seconds, as we're also enjoying some of the replays of what's been going on. One of the Austin Healys, this is the Jack Rawls and Jap Sink having a big slide. I think it's actually in the car now, I think.
Yes, that was one of the cars in the initial start that got involved in that incident. So just a replay of how an Austin Healy can overstay its way around Goodwood.
Absolutely, but still the gap is still coming down very slightly for Andrew Jordan. He's closing that gap up to Chris Ward, as you can see, but has he got the time with only just over 3 minutes?
Just over 3 minutes to go, so you're looking at best 2 laps. Again, the exit of St Mary's, a struggle for both, but Andrew Jordan's taking a different line.
Yeah.
He comes through the corner and exits much more in a straight line than Chris Ward. Chris is sliding the Jaguar down the hill to the compression, and I think that's where the time being gained by Andrew Jordan is coming from.
It's interesting, watching Andrew, he doesn't allow the Cobra to get too sideways. He's very controlled on the throttle, not allowing it to get too out of shape, whereas Chris with the E-Type is allowing it a bit more sideways movement. But we shall see how that all goes in the remaining time, because he doesn't have to hold on too long, and it's still going to be very difficult for Andrew, not only to get that little bit closer, but then to get past.
Well, I'm looking at possibly 2 remaining laps. It's going to be 2 minutes and about 10 seconds at the point they come across the start-finish line. So I think that will allow us, I'm only sort of trying to do a quick second guess, 2 further laps. So 1 more to go, and how much can Andrew Jordan, and then the penultimate lap itself.
Absolutely, this is fascinating to see. 1.1 seconds, the gap between the two of them.
Just looking up and down, timing and scoring. Incidentally, we have been focusing on the battle for the lead, but Gordon Shedden, who's running in 3rd place, has set the fastest race lap with a 1 minute 28.565, and we haven't seen an awful lot of flash anywhere.
No, that's right, but he is quite a long way further back, of course, so but Gordon is doing a great job. Looks as though he's going to get the final podium spot. There it is. There's the number 4 E-Type that he's doing, as you say, he's done some very good laps, although that last lap wasn't quite so quick. Let's just see what he does on this. Yeah, that was a good lap again. Yep. That was the same sort of pace as the 2 leaders.
Yeah, that fastest lap, obviously, it was a lap that was recorded before the rain started to fall. So he's having to be, let's say, I think he's got a relatively secure, he's got 12-second advantage over Dario Franchitti. As we go back to our race leader in traffic and caught behind the 300 SL Mercedes as they come on to Lavant Straight, and now look how close the Cobra is, and we're going to go on to, at the end of this lap, that will be the final lap, I think, Ben.
You're right, I'm sure we'll be going on to the last lap, and there is more traffic around, and we've seen this at Goodwood many times in the past. When you're dealing with traffic, it's very easy to lose. Now he's waving. What's that mean? He's allowing him through. There's a problem.
I'm not sure whether there's something being waved, or is the rain, or something. He got a problem. All of a sudden, his right hand came out of the window and waved, and all of a sudden, is this going to be
Chris Ward
going on to the final lap of pit stop?
Is he coming in? I think he is. Chris Ward is coming in. Oh, we only had 1 lap to go. We were on. Oh no, he's not. What's going on?
I don't know. I don't know whether he thinks he's won the race. I don't know. I've no idea. I can't.
No, he's pulling off. Look.
Yes, he's pulling off at the pit lane exit. So that's a very sensible thing. So whether it's a technical problem, fuel problem, we don't know. But there's our race leader, who, having started from pole initially, and this is the point at which Chris Ward, suddenly a hand comes out of the cockpit, pass me, yeah. I'm in trouble, I can't go any further.
And he's looking down at something in there. I'm not quite sure what he was checking, but there's clearly a problem, and I feel for him, and I feel for us, because we were on for a great race on this last lap. But fair play to Andrew Jordan. I mean, he's been doing a fantastic job as ever, former British touring car champion, who then developed the business that they run to restore cars, restore historic cars. They've run a lot of the historic cars that are here this weekend. He's done a fabulous job, but as a driver, he is still total top level, especially here at Goodwood. Amazing to watch.
Yeah, I mean, a huge talent and skill in a car in these conditions, which is not the easiest car. So no, Gordon Shedden, 2 Jaguars pulling over and stopping for unknown
Are they
reasons.
running out of fuel? They wouldn't be doing that, would they?
Because we saw that on the Can-Am race. We saw Nick Padmore pull over. We think that was a fuel.
But in the wet, you use less fuel, unless they were throwing out. They were throwing out fuel, weren't they?
Well, there was certainly fluid coming out from the back of the cars. We assumed initially it was fuel. We don't know what it was.
Well, here we go then. The checker flag will be coming out in just a moment as we come over the line for the final race of the day here at Goodwood on Saturday. The victory goes to Andrew Jordan with Matt Holm. They win with the AC Cobra, taking the victory in the Sterling Moss Memorial Trophy. His dad Mike's just over there celebrating again. And it means, let's just see across the line, that in 2nd place, Shedden has made it by the look of it, has he?
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. I'm just
waiting for the timing and scoring to update. We think it might be Dario Franchitti because Shed pulled over and came to a stop before he crossed the start-finish line. So
it is this one, you're right, it's Dario Franchitti. That's the gap back. It's such a big gap, isn't it? You can't think it's that far back, but it is. This is second place, and it's going to be Dario Franchitti because, as you say, Gordon Shedden did pull off, hasn't been able to get over the line. So that's going to be second place for Franchitti, and it looks like third place is going to go to the number 21 Ferrari with Jelmer Berman at the wheel. Let's just see how this goes. Yep, Burma's just, there we go. Burma's just gone across the line. Nigel Greensall as well over the line. There you are, there's Burma, who has done a great job with that number 21 Ferrari, which originally was 10th on the grid when it all first started. Of course, we then had a second grid that was slightly different. But that was a very good effort to get a podium finish out of this, and we saw his performance was going very well. But another remarkable job by Andrew Jordan, who's taken so many great successes here at Goodwood, and today he's been on absolutely top form yet again.
Yes, and he's been on his lap of honour, just enjoying the lap where he can allow himself to be a little bit more extrovert, slide the car, coming through some of these corners, the exit waving to the fans that will appreciate an outstanding drive by an outstanding driver. But two of the E-Type Jaguars that were in winning position, certainly one of them was clearly winning, and then the second car of Gordon's. There's Gordon, poor Gordon. What does that face tell you?
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to give you an answer. My answer, I know what it is, and it's not one I could repeat live.
That was a shame. I do feel for. There were several drivers that we really feel for. Andrew Jordan, though, this is his second win in the Moss Trophy. He won in 2022 with Mike Whitaker, and that was in AC Cobra as well.
Yeah, just lit up the Cobra as he came out of the chicane. A little bit of, there we go, a little bit of show for the fans. Nothing like a bit of blue smoke, burn rubber, sniff petrol. What a great thesis.
Yeah, that was lovely. And you can see his dad celebrating from the pit wall as well as he's come over with another victory. But it was superbly done. I just wish that we had seen that last lap happen, though. I do feel for Chris Ward because he had been doing a brilliant job, and for Andrew to have overtaken him on that last lap, it would have been tough, but Andrew's done it, and he was setting great lap times in those tricky conditions, and just look at what it means to him. Yeah. And Matt Holm, who was in the car at the beginning.
Apologies for any inappropriate language. Sometimes these things do slip out unintentionally. But I mean, a great drive, a great effort by Matt Holm and Andrew Jordan, and commiserations to the drive that we saw all the way through Chris Ward, particularly behind the wheel of that 88 Jaguar.
Yeah, with Richard Kent. They had done a great job together, and I do feel for them. But Dario Franchitti getting the second place with Gregor Fiskin, and that was impressive as well, no doubt about it. And then third place, Jelmer Berman and Alexander Vanderlof with their Ferrari 250. So yeah, we've got a real lovely mix of machinery as well, although the Cobra is actually, sort of dominating things. Cobra's 1-2 and Ferrari in third. Let's go down and join Ed Foster.
Thank you, Matt. I'm chasing drivers around here. We'll get Andrew to come and join. Not an easy first stint, but you didn't put a foot wrong.
I put a few feet wrong, I think, actually. The restart, I kind of was a bit out of sorts, and I bogged down, and then managed to get a few places back. And then the two E-types were leaking a lot of fluid. It wasn't really affecting them so much, but it was affecting me quite a lot. So I was sliding around. I was on the grass a few times, and then handed over to Andrew, and it looked like we were sort of pushing to catch up, and then the rain came, and then it's an emotional roller coaster, if I'm honest with you.
Well, that gives a great drive. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Andrew, here we go. I pity the fool that has to write the race report for that. I mean, so much happened.
One word, stressful. But no, what a result, and shame my mate Matt is special. So yeah, it was a tricky race, and it was initially it took me. There was a bit of rain down there from the out laps, so it took me a couple of laps just to settle in and start catching him, which I was. And then there was a lot of rain suddenly at No Name, and I had an off at St Mary's, so I was just. I always tell Matt, just calm down and let it settle, which I did for a lap, and then found my rhythm. I could see he was struggling a little bit on some of the lines he was using, but yeah, brilliant! What a result! What a team effort!
Well done, guys.
Thank you.
Right, Gregor, Dario. That was a lovely surprise, wasn't it?
You know, I was on the pit wall going, what a rubbish pit stop I made. Rubbish getting out of the car. Poor Dario, struggling back there and forth. I went, well, there you go, fourth. And I'm going to apologise to him. And then the next thing, we're second. I feel sorry for the guys in the Jags, but yeah, we'll take it.
Dario, it's tough to keep the Scots down, isn't it?
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. It's a very physical car. It was a lot of fun to drive. I love Sharon McGregor. We have so much fun doing it. And to come home with a wee P2, yeah, I'll take that.
Well done, guys.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Let's find third place, guys. Here we go. Yelmer, Alexander. There was a lot to cope with in the first stint. I don't know what you would have preferred, that or the rain.
The rain, I liked also very much, to be honest.
You must be delighted.
Absolutely, fantastic, yeah.
Look, just tell us, how difficult was it at the end with that rain down at St Mary's?
Well, it got very tricky. In the end, it was raining not on all the corners, just a few, and it changed every lap. So you had to be aware and spot the rain coming. We had some oil on the windscreen as well, so I couldn't use the wiper because it only got worse. But great race, great to end the weekend like that. So we're happy.
Great drive. Well done, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, yes, that was a remarkable race, and I do feel for some of those that didn't quite make it to the end because we were enjoying what they were achieving, and actually Nigel Greensall got within a tiny amount of getting onto the podium themselves. So there you are, there are the top 10, and it was the victory for Andrew Jordan and Matt Holm with the Shelby Cobra. Dario Franchitti and Gregor Fiskin in second place, as we saw, and with Berman and Vanderlof in third with the Ferrari. But Greensall actually was only a fraction behind in fourth place. Dixon and Matten in fifth place, another couple of E-types. The Jimmy Johnson AC Cobra Dragon Snake, that was in seventh place but had been lapped. A couple more Ferraris in the top 10, and then the top 10 completed by the number 34 Austin Healey. So that was the top 10 positions in the Stirling Moss Memorial Trophy. So it really was a challenging race with the dry conditions initially, but then we had delays and all sorts of incidents going on. So this is a little look back at some of the highlights of that race. And John, it's changed so much, hasn't it? From the track being fully dry and this tough race up front. It didn't last for as long as we thought it would because there was a red flag early on.
Yes, it was a glorious start, sunny Goodwood. So this is what happened then. Of course, further in the race, DD300, the most famous Healey 3000 in the world, then a restart again. Where did it go? It was excitement, tension, whatever. So the Cobra dropped all the way back and not a good start. You can see it being swamped by those around it.
Yeah, that was a great view from the onboard, actually. But as Matt Holmes said, you know, he did manage to make up some of that lost ground. We saw the battle between the E-types, but then interestingly, both cars seemed to be leaving some fuel. And we also had one or two moments. We had the spin for that Cobra, but it was the liquid coming out, and it was interesting hearing from Matt Holm about how that was affecting the grip he had behind. One car came in, the other one, the number 88 though, carried on. So Richard Kent continued and then handed it over to Chris Ward, and Chris Ward was doing a fabulous job, no doubt about it. But as we then gone through into the latter stages of this race, it was proving to be the rain coming in that was going to make life even more tricky.
Yes, just at this part of the racetrack, this is the most westerly part up at St Mary's, and then the dip down. This, literally a cloud above that part of the race, just opened up and dumped all the moisture, and it caught many drivers out, including Andrew Jordan, as he came through on his lap. And there you can see the beginning of what happened. The Austin Healey spins out, and where is the Cobra? There is the Cobra. Mike Jordan talked about Andrew Jordan, it's not Mike. And then all of a sudden, down, this is a woodcut just getting caught out again by the rain, and they...
Yeah, you can see how...
Yeah, I mean, we didn't see a lot of rain falling at the chicane, but undoubtedly it was intermittent everywhere.
But then on the penultimate lap, there we are, we saw the battle unfortunately coming to an end because Chris Ward had to let him through. There was obviously a problem with his car. He pulled over, and that meant that Andrew Jordan took victory with Matt Holm with the AC Cobra. So absolutely superb performance by Andrew, but what a great shame for Chris Ward and Richard Kent that they weren't there to battle it right to the checkered flag. But a celebration time once again, and the final race of the day, certainly providing plenty of entertainment. And for Andrew Jordan and Matt Holm, it has been an absolutely superb day here.
Once again, those beautiful GT cars have closed the Saturday schedule here at Goodwood Revival, as lots of people are making their way home now as we finish today's schedule. It has been brilliant to see even more racing today, more fashion, more celebrations, and I guess more rain as well. But it hasn't dampened the spirits here at Goodwood Revival, and I guess the ethos and the spirit of Revival is all about revive and thrive, which, Rosie, you've been exploring the fashion and sustainability over the road. So tell us about what you've been up to today.
Yeah, again, it's been so busy. As you said, we did have a bit of rain this morning, but actually really brightened up this afternoon, so it wasn't too bad. Everyone's still in really great spirits over the road, which was great to see. I think my highlight, though, of the day has to be the Lindy Hop. We went into that area,
cool.
And a few years ago I did it as well, and I have to say I have not improved whatsoever. And lovely Mark, who tried to teach me how to dance a little bit, but as you said, if you have 2 left feet and welly boots as well, then it's not the best thing in the world. So, but we had a lot of fun, and I think that area is so wonderful because it doesn't matter whether you can dance or you can't, everyone is smiling in that area and having a lot of fun. So we've been out and about everywhere today, but I have to say, having a bit of a go at dancing, not sure I'd make Strictly Come Dancing very well, but it was good fun.
Well, you have got another dancer on board, so it's fair enough, but it looks so cheerful and colourful over there. You must have enjoyed your day.
I absolutely did, and once again, we obviously had the best dress competition. I don't think anyone can anticipate just how many people get nominated for that, and Dandy Wellington, who hosts it, does an amazing job because there are, probably 50 people that come over with a nomination, and he gets through them all, and the stories are wonderful of all the outfits, and the effort that is put in is extraordinary.
People have been looking absolutely fantastic today, including yourself, David Green, in a nice green suit. So we've been together around the paddock and the holding area. Is there a race that stood out to you today?
Well, without being obvious, I have to say it's the St Mary's Part 1.
I thought
that
you were going to
race
say that.
gets so anticipated every year.
Yeah.
The level of drivers in that race, it was fantastic, and of course it delivered yet again. Really exciting race right in the middle of the afternoon. The weather got better. We saw some just incredible moves. You saw the guys getting off, Gordon Shedden getting off to a flyer there, but then the big 2 Fords, and we had the Thunderbird hunting down the fair lane there. Tom Christensen, I loved the way he just really picked his moment against Steve Soper, his old Le Mans BMW teammate. Very respectful, got through there really easily, and then, took the win with Steve Soper getting a really good second place. And just seeing the worlds collide with like a Jake Hill overtaking Jenson Button, absolutely fantastic. I love it.
Yeah, there's nowhere else that would happen other than Goodwood Revival. But I have to say, we've had so many fantastic races, so much fashion, but as well we've had lots of celebrations today, and I think a big highlight for a lot of people was, of course, the Jim Clark celebration. So he's often regarded as the greatest racer of all time for a lot of people, and this celebrated his 60th anniversary of his second World Championship, and it was quite the spectacular celebration, as you can see from the pictures here. He actually became a team driver in 1960 and actually won his first race for the team at Goodwood. So it all just came full circle, and it made for such a spectacular moment, not just celebrating his motorsport career, but also that he was a sheep farmer. So it was a not so subtle nod to that. But do you know what? Those sheep were very well behaved, as well as that sheepdog needs an award.
Hats off to that sheepdog, I have to say.
He did a fantastic job. But seeing all the sheep sort of move between his championship winning cars, it was sort of a majestic moment.
They were always having a little inspect of the cars as they went along there.
It was absolutely brilliant. What
surreal.
we thought was
Truly
going
surreal.
to be a crazy idea actually made for quite a beautiful moment. So it was brilliant to see, and we have even more celebrations and races coming up on Sunday. So let's take a look at what's up on tomorrow's schedule. Once again, 9 a.m. is when we kick off with the VW Type 2 camper vans taking to the Goodwood Motor Circuit. We then have the children taking to their J40 pedal cars for the Setrington Cup that will be at 11:20. And part 2 of the motorbike race for the Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy will get underway at 12:20.
Heading into the final afternoon of Revival there, we start with the street party at 1 o'clock, and then the Royal Automobile Club TT celebration at 2:15, the most prestigious historic road race in the world. Track parade, the tribute to Jim Clark at 4:40, and then finishing off with the St Mary's Trophy, part 2 at the end of the day.
So as we say, even more celebrations, even more races, and we definitely look forward to seeing that incredible VE celebration tomorrow. You won't want to miss it. Please join us live at 8:50 a.m. tomorrow morning, and we'll see you right here at the Goodwood Motor Circuit.